Chapter 1: The Cheating Exchange System. Post-activation system, integration in progress, please wait. A cold voice suddenly sounded in Hao Chuan's mind, waking him up from his dream. What's that sound? Who's talking? Seeing the empty room, Hao Chuan immediately became alert. How could someone be talking in the middle of the night? He was already having a nightmare, and the sudden sound made him even more frightened. The exchange system has been integrated. Do you want to start it? System? Did I hear that correctly? There really is such a thing as a system. Hao Chuan was shocked again. He was sure that he was not dreaming, but he still couldn't believe it. He had often seen the system, but only in novels. What kind of lottery system, pretentious system, prodigal system? He had also fantasized many times that he could get a system, then enter the cheating mode, become a CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of his life. Yes, there really is such a thing as a system, the most powerful redemption system. Completing the main missions can earn points or activate hidden missions. After accumulating 100 points, the system can be upgraded and a higher level redemption interface can be unlocked. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Is it really a system? Hearing the voice, Hao Chuan immediately jumped up excitedly. Exchange system activation task: dump your cheating girlfriend. If the task is successful, activate the system and get 10 points, which can be exchanged for level 1 interface system items. If the task fails, you will face a bloody disaster. When the cold voice continued to sound, Hao Chuan, who was in excitement, was dumbfounded. What? My first mission was to make me dump my girlfriend? She cheated on me? Are you kidding me? You are here to trick me on purpose. I won't accept this mission. Reject, mission failed, the host will face a bloody disaster. As soon as Hao Chuan finished speaking, the cold voice came immediately. What? Failed even after refusing? Aren't other systems able to refuse tasks? You are a piece of crap, you must be trying to make fun of me. No, I must be dreaming. Hao Chuan said something dissatisfied, then fell asleep. Hao Chuan, a senior student in the art department of Shanghai University, is average-looking and comes from an average family. He is a typical person with lustful intentions but no courage. But he has a girlfriend who is pretty and they are in love. It is impossible for him to break up with her unless the woman really cheated on him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Hao Chuan rode out on his beloved little donkey. Today is Friday, the day he went to his supervisor to revise his paper. He revised it 3 times, and he is the only one in the group who has not passed it yet. This matter made him depressed for a long time, so now his mind is completely filled with the thesis, and he has completely forgotten about the system. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a loud horn sounded, bringing Hao Chuan back to his senses. A large truck with 4 wheels at the front and 8 wheels at the back rushed over. The car was going so fast that he didn't even have time to react before he and the donkey flew out together. After that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was already in a hospital bed. Looking at his miserable appearance, Hao Chuan's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly thought of what happened last night. This is true. Hao Chuan's voice trembled a little. If he refused the mission, he would face a bloody disaster, and now, isn't that it? Hao Chuan now completely believed that this system was no joke. System activation mission: dump your cheating girlfriend. If the mission succeeds, you will activate the system and get 10 points. If the mission fails, you will face a bloody disaster. Hearing this cold voice, Hao Chuan was confused again. His next task was to dump his girlfriend. If I don't complete this task, will I be unable to activate the system and will I have to face bloody disasters forever? Hao Chuan felt like crying but had no tears. If he didn't complete the mission, he would be doomed. He had finally found a girlfriend, and if they broke up, wouldn't he have to live with the 5th girl from now on? Yes, said the system coldly. System ancestor, are you kidding me? That's not right, a cheating girlfriend. Hao Chuan was extremely depressed, but suddenly, an idea came to him. It's talking about a cheating girlfriend. Could it be that my girlfriend really cheated on him? You have to know that this is the system, and the system will not lie. Hao Chuan felt a sudden chill in his heart, thinking about how his girlfriend had seldom contacted him in the past few days and had been saying that she was busy looking for a job. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that she, really? Hao Chuan couldn't believe it, and immediately took out his cell phone and called his girlfriend. The moment the call was connected, a familiar cell phone ringtone suddenly floated from the corridor. Isn't this Xiaojing's cell phone ringtone? The voice startled Hao Chuan, and he immediately rushed out of the ward. Sure enough, in the corridor, he saw the person he was most familiar with. His girlfriend, Chen Xiaojing. But at this moment, her hand was holding that of a middle-aged man in his 40s, and the two of them were talking and laughing, appearing to be extremely intimate. Although the man looked a bit ugly, he was dressed like a successful man and was followed by 4 bodyguards. Hao Chuan was familiar with this person and often saw him on TV. Li Chenlin is the vice president of Xingye Media, the only listed company in Shanghai City, the second largest shareholder, and has a net worth of over 100 million. Hao Chuan was stunned, and his mind was struck by lightning like a bolt from the blue. At this moment, even a fool could understand that she had indeed cheated. Hao Chuan, what are you doing? Didn't I say that I'm busy looking for a job these days? Stop calling me all the time, okay? Chen Xiaojing's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Hao Chuan didn't answer the phone again, and a nameless fire suddenly ignited in his heart. Chen Xiaojing, this is what you mean by being busy looking for a job, right? You're a dancer, and you're so busy looking for a job in the obstetrics and gynecology department of a hospital. Hao Chuan rushed up. Hao Chuan, why are you here? Hao Chuan's sudden appearance made Chen Xiaojing a little panicked. Why am I here? Humph, if I hadn't come, would you have seen this scene? Hao Chuan sneered. You followed me? Hao Chuan's words made Chen Xiaojing's face turn cold instantly. Following you? Ha, I'm not interested. But I'm telling you, I'm breaking up with you today. Hao Chuan said in a cold voice. When he glanced, he saw a test report in Chen Xiaojing's hand. The word pregnancy test made him even more angry. She is actually pregnant. When I had sex with her, I never used any safety measures and never let her touch me, but now she is pregnant. It goes without saying who this child belongs to. Break up, okay, I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time. What do you think is good about following you? You're a poor guy with no money and no background. In the past 4 years, you haven't even bought me a pair of socks. Chapter 2 I'm her boyfriend. None of them. Yes, I didn't look for a job. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm pregnant with Brother Li's child. From now on, you and I are no longer the same. Brother Li? You call him that in a very friendly way, but this old thing who looks like a piece of shit is pregnant with his child? What a joke. Maybe in the eyes of this old thing, you are just a tool for him to bear a child, not even a mistress. Hao Chuan yelled angrily that the green hat he wore was too big. Hao Chuan's words made the middle-aged man look a little ugly. He was a little ugly, but he was the CEO of a listed company in Shanghai City after all. This is the first time that someone has described me as a piece of shit. However, he still maintained his composure. Not only did he stop the bodyguard behind him, he also took out a business card and gave it to Hao Chuan. Young man, don't be so aggressive. Xiaojing and I are truly in love. If I have hurt you, I can only say sorry. This is my business card. Whether you want a job or money, call me and I'll get it for you anytime. Calling you? Who do you think you are? Do I need you? Hao Chuan knocked the middle-aged man's business card away with one hand, yelled at Chen Xiaojing, and turned away. Hao Chuan's behavior made the middle-aged man's face gloomy. He was not a kind person to begin with, and now he was humiliated twice by a junior boy. How could he let it go? He had already remembered this matter in his heart. But Chen Xiaojing was still angry. She looked at Hao Chuan's departing back and yelled. You poor bastard, be poor your whole life. Hao Chuan ignored Chen Xiaojing because it was no longer important. His system activation task has been completed. System activation task completed, 10 points obtained, the system officially started. Main mission, earn more than 100 million cash in a month. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 10 points. If you fail, you will be killed. When Hao Chuan turned around, the system's voice had already sounded. Hearing that he had obtained 10 points and the system was officially activated, Hao Chuan was about to get excited, but the next sentence came, and he forcibly bit back the yeah that was about to come out of his mouth. The first main mission was to earn more than 100 million in cash within a month? How was this possible? If the mission failed, they would be wiped out. What is the difference between this and taking his life directly? Hao Chuan wanted to cry but had no tears. It turned out that his exchange system was different from the one in the novel. Not only could it not lead him to the pinnacle of life, it was also harming him in various ways. The most important thing is that those tasks cannot be refused. What kind of shitty exchange system is this? Hao Chuan wants to curse loudly. Oh my god, how come I have to deal with such a stupid system? Insult the system, deduct 2 points. Do you accept the mission? I accept it. How can I not accept it? Hao Chuan was about to cry. Anyone who has the system but still can't make money is an idiot, came the voice of the system. Hao Chuan was speechless. It turned out that this system could also curse. System master, didn't you say it can be exchanged? I have 8 points now, can I exchange it? As soon as he finished speaking, several pages of exchange interfaces immediately appeared in his mind. Seeing these, he was immediately stunned. Although the following pages were locked and he could only redeem the first page, this one page alone was enough to make him excited. Things like lucky water, identification skills, X-ray vision, BNK's secret book, and 1 point can be exchanged for 1 million cash, and even for passing his thesis. Shit, I can redeem it even if I pass my thesis. I want to exchange money. Anyone who doesn't is an idiot. 8 points, change them all for me. Hao Chuan screamed at the top of his lungs. Beep, beep. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He opened it and saw a text message from the bank. Account 4475 deposited 8 million at 1632 on June 23, with a balance of 80 million and 12 yuan. Looking at the series of numbers on his bank card, he was extremely excited. It was like a dream. He had always thought that he would be satisfied if he could find a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 after graduation. But now, he instantly had 8 million. Hao Chuan took several deep breaths and tried hard to calm himself down. Because he knew that these 8 million would be the beginning of his peak life. After leaving the hospital, Hao Chuan no longer wanted to go to school. He went straight to the bank. If you have money, you have to take it and spend it. Hao Chuan walked happily towards the bank not far from the hospital, but before he reached the bank, he found that a man driving a Mercedes-Benz and wearing a big gold chain and 3 or 4 men in black were arguing with a girl not far away. The woman had a devilishly hot body, her long, shiny black hair exuding a youthful vibe. She was wearing a white shirt cinched in the waist, and her slender thighs were covered in a goose-yellow ultra-short miniskirt, showing off her perfect body. Just from her back, you can tell she is a natural beauty. Alas, a woman who loves money is always just a plaything of a man. In the end, she won't have a good ending. Hao Chuan looked at it and sighed. He was too lazy to care about such things. Besides, how many good things could a woman dressed like that have? She was no different from Chen Xiaojing. But when he got closer and saw the familiar face, he immediately changed his mind. In broad daylight, a few men bullying a girl is nothing. As a righteous and good college student, how can I, Hao Chuan, stand by and watch this happen? Hao Chuan muttered to himself and walked up without hesitation. Who is that girl? Tang Xi. One of the top 10 beauties in the art department of Shanghai University, a famous ice beauty, with top grades and a first-class scholarship for 4 years, she never failed. The most important thing is that she is Hao Chuan's dream lover. How can Hao Chuan ignore her when her dream lover is in trouble? What are you guys doing? Hao Chuan walked up and shouted in a pretentious manner. What does this have to do with you? Get out of here now, or I'll punish you. The man with the gold chain glanced at Hao Chuan and shouted disdainfully. It doesn't matter? She's my girlfriend, do you think it matters? Hao Chuan sneered fearlessly. He had already selected a set of boxing techniques in the system. If these people dared to take action, he would exchange them immediately. Boyfriend? Hee, that's really strange. I have never heard that the beautiful Tang Xi has a boyfriend. The man with the gold chain kept changing his expression, obviously not believing it. If you don't believe me, ask her. Hao Chuan smiled, walked to Tang Xi and put his hand naturally on her shoulder. When Hao Chuan put his hand on her shoulder, Tang Xi's face turned red. She instinctively wanted to push Hao Chuan away, but when she thought that he was trying to help her out, she withdrew her hand and hugged Hao Chuan's waist directly, looking like a little bird. Yes, he is my boyfriend. Tang Xi gritted her teeth, but in her heart she cursed the man who suddenly appeared. Oh, you really are my boyfriend. Well, you should pay back the $200,000 she owes me. Chapter 3 Take 3 million. The man with the gold chain sneered and looked amused. It was obvious that he didn't believe that the guy wearing all the clothes bought from Taobao could be Tang Xi's boyfriend, so he teased him by asking him to pay back the money for Tang Xi. Hee, if you still can't pay your girlfriend, then we can take her away. spend one night with me, and the 200,000 will be offset. It's a good deal. The man with the gold chain chuckled and swept his lustful eyes over Tang Xi without any concealment. His words made Tang Xi's face change slightly, and she immediately lowered her head, which also shocked Hao Chuan. How is it possible that the icy beauty who was admired by thousands of people in the school would owe money? With just one word from her, so many rich second generations would compete to swipe their credit cards for her. But when he saw Tang Xi lower her head, he had to believe it. No need, I will pay back the money I owe. Tang Xi said, gritting her teeth. She would not accept money from others casually, otherwise, with her charm, she would not be short of money at all. Besides, although the man in front of him was enthusiastic, he was just a student like himself. The clothes he was wearing did not cost more than 100 yuan. How could he have 200,000 yuan? Tang Xi was right. Before, Hao Chuan couldn't even come up with 2,000 yuan, let alone 200,000 yuan. But now, Hao Chuan can really come up with it. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, Hao Chuan stood up, straightened his clothes, and said with a smug look, "It's just 200,000 yuan, give me the card number, and I'll transfer it to you now." "Oh, you really have to pay it back for her. You look so tattered, how can you have 200,000, the man with the gold chain questioned. Hearing this, Hao Chuan was immediately unhappy. What does a ragged outfit mean? His clothes are obviously Adidas, okay? This guy is really looking down on others. Just bring it when I told you to. Why are you taking so long? Do you still want the money? Hao Chuan said impatiently. Okay, sure. Seeing Hao Chuan so confident, the man with the gold chain handed over his card. Hao Chuan took out his mobile phone and immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to him using his mobile banking. Soon, the other party received the message on his mobile phone. A full 200,000. Seeing the number on the phone, the man with the gold chain was obviously surprised. He stared at Hao Chuan for a long time before he left in the car helplessly. As he walked, he cursed, he has money but he wears fake clothes. Is he sick? It smells so good. So soft. So good. After those people left, Hao Chuan, who was still hugged by Tang Xi, finally couldn't help but express the feelings he had been holding back for a long time. Those few words made Tang Xi's face turn red immediately. She didn't know what she was thinking about. You are a rogue and shameless. Tang Xi immediately pushed Hao Chuan away, returned to her cold attitude, took out her cell phone and said coldly. Enter your phone number and I'll contact you when I raise the money. Tang Xi's sudden cold attitude made Hao Chuan stunned. He thought to himself that this guy changed his face too quickly. Hao Chuan was a little angry. This woman was too ignorant of the ways of the world. I just helped her, so it would be fine if she didn't thank me, but she still looked so cold. I just said what I thought, and this made her angry. Hao Chuan, who didn't want her to pay back the money, immediately took the phone and entered the number. The phone is an ordinary one, but she decorated it very beautifully, with a pink shell and a little rabbit shape. There is even a cute selfie of herself on the screen, which is very kawaii. Hao Chuan smiled coldly. It turned out that this icy beauty also had a girlish heart. He thought she was really invulnerable to water and fire. After losing the money, Tang Xi returned the phone. She held the phone and left without saying a word. Looking at her departing back, Hao Chuan smiled meaningfully. He had just left Tang Xi's number. Humph, as long as I can get in touch with her, with my current abilities, I don't believe I can handle it, no matter whether she is real ice or fake ice. Tang Xi, you can't escape from my grasp. Half an hour later, Hao Chuan appeared in front of the door of China Merchants Bank. It was already 6 o'clock and the bank was about to close. Few people were withdrawing money and the staff were counting the day's accounts. I want to withdraw money, Hao Chuan said while lying on a window. Sir, the bank is closed. If you want to withdraw money, please go to the ATM next door. The salesperson just glanced at Hao Chuan and continued with his inventory work. ATM? Can I withdraw 1 million? Hao Chuan asked calmly. 1 million? The salesperson was stunned. This was a big customer. She immediately smiled and raised her head, but when she saw that this big client was just a young man in his early 20s, she became skeptical. Sir? Are you kidding? She obviously didn't believe that this young man in front of her, who looked younger than her and was wearing clothes bought on Taobao, could have 1 million. What? 1 million isn't enough? Then I'll take 2 million, that should be enough. Hao Chuan thought that the 1 million he took was not enough to make them work overtime as an exception, so he said another sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, the female salesperson was stunned again and stared at Hao Chuan for a long time before she reacted. Although he still found it a little hard to believe, he was obviously much more polite than before. Sir, you need to make an appointment to withdraw such a large amount of money. If you don't have an appointment, please come back tomorrow. 3 million, and if that doesn't work, then 4 million. Hey, what's wrong with your bank? Do you have no money to withdraw, or do you think I have no money? Hao Chuan could see the salesperson's suspicion of him and immediately said impatiently. Okay, I'll notify the manager right away. Please wait a moment. When the salesperson saw that Hao Chuan became serious and felt that he did not seem to be joking, he panicked for a moment and immediately called their manager. Less than a minute after the call, a man in a suit and tie came out of the bank and politely took Hao Chuan to the VIP room. Sir, how much would you like to withdraw? The bank manager said politely in the VIP room. Oh, let's withdraw 3 or 4 million. Hao Chuan said casually. In fact, he hadn't decided how much he would withdraw. The purpose of withdrawing money was to show off. Sir, this is the case. Since you did not make an appointment, the maximum amount we can use now is only 3 million. I hope you can understand. The bank manager explained quickly. Only 3 million? Okay, then 3 million. Hao Chuan nodded and handed over his card. A moment later, the bank manager returned, carrying 2 boxes. By the way, Mr. Hao, our bank provides free escort missions to major customers. Do you need it? When Hao Chuan was about to leave with his suitcase, the bank manager spoke again. Oh? There are such benefits? Okay, then you can escort me. Hao Chuan was surprised and thought to himself that rich people are different. They can have such benefits even in the bank. Chapter 4, Triggering Hidden Missions. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it right away, the manager said respectfully, and then made a phone call. A moment later, 2 big men in black clothes and sunglasses appeared beside Hao Chuan and took him out of the bank hall. These 2 men are tall and strong with strong muscles, and they are obviously martial artists. Seeing Hao Chuan leaving the bank escorted by 2 bank bodyguards, the female salesperson's eyes widened immediately. It turns out he really has money. Oh, why could I have been nicer just now? Otherwise, maybe I would have had a chance. She looked regretful. But Hao Chuan never looked at her from beginning to end. At the bank entrance, one of the bodyguards said respectfully, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go drive the car. Okay. Hao Chuan nodded, enjoying the feeling of being respected. It feels great to be rich. However, just when he was having fun, a van suddenly stopped on the side of the road, and 7 or 8 thugs holding steel pipes got out. After looking around, they walked towards Hao Chuan. Su Chuan was familiar with the leader, who was a bodyguard behind Li Chenlin whom he saw in the hospital. This old guy is actually following me. When he saw this person, Hao Chuan understood instantly. The old fellow Li Chenlin had been enduring it all along, and it turned out that he wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson in secret. People like him naturally have to show their grace in front of others. If he had seen these 7 or 8 people holding steel pipes before, he would have been scared and ran away, but now, he was not afraid. Behind him stood the bank's dedicated bodyguards, all of whom were truly trained masters. It was easy for them to deal with these little thugs. Boy, you are so brave that you even dare to insult our boss Li. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know your own limitations. Several people walked over with sneers, obviously not noticing the bodyguard behind Hao Chuan. Perhaps even if they noticed him, they did not believe that this person was Hao Chuan's bodyguard. When they came here before, they had already investigated Hao Chuan, who was just a poor college student with no background. That's why they dared to act so blatantly in the street. Boss Li? He's just an old man who looks like a piece of shit. So what if I insult him? And you guys, if you dare to make a move today, I guarantee you'll regret it. Hao Chuan smiled coldly and didn't care. But his words about the old man who looked like a piece of shit made the always serious bodyguard behind him couldn't help but laugh. Heh, kid, you're pretty arrogant. Come on, brothers, fight me. I want to see how hard this guy's mouth is. The leader shouted, and a group of thugs behind him immediately rushed over waving steel pipes. Several people rushed over fiercely. However, before these people could rush to Hao Chuan, they were stopped by someone. The bodyguard behind him rushed to Hao Chuan at lightning speed and knocked a gangster to the ground with one punch. the gangster wailed as he lost his fighting ability. Damn it, there are helpers, beat them for me. When several people saw the bodyguard take action, they immediately yelled and rushed towards the bodyguard. At the same time, the bodyguard who was driving also came back, saw the fight, and immediately rushed over. Bang bang bang. It was too easy for two professional bodyguards to deal with 7 or 8 thugs. In just a few moments, they were all knocked to the ground and wailed in pain. As for the man who was in the lead, his face was bruised and he looked miserable. At this moment, he looked at Hao Chuan and the other two with deep fear on his face. Brother, we don't want to be your enemy, we just want to teach this kid a lesson. You don't want to be our enemy? I think you are mistaken. This gentleman is a big client of our bank. He has a large amount of cash. If you attack him, it would be robbery. We have every reason to attack him and we will call the police. The bank bodyguard was indeed a professional. He spoke with reason and evidence. After he finished speaking, he picked up his phone to call the police, but was stopped by Hao Chuan. Forget it. I don't think these guys want to rob. Wait a minute. I have something I want to talk to him about. Hao Chuan waved his hand, then took a box of money and walked aside with the leading man. What's your name? Hao Chuan asked calmly. Su Jia, other people usually call me Ajay. After what happened just now, Su Jia was obviously much more respectful to Hao Chuan. Ajay, right? Okay, I want you to get me all the information about Li Chenlin within half a month, including all the unethical things he has done? Hao Chuan said coldly, with an expression that left no room for doubt. What? You want me to betray my boss? That's impossible. Su Jia was shocked and immediately refused. If you don't agree, then prepare to go to jail. Robbery is enough to keep you in jail for 8 to 10 years. I don't think your boss will stand up for a robber. Hao Chuan said calmly, with a hint of confidence, pushing the box of cash over while speaking. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. Here is 1 million in cash. After the matter is done, I will give you another million. This. Faced with 1 million in cash, Su Jia was tempted, but he was still a little hesitant. You'll be given 3 seconds to decide whether to go to jail or win $1 million and a bright future. I agree. Su Jia said after hesitating for a moment. Ha, smart. I like to work with smart people. From now on, you are mine. Hao Chuan laughed, gave Su Jia 1 million in cash and gave him his phone number. Here is my number. In half a month, all the information will appear on my phone. Also, don't try to turn against me. Everything just now, including the recording of our conversation, is in my phone. Hao Chuan shook his cell phone, then walked to the car, and, escorted by the 2 bank bodyguards, drove away in a Range Rover. In the car, Hao Chuan closed his eyes and enjoyed himself, thinking about what he would do next. As for the task of becoming a billionaire within a month, he already had a plan when he saw those gangsters. Just now, that was the first step of his plan. Suddenly, the system's cold voice sounded in Hao Chuan's mind. Activate the hidden side quest. Use money to bribe the subordinates to complete it. You will be rewarded with 2 points. The accumulated points are 12 points. Do you want to redeem it? The sudden system voice gave Hao Chuan a surprise. He didn't expect that by asking Su Jia to work for him, he could actually complete a task. Hao Chuan had never expected that he had gained 2 more points inadvertently, but he did not redeem them immediately. There were not many items that could be redeemed with this thing, and even if he wanted to use it, he had to use it in critical places. Chapter 5, Antique City. About half an hour later, Hao Chuan finally returned home. He took a comfortable hot bath and cleared out all of Chen Xiaojing's things. He knew that Chen Xiaojing would come back soon to get her things. If she didn't come tomorrow, he would just throw them away for her. Before going to bed, he spread the remaining 2 million in cash on the bed. He wanted to experience the feeling of sleeping on money tonight. That night, he had a dream. In the dream, he completed the task and became a billionaire. Chen Xiaojing fell and had a miscarriage. She was kicked away by the old man and finally came back crying to beg him. But later, just as he was about to tell her to get out, he was awakened by a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Chen Xiaojing. She had indeed come back to get something. After opening the door for her, Hao Chuan ignored her and fell into the pile of money again. When Chen Xiaojing came in and saw the bed and the floor full of money, she was stunned for a moment. Hao Chuan, how do you have so much money? Chen Xiaojing asked stutteringly, obviously not reacting yet. Whether I have money or not is none of your business. Hao Chuan covered his face with money and said lightly. Hao Chuan, have you done anything bad? If you don't have money, you can borrow from me for the sake of our previous relationship, but don't go astray. Chen Xiaojing said that she obviously thought Hao Chuan must have done something shameful to have so much money. I said, whether I have money or not is none of your business. Just take care of the baby in your belly, so that nothing unexpected happens and you get kicked out of the house. Hao Chuan smiled coldly and said calmly. Hao Chuan, let me tell you, I'm saying all this for your own good, don't be ungrateful. Seeing that Hao Chuan was unwilling to pay attention to her and was still mocking her, Chen Xiaojing blushed immediately and said angrily. Although she had broken up with Hao Chuan, she still liked the feeling of Hao Chuan pampering her, and she couldn't accept Hao Chuan's coldness. What's more, this is not a glorious thing, and she is most afraid of others mentioning it. Oh, are you done? If you are, take your things and get out. By the way, you think I have no money, so this 200,000 is my compensation for sleeping with me over the years. Take it. Hao Chuan sat up from the bed, picked up 200,000 and threw it over. Hao Chuan, you are such a shameless person, you will regret it. Hao Chuan's words made Chen Xiaojing even more angry. After she yelled angrily, she slammed the door and left. Oh, it's not certain who will regret it. Seeing Chen Xiaojing slamming the door and leaving, Hao Chuan said lightly, then fell on the bed and fell asleep. Activate the hidden side quest. Complete the quest of using money to hit people. You will be rewarded with 2 points. The accumulated points are 14 points. Do you want to redeem them? Fuck, using money to hit people is also a hidden task? Keep the points. At 10 o'clock, Hao Chuan went out. He didn't go to revise his paper yesterday, so he should go today. Hao Chuan's mentor is an old man, a famous professor in their art department. Even though he is in his 60s, he is still passionate about his work and is extremely responsible to his students. The reason why Hao Chuan's thesis has not been passed is indeed because he wrote it too poorly and his tutor was not satisfied. But this time, I don't know if he was lucky, but he miraculously passed. After being busy until the afternoon, Hao Chuan left the school happily. Thinking that he still had some time today and nothing much to do, he prepared to go to the antique city to look for some treasures. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he came to the antique street in Shanghai City alone. The stuff here is of varying quality, there are truly priceless antiques, and of course there are also worthless junk. Whether you can find treasures here depends on your own ability. Fortunately, he activated 2 hidden tasks and obtained 4 points. He spent 2 points to exchange for an eye of identification that could identify all materials. This was the basis for him to sweep across the antique street. Although it was only valid for 3 hours, it was enough. For him, this is a business that is guaranteed to make money. Hao Chuan casually walked into an antique shop, and with a quick glance, the valuable items in the shop immediately became clear. When the boss saw that the person coming was a young man, he immediately showed a warm smile. People in their line of work knew that young people had no vision and could easily be ripped off. He quickly took out several porcelain vases, which were very beautiful in design but were fakes, and handed them to Hao Chuan. Young man, these are great items. Look at the color and style. You won't lose out if you buy them. Hao Chuan glanced at those things and immediately pushed them away, smiling coldly in his heart. This guy wanted to fool people with things worth dozens of dollars. He really thought he was a fat pig to be slaughtered. He ignored the boss and walked to the counter to choose carefully. When the boss saw that Hao Chuan didn't even look at what he had in his hand, his expression changed slightly, thinking that he had met a guy who knew the value of things this time. But when he found that Hao Chuan was actually walking towards the antique counter that he had bought for only a few $100s, he immediately sneered in his heart, I thought I met someone who knew the goods, but it turned out to be just a layman. Hao Chuan also saw his sneer, but didn't care. Instead, he chose what he wanted. According to his appraisal, those seemingly insignificant things were the real antiques. A snuff bottle from the Qing dynasty and Tang Xi period, worth 300,000. Blue and white porcelain from the Hangu period of the Ming dynasty, worth 800,000. Ming, Chenghua period porcelain bowl, valued at 400,000. After a moment, Hao Chuan packed up all 5 items that looked ordinary but were all genuine. Boss, how much are these? Wow, young man, you have a good eye. These are all good stuff. If you really need them, I'll give them to you in a package at a price of 200,000. Seeing that Hao Chuan picked out 4 or 5 cheap items in one breath, the boss immediately smiled. He could make a big profit this time. 200,000? Boss, your price is too high. These things are obviously not worth that much. How about a little less, 100,000? Hao Chuan frowned. 100,000? Young man, you're bargaining too hard. These are all good things. How about this, 150,000, and you can take all 5 pieces? Hearing Hao Chuan shouting out 100,000, the boss immediately showed a painful look on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Make a deal. Hao Chuan didn't know how much money the boss spent to get it, but this 150,000 was his desired price, so he didn't hesitate anymore and immediately paid with his credit card. You are a straightforward young man. I like doing business with young people like you. How about this? Leave me your phone number and I will be the first to notify you when I have new products. After receiving the 150,000 yuan from Hao Chuan, the boss immediately smiled happily, thinking that he had met a rich man and he must make good friends with him, and his attitude became obviously much more enthusiastic. Chapter 6, Iceberg Beauty. Okay. Hao Chuan didn't hesitate. He left his phone number, took the things and left, then turned around and went into another antique shop. Looking at Hao Chuan's departing back, the boss smiled even more brightly. He bought those things from farmers at a cost of several hundred or thousands of dollars. The total price was no more than 5,000, but he resold them for 150,000. He made a fortune this time. But he didn't know that the real value of those things was at least over 2 million. If he knew, I wonder if he would be heartbroken to death. In another store, when Hao Chuan entered, just like before, the boss took out a few counterfeits and handed them to Hao Chuan, but he ignored him. Finally, I selected 3 authentic items from among the ordinary ones, and after some bargaining, I bought them for 100,000 yuan. Young man, come often and keep in touch. If I sell something, I'll definitely be the first to notify you. The boss said cheerfully. He was already grinning in his heart, feeling that he had met a wealthy man. He must make more friends with such people. Hao Chuan also left his phone number here. He was also smiling in his heart. These 3 items were also worth more than 2 million. Afterwards, Hao Chuan walked into another store. After a while, Hao Chuan was also escorted out by the boss with a very enthusiastic attitude. No wonder I heard the magpie calling so early this morning. It turns out there is really a happy event. He actually offered 100,000 yuan for an item worth 500 yuan. He is a rich man. Watching Hao Chuan leave, the boss shook his head and was extremely happy. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed and Hao Chuan had visited more than 10 stores and bought more than 20 ordinary antiques, calligraphy and paintings as if they were buying cabbages. Every time he entered a store, he was warmly received by the owners. Especially when he left, they all looked reluctant to leave, just like they were reluctant to leave their own father, and wished he could stay in their store forever. Well, that's about it for today. I'll go back after cleaning this one and clean other ones another day. Looking at the antiques that he could hardly hold, Hao Chuan became more and more happy. The total value of these things was more than 15 million. If he was lucky, it was possible to sell them for 20 million. This trip to the antique city really made a lot of money. Hao Chuan walked into an antique shop called Cornucopia with a smile. But when he just walked into the store, he heard a somewhat familiar voice coming from inside the store. Boss, this bracelet is an heirloom from my family. It's from the Ming dynasty. How could it be worth only 50,000? If I didn't need the money urgently, I wouldn't sell it. Little girl, this thing is really not as valuable as you say. 50,000 yuan is already a sky-high price. If you don't believe it, you can go to other places to ask. They may not be able to offer such a high price. Following the voice, Hao Chuan saw a familiar figure and was immediately startled. Is it really her? Is she really short of money? That's impossible. Seeing Tang Xi negotiating with the owner of the antique shop, Hao Chuan walked in. The owner saw that there were customers coming, so he said to Tang Xi, "Little girl, I'm telling you the real price, why don't you think about it again?" The shop owner stood up and greeted Hao Chuan, smiling amiably and asking, "Sir, do you have anything to sell?" He saw Hao Chuan carrying a lot of bags, so he asked. But while he was talking, his eyes were still looking at Tang Xi inadvertently. Hao Chuan immediately understood the owner's intention. Although he didn't see what the bracelet in Tang Xi's hand looked like, the owner's intention was obvious. He was deliberately lowering the price, and he did it quite hard. "I'm just looking around." Hao Chuan put down the things in his hand. He had purchased many valuable items that were worth thousands of gold, and he was worried about leaving them in the store, so he had to hold them in his hands. When Tang Xi heard what Hao Chuan said, she turned around in surprise and couldn't help blushing. She never expected to meet Hao Chuan here, and her originally hesitant expression suddenly became firm. "Boss, 50,000 is 50,000. Tang Xi handed over the bracelet, just wanting to take the money and leave quickly, staying away from Hao Chuan. The shopkeeper glanced at the things in Hao Chuan's hand. His eyesight was limited, and he didn't recognize any of the treasures in Hao Chuan's hand. Instead, he thought that Hao Chuan bought some cheap goods and was already losing interest. As soon as Tang Xi said this, the owner looked calm on the surface, but his eyes were already full of joy. "Please wait a moment. I'll go to the counter and give you the money." After saying that, he ran to the back happily. Tang Xi nodded to Hao Chuan, not wanting to speak. She was already uncomfortable with the price of her ancestral bracelet being bargained down to such an extent. Now there was a creditor who owed her 200,000 standing next to her. Tang Xi's face turned red and white, and she was extremely embarrassed. Tang Xi pretended to glance at Hao Chuan casually, and her eyes seemed to be blaming Hao Chuan. It seemed that he and the store owner had teamed up to lower the price. "Don't you recognize her?" Hao Chuan went up to tease. He had gained a lot today and was in high spirits, so he wanted to tease Tang Xi. "Don't worry, I will pay you back the money I owe you." Tang Xi stepped back and added, "But I can't give you this money now. It's for my grandma's medical treatment." Hao Chuan chuckled, "Don't worry, you can come back anytime." He took 2 steps closer and said to Tang Xi, "I'm not urging you to give yourself to me, why are you blushing?" Tang Xi's face turned even redder. Hao Chuan's words were clearly teasing. But Tang Xi couldn't say anything back. Her face immediately turned cold and she said, "Please stay away from me." The nickname of the Ice Beauty is indeed not a random rumor. When Tang Xi doesn't speak, she really gives people a feeling of keeping people at a distance. Trigger hidden side quest, flirt with beautiful women and get 1 point. The system suddenly reminded Hao Chuan. He was stunned for half a second. He couldn't help flirting with Tang Xi. He didn't expect that he could get a reward for this. If he became a gangster in the future, wouldn't it be a great success? Hao Chuan was just about to go up and tease him, but the shop owner came out with 50,000 yuan in cash and said, "Here is 50,000 yuan. After you count it, give me the bracelet." Tang Xi looked at the bracelet on her hand, feeling distressed and regretful. If she wasn't desperate, why would she sell such a precious thing? "Wait a minute." Hao Chuan suddenly interrupted the transaction between the two. He walked in front of Tang Xi and stretched out his hand and said, "Can I take a look?" "Sir, this is a business between us. There are other antiques in the store. Would you like to take a look at something else?" The owner was very upset when he was about to get the bracelet but was intercepted by someone. If he hadn't been well-mannered, he would have cursed. "I'm sorry, please move aside." Tang Xi believed that Hao Chuan was teasing him, and she became even more disgusted. If Hao Chuan hadn't walked in, Tang Xi might not have sold it, or at least she wouldn't have sold it so happily. Chapter 7, The Rich Love to Show Off. "I'm sorry, please move aside." Tang Xi believed that Hao Chuan was teasing him, and she became even more disgusted. If Hao Chuan hadn't walked in, Tang Xi might not have sold it, or at least she wouldn't have sold it so happily. This bracelet is very watery and the jade material is impeccable. The texture created by long-term rubbing shows that the owner must love it very much. This jade is definitely worth more than 50,000 yuan. Hao Chuan did not force it, but looked at the bracelet in Tang Xi's hand and said, "What the customer said is true, but this material is not uncommon, and the inner ring of the jade bracelet has many flaws. 50,000 is already a fair price." The owner hurriedly explained, still with an honest and sincere expression. Hao Chuan felt like he had met a soulmate. He was holding a treasure, but the shop owner said it was trash. Instead, Hao Chuan pointed out the benefits of the jade bracelet. "Can I take a look?" Hao Chuan extended his hand very gentlemanly. Tang Xi handed the jade bracelet to Hao Chuan with some hesitation, but the shop owner was a little impatient. "I'm telling you, are you here to cause trouble? We've already agreed on the price. If you don't want to buy, go somewhere else and don't waste my business." "Who said I won't buy it? I'll buy this jade bracelet. I'll give you 100,000. Hao Chuan took out his bank card and gestured to Tang Xi. "Hey, do you have money in your card? You took a bunch of junk and came to my place to mess things up, right? The shop owner became even more annoyed and rolled up his sleeves. Hao Chuan smiled slightly. He had just thrown money at people, but he was not satisfied yet. Now was a good time to try it out. He waved his hand and asked the shop assistant to withdraw 200,000 yuan from the ATM next to him. The money in his card was just a small change. The shop owner was stunned when he saw the cash, but the jade bracelet in front of him was definitely worth more than 200,000 yuan. He glared at Hao Chuan fiercely, gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'll give you 250,000 yuan." Hao Chuan called the shop assistant over and asked him to bring another 200,000 yuan. A pile of money was piled on the counter. Not only was Tang Xi dumbfounded, but even the owner swallowed his saliva again. This time, he really met a rich man. The shop owner got angry and shouted again, "I'll give you 450,000. Hao Chuan waved his hand again, and the shop owner quickly held him down, shouting, 500,000 is not enough. Deal. Hao Chuan grabbed the owner's hand and shook it hard twice. The shop owner seemed to be exhausted. Something that could have been bought for 50,000 yuan had now increased tenfold. There was not much profit to be made. This was all caused by Hao Chuan's instigation. Tang Xi was stunned. After just a few words, Hao Chuan raised the price tenfold. It was several times more than she expected. It's no wonder that the shop owner can't sit still. How could a small shop like his meet someone like Hao Chuan who doesn't value money? Hao Chuan could have bought the jade bracelet at a higher price, but in that case, Tang Xi would only regard him as a rich and willful prodigal. Only if he sold her jade bracelet at a good price would she appreciate his kindness. The redemption system activates the side quest, allowing Tang Xi to throw herself into his arms. If the quest is successful, you will be rewarded with 30 points. Hao Chuan was still immersed in the joy of helping Tang Xi sell the bracelet with a little trick he had just played. Suddenly, the system's voice came out like this. Hao Chuan couldn't help but look at Tang Xi, who still had an excited expression on her face. But she still maintained her iceberg beauty demeanor. It was difficult to get such a cold beauty to throw herself into his arms. Hao Chuan swallowed his saliva. He was not afraid of Tang Xi, but thinking about the situation of being hit by a car, he couldn't help but feel pain. The shop owner felt even more pain than Hao Chuan. He took away Tang Xi's bracelet and transferred 500,000 yuan to her. After Tang Xi received the transfer, the smile on her face quickly disappeared. She knew that this amount of money was far from enough for her. Hao Chuan gave the clerk a stack of banknotes and asked him to deposit the 400,000 yuan in cash on the counter into the bank. The clerk hurriedly took the cash and walked out. After a few minutes of bargaining, Tang Xi had a good impression of Hao Chuan. At least, she didn't think Hao Chuan was a fool who only knew how to throw money at people. But when she saw him handing the money to a stranger, she became a little worried. Aren't you afraid that he will run away with the money? It's just a few 100,000. If he runs away, just consider it a lesson. Hao Chuan said nonchalantly. The shop owner behind him covered his chest and almost vomited blood. The shop owner really bought a lesson for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Real people don't show their faces, and local tycoons love to show off. The clerk deposited the money in the bank and found Hao Chuan with the ticket stub. He handed over another stack of bills, and the clerk became even more excited. Seeing that the clerk was reliable, Hao Chuan asked him to bring all the antiques he bought. Now that someone was taking the things for Hao Chuan immediately felt relieved. But when the waiter was about to leave, the owner shouted, "What are you doing? He is not our customer. We have no obligation to deliver his things." The clerk took off his work clothes and shouted to the owner, "I quit." A random tip from Hao Chuan was equivalent to 2 months' salary for him. Is there anything that can make money faster than this? The clerk followed Hao Chuan and Tang Xi out of the store, and the owner fell to the ground, holding his chest. As soon as Tang Xi left the house, she said to Hao Chuan, "Thank you so much for today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Then I won't be polite." Hao Chuan scratched his head and looked at Tang Xi with a smile. Tang Xi still looked cold and said calmly, "It's just that I may need some time to pay the money I owe you." Hao Chuan suddenly became curious. How could Tang Xi, a young female student, need so much money? She first owed someone 200,000 yuan, and now 500,000 yuan seemed far from enough. The beauty is in trouble, and it's just the right time for me to step in. After all, I can get Tang Xi to throw herself into my arms, and there is a 30-point reward. Adding my original points, I should be able to exchange for a lot of good things. Where am I going? I'll take you there. Hao Chuan showed his gentlemanly demeanor. It's not safe for a girl like you to carry so much money. I say again, thank you for your help just now. Tang Xi was not grateful at all. Don't think you can buy me off with a few bucks. What a character. Hao Chuan was speechless. He didn't expect Tang Xi to be so aggressive. She would start to criticize him if he didn't agree with her. And she seemed to be quite hostile to the rich second generation. I don't know which rich family had provoked her. Hao Chuan sent his waiter back to deliver the things he bought. He wanted to cherish the opportunity to be alone with Tang Xi. Chapter 8: The Prince. What? Tang Xi wanted to chase him away? What a joke. To pick up girls, you have to be shameless and lifeless. He fought back after just a few words. This is not Hao Chuan's character. When did I ever try to bribe you? Hao Chuan chuckled, I'm just trying to send you home out of kindness. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the shameless achievement and getting 1 point. This can earn points, so humane. What an unexpected gain. Wait, system, who are you talking about? I didn't expect you to be such a system. While Hao Chuan was still struggling with the system in his mind, Tang Xi had already turned around and walked away. Hao Chuan would never let her go. In Hao Chuan's eyes, Tang Xi was just a cash cow that would lose points. Of course, if I could get Tang Xi to fall into my arms, that would definitely be no worse than getting 30 points. Sister, brother is here. Hao Chuan chased after him in a few steps. Tang Xi came to the antique market by bus and was already walking towards the bus stop. Hao Chuan caught up with Tang Xi and walked side by side with her. Tang Xi took a few quick steps, and Hao Chuan followed a few quick steps. Tang Xi stopped, and Hao Chuan also stood still. If you follow me again, I will call the police. Tang Xi glared at Hao Chuan. With me here, there's no need for the police to come to anyone who dares to take advantage of you. Hao Chuan spoke in a slick way, wanting to get 2 more points for teasing Tang Xi. Tang Xi stamped her feet and said angrily, You are a scoundrel. She walked quickly to the platform and refused to look at Hao Chuan again. Congratulations to the host for getting the title of rogue. Hao Chuan waited for more than 10 seconds, but the system did not respond anymore. Hey, don't you get points for flirting with beautiful girls? Why don't you lose any points? Hao Chuan said to the system. There will be no points after teasing many times, please respect yourself. Hao Chuan was speechless. What do you mean by please respect yourself? You asked me to tease Tang Xi, and now you are asking me to respect myself. Are you kidding me? Hao Chuan almost gave the system the middle finger. As he watched Tang Xi walk away, Hao Chuan felt a little bored. He didn't even get any points for flirting with her. Should he still chase after her? When he thought about it, the system task was to make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms. He was just busy teasing her just now, and now he has left the impression of being a rogue on Tang Xi. It will be more difficult to take action in the future. No, you have to be a gentleman from now on. Hao Chuan chased after her again and said to Tang Xi, this area is not safe. Let me take you back. As he spoke, Hao Chuan walked in front of Tang Xi, no longer smiling and talking in a slick manner. Tang Xi did not speak, and followed behind Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when the system gave this task, there was no time limit, and the favorable impression could be cultivated slowly. Otherwise, Hao Chuan would be really at a loss. The two were strolling on the street when suddenly a red Ferrari passed by them at lightning speed and then braked suddenly and stopped in front of them. Hao Chuan subconsciously protected Tang Xi, who was also startled. But when she saw the sports car in front of her, a look of disgust appeared on her face again. The red scissor door opened, and a brightly dressed man walked down. Hao Chuan also knew this man, who was a well-known figure in Shanghai University. Shenzhi, one of the 3 young masters of Shanghai. Shenzhi is the son of the mayor and the president of the student union. Not to mention the teachers, even the principal has to nod and smile when he sees him. In addition, he is tall and fair-skinned, good at sports and good at studying. He is the idol that everyone in Shanghai University looks up to. This prince-like man was also pursuing Tang Xi. This was an open secret, but his treatment was no different from that of other male classmates, and Tang Xi was just as cold and indifferent to him. Xi, I saw it was you from a distance. He glanced at Hao Chuan, as if Hao Chuan was a human background. Where are you going? I'll take you there. No need, I'll just send her back. Hao Chuan said with a slight smile. As soon as he saw Tang Xi's frowning expression, Hao Chuan knew that Tang Xi really didn't have a good impression of Shenzhi. Tang Xi nodded to Shenzhi and said, "No, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first." Hao Chuan and Tang Xi passed by Shenzhi's sports car and were about to leave. Shenzhi was stunned. Hao Chuan looked ordinary and dressed simply. How could he be so close to Tang Xi? He kept saying we. Who is he? Shenzhi looked at Tang Xi and said. Shenzhi never took Hao Chuan seriously and was always talking to Tang Xi. Hao Chuan was a little angry. Do you think I am heir? I'm his boyfriend. Hao Chuan put his arm around Tang Xi. Tang Xi felt a little uncomfortable, but didn't struggle. I don't believe it. Shenzhi still looked at Tang Xi with a love-struck look. The pedestrians around were attracted and stopped to watch. He's my boyfriend. Tang Xi was also a little annoyed by Shenzhi's pestering. She rejected him again and again, but he kept pestering her again and again. Tang Xi said as she hugged Hao Chuan. They both looked at Shenzhi, as if Shenzhi was a tactless guy. Did you hear that? Hao Chuan raised his voice, stay away from my girlfriend from now on. Don't act like a headless fly. Shenzhi raised his head and glared at Hao Chuan, his eyes seemed to be bleeding. He doesn't deserve you. Shenzhi said word by word. His voice and expression were exactly like those in an idol drama. But these did not move Tang Xi. She held Hao Chuan's hand and whispered, "Let's go." Hao Chuan naturally hugged Tang Xi and walked towards the bus. They walked onto the bus under the gaze of Shenzhi and the others. As soon as they got on the bus, Tang Xi broke free from Hao Chuan's hand and whispered, "He can't see anymore, so there's no need to act anymore." System, look, Tang Xi is hugging me. Has my mission been completed? Hao Chuan laughed by herself, completely forgetting that Tang Xi was right next to her. Tang Xi leaned towards the window with a bit of disgust, worried that Hao Chuan would drool in the next second. Hao Chuan was still waiting for something with lifeless eyes. After waiting for a long time, the system finally spoke. Please don't deceive yourself, the Tang Xi throws herself into his arms, mission is still valid. Hao Chuan shrugged and leaned back in his chair with a helpless look on his face. Before Hao Chuan could calm down for a while, the system issued another series of voices. Chapter 9, Winning People's Hearts. Redeem the system to activate the side quest, defeat Tang Xi's rivals. Get 3 points, fail the quest, and die alone. Living alone until the end of my life? You must be so cruel. You are trying to kill me. Hao Chuan complained bitterly, turned around to look at Tang Xi again, and his eyes changed immediately. You are not a cash cow that loses points, you are sent by the system to trick me. Hao Chuan thought so, but he kept smiling. Tang Xi felt her hair growl under his gaze, and shrank to the side. Hao Chuan silently said in his heart, I am a gentleman, I am a gentleman. But before he could recite it a few times, he smelled the faint body fragrance of Tang Xi. He didn't notice it just now, but now that the two of them were sitting so close, the body fragrance of Tang Xi kept drilling into Hao Chuan's nose. Hao Chuan felt that he was about to lose control and subconsciously sat a little further to the side. Fortunately, the bus arrived at the stop not long after they sat there. Hao Chuan followed Tang Xi off the bus, but Tang Xi stopped before she took a few steps and said to Hao Chuan, "You've sent the person off, so you can go back now." Tang Xi was very cautious and was afraid that Hao Chuan would follow her to her doorstep. It's only a few steps away. I'll take you home. Hao Chuan pretended not to understand, it's a man's most basic duty and responsibility to take a beautiful woman home. Let's make it clear. I owe you money, and I also owe you a favor today. Tang Xi crossed her arms, but other than that, we have no relationship. After Tang Xi finished speaking, she strode towards an old residential area, ignoring Hao Chuan. No wonder the points are so high, it turns out the difficulty level is also high. Hao Chuan is not discouraged. Now that he has the system, is he afraid that he won't be able to chase a girl? Hao Chuan took a taxi back to his rental house and saw the clerk from the cornucopia antique shop was already waiting at the door. The guy looked at the shabby rental house in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a rich man who could easily spend hundreds of thousands of dollars would live in such a house. Hao Chuan opened the door and let the waiter in. The waiter put the antiques Hao Chuan bought on the bed, opened them carefully, and took them out one by one, saying, "Look, brother, the things are intact." As he spoke, he held a royal plum vase and exclaimed, "What a wonderful thing!" Hao Chuan became interested. "You know a lot. The guy chuckled and scratched his head. I've been an apprentice for several years, and this is all I've learned. Hao Chuan hurriedly asked the waiter's name. This guy looked to be in his early 20s, and was called Xiao Wan. He left a small mountain village a few years ago and has been working as a clerk in an antique shop ever since. Luanzi means bandit, and he has a violent temper in private, so people call him Xiao Wan. Hao Chuan said, Xiao Wan, I want to sell these things. Do you know where the market is good? Hao Chuan only has the ability to identify treasures with a discerning eye limited time, but he knows nothing about the antique market over 20 years. He bought a lot of treasures, but he was a little worried about finding someone who knew the value of the goods to sell them to. Xiao Wan thought Hao Chuan was testing him, and chuckled, of course it's the Song family auction house. There will be a large-scale auction there in a few days, and many big collectors will go. Can I send these things to this auction? Hao Chuan asked sincerely. Xiao Wan was in a bit of a dilemma, as he was just a young clerk. Although he knew many collectors, he knew them and they didn't know him. I'll get a share of the sales. Hao Chuan knew that there was no one that money couldn't get. If he couldn't get it, it meant that the money he gave wasn't enough. Xiao Wan hesitated, and Hao Chuan raised a finger. I'll give you 1%. These things are worth at least 15 million. If the auction is more competitive, the price will be even higher. Xiao Wan swallowed his saliva and said, I'll think of a way. He turned to leave, but fell to the ground. It wasn't because he didn't have enough concentration, but because he was a little dizzy from being hit by the glittering soft currency. Hao Chuan watched him get up and stumble out the door. But before he had gone far, Xiao Wan came back. I have to take something and let the people at the auction see it. Xiao Wan was asking for Hao Chuan's opinion. After all, each of these things was priceless. Hao Chuan threw the key to the rental house to Xiao Wan. You can do whatever you want with these things from now on. Just let me know when the auction starts. Xiao Wan's jaw dropped. He had only been following Hao Chuan for a while, and he already trusted him so much. Hao Chuan was a good talent scout, and he saw this talented person at first sight. Xiao Wan was about to cry. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever trusted him so much. Hao Chuan was a little dumbfounded. He simply thought Xiao Wan was reliable, and thought it was too troublesome to find a buyer for the antiques. Xiao Wan wiped her tears and said, Brother, don't worry, I will do everything beautifully. Then she walked out of the room with tears in her eyes. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of winning people's hearts and gaining 1 point. Is this another point? It seems that it is not particularly difficult to accumulate 100 points. Hao Chuan opened the system interface and clicked on the information column, which listed Hao Chuan's personal information in detail. Hao Chuan. Male, 24 years old. Level, Daosi. Skill, treasure appraisal eye cooling down. Current task, accumulate 100 million assets within 1 month and become a first-class local tyrant. Currently completed 610,000. Defeat all of Tang Xi's rivals 105. Make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms unfinished. Current points, 16. Achievements already obtained, throwing money at people, flirting with girls, being shameless, buying people's hearts. Hao Chuan was shocked. What kind of achievements are these? At the same time, he also saw a lot of information, such as Tang Xi actually had 105 suitors, and that he still had a long way to go before he could complete his wealth. But after he was discouraged, he immediately rekindled his fighting spirit. In addition to the tasks given by the system, he still had his own things to do. Chen Xiaojing had cheated on him, and this matter could not be let go. He and Chen Xiaojing had feelings for each other, and their breakup had indeed hurt Hao Chuan. He wanted to make Li Chenlin, the wealthy man that Chen Xiaojing was with, lose everything, and when Chen Xiaojing wanted to come back, he would reject her, so that she would understand what she had lost for a little vanity. However, he is still at a low level, with limited assets and connections, so it is still difficult for him to deal with Li Chenlin. However, with the system in hand, I believe that the day when he will look down on Li Chenlin will not be too far away. When Hao Chuan was planning his life, his cell phone rang. When he picked it up, he heard that it was his best friend Zhuo Weiqiang calling. Before Hao Chuan could say anything, Zhuo Weiqiang said anxiously, Hao Chuan, don't go back to school. The prince is looking for you all over the world and he will teach you a lesson. Chapter 10, Awe Without Anger. Classmate Zhuo Weiqiang called and said that the school's prince wanted to find someone to deal with Hao Chuan. This prince was the second-generation official Shenzhi who was humiliated by Hao Chuan in front of Tang Xi. I was afraid he wouldn't come. You can get points by defeating your love rival, and you can also get Tang Xi's favor. Where can you find such a good thing? Where are they? I'll be there right away. Hao Chuan ran to the school in a hurry, hoping to run into Shenzhi's men. Zhou Weiqiang held the phone for a few seconds, and before he could react, Hao Chuan had hung up. Zhou Weiqiang felt confused. Others would not have time to avoid such a thing, but why did Hao Chuan treat it like he had won the lottery? Hao Chuan took a taxi to school. Before he entered the school gate, there were already many people outside the school gate looking at him. Hao Chuan didn't know that Shenzhi had sent a group of people, each holding Hao Chuan's photo, to look for him all over the world. Fortunately, Hao Chuan's good friends pretended not to know him, so Shenzhi still didn't know where Hao Chuan lived. As soon as Hao Chuan entered the school gate, the classmates began to talk about it. It seemed that Hao Chuan would be bruised and battered in the next second. Hao Chuan was looking for Shenzhi's people all over the world, while opening the exchange system in his mind to check what skills to exchange. Vidra indestructible body? This is good, but it requires 3 points and is time limited. After beating Shenzhi, you won't get many points, so it's not worth it. Invisibility? That's good, that's good. What? You want 10 points, why don't you go out and grab them from the system? Quickly master the 18 martial arts. This one is passable and the price is not expensive, but the fighting alone is not cool enough to subdue Shenzhi. Awe-inspiring without even getting angry? What kind of skill is this? Hao Chuan flipped through several pages and finally put his finger on an inconspicuous skill on the last page. Since this skill does not require points to be paid for, you can directly click to receive it. However, it can only be used once, and you need to upgrade to purchase it permanently. Hao Chuan hesitated a little. This skill sounds good, but can I use it without spending points? I am so confused. Before Hao Chuan could think it through, several students from the physical education department surrounded him downstairs in the dormitory building. The shortest of these people is over 1.78 meters tall, and all of them have muscular bodies. Some are wearing basketball uniforms, with beads of sweat on their bodies, as if they had just finished physical work. Hao Chuan didn't know that after Shenzhi was humiliated by him, he couldn't lose his temper in front of Tang Xi in order to maintain his demeanor, so he flew into a rage when he returned to the car. He scolded several people who usually got along well with him. The prince was really angry this time. The people around him said they were friends and classmates, but in fact they were all following him because of his family's influence. Everyone knew that Shenzhi would enter the system directly after graduation, and in a few years he would become a powerful elite. How could Shenzhi bear that a person who had been pampered since childhood was humiliated by an unknown little person in front of the school beauty? "You are Hao Chuan, right?" said a gym student with his hands on his hips. Hao Chuan hadn't chosen a skill yet, but he was interrupted by these people. He received the skill that was intimidating without any anger. He cursed inwardly, wondering if there was a limit to the number of skills he could receive. For no reason, one of his skills was taken by a skill that he didn't know what it was used for. Then use this, it will intimidate you without you getting angry. Click to use. Who are you talking to? Hao Chuan said unhappily, his voice involuntarily rising to twice the volume. As soon as he said this, the situation around him suddenly changed. The faces of the several athletes who were originally so imposing suddenly changed, as if they were mice meeting a cat. It was the prince. No, it was Shenzhi who asked us to come find you. A sports student stammered. That expression and that action were just like seeing the dean of studies. Hao Chuan looked at himself in surprise, then looked around. Not only did the faces of the athletes around him change color, but even the students who were watching him also showed timid expressions. Awe-inspiring without anger. So that's what it means. This skill is amazing. Without even doing anything, he can make a group of people fall in love with his sweatpants in a matter of minutes. What are you looking at? Hao Chuan looked at the students around him and shouted, "Did your thesis pass? How's your defense preparation going?" The students around shrank their necks and ran away quickly. There were two timid athletes who also wanted to run away. Hao Chuan said coldly, "Did I let you go?" The two gym students came back and said with sad faces, "Director, we won't dare to do it again. It was Shenzhi who asked us to do it. We really won't dare to do it again. Put your hands out." Hao Chuan found a willow branch. Several sports students stretched out their hands one after another. Hao Chuan took the willow branch and hit each of them on the hand a few times, saying to each one, "Get lost." Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of bullying the weak and receiving 1 point. Ha, I have the system in my hand and I have the points. Hao Chuan looked up to the sky and roared, enjoying the draw. Suddenly, after he let a sports student go, the system prompted. Congratulations to the host, you defeated a love rival, mission completed 105. Oh, he looked at the athlete who had just finished playing, and instantly understood. It turned out that this athlete was also one of Tang Xi's suitors. No, he couldn't leave. Stop, I'll take you aside. Hao Chuan shouted, and the athlete suddenly felt like he had lost his parents, but he had to stand aside obediently. Hao Chuan whipped 3 willow branches and broke them, but he also pulled out 3 more rivals. He let the others go and asked the remaining 3 to stand aside. I'm asking you, are you also pursuing Tang Xi? Hao Chuan pointed at the 3 people with a willow branch and asked. The action was like the dean of studies, interrogating the students whether they were in a premature relationship. In fact, the 3 athletes did think so, but they still didn't understand why they were so afraid of Hao Chuan. The aura he exuded was too strong, and the oppressive feeling from the inside out made them tremble with fear. This feeling was much scarier than that of the dean of studies. No. I said. One of the athletes stammered in denial, but the other couldn't help but admit it. Everyone knows that Prince Shenzhi is pursuing Tang Xi. Even if other people are pursuing Tang Xi, they dare not let others see it, let alone admit it. Those who say they don't have it, put your hands out. Hao Chuan whipped the 2 who denied it twice. Tell us everything you know about Tang Xi. Hao Chuan held a whip, as if he was torturing an underground party member to get information. To get points, you have to make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms. To accomplish this impossible task, you have to know yourself and your enemy. The 3 athletes honestly told everything they knew about Tang Xi, and the information was as detailed as CIA files. Chapter 11, Pretend to be cool and run away. The 3 athletes honestly told everyone they knew about Tang Xi. Well, Tang Xi likes to be alone. This is indeed her style. Well, Tang Xi likes pink. Girls all like this color, right? Well, Tang Xi has a grandmother who is seriously injured and hospitalized. This is interesting. Write it down. Tang Xi lives in Unit 2, Building 13, Fumin Community, Room 501. Oh, this information is very important. Hao Chuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his satisfaction with the 3 people's attitude of being lenient towards them after they confessed. Just as he was nodding repeatedly with his hands behind his back, a countdown suddenly appeared in front of him. The system prompts that your intimidating without anger skill will expire in 10 seconds, please pay attention. Hao Chuan was no longer calm. This skill was so powerful, but before he could fully use it, the time was up. How does that saying go, pretend and then run? Right. Hao Chuan ran away at lightning speed, leaving the 3 confused athletes aside. After just a few seconds, the 3 of them came to their senses. Several people who had already slipped away also came to their senses. That's not right. That guy was unarmed and had no background. How could we be so afraid of him? Damn it. How can we survive after being beaten up by an unknown guy in front of so many people? Chase. A few people came to their senses and chased after Hao Chuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the achievement of Pretend and Run Away and receiving 1 point. Ha, this points counts. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating 3 rivals, completing the 3-hit achievement, and receiving 2 points. Ha, I got 5 points just by walking around. As Hao Chuan ran away, he clicked on the information bar. Hao Chuan. Male, 24 years old. Level, Jiaoxi. Skill, Treasure Appraisal I Cooling Down. Awesome without anger expired. Current task, accumulate 100 million assets within 1 month and become a first-class local tyrant currently completed 610,000. Defeat all of Tang Xi's rivals 105. Make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms unfinished. Current points, 16. Achievements already obtained, throwing money at people, flirting with girls, being shameless, buying people's hearts, pretending to be cool and then running away. Hao Chuan got the information that Tang Xi's grandmother was ill and hospitalized, and immediately decided to go to the hospital to gather information. The great leader once taught us that the countryside can surround the city. Hao Chuan drew inferences from one example and concluded that if he wanted to win over a girl, he should start with her elders. After arriving at the hospital, Hao Chuan quickly found out where Grandma Tang Xi's ward was. But before he entered Grandma Tang's ward, he saw another familiar face. It turned out to be Li Chenlin and his ex-girlfriend Chen Xiaojing. Hao Chuan followed them quietly, and after listening to a few words, he understood the purpose of their visit to the hospital. Chen Xiaojing was pregnant, but Li Chenlin did not plan to have the child. He had an aging wife at home, but that was not the worst thing. The worst thing was that Li Chenlin's wife had a strong family background. Half of Li Chenlin's achievements today were due to the support of his father-in-law. He dared to adopt a mistress outside, but he didn't dare to bring her home. If the tigress knew about this, she would definitely skin him alive. Chen Xiaojing started crying in front of the doctor. Li Chenlin impatiently comforted her. "You are so young. You won't be pretty if you have a baby. Get rid of it quickly. I will buy you a few limited edition bags tomorrow." Hao Chuan couldn't help shaking his head. He felt a little sorry for Chen Xiaojing. She was such a gentle and considerate girl. How could she be corrupted by the slightest corruption of money? Li Chenlin's bodyguards were standing outside the door, one of whom was Su Jie, who had been bribed by Hao Chuan. Su Jie had sharp eyes, and when he saw Hao Chuan, he hurried over. "Brother Hao, why are you here?" "Oh, I came to see your CEO Li." Hao Chuan's eyes turned and he had an idea. "How is the task I asked you to do going?" "Don't worry, I will make it beautiful." Su Jie smiled flatteringly. "Just give me a few more days." "Don't worry, I need your help with something else." Hao Chuan smiled slightly and asked Su Jie to put his ear close to him. Su Jie listened carefully and nodded. "Don't worry, I will do it right away." As he spoke, Su Jie took out his phone and called Li Chenlin's wife. Hao Chuan no longer hid and stood at the door waiting for Li Chenlin and Chen Xiaojing to come out. After a long time, and after Li Chenlin promised Chen Xiaojing many of her requests, Chen Xiaojing finally agreed to have an abortion. The two walked out of the ward, and Chen Xiaojing saw Hao Chuan at a glance. She blushed and turned around, pretending not to see him. Li Chenlin could no longer sit still. He waved his hand and signaled his bodyguard, "Get him out. Don't let me see him." Su Jie and the other two bodyguards immediately covered their stomachs and said, "Boss Li, we have stomachaches. Maybe we ate something bad." "Useless thing." Li Chenlin cursed, took out a wad of cash from his bag, and said to Hao Chuan, "Take the money and get out of here quickly. Don't let me see you." After being bribed by Hao Chuan, Su Jie did not tell Li Chenlin the truth. Li Chenlin also regarded Hao Chuan as a poor loser, and was dissatisfied and came to trouble him again. "Leave it to Chen Xiaojing." Hao Chuan didn't take the money. "You don't have to dislike it. I have something else to do. I won't accompany you." Hao Chuan turned and left, leaving the stunned Li Chenlin behind. Chen Xiaojing also raised her head and looked at Hao Chuan, who turned around gracefully. For the first time, she found Hao Chuan so mysterious and cool. But the next second, Chen Xiaojing's face changed. "You bastard!" A mighty roar came from behind Hao Chuan. "You're looking for a mistress behind my back, I'll tear your mouth apart." A woman dressed in expensive clothes but with a murderous look on her face rushed into the hospital, holding 2 kitchen knives in her hands, and rushed towards Li Chenlin. Although the scene of catching an adulterer was spectacular, Hao Chuan no longer had the heart to watch it. He knew that this was not the end. The humiliation Chen Xiaojing gave him was much more exciting than catching an adulterer. Hao Chuan took a fruit basket and walked into the ward of Tang Xi's grandmother. There was only Tang Xi's grandmother lying on the bed with a bottle hanging on her hand and sleeping with her eyes closed. Hao Chuan put down the fruit basket gently, and the old woman on the bed opened her eyes. I have to say that although Tang Xi's grandmother is quite old and has a head full of white hair, she has an elegant temperament and must have been a beauty when she was young. "Grandma, sorry to bother you." Hao Chuan smiled brightly, but there was some bitterness in his smile. After all, he had just taken revenge on his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him. "Oh, you are Chi-Chi's classmate." Grandma Tang smiled wisely and said half-jokingly, "You kids, if you can't chase Chi-Chi, don't bother to chase me. I don't really like young handsome guys. This old lady is interesting." Now that everyone has understood this, Hao Chuan is a little confused. Wait, let me see if I have any skills to deal with the old lady. Chapter 12, The Hands of Hua Tuo. "You kids, if you can't chase after Kiki, don't bother with me, an old lady. I don't actually like young handsome guys." Grandma Tang said with a smile, supporting herself to sit up. Although Grandma Tang had a good temperament, she couldn't hide her sickness. It looked like she had been in the hospital for quite a while. I don't know what disease she had. The old lady is a sensible person. Although Tang Xi is low-key, she cannot resist the hormone-filled male classmates who are targeting her. Tang Xi was a beautiful ice-cold lady who rejected all her suitors. Some people gave up, while others had evil thoughts. Some people, like Hao Chuan, set their sights on Tang Xi's grandmother. Hao Chuan scratched his head awkwardly. He had prepared a lot of words to please Grandma Tang, but looking at the current situation, Grandma Tang must have been a veteran. She must have defeated countless male students who didn't know when to advance or retreat. System, I rely on you. Hao Chuan yelled, "How come there's sand in my eyes?" and hid at the door of the ward. Look for any skills that can fool the old lady. It would be best if a few words can make the old lady happy and make her ask to marry her granddaughter to him. Hao Chuan searched for a long time but found nothing. He was still in the most basic state. There were only a few skills that could be purchased. He had no skills to deceive the old lady. Not only that, Hao Chuan also discovered that his number of skills was limited, and he could only insert 3 skills at most. If he wanted to add a new skill, he could only uninstall one of the 3 skills. If you want to use this skill in the future, you must redeem it with points. System, only 5 slots is too stingy, isn't it? Hao Chuan negotiated with the system, can you give me 2 more? Look, I've already used 2 skills, and there won't be enough slots left for fighting, showing off, picking up girls, etc. Host, please work hard to upgrade. After upgrading, you can unlock new card slots. The rigid voice of the system made Hao Chuan feel discouraged. After much hesitation, he uninstalled the ineffective skill of intimidation without anger. The Eye of Appraising Treasures was still on cooldown, so he couldn't uninstall it. He searched the skill store for a long time and found a skill called Hua Tuo's Hand, which might be of some help. According to the introduction above, this skill can cure various difficult and complicated diseases. As long as it is placed on the patient's pulse, it can control the heart pulse and improve the body's self-healing ability. In combination with acupuncture and acupressure. All of this sounds pretty cool, but it's not cheap, it costs 6 points. Damn it, a skill as powerful as invisibility only costs 10 points, but you need 6. Wait, the cooldown time is 12 hours after using it once. System, who would buy such a crappy skill? Don't risk it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If you don't make Grandma Tang obedient, how can you win Tang Xi's embrace? That's 30 points. With these 30 points, how many skills can I buy? Even if I convert them all into money, there will be 30 million. This will bring me one step closer to my goal of 100 million. This is the Hand of Hua Tuo. Click to buy. The Hand of Hua Tuo was loaded into the skill slot, and Hao Chuan felt dizzy, and then a strong current spread throughout his body. In a trance, he saw a man dressed in ancient clothes, demonstrating acupuncture and rescue to him. After only a dozen seconds, Hao Chuan came to his senses. Hua Tuo's hand had become his new skill. He couldn't help but look at his hands, and saw that his palms, which were originally rough and dark, had become white and slender. Oh my god, this is amazing. Buy a skill that can transform your body. It's a new skill worth 6 points, you must do your best. Hao Chuan returned to Grandma Tang with a smile on his face and said with a bright smile, Grandma Tang, I am Chi-Chi's classmate. I know, you can't be the old lady's classmate. Grandma Tang seemed to be in a good mood and was still joking. You misunderstood. I really came to see you. Hao Chuan moved a chair and sat down. I heard that you were well, so I came to see you. Oh. Grandma Tang still didn't quite believe it. Hao Chuan stretched out his hand to feel Grandma Tang's pulse. This posture was really a bit like that of an old Chinese doctor. Grandma Tang half believed and half doubted and handed over her wrist. Hao Chuan placed his fingers on Grandma Tang's pulse and closed his eyes to diagnose. Since it was his first time using Hua Tuo's hand, he was still a little unsure about the ability of this skill. After more than 10 seconds, Hao Chuan let go of Grandma Tang's wrist. He shook his head and said, Grandma Tang, this disease is a bit troublesome. Grandma Tang laughed and said, it's more than just trouble. The old lady has been in the hospital for more than half a year, and the doctors can't do anything about it. Hao Chuan casually mentioned several symptoms of Grandma Tang's disease, and Grandma Tang nodded and said, yes, that's it. Young man, you are amazing. Grandma Tang, this disease is probably hereditary. Hao Chuan suddenly changed the subject and got to the point. Just after taking her pulse, Hao Chuan understood what disease Grandma Tang had. It wasn't a serious disease, just an cold constitution disorder. This disease could be cured by a few doses of Chinese medicine, but Grandma Tang's body was special, or her body genes were different. When faced with this kind of special person, ordinary Chinese and Western medicine have no way to help. And this special gene is obviously not unique to Grandma Tang. Yes. It has been passed down for generations. Grandma Tang has completely believed in Hao Chuan's medical skills and couldn't help but speak from her heart. It turns out that several generations of women in Grandma Tang's family have inherited this disease. After the age of 40, people will become increasingly weak and unable to take care of themselves, until they end up paralyzed in bed like Grandma Tang. It doesn't matter that I'm an old lady and my age is too old, but it's hard for Kiki. Grandma Tang shed tears when she talked about her granddaughter. Chi sold all the valuables in the house to treat my illness. But my body is a bottomless pit. Grandma Tang held Hao Chuan's hand. Chi is a thoughtful child. She thinks she will be paralyzed for the rest of her life, so she dare not associate with me. It turns out that Tang Xi is so cold because of this relationship. This disease is not incurable. As soon as Hao Chuan said this, Grandma Tang's eyes lit up at first, then dimmed. Young man, I just want to talk to you because you look friendly and congenial. Don't try to trick me, an old lady. Whether I am lying to you or not, you will know if you let me try it. Hao Chuan was full of confidence and was eager to try it. He couldn't wait to use Hua Tuo's hand. Chapter 13, No Good Deed Can Be Rewarded. Whether I am lying to you or not, you will know if you let me try it. Hao Chuan was full of confidence and was eager to try it. He couldn't wait to use Hua Tuo's hand. Grandma Tang shook her head and smiled bitterly. Young man, if you are so confident, then give it a try. Hao Chuan helped Grandma Tang turn sideways, then closed his eyes and familiarized himself with Hua Tuo's acupoint pressing technique. Then he used both hands and pressed dozens of times on Grandma Tang's back with dazzling techniques. The blood vessels on a person's back are scattered, like a sophisticated circuit board. Hao Chuan seemed to be able to see the key points of all the circuits at a glance, and he stimulated the cold blood in Grandma Tang's body with every finger. After a few minutes, beads of sweat appeared on Hao Chuan's head. He took his hand back, found a piece of paper and quickly wrote down a prescription. We have to hurry, because Hua Tuo's hand is about to run out, and it will be 12 hours before we can use it again. He was busy writing a prescription when the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open and a bright and sweet voice said, Grandma, there's a fight going on in the hallway. It seems like they're beating up the mistress. This was clearly Tang Xi's voice, but it didn't have the aloof tone that Hao Chuan had in his mind. Instead, it was the lively and cheerful voice of a little girl. Tang Xi walked in and saw Hao Chuan at first sight. Her smiling face suddenly became cold again. What are you doing here? Tang Xi asked with a questioning look. I just want to see our grandma. Hao Chuan had already written the prescription and put it on the table, and cure Grandma's illness by the way. Who is your grandma? Tang Xi put down the lunchbox in her hand. If you keep pestering me like this, I will call the police. Tang Xi had never liked Hao Chuan, and now she was even more disgusted when she saw him sitting in front of Grandma Tang's bed. It turned out that he was just like those boys who were chasing after her, pestering her in various ways. Hao Chuan was unable to explain himself, so Grandma Tang explained, Xi, don't talk like that. The young man really came to treat me. Grandma, you don't know, he is just a rich and willful second generation. Tang Xi looked like she was sending someone away. He is not that kind. Tang Xi walked over to Grandma Tang and helped her up. Student Tang Xi, it will be boring if you talk like this. I am really here to see our grandma. When Hao Chuan saw Tang Xi come in, his eyes were full of stars, as if he could get points immediately. However, the reality is cruel. Tang Xi was full of sarcasm and did not give him a chance to explain. Your grandma is not here, go out. Tang Xi pointed at the door. Grandma Tang wanted to stop him, but Tang Xi believed that Hao Chuan had ulterior motives and was swindling people. A rich second-generation man who used money to hit people could cure diseases, especially Grandma Tang's disease. She didn't believe anyone who said it. I'll leave the prescription here. Hao Chuan shrugged, turned, and left the ward. Seeing Hao Chuan leave, Grandma Tang said earnestly, Xi, don't always be like this. I think this young man is pretty good. He gave me a massage and I really felt much better. Grandma, you're just talking nonsense. Tang Xi glanced at the door fiercely and added, no man is good. Xi, Grandma's toes seem to have feeling. Grandma Tang looked surprised, as if she had discovered something big. Tang Xi did not dare to be negligent and rolled up the quilt to expose Grandma Tang's toes. Grandma Tang, who had been paralyzed for many years, miraculously began to move her toes after Hao Chuan's acupressure massage. Tang Xi hurriedly called a doctor and a nurse. Grandma Tang's attending doctor came over and examined her, shaking his head in confusion. It was supposed to be getting worse, but now her feet and calves were starting to get better. Grandma Tang became excited. This is all thanks to that young man. He is amazing. Oh, I was so busy chatting with him that I forgot to ask his name. Tang Xi remembered it clearly, and whispered to Grandma Tang, his name is Hao Chuan, and he went to the same school as me. The attending doctor shook his head repeatedly, still not believing it. It doesn't make sense. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, it's impossible for a patient to get better immediately after a few presses. Grandma Tang had lost confidence in doctors a long time ago, so she was not interested in hearing what was said. She kept urging Tang Xi, quick, call this boy named Hao Chuan back. Tang Xi couldn't persuade her grandmother, and was really curious about how Hao Chuan cured her grandmother, so she ran out in a hurry. But Hao Chuan was nowhere to be seen, and had disappeared long ago. Grandma Tang took the prescription left by Hao Chuan as a treasure and asked Tang Xi to get the medicine according to the prescription. A few days later, Grandma Tang's condition improved more and one leg began to move independently. But this is all later. Hao Chuan was driven out of the ward by Tang Xi, and he was in a depressed mood all the way. He originally thought that he could get close to Tang Xi through Grandma Tang, but who knew that Tang Xi would not show any mercy? Fortunately, he had great confidence in Hua Tuo's hands. As long as she took the medicine according to the prescription, Grandma Tang's illness could be completely cured. By then, even without Tang Xi saying anything, Grandma Tang would have to urge her to come to him. If you ignore me today, I will make you out of my league tomorrow. Hao Chuan straightened his collar and walked out of the hospital. After walking a few steps, he saw Li Chenlin's bodyguard Su Jie waiting for him in the corner. Su Jie came up and said, "Brother, I did everything you said. The tigress in Mr. Li's family almost ate Chen Xiaojing." Chen Xiaojing's head was scratched. "I'm afraid she won't dare to go out for half a month." Hao Chuan hummed, feeling very uncomfortable. It was only a matter of time before Chen Xiaojing would end up like this. "Boss Li has announced that he wants your 2 fingers. Su Jie whispered, "Look, should I help you with this?" Su Jie took Hao Chuan's money, and now Hao Chuan is his master. Only by serving Hao Chuan well can he get more money. Just focus on collecting evidence of Li Chenlin's crimes, and don't worry about other things. Hao Chuan was not worried about Li Chenlin's revenge at all. There were many people who wanted to take revenge on him, and Li Chenlin was not the only one. After solving the problem of the hospital, Hao Chuan started to work on his own money-making plan. This was the most important thing. The system gave him a deadline of 1 month. If he couldn't complete the goal of 100 million in 1 month, he would be finished. The 2 simple words obliterate were still hovering over Hao Chuan's head. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how good you are. In order to achieve his goal, Hao Chuan once again ventured into the antique market to find more treasures before the auction. The more treasures he found, the more money he could exchange for, and the closer he was to his goal. Chapter 14, Kicked in the Head by a Donkey. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how good you are. As soon as the cooling time of the treasure appraisal was over, Hao Chuan immediately rushed to the antique market. He still had several million in cash, and he wanted to exchange all of it for treasures as soon as possible before the auction started. Others carefully select antiques when buying them, but Hao Chuan buys antiques just like buying vegetables. He walks around the antique shop, pointing at the antiques or the things in the glass cabinets. This, and that. Yes, that's the one you can't sell. The owners of the antique shops were dumbfounded. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. It is said that the rich are stupid and have a lot of money, and it is true. Others only pick the good ones, but Hao Chuan is different. He only picks the ones that no one wants. Only Hao Chuan knew that those inconspicuous things were the real treasures. If these shop owners knew that the treasures they bought cheaply were sold so easily, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. In order to make money, Hao Chuan worked very hard. He didn't care about anything else, and he set out at a fixed time every day to wander around the major antique markets and buy goods everywhere. Within a few days, all the antiques that were not valued in the antique market in Shanghai City were bought back by Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan slept at night to cool down the skill of the treasure appraisal and used it at full power during the day. He persisted in this way for 3 days, and the system suddenly prompted Hao Chuan. Congratulations to the host. Due to your proficient use of the treasure appraisal the skill has been upgraded. The usage time is extended and the cooldown time is shortened by half. This news instantly excited Hao Chuan, who was already extremely exhausted. It turned out that skills could be upgraded. This was possible. It would be great if the Eye of Treasures could be upgraded to have no cooldown. Hao Chuan's new assistant Xiao Wan has also been dumbfounded these days. Hao Chuan is so hungry for antiques that he almost goes to the extent of buying them to death. Boss, if you keep buying like this, the antique market in Shanghai City will explode. Xiao Wan said carefully. Hao Chuan's eyes have been bloodshot these past 2 days, and if he gets angry accidentally, he will be in trouble. I'm buying mine, why are they so angry? Hao Chuan didn't care. He didn't know that the antique market was going crazy. There was a story about a rich second-generation man whose brain was kicked by a donkey, who specialized in buying broken antiques and paid very high prices. For a while, all the small antique dealers wandering around Shanghai City crowded in, wanting to sell their unsold items to Hao Chuan. These little gangs all knew about it, but they just didn't dare to say it directly. Now he was a little suspicious, because many things were indeed tattered in his opinion. Hao Chuan was full of confidence. Don't worry, experts will understand these things at a glance. Xiao Wan became worried and said, Boss, you can't stand running back and forth like this every day. Hao Chuan's tears fell. I didn't want to run away for a long time. Others have a system that allows them to eat and drink delicious food. His system is better. Not only does it give tasks, it also gives wanted orders. If you fail to complete the goal, you will be killed. Having said that, you still have to run when you should run and buy when you should buy. Xiao Wan counted the antiques that Hao Chuan had recently bought crazily, a total of more than 650 pieces. Hao Chuan roughly calculated that if all of them could be sold, the value would be between 55 million and 60 million. Damn, we are still a long way from the goal of 100 million. Hao Chuan checked his account balance and found that it was less than 1 million yuan. He was short of money to buy another batch of antiques. Hao Chuan scratched his head, feeling a little worried. There was still a deficit of more than 50 million yuan. Where could he find the money? Otherwise, Tang Xi should hurry up, after all, she has 30 points. If all of them are converted into cash, there will be 30 million. Although it is not easy, the rewards are greater. However, even if I get those 30 points, there is still a gap of more than 10 million. Where can I make up for it? Just when Hao Chuan was at a loss, there was a knock on the door of his rental house. A wretched man with glasses smiled flatteringly. Excuse me, is Mr. Hao home? What do you mean so little? So much. I don't know him. Hao Chuan slammed the door in annoyance. But before the noise was quiet for a minute, someone knocked on the door again. A fat man wrapped in a small bag said with a chuckle, Excuse me, is Mr. Hao home? Can the boss live in a rental house? No such person, get out. Hao Chuan slammed the door again. He was in a bad mood these past 2 days, and even Xiao Wan, who was known for his violent temper, didn't dare to provoke Hao Chuan. I don't know what was wrong with the people outside. They were knocking on the door frantically, and 2 people came in succession to ask about young master of the Hao family and young master Hao. Hao Chuan got angry and pushed open the door and shouted, Fuck you, is this going to end? He roared, and then was stunned by the scene before him. He rented a simple building with a small courtyard. At this time, the courtyard was crowded with people, and the stairs were also filled with all kinds of people. These people were holding porcelain bottles or bronze wares. They were all antique dealers. What's going on? Hao Chuan sent Xiao Wan down to ask around. Xiao Wan ran down to ask around and then came back with a sad face. Boss, if you keep buying like this, something bad will happen. Xiao Wan pointed at the antique dealer outside and said, People who buy antiques from all around have come here, some even came from the farthest part of Shandong. They all want to sell antiques to you. Hao Chuan laughed at first, but then he frowned. Of course he wanted valuable antiques, but he didn't have much money. Thinking that he only had a little over 1 million left, Hao Chuan suddenly had an idea and explained everything to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan was a clerk in an antique shop. He had more experience than Hao Chuan in dealing with such situations and negotiating with these people. Xiao Wan stood outside the door and said to everyone, Our boss said that antiques will be collected here. Line up according to where you came from and go in one by one. Hao Chuan moved a table and sat down, waiting for the antique seller to come. The first one to come up was the fat man from Shandong, holding an animal head incense burner, asking for 100,000. If it was completed, Hao Chuan would definitely buy it without hesitation. This item looked inconspicuous, simple in shape, and a little damaged. But his eye for treasure appraisal knew that this item was very old and had an ancient shape. If it was sold well, the market price would be between 700,000 and 900,000. 5,000. How Chuan slammed the table. People outside say that you spend money lavishly. You bargain too hard. The fat man had a sad face. He listened to the introduction of his colleagues and ran here from afar, just to sell this thing that could not be bought. But when it came to Hao Chuan, he still couldn't sell it for a high price. Do you want to stay? If not, go out and close the door. Hao Chuan winked at Xiao Wan, who opened the door and waited to see the guest off. Chapter 15 Gift Pack. Do you want to stay? If not, go out and close the door. Hao Chuan winked at Xiao Wan, who opened the door and waited to see the guest off. The fat man hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to leave the incense burner. Hao Chuan asked Xiao Wan to pay with cash, sent the fat man away, and called out to the door, "Next." Many people came here thinking that Hao Chuan was stupid and rich, and the things they brought were also of varying quality. 4 out of 10 were fake antiques, so Hao Chuan slammed the table and told them to get out. I am a rich man, but I am not a blockhead. Some people were holding on to their treasures, but Hao Chuan pushed them too hard to sell them. Hao Chuan suddenly had an idea and asked Xiao Wan to withdraw all the money from the card and put it next to him. With so much cash in hand, those who had hesitated for a long time finally agreed to sell the treasure to Hao Chuan at a low price of several thousand yuan. It is said that society is developed now, but there are still many people who do not know the value of things. At the end of this day, Hao Chuan bought more treasures than he would have bought in a day and a half at the antique market, and he did not spend much money. Looking at the remaining 200,000 or 300,000 yuan on the table, Hao Chuan rubbed his thigh and told Xiao Wan, "Close the door. That's it for today. I won't accept any more." There were many antique dealers waiting outside the door, and they all wailed when they heard that Hao Chuan was going to close the door. Hao Chuan doesn't care about this. He has to make money and take care of his body. Besides, the eye of treasure appraisal is about to reach its cooling time. Xiao Wan closed the door of the rental house without any hesitation and began to count the antiques in the house. Now the number of antiques has increased by more than 100 pieces, and the value is already over 80 million. Hao Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked Xiao Wan, "How is the auction I asked you to inquire about?" Xiao Wan scratched his head and said, "I have contacted the manager of the auction. He said that the latest auction has been arranged and a dozen antiques can be temporarily inserted, but for other large quantities, we need to arrange another time and relist and promote them." This time it was Hao Chuan's turn to be confused. The auction had its own rules. If there were a large number of antiques to be sold, the auction would send an auctioneer to identify the antiques, confirm their authenticity, take photos, and print them into brochures to distribute, especially to collectors. Arrange a time and place, and then conduct auctions one by one. Is it so troublesome? Hao Chuan only wanted to buy antiques and then exchange them for money, but it would take time to exchange antiques for money. When will these messy things be resolved? Hao Chuan continued to ask. The manager of the Song family auction house said that the next auction will be scheduled in half a year. After Xiao Wan finished speaking, Hao Chuan was also dumbfounded. Half a year later? The system gave him a month's deadline. Half a year later, even if these antiques could be sold for 200 million, it would have nothing to do with him. Hao Chuan learned from his mistakes and realized that he had thought too simply before. He spent all his money at once. Now it seemed that it would be difficult to cash in these antiques within a month. Xiao Wan. Hao Chuan called Xiao Wan over and said, "If I let you open an antique shop on your own, can you take care of it?" Xiao Wan's eyes widened. He immediately understood what Hao Chuan meant and knew that this was a huge opportunity. He nodded heavily, "As long as the boss trusts me, I will definitely be able to do it well." Hao Chuan looked at Xiao Wan. He had only been with Xiao Wan for a few days, but he liked Xiao Wan's straightforward personality very much, although he didn't know much about her, but his intuition told him that Xiao Wan was reliable. To achieve great things, one must not be too particular about trivial matters. At this point, Hao Chuan no longer hesitated. With the remaining 200,000, you can open an antique shop. I'll be the owner and you'll be the manager. Hao Chuan patted Xiao Wan's shoulder, his eyes full of hope. "Boss, what should we sell?" Although Xiao Wan guessed it, he still had to confirm it first. "Just sell these things we collected." Hao Chuan waved his hand and pointed at the rental house full of antiques that had nowhere to go. "Aren't we going to the auction?" Xiao Wan asked. I'll pick out a dozen of the most expensive ones, and the rest. Hao Chuan shook his head. If he couldn't collect 100 million in a month, the rest would have nothing to do with him. We'll put the rest in our antique shop and sell them slowly. This is not a one-time deal, we need to do it steadily over the long term. Hao Chuan said earnestly. Xiao Wan admired her and said, Boss, you are really thoughtful. Hao Chuan was devastated. If I had thought carefully, I would not have bought antiques. It would have been much better for me to use the money to speculate in stocks. Who knew that exchanging antiques for money would be so troublesome? Hao Chuan picked out a dozen precious antiques and asked Xiao Wan to send them to the auction house. The value of these dozen antiques should be between 20 million and 25 million. I originally planned to exchange for an antique worth 80 million, but now I can only exchange for more than 20 million. This gap is quite big. I have to find another way to get the money. Congratulations to the host for achieving the farsightedness achievement and being rewarded with 1 point. Hao Chuan clicks on the system information interface. Hao Chuan. Male, 24 years old. Level, Daosi. Skill, treasure appraisal I cooling down. Hua Tuo's hand usable. Current task, accumulate 100 million assets within 1 month and become a first-class local tyrant currently completed 2810,000. Defeat all of Tang Xi's rivals 3105. Make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms unfinished. Current points, 17. Achievements already obtained, throwing money at people, flirting with girls, being shameless, buying people's hearts, pretending to be powerful and running away, bullying the weak, and being far-sighted. Looking at this information, Hao Chuan suddenly felt discouraged. With so few points, his wealth value dropped rapidly. However, he had a lot of messy achievements. Xiao Wan was very efficient and found an antique shop that was about to close down that day. Hao Chuan kept tens of thousands of yuan as working capital and gave the rest to the owner of the antique shop. Xiao Wan asked someone to move all the antiques in the rental house to the store, and then sent the dozen or so antiques selected by Hao Chuan to the auction house. This trip took another day. The antique shop needs to be renovated before it can be opened, which requires money. This means that the antiques can be sold at auction houses. Looking at the shabby antique shop, Hao Chuan was filled with emotion. He was a poor guy with nothing a few days ago, but now he has his own business and tens of millions of antiques. This is just the beginning. My brilliant life has just begun, and there is still a long way to go. Hao Chuan and Xiao Wan stood at the door of the antique shop with their hands on their hips, looking very high-spirited. Suddenly, the system in Hao Chuan's mind cheered, and then a big gift bag with fireworks appeared in front of Hao Chuan. To congratulate the host on successfully owning his own business, the system randomly gives away a gift package. Please click to receive it. Hao Chuan chuckled and said, This is possible. Chapter 16 The Prince appears. To congratulate the host on successfully owning his own business, the system randomly gives away a gift package. Please click to receive it. The system came with a big gift package, which really surprised Hao Chuan. He quickly clicked to receive it, imagining that a dragon-slaying sword might fall out of the gift package in the next second. There were many people on the street, so Hao Chuan ran upstairs to the antique shop and clicked to receive the gift package. As soon as the gift package was opened, a snow-white puppy fell into his arms. The puppy had its eyes wide open, looking very cute, and not at all shy. It barked at Hao Chuan with its tongue hanging out. If he wasn't afraid that the puppy would hit the flowers and plants, he would have thrown the dog into the street. System, your joke is not funny at all. Hao Chuan put the puppy on the ground, but the puppy seemed to have determined that Hao Chuan was its owner and kept circling around Hao Chuan. This puppy was specially selected to protect the host's safety. Please treat it well. Looking at the puppy that looked like a hydrangea, Hao Chuan had a lot of question marks in his head. It protects me, so I protect it. Hao Chuan looked disgusted. People who eat dog meat would not even look down on a pet dog like this. The system gift package has been sent. Please continue to concentrate on completing your goals. The cold voice of the system echoed in Hao Chuan's mind. Well, system, let me discuss something with you. Hao Chuan started to think crookedly. Look, the antiques in my hand are worth about 100 million. Is my mission considered accomplished? Items cannot be exchanged for money. The host is still 99,980,000 away from the target. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system was not fooled by Hao Chuan and gave a simple and clear answer. Hao Chuan had not had any hope in the first place, and now after hearing such an answer he could only sigh and shake his head. When he walked downstairs, he found that the puppy was still following him. Xiao Wan also saw the puppy and said with a smile, "Boss, even if you want to find a guard dog, you can't find a puppy like this." Hao Chuan thought for a moment and said to Xiao Wan, "You're right. I hired this puppy to guard the house." He squatted down, pointed at the warehouse behind the antique shop, and said, "Go, watch that warehouse, and if anyone dares to get close, you will bite them to death." The puppy seemed to understand what people were saying. It turned around and ran to the warehouse door. Xiao Wan was amused and said, "This puppy is interesting and can be played with." Hao Chuan also felt that the puppy was quite obedient, but he didn't know if it was as powerful as the system said. After disappearing for several days, he had to go back to school. Firstly, he was waiting for his diploma, and secondly, he had many classmates and friends to reminisce about their youth and have a drink to say goodbye. A few days ago, he used his intimidating skills to deal with a group of athletes. He thought it was just a small episode, insignificant compared to what he was doing. However, the news had spread like wildfire in the school, saying that Hao Chuan had challenged 10 sports students and beat them so badly that they had to flee in panic. Hao Chuan returned to school and once again received strange looks from the students. Zhou Weiqian was the first to see Hao Chuan, and hurriedly pulled him aside, whispering, "The prince is still looking for you. You are going to die." Zhou Weiqian also heard about Hao Chuan's deeds, but he refused to believe it. He knew too well what kind of person Hao Chuan was. Not to mention a single athlete, even half of the athletes could have singled him out. "Why can't I get through to you on the phone these 2 days?" Zhou Weiqian pulled Hao Chuan back to the dormitory in a concealed manner. "I've been busy these 2 days and don't have time to answer the phone." Hao Chuan was telling the truth. He had been busy buying antiques these days and had spent millions. How could he not be tired? "Don't say anything. I'll cover you out." Zhou Weiqian was worried that Shenzhi would bring people to find him. "You can hide for a few days. If you are caught by the prince, you will be finished. You can pick on anyone else, but you have to pick on the second generation of an official." "What prince? What eunuch?" Hao Chuan didn't care. There was no way he could hide from him. "Don't bother talking. I haven't eaten in the cafeteria for a few days. I missed the steamed buns stuffed with wheat from school." Hao Chuan, who hadn't had a proper meal for several days, walked past Zhou Weiqian and ran towards the cafeteria. Zhou Weiqian slapped his thigh and hurriedly chased after him. Hao Chuan ran to the cafeteria, ordered the usual amount of food for 2 people, found a table, sat down and started eating like a starving ghost. Hao Chuan figured it out. It was not realistic to save 100 million just by selling antiques. He had to find another way. He just wanted to have a meal at school and say hello to his best friends. However, things just didn't let him be simple. As soon as he showed up in the cafeteria, he attracted a lot of attention. Someone had already quietly notified Shenzhi, and this time he was definitely going to catch Hao Chuan in the act. Hao Chuan ate and ate without restraint. Zhou Weiqian shook his head and sighed as he watched from the side. He considered his words carefully and said, "I heard that you broke up with Chen Xiaojing." Hao Chuan nodded, still chewing something in his mouth. "Are you okay?" Zhou Weiqian counseled Hao Chuan, "The old doesn't go away until the new comes. We all have to separate after graduation. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight, and we'll be heroes again tomorrow." Hao Chuan tried hard to swallow what he had in his mouth, and laughed, "I like what you said. I'll treat you tonight. Let's go to the most expensive 5-star hotel." Zhou Weiqian touched Hao Chuan's head and said, "You don't have a fever. Didn't you give all the money you saved to Chen Xiaojing? Do you still have money to treat us to a meal? It's just a small amount of money." Hao Chuan was really polite. Even if he was poor now, he could easily exchange 1 point for 1 million. It was just that he saved the points and waited to exchange them for things, so he was reluctant to spend them. "It's broken, go." Hao Chuan had just finished eating half his meal when Zhou Weiqian suddenly pulled him away. When he looked up, he saw Shenzhi and a few other people coming towards him with great momentum, obviously coming for Hao Chuan. "The prince is here." Zhou Weiqian wanted to pull Hao Chuan, but found that he couldn't pull him. "Even if the emperor comes, he has to wait for me to finish my meal," Hao Chuan said slowly while holding up a bowl of noodle soup. "If you don't leave now, I'll have to feed you in the future." Zhou Weiqian was very disappointed with Hao Chuan. He thought that Hao Chuan was too heartbroken after losing love and wanted to commit suicide. "Where are you going?" A tall male classmate stopped Zhou Weiqian. "The prince wants to talk to you, so stay away if you have nothing to do." The male student pointed at Zhuo Weiqiang, who couldn't help swallowing his saliva. These people relied on Shenzhi's father's power to run rampant in the school. They beat up students, and the students had no place to complain. But facing such a situation, Zhuo Weiqiang still did not leave. He slowly stood up and tried to plead, "Classmate, Hao Chuan recently broke up with his lover, so he accidentally offended the prince. Please help him." Chapter 17 Unbelievable. Classmates, Hao Chuan recently broke up with his lover, so he accidentally offended the prince. Please help him. Zhuo Weiqiang stood up and pleaded for Hao Chuan. Table, I'm sober. Please sit aside and I'll take care of this matter. Hao Chuan wiped his mouth and said to Zhuo Weiqiang. Table is Zhuo Weiqiang's nickname. Good, that's tough. The tall male classmate next to him gave a thumbs up. Zhuo Weiqiang was anxious and surprised when he saw Hao Chuan was so calm. He sat down next to him, holding the rice bowl in his hand, waiting for the fight to start and save Hao Chuan. Shenzhi came over with a few gym students. Some of them were the ones Hao Chuan had dealt with a few days ago. One gym student whispered, "Brother Chen, this guy is very evil. When he glared at us that day, our calves were cramped." You still have the nerve to say that. You guys were actually scared away by a pretty boy. Shenzhi cursed in a low voice. Hao Chuan sat up straight without even turning his head. While waiting for Shenzhi to come over, he slowly glanced at the skills in the system mall. Which one should I use to deal with Shenzhi? I have already used the intimidation without anger method, which is not new. The 18 martial arts method is a quick way to learn, and the cost performance is good, but you have to stand up to hit someone, and you have just eaten, so it is better not to exercise. If he encountered other things, Hao Chuan would probably hesitate whether to buy a new skill. After all, he only had 3 card slots, and now there was only 1 empty space, so the choice of this skill was crucial. But facing Shenzhi, Hao Chuan did not hesitate. It would be worth spending 20 points, not to mention 10 points, to slap the face of this arrogant second-generation official. On the surface, Shenzhi is a good student and active in activities. He is the president of the student union and the pioneer of the school basketball team. But these are all superficial phenomena. In his heart, Shenzhi is still a playboy with corrupt morals. Last year, there were rumors that Shenzhi had gotten an art teacher at the school pregnant. The school, for the sake of Shenzhi's father's face, not only settled the matter quietly, but also fired the teacher. Hao Chuan knew that this was not just a rumor, but a fact. If there was no system, Hao Chuan might never be taken seriously by Shenzhi, but now it is different. Hao Chuan does not intend to keep quiet. Either Shenzhi, don't provoke me, or if you provoke me, I will teach you a lesson. Let you know what it means that God is watching what you do. Do you still recognize me? Shenzhi sat down in front of Hao Chuan. I have some impression. Hao Chuan pretended to be confused. Oh, I remember now. Aren't you the one who chased Chi-Chi that day? I don't allow you to call her name like that. Shenzhi slammed the table. Only I can call her like that. I'm her boyfriend. Actually, I don't call her that in private. I usually call her little darling. Hao Chuan shrugged. I didn't expect Shenzhi to be so infatuated with Tang Xi. The way he called her Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi was really heartbreaking. Watch your mouth. Shenzhi felt like his lungs were about to be drained of air. He worked so hard to pursue Tang Xi, but somehow, Hao Chuan suddenly appeared out of nowhere and quickly won over Tang Xi, making her admit that Hao Chuan was her boyfriend. Of course Shenzhi would not believe it, but he just couldn't stand Hao Chuan being so close to Tang Xi. Moreover, Hao Chuan humiliated him in front of Tang Xi. Are you okay? If you're okay, I want to order some shredded pork with fish flavor. Hao Chuan crossed his arms and looked at Shenzhi. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Shenzhi looked at Hao Chuan and tried to suppress his anger. If you help me chase Tang Xi, I'll give you another 100,000 yuan. Then I'll give you 1 million. Hao Chuan looked at Shenzhi with interest. Go get me a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork. Don't be shameless. Shenzhi began to threaten Hao Chuan. Don't wait for me to negotiate with you with my fists. Sometimes you play the good cop, sometimes you play the bad cop. Aren't you tired? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Hao Chuan leaned back in his chair and raised his feet on the table. Everyone was stunned by Hao Chuan's arrogant aura, and the students who were quietly observing from the surroundings were also stunned. Where does this Hao Chuan come from? He is even more arrogant than the prince. You have the guts. Shenzhi didn't finish his words, and suddenly stood up with a smile on his face. Chi-Chi, come and have dinner. Tang Xi came over with a plate of food. She had just entered the cafeteria and didn't know what was going on. After being stopped by Shenzhi, she wanted to turn around and leave impatiently. Whenever Shenzhi showed up, Tang Xi had a headache. This prince was always showing off his scumbag appearance when he was caring for her. It made Tang Xi feel sick. Tang Xi had also heard about the bad things Shenzhi had done over the years. She had always tried to keep her distance from him. Tang Xi nodded slightly, and when she was about to leave, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. After taking the medicine prescribed by Hao Chuan, Grandma Tang's condition gradually improved. Tang Xi had long wanted to ask Hao Chuan about how to treat her and what medicine to take next. But Hao Chuan disappeared for several days, and Tang Xi couldn't find him anywhere in the world. However, she did hear a lot of rumors about him, saying that he defeated 7 or 8 sports students by himself. Tang Xi was angry and anxious. It was the first time she wanted to find a man so desperately. Tang Xi walked over quickly, and when she saw that it was indeed Hao Chuan, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Shenzhi was stunned by Tang Xi's sudden smile. Tang Xi's beauty is not only in appearance, but also in a unique temperament. This temperament makes Shenzhi infatuated and makes him dream of seeing Tang Xi smile. But he never dreamed that Tang Xi was smiling at Hao Chuan, not him. "Why are you here?" Tang Xi felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had misunderstood Hao Chuan before, and now she had something to ask him for help. "I called, why didn't you answer?" "I don't have time," Hao Chuan said unhappily. He didn't care about Tang Xi's 30 points now. "Come here for a moment, I have something to talk to you in private," Tang Xi said in a low voice. Hao Chuan also understood that Tang Xi wanted to talk about her and Grandma Tang's illness. But to others, these few sentences between the two were simply a naked display of affection. Shenzhi's eyes almost popped out and his jaw dropped open. But from beginning to end, Tang Xi never looked at him. "No, can't you see we are talking about something?" Hao Chuan didn't even turn his head and stretched the plate in his hand behind him, in the direction of Tang Xi. "Give me a portion of shredded pork with fish flavor and a small bowl of rice." Everyone looked at Tang Xi to see how she would respond. Hao Chuan's indifferent attitude and Tang Xi's soft and gentle expression were enough to surprise people. What was even more surprising was that Tang Xi gritted her teeth and took the plate. Now, if you say Hao Chuan and Tang Xi are not a couple, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Chapter 18, Husband and Wife Follow. "Give me a serving of shredded pork with fish flavor and a small bowl of rice." Hao Chuan handed the plate to Tang Xi without even looking back, looking like a strong husband teaching his weak wife a lesson. Tang Xi's face turned pale and then red, and then red and then pale. Many people in the cafeteria were secretly observing this place, watching Tang Xi's every move. If it were any other time, Tang Xi would have thrown the plate and left. But she couldn't do that now. Grandma Tang still depended on Hao Chuan for her illness. Maybe Hao Chuan could also cure her own illness. The image of an iceberg beauty that she had accumulated over the years finally had a flaw at this moment. Tang Xi knew that everyone would misunderstand her, but she still had to take the plate from Hao Chuan. Shenzhi held his chin for a long time. Is this still the Tang Xi he knew? Tang Xi should always be cool and charming, and never show any color to anyone. But now she is actually listening to Hao Chuan's instructions. Wait a minute. Hao Chuan seemed unsatisfied with the result, another bowl of noodle soup. Tang Xi obediently walked up to Hao Chuan and took the bowl away from beside Hao Chuan's raised feet. Under the gaze of the students in the cafeteria, Tang Xi walked up to the cafeteria auntie with her tray. The cafeteria lady was also a jokester. She said to Tang Xi, "Hey, come and get food for your boyfriend." The lady looked at the dish that had not been cleaned yet and said, "Your boyfriend has a big appetite." Tang Xi had never been so embarrassed before. She lowered her head, as if others would not recognize her. At the dining table, Hao Chuan and Shenzhi were still confronting each other. Shenzhi looked at Tang Xi's background, and her expression of wanting to cry stunned many of her female classmates. Hao Chuan knocked on the table and said, "Hey, Shenzhi, can you pay attention when I'm talking?" Shenzhi's eyes changed when he looked at Hao Chuan. He didn't take Hao Chuan seriously before, and didn't regard him as a love rival at all, but now he doesn't think so. In Tang Xi's eyes, Hao Chuan has a very high status, at least higher than Shenzhi's. This makes Shenzhi jealous and crazy. He originally just wanted to bribe Hao Chuan and let Hao Chuan help him pursue Tang Xi. But now he has changed his mind, he wants Hao Chuan to disappear from the school forever. Hao Chuan's existence for just 1 second is an insult and blow to Shenzhi. You. Shenzhi pointed at Hao Chuan for a long time and was speechless. You wait. Shenzhi left with his men, attracting as much attention as when he came. However, this time, all the students looked at him with a little more surprise. Shenzhi couldn't stay there for even a second. He looked back at Tang Xi and walked in the opposite direction. Shenzhi, who had been dominating the entire Songhai city, has now been defeated, and he was defeated by Hao Chuan, a little-known figure. Zhou Weiqiang watched Shenzhi lead his men away, and his heart finally settled down. He approached Hao Chuan and whispered, "When did you hook up with the ice beauty?" "You didn't even tell me." Zhou Weiqiang wanted to gossip a little more, but Tang Xi came over with her meal. "Your meal." Although Tang Xi didn't get angry, she was still a little resentful. This Hao Chuan was clearly trying to make trouble for her. Hao Chuan took the plate and continued to eat voraciously. After a few minutes, as if he had just remembered, he looked up and said to Tang Xi, "Thank you." He took a few more bites of rice and said vaguely, "Girlfriends are great. The portion of the shredded pork with fish sauce is really generous." "Slow down, you look like a starving ghost," Zhou Weiqiang said in a low voice. He sat up straight, trying to leave a good impression on Tang Xi. But Tang Xi didn't even look at him, she just looked at Hao Chuan with resentment. Most of the people in the cafeteria were also looking at Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan ate everything on his plate as if no one was around, wiped his mouth, and said, "Not bad, not bad. I haven't eaten so full in a few days." Tang Xi opened her mouth to speak, but Hao Chuan interrupted her with his hand, turned around and said to Zhou Weiqiang, "It's settled. I'll treat you tonight, and you'll be responsible for inviting our buddies. I'll call you when the time comes." Having said that, Hao Chuan stood up and walked towards the door. Tang Xi was speechless and just sat there, not knowing what to do. "What are you standing there for? Let's go," Hao Chuan said, turning around. "Where, going?" Tang Xi didn't understand what Hao Chuan meant. "Where else can we go?" "Go see our grandma," Hao Chuan said impatiently. Tang Xi hadn't come yet, but he already knew what Tang Xi wanted to talk to him about. Oh. Tang Xi was infected by Hao Chuan's aura. She couldn't even recover from the shock. She packed her things in a hurry and followed Hao Chuan out the door. Zhou Weiqiang was stunned. Hao Chuan and Tang Xi's husband-wife relationship could definitely make the headlines in the school newspaper. "Let's go see our grandma." The students in the cafeteria saw that the protagonists of the previous confrontation had left, and couldn't help but repeat what Hao Chuan had just said. Hao Chuan and Tang Xi, they are getting ready to get married. Hao Chuan had just walked out of the cafeteria. The system suddenly prompted him. Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang Xi's 5 rivals, completing a gorgeous 5-hit combo, and earning 6 points. Current completion progress 8105, current points 22. Congratulations to the host for achieving the domineering aura achievement and being rewarded with 1 point. The current point is 23. Hao Chuan was secretly happy. He didn't expect that the farce in the cafeteria just now would actually give him 7 points. It seems that he is used to being low-key, so it's not bad to be high-profile occasionally. Tang Xi followed behind Hao Chuan, silently. The two came to the hospital without saying a word. When Grandma Tang saw Hao Chuan, she immediately smiled. "Hey, Hao Chuan, you haven't come to see Grandma for 2 days." Grandma Tang became so enthusiastic that Hao Chuan was a little overwhelmed. Hao Chuan exchanged a few pleasantries with Grandma Tang, but there was no more politeness. He clicked on the hand of Hua Tua skill and massaged Grandma Tang's acupoints for a while. Tang Xi was stunned watching from the side. Hao Chuan's technique and speed were just like acrobatics. It was dazzling. Now Tang Xi no longer dared to doubt Hao Chuan's medical skills. Hao Chuan hurriedly wrote a new prescription, and then wrote down the specific methods of taking and decocting the medicine on paper. Hand of Hua Tua has only been used once, and its level is very low, so it can only be used for a short time, but the cooling time is 12 hours. In this case, Hao Chuan is only allowed to treat 1 patient per day. After receiving acupuncture massage from Hao Chuan, Grandma Tang became more energetic and ruddy, as if she had suddenly become 10 years younger. She held Hao Chuan's hand tightly, as if she was holding her beloved grandson. Chapter 19 Auction House. After Hao Chuan treated Grandma Tang, she took Hao Chuan's hand and said warmly and earnestly, "Hao Chuan, come and see Chi too." Grandma Tang is still thinking about her granddaughter. Tang Xi will also inherit the family disease. If Hao Chuan can cure her before Tang Xi gets sick, it will not only fulfill the old lady's wish, but also possibly help to untie Tang Xi's knot. Tang Xi stood aside. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were full of anticipation. Tang Xi knew from a young age that her second half of life would be paralyzed. However, she was cute and popular since she was young, which made her feel very disappointed. Slowly, she began to isolate herself, never contacting boys, and later not contacting anyone. An iceberg beauty, not only is her appearance cold, but her body and heart are cold as well. Hao Chuan hesitated for a few seconds. It was not that he did not want to treat Tang Xi. It was just that his Huaitua hand had just been used up, and now he was just an ordinary person who knew nothing. Grandma Tang, you should take care of your body first. Hao Chuan comforted Grandma Tang. As for Chi-Chi's illness, we can take it slowly. Hao Chuan, do you think it's a disadvantage to treat Grandma? Grandma Tang got anxious when she heard Hao Chuan refusing. You treat Chi-Chi, Grandma won't treat you unfairly. Grandma Tang winked at Tang Xi, meaning for her to come over and say a few nice words. Tang Xi stood still, her pride did not allow her to bow to Hao Chuan. But Grandma Tang was still urging Tang Xi, Chi-Chi, what are you standing there for? Come here quickly and let Hao Chuan take a look at your illness. Tang Xi raised her head, tears flashing in her eyes. In her eyes, Hao Chuan was threatening her with his illness, which made her feel humiliated and unwilling. She couldn't offend Hao Chuan because Grandma Tang's illness had just improved and she still needed his treatment. Hao Chuan immediately understood Tang Xi's misunderstanding. He laughed, grabbed Grandma Tang's hand, and said with a smile, Grandma Tang, don't worry. What I mean is that I spent too much energy massaging you today. If I want to see other patients, I have to wait until tomorrow. Really? Grandma Tang was skeptical. Tomorrow. Hao Chuan had no choice but to promise in front of Grandma Tang, I will come to see you tomorrow and treat Chi-Chi in front of you. After Hao Chuan said this, Grandma Tang felt relieved. Hao Chuan was very calm and comforted Grandma Tang for a few more words before he wanted to run away. Tang Xi stood there blankly the whole time, unable to say a word. It was not until Hao Chuan was about to leave that Grandma Tang said to Tang Xi, Chi-Chi, hurry up and see Hao Chuan off. Hao Chuan walked in front, and Tang Xi followed behind. As soon as they left the ward, Hao Chuan turned around and said, okay, you can go back now. He said it as a matter of course, as if visiting Grandma Tang was just a routine matter. In fact, Hao Chuan's mind was not on this at the moment. He still had a goal of 100 million to complete, and it was not the right time to flirt with Tang Xi. This is to pay you back. Tang Xi handed a card to Hao Chuan. Now that Grandma Tang has Hao Chuan's medicine, the expensive surgery and recuperation originally planned are no longer necessary. The money that Tang Xi prepared for Grandma Tang has now all been used up. There was more than 300,000 yuan on this card. Even if he paid back the 200,000 yuan that Hao Chuan had lent him, he would still have 100,000 yuan left. The extra money is considered as your medical fee. Tang Xi wanted to save some face in front of Hao Chuan. The medicine I prescribed has a lot of expensive herbs. You can keep this money to buy medicine for Grandma Tang. Hao Chuan did not take the card from Tang Xi. I'll come again tomorrow. Hao Chuan strode away, leaving Tang Xi behind. Tang Xi looked at Hao Chuan's back as he left and fell silent. She really couldn't see through Hao Chuan, as if he was full of unsolvable mysteries. Tang Xi gritted her teeth and decided to find another way to repay Hao Chuan. She didn't want to owe Hao Chuan anything, just like she didn't want any man to get close to her. Hao Chuan is not pretending to be mysterious this time, he really has something to do. He had sent more than a dozen antiques to the auction house this morning, and now he had to keep an eye on them. These dozen antiques would be the startup capital for his next plan, and they were too important to him. After Hao Chuan left the hospital, he contacted Xiao Wan. After all, Xiao Wan had been in the antique business for many years and knew some things better than he did. When Xiao Wan heard Hao Chuan wanted him to go to the Song family auction house together, he said with some embarrassment, "Boss, we have so many antiques in the antique shop, I am worried." "Why don't you go alone? Don't we have a puppy at home? Let him look after the house and you come with me." Hao Chuan had a wishful thinking. The system gave him a puppy, saying it could keep him safe. Hao Chuan didn't believe it at all. What could a puppy of that size protect? He let it guard the house. If something was lost, Hao Chuan could blame the system. He said it was a rip-off for giving him something, and maybe he could squeeze some money out of the system. Xiao Wan had a bitter face, but he had to obey Hao Chuan's order. He had no choice but to hand over the antique shop to Xiao Go, and then took a taxi to meet Hao Chuan at the Song family auction house. Hao Chuan arrived at the Song family auction house first. There were already many wealthy people and collectors gathered here. The scene was quite grand, and there were also many reporters gathered around. He revealed his identity and followed him into the auction hall of the auction house. After a long while, Xiao Wan followed him in. Hao Chuan asked him why he was delayed for so long. Xiao Wan said, "Boss, you were so careless, but I can't do that. I have to close the doors and windows of the antique shop. We can't afford to lose any of those treasures." Hao Chuan didn't think so. He was hoping that the things would be lost. The two sat in the corner of the auction hall and watched the auction proceed. The first auction items were all pre-arranged antiques, and the dozen or so antiques that Hao Chuan temporarily inserted were all arranged at the end. There is nothing we can do about it. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the truly wealthy owners will offer higher prices as time goes on. The downside is that there are not many rich people today. Later on, if there is no spare money to buy Hao Chuan's antiques and treasures, they will not be able to be sold at a high price. Hao Chuan and Xiao Wan were both sweating, and they were both worried about how much those things could be sold for. There was nothing special about this auction. Several popular antiques were bought by mysterious buyers who bid by phone. The auctioneer also felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After discussing with the manager, he decided to temporarily change the auction process and take out Hao Chuan's antiques to auction off part of them. This was the first time for Hao Chuan to get married, and she had never had the opportunity to come to the auction house before, so everything she saw was new to her. "Boss, it's our baby's turn," Xiao Wan said excitedly. Chapter 20, 6th Master and Mr. Song. "Boss, it's our baby's turn," Xiao Wan said excitedly. Hao Chuan was also shocked. He saw the staff backstage bringing up an inconspicuous white porcelain bowl. This item looked very insignificant at first glance, and Hao Chuan didn't spend much money on it. When Hao Chuan bought it, the shop owner kept praising it, saying that this white porcelain bowl was an inverted fork from the Ding kiln of the Song dynasty. This thing is indeed from the Ding kiln of the Song dynasty, and it is indeed a valuable and collectible upside-down fork. However, the white porcelain bowl is too new, and anyone can tell it is from the late Qing dynasty, or even a modern imitation. In the words of the antique trade, this is called real but fake. It means that it is obviously a real thing, but it looks like a fake. The shop owner was a complete fool, holding the real thing in his hand, but thought it was fake. Hao Chuan also pretended to be confused and spent 20,000 yuan to buy the thing. Now the item is on display at the auction house. Since it is a temporary auction item, the rules have changed. The auctioneer invites the buyers below to come up and appreciate the antique. This was supposed to liven up the atmosphere. Even the auction house didn't see the true value of this item. They also thought it was an old replica. Even if it had some value, it would not exceed 100,000 yuan. Many antique lovers in the audience came over and agreed that the white porcelain bowl was fake. Someone joked, "It's not bad to buy it for 100,000 yuan and eat rice with it." Everyone burst into laughter, but it was clear that no one was interested in it. When the crowd dispersed, two old men came up. They smiled at each other, were polite to each other, and then picked up the white porcelain bowl and looked at it. Neither of them spoke and they quietly returned to their seats. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wan couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Boss, you see, these people don't know the value of the goods. What if they can't sell them at a good price?" Hao Chuan was also a little nervous. His eyes for appraising treasures immediately picked this treasure. This was also the most valuable one among all the treasures he bought. He conservatively estimated that it was more than 5 million. "It's mine. If no one knows its value, I'll buy it back. Even if it rots at home, I won't sell it cheaply," Hao Chuan said, gritting his teeth. Having an eye for appraising treasures is also a problem. You know the true value of antiques, but you can't convince others. This is a bit of a bummer. A late Qing dynasty imitation of a Ding kiln inverted fork, starting price, 30,000. The auction began. The buyers below were not enthusiastic. When the price reached 60,000, no one else bid anymore. Hao Chuan cursed and prepared to bid for it. Suddenly, a thin hand in the corner of the buyer's seat raised up, 5 million. Everyone present was shocked. The bid had just reached 60,000, how come someone suddenly bid 5 million? Everyone looked towards the thin hand, and immediately began to discuss, "It's Mr. Song. It's Mr. Song. Is this thing real? No, it looks like a fake. Although there was much discussion, no one bid. Mr. Song, whose real name was Song Yu, was a famous local collector and had great prestige in the antique world. Anything he set his eyes on was never sold out. Song's auction house is actually Mr. Song's business. He loves antique collection and founded Song's auction house. After retirement, he still occasionally visits the auction house. If he finds something suitable, he will make a purchase, but never in such a high-profile way. Mr. Song's courage and reputation shocked everyone present and they dared not bid anymore. Mr. Song stood up, waved to everyone, and then shouted to the other corner, "Old Six, stop hiding it, it's time to take action." An old man with a white beard stood up, bowed to Mr. Song and said, "Song de Peo is Song de Peo, still so hot-tempered. He asked for 5 million at once, and I, an old man, am embarrassed to follow him." The buyers exclaimed again. Xiaolu explained to Hao Chuan, "This white-bearded man is Chen Wu, who retired from the CPPCC and is also a well-known collector. He is the 6th child in his family and is known as the 6th master." Xiaolu lowered his voice, "He is also the father of the mayor of Songhai City." Hao Chuan became interested. It turned out that the old man with white beard was Chen Xi's grandfather. This was interesting. While Hao Chuan and Xiao Wan were discussing in low voices, Master Lu and Mr. Song were still talking loudly across the buyers' seats. "It's my fault that I didn't teach my subordinates well. They mistook a treasure for a replica." Mr. Song said in a depressed tone, "If I don't buy it back quickly and let you, Old Six, buy it at a lower price, I will lose face." It turned out that Mr. Song saw the value of this treasure and immediately raised the price in order not to lose face in front of Mr. Lu. The 6th master was not vague either. He smiled and said, "Since Old Song has said so, I will also express my opinion. I like this thing." Master Lu raised his sign and said, "6.5 million, this is a fair price." 7 million. Mr. Song also raised his sign, "I think this thing is not bad." 8 million. 6th master's eyes narrowed into a line, "Old Song, I think I'm giving you enough face." 9 million. As soon as Mr. Song said this, the whole audience fell silent. I just want to keep the things as a lesson, so that the younger generation of the auction house can broaden their horizons. Mr. Song said calmly. 10 million. 6th master shook his head, "Old Song, this is my bottom price." 11 million. Mr. Song walked down from his seat. Mr. Lu did not bid again, and the auctioneer made the final decision, and the white porcelain bowl belonged to Mr. Song. This short and thrilling auction ended quickly, and the buyers present were still in shock. Mr. Song walked onto the stage, held up the white porcelain bowl and said to the crowd, "Song's auction house has been established for 20 years, and our auctioneers have always had a unique vision. Our appraiser didn't recognize this treasure today, and I am responsible for it. I spent 10 million to buy this item worth 5 million, just to tell everyone that as long as I, Song Yu, am here, the Song family auction house will never let a pearl go unnoticed or a treasure go unsold." There was a burst of applause from the audience. Hao Chuan and Xiao Wan also stood up and applauded. Hao Chuan said to Xiao Wan, "These two old gentlemen are interesting. We must meet them someday." "Boss, why are you so calm?" Xiao Wan looked at Hao Chuan with a puzzled look on his face. "Our baby just sold for more than 10 million, why don't you have any reaction at all?" Hao Chuan rolled his eyes at Xiao Wan and thought, "What's 10 million? If I can find a buyer who knows what's good, it won't be a problem to sell the treasures I've stockpiled for another 50 or 60 million. Chapter 21, Not Knowing the Goods. What is 10 million? If I can find a buyer who knows what I am selling, it won't be a problem to sell the treasures I have stockpiled for another 50 or 60 million. Hao Chuan's antiques were sold at a high price, which made Hao Chuan very happy, but he also had other ideas. If his treasures could not be sold at the auction house, he could find a few collectors. Mr. Song and Mr. Lu just bid tens of millions for a Ding Kiln porcelain bowl. Isn't this collector who values treasures like his life exactly what Hao Chuan is looking for? Xiao Wan. Go back and clean up the antique shop. I'll bring people to see it later. Hao Chuan wanted to send Xiao Wan back. Boss, who are you going to take to see it? Xiao Wan didn't understand what Hao Chuan meant. Just go when I tell you to. If I say there are customers, then there are customers. Hao Chuan glared at him. Xiao Wan didn't dare to say anything else and went back to the antique shop obediently. The auction of Song's auction house was temporarily suspended because of the Hao Chuan antique incident. Mr. Song asked the auction house to re-identify the known antiques before displaying them to the public for auction. Mr. Song was determined to reorganize his auction house, but Hao Chuan also felt a little bitter. He had been waiting for the money, but now he had to wait even longer. Lu Yi was not interested anymore and stood up to leave. Hao Chuan hurried over, but before he could get close, two bodyguards blocked Lu Yi's way. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Young man, what's the matter?" "Hello, Mr. Six. I am the seller of the Ding Kiln porcelain bowl just now." Hao Chuan acted like a salesman and started talking to Mr. Six. "Oh, young man, you have good vision." Sixth Master was just frustrated and was not happy. He and Mr. Song have been friends for many years and knew Mr. Song's temper very well. He couldn't argue with Mr. Song, so he felt a little upset. "Sixth Master, to be honest, I have a small antique shop with quite a few antiques and curios in it. I would like to ask you to appreciate them," Hao Chuan said with a chuckle. "It's not easy to meet a rich man, so I can't let him run away." Lu Yi bought a few pieces and recommended a few more people. Hao Chuan's antiques might be sold out in a short time. In that case, it would not take long to achieve the goal of 100 million. "I will definitely visit you some other day." Sixth Master was obviously not interested in Hao Chuan's crude salesmanship. He made an excuse and was about to leave. "You don't think so, do you? I can't tell whether the Ding Kiln piece is real or fake." Hao Chuan suddenly understood why the Sixth Master was not interested in him. Several appraisers at the Song family auction house could not tell whether the porcelain bowl was real or fake, so the starting price was not high. Hao Chuan did not understand this, and did not notice that the auction house actually sold the real thing as an old imitation. The meaning of Sixth Master is clear: you guessed right about this Song Dynasty Ding Kiln item. Be happy with the 10 million. With your level, you probably don't have many treasures in the store. The Sixth Master shook his head and said nothing, with the corners of his mouth raised. Although he didn't say anything, he did agree, with an expression that said, "Young man, you still need to practice." "Sixth Master, I have an unwelcome request." Hao Chuan was also very depressed. His eye of appraising treasures was clearly at full power, and he dared to say that he was the best at identifying treasures. But now he was delayed by the Song family auction house and was mistaken for a fool. "Young man, just tell me what you want to say." When Mr. Lu saw Hao Chuan's expression, he suddenly became interested. "You think I guessed it right, but I don't think so." Hao Chuan looked at the backstage of the auction house. "I still have more than a dozen treasures, and I dare to say with confidence that every one of them is real. But the auction house may not agree so. I would like to ask you to do justice for me." Sixth Master immediately became interested. He had just suffered a setback at the hands of Mr. Song. He was already thinking about how to get back on track. Now that he heard that there was more than one treasure that had been buried and misjudged, he immediately became a little excited. But Mr. Lu was still skeptical. Could this young man really have better eyesight than the appraiser? "You guys wait outside." Sixth Master instructed the bodyguard, and then said to Hao Chuan, "Since the young man insists, I will go backstage with you to take a look." The two walked to the backstage of the auction house together. Lu Yi was a frequent visitor here, so the staff did not stop him. The two walked to the backstage of the appraiser smoothly. Several appraisers were working hard. The accident just now happened to the antiques sent by Hao Chuan, so the appraisers took out more than a dozen of Hao Chuan's treasures and reappraised them. These had been confirmed to be correct. Among Hao Chuan's dozen treasures, 7 or 8 were identified as old imitations. Their value plummeted immediately. Hao Chuan was so depressed. He was still hoping that this batch of treasures could be exchanged for 20 or 30 million. With the level of the Song family auction house, it would be good if he could get a few million. "Sixth Master, you are here." The appraisers all knew Sixth Master and knew that he had an extraordinary eye, so they were all very respectful. Master Lu picked up an animal head incense burner and looked at it carefully. His eyes lit up at first, then he shook his head with regret. "What do you think of this thing?" Sixth Master asked the appraiser. "There is nothing wrong with the shape of the artifact, but there are some issues with the rust on it. We have conducted tests and found that the material has traces of modern chemicals. It should be an old imitation that has been processed to disguise itself as the real thing," the appraiser said carefully. "The real thing is worth millions, the fake one is worth at most hundreds of thousands. Add to that the poor counterfeiting skills, and the value will be reduced by half if you want to pass it off as a genuine product." Several appraisers took turns to conduct the appraisal, and all felt very confident about their own appraisal results. The sixth master smiled without saying anything, put down the incense burner, and picked up another plum vase. The appraiser served him carefully and explained why he identified this plum vase as a fake. Sixth master picked up 5 or 6 antiques that were believed to be fake and just smiled without saying anything. The appraisers were relieved. At first, they thought that Master Lu did not approve of their appraisal results. It turned out that he really came to take a look. Hao Chuan was standing aside and was depressed. My goodness, all the treasures I collected with great effort were identified as rags by you. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. This incense burner has a natural and simple temperament. It is clearly the style of the Ming dynasty. How can it be copied from the late Qing dynasty? Hao Chuan could no longer hold back. This two-ear vase is slender and elegant, and it has the charm of Gukiln. How can it be copied from later times? The appraisers saw that Hao Chuan came in with sixth master, and he didn't dare to lose his temper. But he still said with disdain, these things have all been chemically tested and examined under a microscope. Imitations are imitations, and even if they are processed later, they can't be real. You are so determined, it would be strange if you didn't admit the wrong thing. Hao Chuan shook his head, extremely disappointed with these appraisers. Chapter 22, The Clueless Sixth Master. The authenticity of something is not determined by 1 or 2 details. On a macro level, if it has the style of ancient people, then this kind of thing cannot be forged. On the other hand, even if all the details are fine but the shape is rigid, even if there are no problems with the bubbles and the seams can withstand chemical testing, this thing still cannot be authentic, Hao Chuan said, pointing to a dozen of his items. Pack all these things up, I'm not buying any. Hao Chuan wasn't angry. Since there was no one who knew the value of something, he would rather keep his things for himself. Everyone knows how to reason. The appraiser sneered, so you are the buyer of these counterfeits. You guessed it right about a ding kiln, and you pretend to be a master here. Do you really think you are right? The appraiser was scolded by Mr. Song, but instead of reflecting on himself, he began to blame Hao Chuan. The sixth master still smiled and said nothing. He walked up to Hao Chuan and whispered, "Don't worry, young man. The Song family auction house doesn't know the goods. I have taken all these things, and the price is absolutely fair." As he spoke, sixth master walked aside and said to the appraiser, "I'm just taking a look, you guys chat." Then he went to look at other things. The manager of the auction house also came over, glanced at Hao Chuan and said, "I let your stuff in temporarily for Xiao Wan's sake. Since you don't trust us, please take it away." Hao Chuan got angry and immediately decided to take his treasure back. "If you guess right, you think all your stuff is real." The manager mocked, "Who dares to object to things authenticated by the Song family auction house?" All of Hao Chuan's stuff was packed up, and the money for his ding kiln porcelain bowl was immediately transferred to his account. The manager whispered, "Tell other auction houses that they can no longer accept anything sent by this Hao." Hao Chuan had no idea that he had been banned by the auction house. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was now completely disappointed with the auction house. Well, this is a bit difficult. No one can recognize his things, so he can only hope for masters like Lu Yi. Hao Chuan secretly decided that from now on, his antiques would only be sold to high-end people and would not be sold to auction houses or wholesale. The antiques were loaded onto a truck and prepared to be transported back to the antique shop. After Hao Chuan left, Lu Yi followed him out. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Sixth master laughed. With so many treasures, the Song family auction house couldn't recognize them all. Let us see what old Song will say this time. Mr. Lu was happy that he had just discovered Mr. Song's weakness. This time he could regain his face in front of Mr. Song and embarrass him. "Don't worry, young man. I've already looked at all your stuff." He pointed at the antiques being loaded onto the truck and said, "Name a price, I'll take them all." "Gather 15 million. Hao Chuan rubbed his hands. This trip was not in vain. He met a rich and powerful sixth master. He will never have trouble selling things in the future. "Young man." Sixth master was also unambiguous, "You're losing money by selling it this way." Hao Chuan is not stupid. The price of his ding kiln porcelain bowl has doubled. These things are cheaper, so it is not a loss for him. He just wants to build a friendship with Master Lu and visit him often in the future. Not at all. I'm still waiting for you to introduce me to some great people. Hao Chuan shook his head. To be honest, I have something I need to sell recently, but I'm worried about not being able to find a buyer who knows the value of the item. Oh. Sixth Master smiled and said, "Young man, you do have some good eyesight. For your brilliant theory just now, which looked at the macro first and then the micro, I have to give you a thumbs up." After Hao Chuan said a few polite words, Lu Yi was in a good mood and immediately followed Hao Chuan to his antique shop, which had not yet opened. Xiao Luan opened the door to greet him, and the puppy that the system gave to Hao Chuan also ran out. The man and the dog blocked the door, which looked a bit awkward. Hao Chuan was thinking about finding a good day to open the antique shop. After all, it was an industry, and if he managed it well, he might be able to save a few buckets of gold for his future career. When Lu Yi walked into the store, Hao Chuan led him directly to the back warehouse, which was filled with all kinds of antiques, calligraphy and paintings collected by Hao Chuan. The number of them was so large that Lu Yi was amazed. He picked up a scroll and unfolded one end. He took a look and his eyes lit up immediately. "Good stuff, good stuff." Hao Chuan found him a table and asked him to examine it carefully. After Lu Yi looked at this one, he looked at that one, and for a moment he didn't know which one to look at. Seeing that he was very excited, Hao Chuan did not disturb him. He walked outside and started chatting with Xiao Luan. "Boss, which one does Sixth Master like?" Xiao Luan could hear Sixth Master's admiring voice through the door. "I like them all." Hao Chuan crossed his arms, still without a smile on his face. "The key is how many he can buy." "Boss, don't worry. Let's meet Sixth Master today, and he will introduce a few people to us. These things can be sold out within 3 months. Xiao Luan saw that Hao Chuan was in a bad mood and comforted him. 3 months? After a month, nothing was said? Hao Chuan scratched his head. This antique is really hard to sell. Now he only has more than 10 million, which is 90 million short of the target. Where can he steal it? While they were talking, Zhuo Weiqiang called. Hao Chuan picked up the phone, but it was another person's voice on the other end. "Hao Chuan, you don't think I can let you go so easily?" This turned out to be Shenzhi's voice. Hao Chuan immediately became nervous. "What did you do to the table?" "Nothing happened." Shenzhi said slowly, "You are a tough classmate. You can't even tell me where you live even if a few teeth are knocked out?" Good brother, good brother." Zhou Weiqiang shouted from the other end of the phone. "Hao Chuan, leave me alone." Hao Chuan calmed down instead. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Shenzhi's gnashing voice came from the phone. "Break up with Chi-Chi immediately and promise not to see her again." "Oh, even if I quit, she may not be attracted to you." Hao Chuan was thinking of ways to save Zhuo Weiqiang. Kill him now, buy another skill, and beat Shenzhi to the ground. No, this is too easy for him. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sixth Master's voice came from the warehouse again. Hao Chuan frowned and thought of a plan. "Don't worry about it. As long as you leave, Chi-Chi will change her mind. Shenzhi is quite infatuated. Aren't you looking for me?" Hao Chuan told the address of the antique shop. "Let's talk it out face to face." Hao Chuan hung up the phone and said to Xiao Luan, "If your grandson doesn't live up to expectations, will your grandfather take action?" Hao Chuan asked this question out of nowhere, which made Xiao Luan a little confused. He thought for a long time and said, "It depends on what mistakes my grandson made." Chapter 23, Walking into a Trap. That depends on what mistakes my grandson made. Hao Chuan nodded and laughed. "If your grandson accidentally breaks your grandfather's most beloved thing, will your grandfather beat his grandson to death?" "That depends on the grandson and whether he is the grandfather's biological son." Xiao Luan thought Hao Chuan was joking. Hao Chuan didn't mean to joke. He stood in the store for a while, and then walked to the door to see if it was about time. "Two big brothers, why don't you stay inside?" Hao Chuan said to Lu Ye's bodyguard. The two men stayed at the door and took care of the antiques in the car. "To be honest, your intimidating attitude will easily scare away customers." Hao Chuan's antique shop was not open at all, so he didn't care about any customers. "Why don't you put those treasures in the house and wait for them inside?" The two bodyguards thought about it and realized that what Hao Chuan said was true. So they worked together to move all the antiques in the car to the antique shop, and then sat down on 2 chairs. Before the two bodyguards could even sit still, Hao Chuan suddenly stood up and said, "Brothers, I forgot to tell you that my antique shop has a back door." The antique shop does have a back door, but that's not the point. Hao Chuan used this excuse to send 2 bodyguards to the back door. With 2 bodyguards there, Shenzhi should recognize them as Sixth Master's followers. While Hao Chuan was waiting, he thought of something more important. "Hey, there's still a car." Hao Chuan shouted, and hurriedly called the bodyguard to park Lu Ye's car at the back. If Shenzhi recognized his grandfather's car, the fight would not have started. Lu Ye's car is the most common Audi S6, which is liked by leaders in the government. Lu Ye's car is valuable because of the license plate. No matter whether you know it or not, you can tell that the person in the car is not easy to deal with just by looking at the license plate. He glanced at the time and became a little impatient. Why hasn't Shenzhi come yet? As soon as Lu Ye's car disappeared from sight, Shenzhi and a group of people came in a mighty manner. No wonder you came so late. Go and call someone. Shenzhi thought Hao Chuan was challenging him to a fight, and he was eager to fight with Hao Chuan to relieve his frustration, so he called all the students he could. There were no less than 100 people in this powerful group. The prince is here. Hao Chuan was not nervous at all, but rather a little excited. Our issue has nothing to do with the table. Let him go. Hao Chuan, I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think I dare not do anything to you. Shenzhi saw that there was no one around Hao Chuan, so he waved his hands and two sports students dragged Zhou Weiqiang out. I'm going to talk to you now. Just leave Chi-Chi and I won't bother with you. Shenzhi was not a reckless person, he was just a little arrogant and thought that the whole world had to revolve around him. Hao Chuan and Xiao Wan hurriedly helped Zhou Weiqiang up and sat him down. Zhou Weiqiang was injured, but not seriously. Hao Chuan, don't fight him head on. We can't afford to offend the prince. Table, don't worry, I won't let you get beaten in vain. After Hao Chuan settled Zhou Weiqiang, Xiao Wan pulled out an iron rod from somewhere and wanted to fight with Shenzhi and others. Hao Chuan stopped Xiao Wan and said, don't worry about what happens. My lord, you can't force feelings. Hao Chuan sneered, I won't leave Chi-Chi, or you can smash my store to vent your anger. Smash it, smash it. When you're done, someone will compensate me. Hao Chuan rubbed his hands, and was actually a little bit expectant. But who knew that Xiao Wan would stand in front of Shenzhi? Let's see who dares. The puppy also ran to the front and started barking loudly. Shenzhi's face was uncertain, and he suddenly shouted behind him, smash it for me, if anything goes wrong, it's my fault. The people behind Shenzhi immediately rushed towards the antique shop like tigers and wolves. In a panic, Hao Chuan called Xiao Wan and Xiao Go to his side. When the group of people came in, they first saw the antique that Sixth Master had just bought. Without thinking twice, they picked it up and started smashing it. Lu Yi, who was still watching something at the back, heard something wrong and just walked out of the warehouse when someone without good eyesight knocked him down with one punch. The bodyguard at the back door also heard what happened and rushed in immediately. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Hao Chuan shouted, hurry up and protect Master Lu. A group of students who followed Shenzhi to disrupt the situation had already gone mad and could no longer control the situation. Hao Chuan rushed towards Lu Yi with Xiao Wan, and the inconspicuous little dog in his hand also jumped up. The two of them and the dog protected Lu Yi. But the warehouse behind him was damaged. The prince visited China, so why should we be restrained? But this is a powerful blow. Although Sixth Master was confused, he still had some consciousness. Can't smash it, these are all treasures. No one could hear Lu Ye's shouts, but two bodyguards rushed into the crowd at this moment. Several students were knocked away, and Shenzhi, who was in the middle of the crowd, was dragged to the ground by a bodyguard. Who the hell dares to touch me? Do you know who I am? Shenzhi Chang has grown up so big, but no one dares to touch him. The bodyguard then recognized Shenzhi, and Shenzhi also saw the bodyguard's appearance clearly. Grandpa is here too? Stop fighting. Shenzhi came to his senses and shouted to stop it. The two bodyguards dragged the student away, but by the time they found Lu Yi, most of the things in the antique shop had been smashed. Hao Chuan supported the Sixth Master with a look of deep sorrow, my antique, my treasure. Lu Yi was more distressed than Hao Chuan. In Hao Chuan's eyes, these antiques were only used to exchange for money. If they were smashed, it would be a good opportunity to blackmail Lu Yi. He cried miserably, but he was very happy in his heart. Sixth Master covered his chest and almost had a heart attack. Shenzhi ran over and took Sixth Master from Hao Chuan. Grandpa, Grandpa. Sixth Master was breathing heavily and unable to speak. He tied him up for me. Shenzhi stared at Hao Chuan, as if Hao Chuan had beaten up Master Lu. Hao Chuan, you're in big trouble. Sixth Master struggled to stand up, and Shenzhi supported him with a look of heartache. Grandpa, Grandpa, are you okay? The Sixth Master raised his hand and slapped Shenzhi. You, I don't have a grandson like you. Shenzhi was stunned by the beating, and the students around him also realized that he had just smashed the store in a hurry and beat Shenzhi's grandfather as well. This was a bit bad. Everyone knew that Shenzhi's grandfather was a retired senior official, and beating him was like touching the buttocks of the god of hell. Shenzhi couldn't protect them either. "Grandpa, it's all his fault." Shenzhi pointed at Hao Chuan's nose. His expression of being wronged and aggrieved was comparable to that of Doi. "He told you to smash it?" Sixth Master panted, "Why didn't he tell you to go die?" Shenzhi was stunned. He had never thought that his grandfather would say such words to him. What surprised him was still to come. Sixth Master shouted to the bodyguard, "What are you standing there for? Tie him back to me." The bodyguards immediately lifted Shenzhi up, and the students around him stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Master Lu looked around and yelled, "Why are you here instead of staying in school? Go back." At the command of the sixth master, the students brought by Shenzhi immediately scattered. Chapter 24, Thick-Faced and Black-Hearted. "Why are you here instead of staying in school? Go back." Sixth master roared, and all the students present were stunned. At this time, no matter who smashed the antiques or hit sixth master, they all ran away. "My baby! My baby!" Hao Chuan wailed, looking at the broken pieces of porcelain bottle on the ground, and almost burst into tears. Of course, he was pretending. Everything he saw was just as he expected. Shenzhi smashed his antique shop to pieces. Hao Chuan also took a huge risk. He and Lu Yi only exchanged a few words, and their time together was limited. Would Lu Yi admit it? But now he has to take risks. He has a mission to complete, but the antiques in his hands can only be sold in a short time. He has to take a risky approach. Fortunately, Hao Chuan was somewhat confident in his own judgment. He had only met Xiao Luan a few times before he dared to hand over all his belongings to him. He knew that Xiao Luan was reliable and he was optimistic about Lu Ye's character. A senior official retired and became a famous collector. If his grandson smashed something, even if the grandfather didn't pay, the father would have to pay. Anyway, the Chen family was blackmailed. Shenzhi ran over happily and was deceived. I'm afraid that when sixth master slapped him, he would realize that it was a trap set by Hao Chuan. What's the use of knowing that? I'm the one who was cheating you. Hao Chuan continued to act out his sad drama, as if he couldn't survive without these antiques. Master Lu looked back at Hao Chuan, sighed deeply, and said, "Boss Hao, don't worry, I will take responsibility for this matter." "I've been waiting for you to say this." Hao Chuan looked up at sixth master, and said with a sad mood, "Sixth master, I am also responsible for this matter. I had some grudges with Shenzhi, so I said a few angry words." "You don't have to say it. I know what my grandson is like." Hao Chuan said this in advance to avoid sixth master from looking for trouble later. Now he looked so pitiful, and sixth master felt even more embarrassed. "Take a look and see if there are any intact items. If you can take a few away, I will be satisfied." Hao Chuan continued to act pitiful, but in fact he was bargaining with Lai Liuya. "For the rest, I will consider myself unlucky." "Young man, is this antique shop yours, or are you looking after it for your family?" Seeing that Hao Chuan was still young, sixth master wanted to talk to his family. It didn't matter that the smash at least destroyed several hundred antiques. This was not something that could be resolved by just paying compensation. "To be honest with you." Hao Chuan thought about it and had already thought of an excuse. "This is my grandfather's shop. I am his only grandson. He passed the antique shop to me, but I am not cut out for business. It would be better to just sell the things and close the business." Xiao Luan was stunned. "Boss, this is not." He was halfway through his words when he understood what Hao Chuan meant. He hurriedly followed Hao Chuan's words and continued, "The old shopkeeper still hopes that you can keep the store open." The puppy next to it also barked twice. "Oh, it's not easy." Sixth master sighed, he understood. Hao Chuan still has the final say here. "How about this? I'll send someone to take inventory tomorrow, and whatever is broken will be mine." Lu Yi said it very straightforwardly, but his heart was bleeding. On the one hand, he felt sorry for the broken treasure, and on the other hand, he felt sorry for his money. No one's money comes from the wind. I'm afraid that the little savings of Master Lu will be emptied by Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan still felt a little reluctant, thinking that it would be bad to frame Master Lu. But then he thought about it and realized that he had a life-threatening system task, so he had to be ruthless. "All up to you." Hao Chuan nodded. Two bodyguards carried Shenzhi to the car, but Shenzhi was still yelling, "Hao Chuan, you wait for me." The sixth master looked at his useless grandson, feeling heartbroken and disappointed. He turned around and said to Hao Chuan, "If Shenzhi causes trouble for you again, you should let me know." The good mood of Master Lu had been completely destroyed. He didn't want to know what kind of conflict there was between Hao Chuan and Shenzhi. He only knew that if this arrogant grandson was not disciplined, he would cause trouble in the future. After Lu Yi left, Hao Chuan looked at the mess on the ground. He couldn't help but laugh, and said to Xiao Wan, "Close the shop, today's business is over." Xiao Wan closed the door, approached Hao Chuan and asked, "Boss, you are deliberately trying to provoke the prince. Isn't it too radical to do business like this?" "Boss, I had no choice but to do this. I'll find a way to compensate Sixth Master later." Hao Chuan also felt a little sorry. Congratulations to the host for achieving the outstanding acting skills and thick-faced and black-hearted achievements, and obtaining 2 points. The system's prompt sounded at the right time, and Hao Chuan was very angry. "System, this is a roundabout way of cursing me. You are shameless, but I was forced to do it. System, you can't insult me like this. Hao Chuan, when did you get such a rich grandfather?" Zhuo Weiqiang stood up with the help of the table and looked at the exhibits around him with a bit of disbelief. "He's my mother's father-in-law and my father's father-in-law." Hao Chuan quickly evaded the question. "You won't understand even if I tell you. The relationship is too complicated. Your circle is too chaotic." Zhuo Weiqiang was dumbfounded. What father-in-law and father-in-law are these? What do they have to do with each other? "Shuozhua, I'll take you to the clinic to get bandaged." Hao Chuan asked Xiao Wan to support Zhuo Weiqiang. "Why are you looking for a clinic? Aren't you a miracle doctor?" Zhuo Weiqiang said with a hint of sourness. Hao Chuan's hand of Huatua skill has only been used twice on Grandma Tang. How did Zhuo Weiqiang know about it? "Don't pretend, Tang Xi told me everything." Zhuo Weiqiang chuckled. "I didn't realize that you could handle this iceberg beauty that so many people couldn't handle." Hao Chuan was confused by what Zhuo Weiqiang said and asked what was going on. Zhuo Weiqiang then told the truth. It turned out that after Hao Chuan and Tang Xi parted, Tang Xi couldn't calm down. She became very curious about Hao Chuan and was thinking about how to repay Hao Chuan. No matter what Hao Chuan's purpose was, Tang Xi should repay him for treating Grandma Tang. So, Tang Xi found Zhuo Weiqiang and asked him about Hao Chuan's news. Zhuo Weiqiang was a little resistant at first, because Hao Chuan's conflict with the Prince Chunji was all because of Tang Xi. Seeing that Zhuo Weiqiang was somewhat hostile towards her, Tang Xi told him everything that had happened between her and Hao Chuan in the past few days. Zhuo Weiqiang opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. How could he not know who Hao Chuan was? But Hao Chuan actually took out 200,000 yuan to pay off Tang Xi's debt and even treated Grandma Tang's illness. What does it mean to hide one's abilities? This means to hide one's abilities so that they cannot be leaked. I am really hurt. I thought I had been loyal to you for many years. Zhuo Weiqiang sighed. It turns out that you are a hidden rich second generation, and your family is in the antique business. I just got in touch with my long-lost grandfather. It's only been a few days since I became a rich second generation. Hao Chuan scratched his head. Since he had told a lie, he had to continue to cover it up. Chapter 25: The Goddess's Treat. I just got in touch with my long-lost grandfather. It's only been a few days since I became a rich second generation. Hao Chuan continued to chat. I had to rip you off today, but unfortunately you don't have the chance today. Zhuo Weiqiang was very regretful. Oh, you have a change of heart? Hao Chuan was very curious about why Zhuo Weiqiang missed the opportunity to make Hao Chuan bleed. Don't be polite to me, I will be embarrassed if you are so considerate. Bullshit. I'll let you go today, but there's always another day. Zhuo Weiqiang touched his red and swollen face. I took the blame for you, you have to compensate me. Hao Chuan became even more curious. Why didn't he treat them today? Tang Xi said that she will treat you today. And us, to dinner together. Zhuo Weiqiang said bitterly, I never thought that one day I would be able to have dinner with the cold school beauty, and it was because of you. It turned out that Tang Xi wanted to treat him to a meal. Hao Chuan's mouth curled up, thinking, I chased you, but you ignored me. I didn't want to pay attention to you, but you still pestered me. Shenzhi sent people to monitor Tang Xi's every move. She had just agreed with Zhuo Weiqiang to treat Hao Chuan and several classmates to a meal. As soon as she left, Shenzhi took people to tie up Zhuo Weiqiang. That's how it was. It's not Hao Chuan's fault for suddenly deciding to trick Shenzhi. It was really Shenzhi who ran into the gun. Shenzhi, don't worry. today is just the beginning. Even if you don't come to me, I will have to settle things with you in the future. Hao Chuan had a hunch that among the 105 suitors of Tang Xi, Shenzhi was definitely the last one on the list and the most difficult one to deal with. However, today's harvest was good. Hao Chuan was in a good mood, and continued to explain to Zhuo Weiqiang, I am not a miracle doctor, I just know some folk remedies that can be used to treat Grandma Tang Xi's illness. Zhuo Weiqiang couldn't help but say something sarcastic to Hao Chuan, comparison is the thief of anger. You said you had a relationship with the school beauty, and you also got a rich grandfather. How can the heaven be so unfair? Hao Chuan helped Zhuo Weiqiang to the clinic for bandaging. Zhuo Weiqiang shouted to the doctor in the clinic, Doctor, give me the most expensive medicine. Don't save it. Someone will pay for it. Hao Chuan sighed. Not only did he have to adapt to his wealthy status, but the people around him also had to adapt. After bandaging, Hao Chuan told Xiao Wan to close the door. He took a taxi to the restaurant where Tang Xi had agreed to treat him. When he left, the dog in the restaurant barked and wanted to get in the car with him. Hao Chuan smiled. When the dog rushed out to protect Master Lu today, 3 or 4 sports students could not get close to him. His fighting power was really amazing. Then take it with you. It doesn't take up much space. If you encounter a robber, it might be useful. It won't be a pity if it is lost. So, the 3 people and the dog got on the car. Hao Chuan, taking a taxi doesn't suit your status as a local tycoon. Zhuo Weiqiang continued to tease, you can also buy a Ferrari, Lamborghini or something, buddy, I will have fun with you too. Hao Chuan had wanted to buy it a long time ago, but when he thought about the task hanging over his head, he had to wait and see about spending money and wasting money. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Hao Chuan smiled and shook his head. As they were talking, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Fuli Hotel. The 3 of them got out of the car, and Hao Chuan was a little surprised. Tang Xi really spent a lot of money. In order to treat Hao Chuan to a meal, she booked the best hotel in Shanghai City. Before the 3 of them entered the door, several people at the door came to greet them. They were the classmates that Hao Chuan was familiar with. Tang Xi, also known as Dong Yong, was given this nickname because he was the first one among the group to find a girlfriend. Lu Shan, also known as San Mao, has thinning hair and a short, plump girlfriend. Shen Yunsheng, everyone calls him Taoist priest, likes to study the I Ching and gossip, and always asks others to tell fortunes. Ren Zhong is a hacker and a tech geek. He wears glasses and has a delicate appearance. He is the least talkative of the group. 4 people came forward, and were surprised that Zhuo Weiqiang was injured. Zhuo Weiqiang told them how he got injured, and how the prince was tied up by the 6th master in Hao Chuan's store. They were indignant at first, and then they applauded. However, after hearing the end and knowing that Hao Chuan actually had a grandfather who bought antiques, his eyes immediately changed. 3 parts of surprise, 3 parts of envy, 3 parts of happiness, and a little bit of jealousy. Hao Chuan broke the awkwardness and introduced Xiao Wan to everyone, this is the boy in the antique shop. Everyone exclaimed again, we haven't found the boss yet, but he has already found his men. Hao Chuan was very bold and asked everyone to go to the hotel to talk. They walked through the magnificent hotel lobby and came to a private room. When they walked in, they found Tang Xi in the private room. You're here. Tang Xi came up and smiled brightly, come and sit down. She treated everyone the same, as if she was not here for Hao Chuan at all. However, everyone knew that Tang Xi invited everyone for Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan did not point it out, but looked at Tang Xi with interest. Tang Xi ordered food and greeted classmates. Although she was still cold, she was very considerate and thoughtful. Tang Xi's family should not be an ordinary family. I don't know why they suffered a disaster. But Tang Xi still has the temperament of a rich lady. That kind of calm temperament made the male classmates present stare at her. Tang Xi stood up, picked up the wine glass and said, I am a classmate of all of you, but I didn't have the chance to get to know you well. This glass of wine is a punishment for myself. Then she picked up the wine glass. Come on, let's give a toast to our sister-in-law. Lu Shan stood up and started to cheer. Hao Chuan silently gave Lu Shan a thumbs up, but Tang Xi remained unmoved and continued, Hao Chuan and I are friends, not the kind of relationship that everyone says. Tang Xi did not invite Hao Chuan alone, but invited ordinary people, because she was afraid that Hao Chuan would misunderstand. She wanted to repay Hao Chuan, but she did not have a good impression of Hao Chuan. Yes, classmate Tang is right, she and I are just ordinary friends. Hao Chuan also stood up and toasted Tang Xi with a glass. Don't chase after a cool girl like Tang Xi. There's a saying, girls are not chased, but attracted to them. Hao Chuan was patient with Tang Xi. After all, he could only get 30 points if she threw herself into his arms. High-end players had to challenge high difficulty from the beginning. With Hao Chuan's generosity and Tang Xi's modesty, the table was full of drinks. Everyone was a little drunk and started complaining about worrying about finding a job before graduation. The two couples at the table began to say goodbye reluctantly. Yes, I will graduate soon. Hao Chuan was also in a state of confusion. Now that he had the system, he could no longer waste his days like before. He had to cheer up and make a career. Hao Chuan was a bit dizzy after drinking and staggered out of the private room to get some fresh air. The dog behind him followed him closely. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he staggered and fell. The dog barked twice and ran back to the private room. Chapter 26, Enemies Meet. Hao Chuan drank too much and fell to the ground. The puppy saw him and ran back to the private room as if he was human. Everyone else at the table had almost finished drinking, only Tang Xi remained sober. The puppy ran to Tang Xi and bit her trouser legs. Tang Xi followed the puppy out of the private room in a daze and found Hao Chuan lying on the ground. She hurriedly helped Hao Chuan up. Hao Chuan was not completely unconscious. He was just a little tired and didn't want to get up. He felt someone helping him up, and immediately asked Tang Xi what she was thinking, and immediately pretended to sleep. Tang Xi gritted her teeth, but still couldn't pull Hao Chuan up, so she hurriedly went to call the waiter. When Tang Xi was helping him, Hao Chuan had already touched Tang Xi intentionally or unintentionally. When the waiter came, he saw that there was no advantage to be taken, so he came to his senses. Of course, Tang Xi was not easy to fool. As soon as she saw his expression, she knew that he was taking advantage of her. Tang Xi gritted her teeth, feeling a little aggrieved and a little angry. She waited for Hao Chuan blankly, and her eyes made Hao Chuan a little scared. Thank you for treating my grandma. Tang Xi bowed as if saying goodbye to a deceased person. I'm leaving now. Hao Chuan sent the waiter away and quickly chased after him. He grabbed Tang Xi and said, Xi, don't be angry. I was just joking. Hao Chuan said hypocritically that the system reward was one thing, and Tang Xi's own charm was equally attractive. If Tang Xi hadn't called him, waiter Hao Chuan would have continued to pretend to be drunk. How many boys dream of being so close to Tang Xi? None of you men are good. Tang Xi was also a little drunk. I will pay you back. She broke free from Hao Chuan's hand and wanted to keep walking. Hao Chuan pulled Tang Xi over and whispered, What about treating Grandma Tang? What about your illness? Do you still want me to treat it? Hao Chuan said in a wicked way, as if he was teasing a decent woman. Tang Xi wanted to break free from Hao Chuan, but couldn't. She was anxious and angry, and she actually started crying, You all bully me, you all bully me. Hao Chuan didn't expect that he could make Tang Xi cry with just a few words. He also didn't know that Tang Xi looked cold but was actually pure at heart. Hao Chuan treated Grandma Tang's illness and seized the opportunity that Tang Xi couldn't refuse. She was curious about Hao Chuan, complained about him, and even developed a little affection for him. Tang Xi felt that although Hao Chuan was a rich second generation and arrogant, he was not a bad person. At least, his embrace was warm. Hao Chuan saw Tang Xi crying and quickly comforted her. Tang Xi actually leaned on Hao Chuan's shoulder under the influence of drunkenness. The two of them were hugging each other and being affectionate in the corridor of the hotel. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level Love Expert medal and gaining 1 point. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of making a beautiful girl cry. You get 1 point. Hao Chuan was a rough guy. He was indulging in the tenderness of holding Tang Xi in his arms, but was interrupted by the system, and all the romantic atmosphere was gone. I didn't expect you to be such a system. Will you still be able to pick up girls happily in the future? Tang Xi also came to her senses and pushed Hao Chuan away. She blushed and hid aside, feeling very embarrassed. At this moment, two acquaintances came out of a private room. Seeing these two people, Hao Chuan put his arm around Tang Xi's waist without saying anything and whispered, Do me a favor. Hao Chuan was very familiar with the two people who came out of the private room. They were Li Chenlin and Shenzhi, whom he had not seen for many days. This pair of bastards actually dared to run out together. Since Hao Chuan arranged a cheating scene last time, Shenzhi was scratched several times, and Li Chenlin also stayed quiet for a few days. They just came out to eat that day, and they ran into Hao Chuan in a private room. Li Chenlin looked at Hao Chuan, and then saw Tang Xi. His eyes suddenly lit up, and that hungry look flashed across his eyes. Chen Xiaojing also saw Hao Chuan. They were facing each other. Chen Xiaojing couldn't hide away even if she wanted to. She greeted him shyly, "Hao Chuan, long time no see." "Who is this?" "My girlfriend." Hao Chuan hugged Tang Xi tighter. Tang Xi also understood what Hao Chuan meant. He didn't want to lose face in front of his ex-girlfriend. "Hello, I'm Hao Chuan's girlfriend, Tang Xi." Tang Xi smiled and cooperated with Hao Chuan to continue the show. Tang Xi didn't know Chen Xiaojing, but Chen Xiaojing knew Tang Xi. This iceberg beauty in people's mouths made Chen Xiaojing feel ashamed. Chen Xiaojing looked up at Li Chenlin and saw greed hidden on Li Chenlin's calm face. Chen Xiaojing and Li Chenlin have been together for a while, and she has a little understanding of Li Chenlin. Li Chenlin is not as approachable as he looks. He is energetic, greedy, and lustful. It is not the first time that Li Chenlin's wife has caught him cheating. "Oh, it's classmate Tang." Li Chenlin shamelessly stretched out his hand. "I'm Hao Chuan's friend." "I'm sorry." Tang Xi didn't extend her hand. From Li Chenlin's look, she could guess that Chen Xiaojing was kept by Li Chenlin. There were too many such things in Songhai University. Tang Xi had met rich men who asked her to keep her more than once. She didn't think about it, but she still understood some of the tricks. "I guess you are not Hao Chuan's friend." Tang Xi said coldly, "Hao Chuan's friends will not steal your love." "Ha ha, ha ha." Li Chenlin laughed, hugged Chen Xiaojing and walked out the door. Li Chenlin said in a barely audible voice, "You are the one who stole my love. Boy, you can't go back tonight." Chen Xiaojing didn't hear what Li Chenlin said. When she left, she couldn't help but look back at Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan was standing with Tang Xi, the goddess of all the boys in the school. She had never expected this. Since breaking up with Hao Chuan, Chen Xiaojing could clearly feel what happened to Hao Chuan. She even felt a little regretful for leaving Hao Chuan. Maybe if she was with him, she could still feel his warmth. Hao Chuan let go of Tang Xi only after the two of them left. He gritted his teeth and looked at Li Chenlin's background. He secretly made up his mind, "Don't bully the poor young man. It won't be long before I will make you lose everything." Tang Xi looked at Hao Chuan's angry and painful eyes, and she felt a little curious. Although this man was a bit bad, he was a man who never forgot his old love. "Let's go, call those drunks, it's time for us to retreat." Hao Chuan didn't want to tease Tang Xi anymore. The two returned to the private room and dragged several people out. Tang Xi went to the front desk to pay the bill, but was told that the bill had already been paid by Hao Chuan. Chapter 27, You Can Only Accept, Not Pursue. Hao Chuan sent several classmates away by car, and Xiao Wan also went back to the antique shop. Dong Ji and Lu Shan were both taken care of by their girlfriends. Chen Yuncheng and Zhuo Weiqiang were both drunk, but fortunately Ren Zhong was not drunk. Ren Zhong supported Zhuo Weiqiang, while Hao Chuan supported Chen Yuncheng. Chen Yuncheng was still mumbling, "Hao Chuan, you are not a good man. I am good at talking, so why don't you ask me to buy you some antiques?" Graduation is coming soon, and several people are worried about their jobs. Especially Chen Yuncheng. Hao Chuan knows him too well. He has great ambitions but little talent, and he always thinks that he is destined to be rich and powerful, just waiting for rich relatives to recognize him as his relative. Unexpectedly, the good thing he had dreamed of would happen to Hao Chuan. How could he not be depressed? Hao Chuan nodded repeatedly, "Okay, come tomorrow and I will give you a salary." After sending the two drunks to the car, Ren Zhong turned around and said to Hao Chuan, "I'll take care of them, you can send Goddess Tang off." "Can you hold them down?" Hao Chuan looked at the drunk jumping up and down in the car. He gave the driver several times more money, otherwise the driver would never take them. "It's okay, let's find a hotel nearby and go back to the dormitory after we sober up," Ren Zhong said as he walked towards the taxi. Hao Chuan clearly felt that Ren Zhong was a little disappointed. If we were to ask who was the most capable among the group, it would definitely be Ren Zhong. As a hardcore tech geek, he had received many offers from tech companies before he graduated, so he had no worries about finding a job. Watching the taxi leave, the system prompt sounded suddenly. "Congratulations to the host for defeating one of Tang Xi's pursuers. Completed 905 and earned 1 point." Hao Chuan finally realized that Ren Zhong liked Tang Xi. But he had never said that. And didn't he and Tang Xi both say that they were just ordinary friends? Why did Renjong give up? Renjong drove away not far away, and turned back to look at Hao Chuan and the pretty figure Tang Xi. Renjong had liked Tang Xi for a long time, but he had never said it out loud. When Tang Xi said that she and Hao Chuan were just ordinary friends, Renjong wanted to believe it was true. But when they left the private room for a while and came back, the situation was obviously different. Renjong and others also saw that Tang Xi had begun to like Hao Chuan. It is hard to explain why you like someone, but liking someone is like a switch or a program. Once it starts, it will keep running. Even if you only like them a little bit, you will quickly fall in love. Renjong's reason told him to quit now so as not to hurt the brother's feelings in the future. But he didn't know that when he had this idea, Hao Chuan already knew it. Hao Chuan looked back at Tang Xi. He thought, if it were a melodramatic idol drama, he should have drawn a line between himself and Tang Xi as soon as possible, and then give Tang Xi to Renjong. However, this is reality, not an idol drama. Since my good brother has made such a great sacrifice, wouldn't it be unfair to him if I don't pursue Tang Xi? Etc. Hao Chuan suddenly thought of a question: what does it mean to throw yourself into someone's arms? This is a matter of 30 points, so you have to ask the system clearly. System. Please explain to me what it means to throw oneself into someone's arms? Hao Chuan asked the system in his mind. To put it simply, she is pursuing you. You can only accept it, not pursue it. The system's voice said coldly. System, why don't you just die? Hao Chuan wanted to curse. Tang Xi had a crush on him, and he saw it. Now was the time to strike while the iron was hot, but the system required him to accept it and not pursue it. It's just 30 points. I don't want them. If I had the time to earn those points, I would have gone to bed with my goddess. Hao Chuan was indignant. The task of getting Tang Xi to fall into his arms was too difficult and he was ready to give up at any time. Host, don't worry. The system will make concessions. The system continued to prompt, you can get an extra 5 points for each refusal. Is this a concession? Hao Chuan rolled his eyes. You're a fool. It's not enough to throw yourself into my arms. You even have to reject me. Do you think I'm stupid? The system was silent, and Hao Chuan took 2 deep breaths. It's not worth getting angry with a system, I'll endure it for the sake of points. Hao Chuan returned to Tang Xi and found that she was playing with the puppy. The puppy seemed to be particularly fond of Tang Xi and was having a lot of fun playing with her. Hao Chuan stood beside Tang Xi, interrupting her play with the dog, and offered to take her home. Tang Xi refused, saying that she would go back by herself after getting a taxi. Hao Chuan nodded without saying anything. But they waited for a long time but couldn't get a taxi. There was no choice, Hao Chuan had to send Tang Xi to the nearby bus stop. Hao Chuan didn't speak, and Tang Xi was silent too. She was actually a little nervous. In front of Hao Chuan, she had been angry, humiliated, wronged, and moved. She had never exposed herself like this in front of a man. Hao Chuan could no longer be described as a friend. Tang Xi thought Hao Chuan would pursue her, but Hao Chuan was as cold as ice at this time, as if he just wanted to send her home. Tang Xi was a little disappointed, but then this disappointment made her find herself again, and gradually she regained her iceberg beauty. The 2 men and the dog walked to a secluded place, and suddenly the dog started barking loudly. The puppy was a gift from the system, so it was naturally different from ordinary puppies. It clearly sensed some danger. It barked a few times, and 7 or 8 people jumped out of the bushes on both sides. These people were sent by Chenlin, but they were not his bodyguards, but another group of people. Therefore, although Hao Chuan bribed Chenlin's bodyguard Su Jia, he did not receive a warning. It turns out it's you, kid. The bald guy who was the leader of these 7 or 8 people actually knew Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan didn't recognize him, but Tang Xi did. It's you. What do you want to do? We have already returned the money to you. Hao Chuan then remembered that the first time he interacted with Tang Xi was to pay off her debts. Later, he realized that Tang Xi had borrowed high-interest loans to treat her grandmother's illness. Now he understood that this was a trap set by Chenlin in order to woo Tang Xi. If he hadn't intervened in time, Tang Xi would have no money to pay back and would have had to pay off the debt herself. This Chenlin was really greedy. Do you think our CEO Li needs your little money? The bald man waved the iron pipe. CEO Li said that today the man will leave his fingers behind and the woman will be taken home to warm the bed. As they spoke, several people surrounded Hao Chuan and Tang Xi. The puppy bared its teeth and growled in waves. Chapter 28 Roaring Sky Dog. The man leaves his fingers behind and the woman is taken home to warm the bed. The bald man shouted fearlessly. Several people surrounded Hao Chuan and Tang Xi. Tang Xi grabbed Hao Chuan's arm and hid behind him. "I'll call the police," Tang Xi said in a low voice. These people might have been targeting them for a long time, and it was too late to call the police now. However, Hao Chuan didn't care. "I will pay you double what Li Chenlin gave you," Hao Chuan said slowly. "If money can be used to do something, there is no need to do it yourself." "Hee, you are so arrogant, just accept your fate." The bald man was unmoved, obviously not believing how much money Hao Chuan could come up with. "It's useless to delay. Hand over the girl, and I will kill you quickly later." "Hey, do I have to buy a skill to hit people?" Hao Chuan's eyes fell on the puppy. He laughed and took out a wad of cash. "I'll give you some money. You can get the rabies vaccine later." Several people obviously didn't understand Hao Chuan's meaning. One of them with dyed yellow hair shouted, "Brother, don't waste your words with this kid." As he spoke, Huang Mao rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Hao Chuan with an iron pipe. "Come on, Pikachu," Hao Chuan blurted out, and suddenly felt very immature. However, the puppy on the ground obviously understood what Hao Chuan meant. It opened its mouth with bared teeth and pounced towards the yellow-haired man. Although the puppy is small, it has amazing explosive power. It leaped over and bit the inside of the yellow-haired man's thigh. This is such a sensitive part, just thinking about it makes people terrified. Huang Mao screamed and fell to the ground. The puppy opened its mouth, threw aside the yellow-haired man who was wailing and rolling around with his arms around his thighs, and retreated back to Hao Chuan and Tang Xi. The thugs around all swallowed their saliva. It was really hard to know where to start with this tiny mixed-breed dog. "Let's charge together," the bald man shouted, calling on his men to charge forward together. There might not be time to buy skills now. Hao Chuan pulled Tang Xi behind him, picked up a half-brick from the ground, and wanted to fight against these thugs. The puppy moved quickly and bit its targets accurately. The thugs holding iron bars could not even touch a single hair of the puppy. Two thugs rushed towards Hao Chuan with iron pipes. Hao Chuan threw the brick in his hand. One of the thugs ducked his head and Hao Chuan took the opportunity to kick the thug to the ground. But he only felt a pain in his back, and was hit by another gangster. Hao Chuan endured the pain, grabbed the iron pipe, and hit his head directly on the other's face. Hao Chuan was no stranger to fighting. When his good friend was bullied in high school, he joined a group of people in a fight. But later, after graduating from high school, his good friends dispersed. Only Zhuo Weiqiang enrolled in the same school as him. Hao Chuan hit the target and felt a little dizzy. But at this moment, the most feared thing was to retreat and be timid. Hao Chuan grabbed the iron pipe, pushed away the gangster whose nose was bleeding from being hit by him, and waved the iron pipe to save Tang Xi. A thug wanted to take Tang Xi away, and Hao Chuan chased after him. He hit him with a stick, but the thug was very alert and dodged Hao Chuan's stick, waving the short knife in his hand and stabbed Hao Chuan. Shanghai City is close to the port, and many outsiders have flocked in. Some of them are lazy and have no intention of working, but instead follow the local gangsters to eat and drink for free. These people are the most ruthless and have no scruples. Hao Chuan had no doubt that the thug in front of him was determined to pierce a hole in his body. He didn't dare to confront him head-on, so he pulled his waist back and pulled Tang Xi over. It was said to be late, but it was fast. The gangster's short knife just slashed across Hao Chuan's stomach, tearing Hao Chuan's clothes. Tang Xi screamed and quickly covered her eyes. She thought she was going to see a bloody scene, but Hao Chuan was not injured. Hao Chuan was also a little annoyed. If he had to deal with these people alone, with the help of the puppy, he would not be in danger, even if he could not kill them all. However, he now has Tang Xi to protect, so he is a little hesitant to take action. "Hide behind me," Hao Chuan shouted at Tang Xi and swung the iron pipe to push away the desperate gangster in front of him. Woof woof woof, the puppy was eager to save its master, so it pounced from behind and bit the knife-wielding thug on the neck. The gangster screamed and stretched out his hand to take the puppy away from the back of his neck, but the puppy was quick to react. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the puppy bit the back of his hand, then jumped down and blocked Hao Chuan and Tang Xi again. "Hurry up!" The bald man was bitten on the face by the puppy. He covered his face and called on his companions to leave quickly. "I told you to pay for the vaccination," Hao Chuan shouted at the thugs who were fleeing in a panic. "Just wait for me." The bald man looked back and wanted to say a few harsh words. When the dog saw that the other party was not giving up, it rushed out and barked. Now the men no longer had the energy to scare Hao Chuan, and they ran even faster. Hao Chuan called the puppy back and said with a chuckle, "Little thing, you performed well today. I'll buy you some sausage when I get home." The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host, you have achieved the hero saving the beauty achievement and received points. The current score is 23 points. You're injured." Tang Xi grabbed Hao Chuan's hand, "Let me see it quickly." Hao Chuan also felt a tingling sensation on his back, and his shirt was taken off. Tang Xi saw a hideous red swelling on Hao Chuan's back. "Your back is swollen." Tang Xi was a little at a loss. Tang Xi had always avoided fights, never participated in them, and never even watched them. But today, she experienced it herself, and the feeling of being protected at that thrilling moment suddenly made her feel moved. "It's okay, just go back and rest for 2 days and you'll be fine." Hao Chuan didn't care. "I have safflower oil at home." Tang Xi blurted out, and she regretted it the moment she said it. "However," she continued, "come to my house and I'll rub it on you." Hao Chuan was so happy in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. "No need, it's not a serious wound." The more Hao Chuan said it was okay, the more guilty Tang Xi felt. At Tang Xi's insistence, Hao Chuan still went to her house with Tang Xi. Tang Xi lived in an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment, but it was very clean and tidy. Hao Chuan sat down on the sofa, and Tang Xi first took a glass of milk, poured it into a plate, and put it on the ground for the puppy. Then she took out safflower oil from the cabinet and wiped Hao Chuan. Tang Xi wiped very gently, fearing that she would hurt Hao Chuan. Chapter 29 Inside Information. Tang Xi wiped the medicinal wine on Hao Chuan. Her movements were gentle, which made Hao Chuan a little distracted. "Be patient, be patient." Hao Chuan had already begun to imagine the scene of holding Tang Xi in his arms, kissing her, and hugging her. However, only if Tang Xi threw herself into his arms could he get points, so for the sake of points, Hao Chuan endured it. "It's getting late, I should go back too." Hao Chuan put on his clothes, still keeping a cool attitude, as if the fight just now had never happened. "Little thing, let's go." Hao Chuan called the puppy to go with him. Unexpectedly, the puppy let out a few sad cries, as if it was unwilling to leave. Tang Xi was also a little scared and said, "What if those people come looking for me again? This is a problem." Li Chenlin had been coveting Tang Xi for an unknown period of time. When he saw Hao Chuan holding her in his arms, he immediately couldn't sit still. If he dares to send people to rob today, he might dare to kidnap tomorrow. "Then let the little thing accompany you." Hao Chuan glanced at the puppy and thought, "From now on you should call it little thing, it will be more convenient to call it." The puppy seemed to understand Hao Chuan's intention and barked twice to express its protest. "Really?" Tang Xi opened her eyes wide. She liked this little thing so much. "Well, don't worry. I'll take care of the rest." Hao Chuan's mind had already moved on to other places. He hadn't caused any trouble for Li Chenlin, but Li Chenlin had already bullied him. He told Tang Xi that it was okay, but that didn't mean he wasn't angry. "Damn it, I paid money to bribe Su Jia, but how come there is no news for so long? Is he trying to trick me?" Hao Chuan said goodbye to Tang Xi and walked out of the community. He felt a little regretful. Tang Xi had a little affection for him today, and she was just frightened, so she was vulnerable. If he took advantage of the opportunity, the relationship could be closer. Unfortunately, he did not take any action. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of staying calm and remaining calm. You have gained 1 point. Your current score is 24 points. Hao Chuan looked at his pitiful number of points and sighed. He didn't get many points, but he did get a lot of achievements. It seems that there is still a long way to go to upgrade the system. But I still gained a lot today. At least the injuries I suffered today were not in vain. In the past, Hao Chuan thought it was difficult to deal with Tang Xi, but today, Tang Xi took the initiative to show her kindness, and then he came to the rescue. Hao Chuan is now 60% to 70% sure. On the way back to the antique shop, Hao Chuan called Su Jia. Before Su Jia could say anything, Hao Chuan scolded him. "I bribed you, an insider, but you didn't provide any information at the critical moment, which put me in a passive position." Su Jia apologized repeatedly, and finally whispered, "Brother Hao, don't worry. You said that I spent money but didn't do anything, I really feel wronged." Recently, Mr. Li is making a big move. I wanted to find out more and then tell you. Su Jie told Hao Chuan an insider information. Although Li Chenlin is the major shareholder of Xingye Media, these shares are actually controlled by his wife. Li Chenlin had been enduring humiliation for many years, and had been looking for an opportunity to start his own business. Now his chance had finally come. Xingye Media's performance had been declining in recent years, and many directors on the board were restless, and rumors had repeatedly spread that a large company was going to acquire Xingye Media. The board of directors did discuss the acquisition, but many problems arose during the negotiation. Although Hao Chuan didn't care about gossip, he had read some of the news. Someone is maliciously speculating on Xingye Media's stock, causing its share price to plummet. Li Chenlin is also planning to let his wife sell all her shares. He is taking the opportunity to acquire a large number of Xingye Media shares, thereby getting rid of his wife's control and becoming his own boss. If this is true, then this news is really important. With this news, Hao Chuan can invest in the acquisition of Starry Night Media's stocks. If the stock of Starry Night Media can appreciate in value in a short period of time, Hao Chuan can easily achieve the goal of 100 million. In comparison, the 1 million that Hao Chuan used to bribe Su Jie was nothing. Are you telling the truth? As the matter was of great importance, Hao Chuan had to be cautious. Brother Hao, swear to God. Su Jie could also tell that Hao Chuan didn't trust him. Boss Li has been planning this for a long time. The stock plunge of Xingye Media was actually planned by him. His assistant borrowed money from me and wanted to use this news to pay off the debt. I'm not too sure, and I've been trying to confirm it these past 2 days. You just called me. Su Jie's words were already 70% reliable. Li Chenlin was not a law-abiding person. He kept a mistress and ate what was in the pot, thinking about the kitchen. It would be a bit strange if such a person could always swallow his anger at his wife. I'll trust you for now. Hao Chuan was thinking about how to use this opportunity to make a fortune, and it would be best if Li Chenlin failed miserably. You find a way to get more intelligence. If you need money to get connections, call me. If it works, you will definitely get some benefits. Hao Chuan directly transferred another 2 million to Su Jie. He couldn't trust Su Jie completely, but he still had to take the risk. The market value of Xingye Media is over 10 billion. Although more than 10 billion has evaporated now, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If Hao Chuan wants to buy at the bottom, the money he has is far from enough. Money, if you don't spend it, you can't earn it back. Hao Chuan returned to the antique shop and saw Xiao Wan cleaning up the wreckage of the antique shop. The broken antique fragments here, Lu Yi wanted to come over to count. Although Lu Yi said it generously, it was not realistic to give all the money to Hao Chuan at once. Xiao Wan, have you counted them? Hao Chuan still didn't know how many antiques Shenzhi and his men had smashed. Boss, I came back early just to count these. Xiao Wan took out a booklet. Boss, there are still 120 antiques that are intact. The broken antiques, according to what you said, are worth about 65 million. More than 60 million. I'm afraid 6th Master can't take it out. This is a bit of a miscalculation. Originally, this money could be paid back slowly by 6th Master, but Hao Chuan is waiting for this money now. We have to find another way. Hao Chuan waved his hand and went upstairs to rest. After buying this antique shop, he also moved here directly. Lying on the unmade bed, Hao Chuan clicked on the system and saw his information. Hao Chuan. Male, 24 years old. Level, Daosi. Skill. Skill 1, Treasure Appraisal I usable. Skill 2, Hua Tuo's Hand usable. Skill 3 blank. Current task, accumulate 100 million assets within 1 month and become a first-class local tyrant. Currently completed 812 10,000. Defeat all of Tang Xi's rivals 9,105. Make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms unfinished. Current points, 24. Achievements already obtained: throwing money at people, flirting with girls, being shameless, buying people's hearts, pretending to be cool and then running away. Money, where can I find you? Chapter 30 Apology. The next day, before Hao Chuan got up, he heard a sound downstairs. Hao Chuan went downstairs sleepily and saw that it was someone sent by Lu Yi to count the antiques. Xiao Wan, come up after you finish the inventory. Hao Chuan instructed Xiao Wan and went back upstairs to sleep. Xiao Wan shook his head and thought, the boss is really careless. He smashed tens of millions of items without hesitation, and when someone came to take inventory, he didn't even raise his eyelids. Xiao Luan thought that he definitely didn't have such courage, so he continued to work. It was the afternoon, but the inventory was not finished. Hao Chuan went to the hospital to see Grandma Tang. When he arrived at the ward, he found that Grandma Tang could barely stand up. Tang Xi was smiling happily beside him. Hao Chuan had never seen her smile so happily. Seeing Hao Chuan walk into the ward, Tang Xi greeted him with a smile, and Grandma Tang also said affectionately, "Hao Chuan is here, come on, have some fruit." Hao Chuan gave Grandma Tang another massage and then wrote a new prescription. Congratulations to the host. You have treated the same person 3 times in a row, triggering the hidden reward, Hua Tuo's hand. The upgrade is successful, the usage time is doubled, and the cooldown time is shortened by half. Hao Chuan remained silent. After showing it to Grandma Tang, he said to Tang Xi, "Come, let me show you." Tang Xi hesitated, but still sat on the bed and handed her wrist to Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan put his fingers on Tang Xi's wrist and took them away after a while. Your disease should not have started until you were 40, but you were able to avoid crowds and not interact with them. As a result, the yin energy in your body became even stronger. Hao Chuan had no intention of teasing Tang Xi, and what he said was all true. In the future, you should socialize with more people, talk more and laugh more. This disease needs to be cured slowly. After Hao Chuan finished speaking, Tang Xi frowned. Grandma Tang asked anxiously, "Can it be cured?" "Well, I'll prescribe some medicine for you." Taking medicine is one thing, but Chi also needs to change her cold attitude in the past. Hao Chuan was serious in front of Grandma Tang. "Did you hear that?" Grandma Tang complained, "I told you to make more friends, but you didn't listen." Tang Xi whispered coquettishly, "Grandma, please stop talking." Grandma Tang burst into laughter, and Tang Xi and Hao Chuan also laughed. When Hao Chuan left, Tang Xi sent him to the door. There was some awkwardness between the two. "I'm leaving first." Hao Chuan wanted to continue to remain cool. "Well, that..." Tang Xi hesitated, "They won't come looking for me again." Tang Xi was talking about the men sent by Chenlin. "Well, let's do this. I'll pick you up and drop you off next time." Hao Chuan frowned, as if this matter was very important. "No." Tang Xi refused. "I'll pick you up later." Hao Chuan didn't allow her to refuse. Hao Chuan's wishful thinking is going well. Going out with Tang Xi will definitely cause multiple harm to the singles in the school. Especially those who have a crush on Tang Xi and are her potential suitors. You can get 1 point for defeating a suitor. This is more cost-effective than letting Tang Xi throw herself into his arms. Hao Chuan returned to the antique shop and found that in addition to Xiao Luan, Li Yunqing was also there. "Hao Chuan, you have to keep your word yesterday." Li Yunqing came over. Only then did Hao Chuan remember that he had promised Li Yunqing yesterday to give him a job. Hao Chuan nodded and said, "Okay. How much salary do you want?" 5,000? Li Yunqing said hesitantly, fearing that Hao Chuan would retort. "I'll give you 10,000. Hao Chuan raised a finger. Li Yunqing was overjoyed and couldn't believe his ears. "Can you let me help sell antiques?" Hao Chuan scratched his head. He hadn't thought about it yet. "Let's talk about this later. Just follow me for the next 2 days." Hao Chuan called Xiao Luan to his side, and Xiao Luan handed a list to Hao Chuan. "I've counted it, the total is more than 65 million. This result was similar to what Hao Chuan had expected. Of course, he still felt a little regretful. If the antique shop was completely destroyed, the 700 or 800 million would all be owed to Sixth Master. What does Sixth Master say? Hao Chuan was more concerned about how much money Sixth Master could come up with. "Sixth Master asked you to come home and talk," Xiao Luan said. "It seems that this old man can't come up with the money." Hao Chuan had to prepare for the worst. "Come on, follow me to the prince's house for a visit." Hao Chuan called Li Yunqing. "Are you going to make peace with the prince?" Li Yunqing also knew about the feud between Hao Chuan and Shenzhi. Make peace? Bullshit. I'm going to his house to accept his apology. Hao Chuan snorted. Li Yunqing disagreed. Shenzhi's family background was like a big foot stepping on an ant to deal with 2 students. Asking Shenzhi to apologize was a pipe dream. Hao Chuan was full of confidence and took a taxi with Li Yunqing to the Chun family villa. Mr. Liu is a very old-fashioned man. He lives with 3 generations of his family, his son and his grandson, under the same roof, and the decoration is also in Chinese style. Sixth master personally welcomed Hao Chuan in at the door. "Boss Hao, it's amazingly fast," said sixth master with a smile. As a junior, I dare not neglect the invitation of sixth master. Hao Chuan also greeted sixth master with a smile. Li Yunsheng was stunned. Lu Yi was a retired senior official, why was he so polite to Hao Chuan? Hao Chuan and Lu Yi sat down in Lu Yi's study. Hao Chuan handed Lu Yi the list of smashed antiques, and Lu Yi took out his reading glasses and looked through them carefully. "Boss Hao, don't worry. It was my grandson who smashed the things. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." The sixth master took off his glasses and said to the servant, "Call Shenzhi over." Li Yunqing watched from the side, not daring to speak. But he still felt that sixth master would definitely side with Shenzhi later. After all, they were grandfather and grandson. Hao Chuan kept smiling. Lu Yi was a straightforward man and he believed in Lu Yi's character. The study door was opened, and Shenzhi walked in dejectedly. "Grandpa, do you want to ask me something?" Shenzhi turned around and suddenly saw Hao Chuan. His expression changed. "It's you." He picked up a vase and was about to throw it at Hao Chuan. "Haven't you smashed enough?" "Smash! Smash!" Sixth master roared and slammed his hands on the table. His momentum was shaken and Shenzhi immediately lost his momentum. "Grandpa, you don't know, it's all his fault." Shenzhi felt that he couldn't explain himself. He had clearly fallen into Hao Chuan's trap, but why couldn't his grandfather see it clearly? After Shenzhi was brought back by Lu Yi's bodyguards yesterday, he had been locked upstairs to reflect on his mistakes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and now he hated Hao Chuan completely. Shenzhi put the vase in his hand on the table and glared at Hao Chuan hatefully, wishing he could eat him alive. Hao Chuan remained seated upright, unmoved by Shenzhi's hostility. "Apologize to Boss Hao," said sixth master. Shenzhi thought he had heard it wrong. "Let me apologize to him. Let me apologize to him." Chapter 31, High-Profile Appearance. "What? You smashed someone's things and you want him to apologize to you?" Sixth master snorted coldly, his intimidation evident without him getting angry. Although Shenzhi was unwilling, he did not dare to disobey Master Lu, and could only whisper to Hao Chuan, "I'm sorry." "Louder!" Sixth master slammed the table again. "Sixth master, don't be angry. I was also wrong in that matter." Hao Chuan was taking advantage of the situation. "Sorry." Shenzhi also got angry. "Boss Hao." Li Yunqing sat there blankly, watching the famous Prince Shenzhi apologize to Hao Chuan. "You go back first." Sixth master asked Shenzhi to go back to his room. Before leaving, Shenzhi still did not forget to glare at Hao Chuan fiercely. After Shenzhi left, sixth master continued, "Let's leave the matter of smashing things alone for now. Let's talk about the antiques." The sixth master, who was originally righteous and stern, suddenly smiled and said, "Boss Hao, I have also verified the bill. I can't take out so much money at once." "Sixth master, you are joking. How can I let you pay for everything?" Hao Chuan retreated to advance, and sixth master's face changed immediately. "No, if it gets out, people will say I'm bullying an honest man." Sixth master hesitated for a moment and continued, "I'll pay half first, and you can mortgage the other half with the things in my room." Sixth master was really honest. In order to fill the hole in his grandson's pocket, he even offered to mortgage his own collection. Hao Chuan was a little disappointed. He thought that the sixth master had a lot of wealth, but he didn't expect that he could only come up with 30 million. Hao Chuan thought for a moment, laughed, and said, "They are all sixth master's favorites, how could I steal their love?" The sixth master insisted on using Hao Chuan's belongings as collateral, otherwise he would not let Hao Chuan leave. Hao Chuan deliberately made a very embarrassed expression, and went to Lu Yi's Boga Tower, picking this and looking at that. Every time he picked up an item, Lu Yi's face was painful. Hao Chuan didn't really want Lu Yi's antiques. What's the point of taking these things if they can't pay back the money? He already had a plan in mind, but he hadn't said it out loud yet. Hao Chuan pretended to look at antiques while picking them up to comment on them. His eye for treasure appraisal was fully fired up, and he casually told the antique in his hand, its age, characteristics, and quality. The sixth master clapped his hands and cheered, saying, "Boss Hao's vision is so good that it makes me ashamed." "Good vision. Good vision." Hao Chuan smiled and said nothing. He did not take the last item. He said to Master Lu, "Master Lu, I really can't take away someone else's love." The sixth master was reluctant to part with his treasures. Hao Chuan continued, "How about you use something else as collateral?" Then what shall we use as collateral? Sixth Master wished Hao Chuan would say that, but he would feel bad if Hao Chuan didn't take something. How about this, let me borrow your car for 2 days, and when you have enough money, I will drive it back to you. Hao Chuan went around in circles and finally stated his purpose. Lu Ye's car is not expensive. Any of his treasures can be exchanged for 10 or 8 cars. However, the value of Lu Ye's car is not the car itself, but the license plate, which is the identity represented by the car. Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the value of one car was far less than the treasures in his collection. I am really touched by Boss Hao's kindness. Master Lu was so moved that he almost cried. His baby was finally saved. Hao Chuan received a transfer of 30 million yuan from Lu Yi and the keys to the Audi car. Li Yunqing followed behind Hao Chuan with an indescribable feeling of admiration. Hao Chuan, you are so awesome that even the prince has given in. Now you are driving a high-ranking official's car. Li Yunqing touched the door of the Audi, his eyes shining. You are just like looking at a cow through a magnifying glass, a magnified version of awesomeness. Hao Chuan threw the key to Li Yunqing and said with a smile, from now on, you can drive this car. It's not a loss to drive this car. Am I driving a high-ranking official's car now? Li Yunqing took the key, put it in the car and started it. Hao Chuan felt a chill down his spine. He looked up and saw Shenzhi staring at him through the window. Hao Chuan snorted coldly, gave Shenzhi a middle finger, and then walked away. The prince is just like this. Hao Chuan now has a car and a full-time driver, and he enjoys the life of a high-ranking official sitting in the back seat. Hao Chuan asked Li Yunqing to drive to the hospital and pick up Tang Xi. When Li Yunqing opened the door for Tang Xi, he called her sweetly, sister-in-law. Don't make such jokes in the future. Tang Xi didn't buy it. Hao Chuan and I are just ordinary friends. Hao Chuan also knocked Li Yunqing on the head and cursed with a smile, I told you to yell like that. Li Yunqing stuck out his tongue and got into the driver's seat. The car drove directly to Songhai University. The guard recognized that it was Lu Ye's car and did not dare to stop it. Walk around the school twice. Hao Chuan said to Li Yunqing. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have wanted to go around. Li Yunqing was very excited and drove around the school. This turn of events did not matter, as the school was in commotion. The students all poked their heads out, and the school leaders also became nervous. Everyone knew that although Lu Yi had retired, many of the leaders in the province were his former subordinates. More importantly, the mayor of Songhai City is the son of the sixth master. He is like an emperor. Everyone thought that it was Master Lu and Shenzhi sitting in the car, although Master Lu had never sent Shenzhi to school. Put it down beside you. Tang Xi felt that Hao Chuan was being too high profile. Hao Chuan held Tang Xi's hand and said, you have to be high profile. Only in this way, Li Chenlin will not dare to make plans against you. Tang Xi finally understood Hao Chuan's intention. Hao Chuan has no power and influence now, and he has offended so many people. He must use the name of sixth master to suppress them. When he has the strength, he can be low-key. The real low-key thing is that you can be high-key, but never be high-key. Tang Xi had no choice but to continue sitting in the car. Only after the Audi attracted enough attention did Li Yunqing park the car in the leadership parking space. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Hao Chuan and Tang Xi got out of the car together, and all the teachers, students, and leaders were stunned. Hao Chuan sent Tang Xi to the door before leaving. Along the way, they attracted everyone's attention. As Hao Chuan expected, the system prompts sounded one after another. Congratulations to the host for defeating one of Tang Xi's pursuers and gaining 1 point. Current progress 10-105. Congratulations to the host for defeating one of Tang Xi's pursuers and gaining 1 point. Current progress 11-105. Congratulations to the host for defeating one of Tang Xi's pursuers and gaining 1 point. Current progress 12-105. Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang Xi's 3 suitors and gaining 3 points. Current progress 15-105. Chapter 32, Playing with Heartbeats. For several days, Hao Chuan drove Lu Ye's Audi car to Songhai University. Hao Chuan enjoyed this treatment very much. The cars of senior officials were all customized. Not to mention, there was also the beautiful Tang Xi by his side. As Hao Chuan expected, ever since Tang Xi started riding in Hao Chuan's car every day, everyone speculated that Hao Chuan had a special relationship with sixth master, and even Li Chenlin didn't dare to act rashly. Hao Chuan's points also increased rapidly. He had already completed more than half of the process of repelling the pursuers, and had accumulated more than 80 points. Hao Chuan had an evil idea. Now that he had so many points, if he could exchange them for money, then the goal of 100 million would be achieved. System, let's discuss something. Hao Chuan understood that the system was unkind. If his plan to use points to pay back the debt failed, he would have no way to use the points. I have exchanged points for money before. Can I exchange all the points now? Host, please respect yourself. Since you have no startup capital, the system will make an exception to exchange cash for you. In the future, we will not provide the service of exchanging points for cash. Points can only be spent in the system mall. The cold voice of the system poured cold water on Hao Chuan. I knew it. Although Hao Chuan was disappointed, he was not discouraged. There were still more than 20 days left to complete the task of accumulating 100 million yuan in wealth, so he had to hurry up. He paid close attention to every move of Xingye Media, waiting for the opportunity. Within 2 days, Su Jie passed on inside information that the time to buy the bottom of Xingye Media would be within these few days. Su Jie did not disappoint Hao Chuan. He did everything he could to get the information. Hao Chuan also paid him 3 million yuan for his hard work. Money makes the world go round. Li Chenlin never expected that Hao Chuan's people were planted around him. There is good news, but there is also bad news. Hao Chuan has a big appetite and wants to swallow all of Li Chenlin's shares in one gulp. He wants to fulfill his original oath and leave Li Chenlin with nothing. However, the money required to swallow Li Chenlin's shares far exceeded Hao Chuan's expectations, a full 70 million. This is the real huge sum of money. Hao Chuan only has less than 40 million in his hand, and the funding gap is more than 30 million. This money stumped Hao Chuan. He had more than 80 points in his hand, and after wandering around the mall for a long time, he still didn't know what skill to buy. No matter what skill he bought, he couldn't make 30 million in a short time. Hao Chuan first upgraded the Eye of Treasure appraisal. With 10 points, it reached the maximum level, and there were no more usage restrictions or cooling time. I didn't understand Hua Tua's hand at first, but it's enough for now. There is still one skill slot left, and Hao Chuan hasn't decided what skill to buy. This skill is related to future development, so he must be cautious. Hao Chuan was thinking hard about ways to make money, and asked Li Yunqing casually, "What do you mean by making money quickly?" "Big rich man, please stop irritating me. It's only been a few days and you've become a multi-millionaire. And you still complain that the money isn't coming fast enough. If it's not coming fast enough, you should go rob a bank." Li Yunqing has been very irritated these past 2 days. It's true that one has to compare himself to others to be worthy of respect. Hao Chuan actually thought about robbing a bank, but then he changed his mind and decided that this precedent should not be set. If he bought the skill to rob a bank and went to rob without money, he would be forced into a desperate situation sooner or later. Seeing Hao Chuan didn't say anything, Li Yunqing asked carefully, "Tyrant, I want to ask you timidly, how much money do you need?" "More than 30 million. As soon as Hao Chuan said this, Li Yunqing almost dropped his jaw. He is a rich man after all. We don't understand the world of rich people. Suddenly, Li Yunqing slapped his head and said, "Gambling on jade. That can make money quickly. As long as you have a good eye, you can really take out a few priceless jades. I dare not say 30 million, but there will always be millions. Okay, let's try this." Hao Chuan slapped his thigh and asked Li Yunqing to drive to the largest jade company. But when they got there, Hao Chuan was a little puzzled. It was true that enemies often meet each other. This jade company, called Song Family Jade Company, and the Song Family Auction House were both owned by the same family. Hao Chuan especially remembered Mr. Song's arrogance in the auction house, as well as the contemptuous attitude of the appraisers in the Song Family Auction House. The Song family is one of the largest families in Songhai City, and Mr. Song and Mr. Liu have been close friends for many years. Hao Chuan walked into the jade company and first looked around for the situation. Gambling on jade is the most common and controversial category in the jade industry. The supplier below provides several pieces of raw jade. If someone thinks that a piece of raw jade has great value, he will buy it. Even if the jade is sold at a sky-high price, it will not matter to others. Many people are superstitious about their own eyesight and concentrate on research. It is not to say that the things they study are useless, but it is almost the same as studying the lottery. Unlike the lottery, a rough diamond may cost a person everything he has, but in the end he will be left with nothing. Even a lifetime expert can make mistakes sometimes, and 9 out of 10 bets fail, which is not an exaggeration. Hao Chuan, you are not serious. Li Yunsheng was a little worried. Many people lost their fortunes due to gambling on stones, and he didn't want Hao Chuan to follow in their footsteps. Hao Chuan smiled and shook his head. If he couldn't achieve the goal of 100 million, he would be wiped out in a minute. He also wanted to take revenge on Li Chenlin and regain his dignity. He had to take this risk. It was a heart-pounding game. After finding out the way, Hao Chuan first spent tens of thousands of yuan to test the waters, but he didn't find any treasures from the few small stones. Tens of thousands of yuan were wasted. Hao Chuan remained calm and didn't feel much. He just spent money to try out the feeling and paved the way for betting on bigger stones later. Li Yunqing's face was already blushing and his heart was beating fast. In just the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of dollars were gone. Why did Hao Chuan look like he had lost a few coins? The rich are really different from other people. Their mental quality is amazing. After playing with small stones for a few times, Hao Chuan finally decided to play with a big one. He picked a bigger stone with other jade merchants who were gambling on stones. The price of this stone reached 1.2 million. After paying, Hao Chuan curled his lips and said, "Let's see how lucky we are." The stone was sent to the machine and was to be cut on the spot. After the machine cut, the stone was exposed, and the green and white jade was revealed. Everyone whispered about it. But that is not all. Although there is jade inside this stone, it is not pure enough and the area is not large. The machine continued to cut, throwing the stone away, revealing the hole inside. Everyone was disappointed. This stone, with only a little jade at the beginning, was really worthless. Hao Chuan's first big move wasted. Li Yunqing thought Hao Chuan was going to give up, but he smiled again. Interesting. Interesting. Chapter 33 Gambling on Stones. Interesting. Interesting. Hao Chuan was not discouraged at all, but became even more interested. He opened the system mall and took a quick look, looking for skills that could help with gambling on stones. The eye for appraising treasures is useful for antique calligraphy and paintings, but it is powerless against gambling stones. Hao Chuan had already browsed the system mall several times. Due to his low level, he could not buy many powerful skills, including a skill of perspective eyes. Whenever Hao Chuan thought about not being able to buy the X-ray eye, he felt hollowed out. As long as he bought this skill, he would have a feast for the eyes in the future. Now is not the time to think about this. Finally, Hao Chuan found a skill related to gambling. The name of this skill sounds quite literary, called the slant of the balance. From the introduction above, it is said that this is a long-term skill, similar to a kind of halo. As long as this skill is acquired, a person's luck will be doubled, as if God is taking care of him, and the balance of fairness is tilted, so it is called the tilt of the balance. In the past, Hao Chuan always thought that this skill was useless and expensive, requiring 10 points to purchase. But after gambling on a few stones, Hao Chuan suddenly understood. 9 out of 10 bets fail. This does not mean that 9 out of 10 bets on stones will fail, but that as long as you win once, you can completely turn your life around. Either you become rich or you lose everything. This is the charm of betting on stones. If luck favors you and you win twice out of 10, you can be said to be blessed with the halo of the protagonist. Hao Chuan clicked to buy the scales of depth, spending another 10 points. If you want to raise money as quickly as possible, you have to take risks. I'm going to bet on this stone today. If it were someone else, they would have given up long ago after losing so many times, but Hao Chuan was shocked, because he knew the fun had just begun. The Song Family Jade Company has a strong background in strength, and its gambling on jade is bigger than that of other companies. The company is consciously expanding this market. Whether it is jade merchants or ordinary people with a speculative mentality, many people regard this place as a casino. This, and this. Hao Chuan picked up a few stones like picking cabbages. This time his appetite was bigger, and he spent nearly 6 million on 3 stones. Li Yunsheng wanted to slap himself when he saw this. Why did he bring Hao Chuan here? Now, if Hao Chuan loses, wouldn't he be committing a sin? Hao Chuan, don't go too far. Even experts will sprain their ankles, so we laymen shouldn't get involved. Li Yunsheng tried to pull Hao Chuan up, but Hao Chuan just waved his hands. I think this place is pretty good. Don't worry, my bad luck is over and it's time for good luck to come. Hao Chuan was telling the truth, but to Li Yunsheng, it sounded like the words of a gambler. Seeing that he could not persuade Hao Chuan, Li Yunsheng hurried out to call Zhou Weiqian. The table is ruined, come and have a look. Hao Chuan is gambling on stones here, and he has lost millions but still refuses to stop. Why would he go back to gamble on stones? Zhuo Weiqiang knew that Hao Chuan had never had such a hobby. He thought about it and understood. You stinky fortune teller, it must be you who instigated it. Li Yuncheng loved to daydream. He once wanted to get rich by gambling on stones, but he had neither the money nor the courage, so he often talked about it. Zhuo Weiqiang asked for the address, called Tang Xi, Zhong, and Lu Shan, and went to the Song family jade company together. I think Hao Chuan is burned by money, Zhuo Weiqiang said indignantly. Tang Xi and Lu Shan nodded, thinking that Hao Chuan didn't cherish his rich grandfather. If Hao Chuan refuses to leave, let's drag him out, Zhong said silently. Hao Chuan didn't know that several of his good brothers were coming to save the situation. He was still spending money on gambling stones. In less than half an hour, he had already spent more than 10 million yuan. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Hao Chuan even doubted whether the tilt of the scales that brought good luck was fake. System, this skill is not as powerful as you said. Hao Chuan remained calm on the surface, but he was already worried. Host, please believe in the personality of the system. The things in the mall are absolutely real and effective. Do you have a personality? You have a personality. A frozen machine. Hao Chuan did not forget to satirize the system, but after the system said so, Hao Chuan finally felt a little relieved. Hao Chuan's big move attracted the attention of the Jade manager, who quickly reported the situation to the company's young master, Mr. Song's only grandson, Song Lin. Song Lin and Shenzhi have been friends since childhood. Unlike Shenzhi, who is weak and frail, Song Lin has been working in the mall with his father for a long time. He is prudent and proficient in accidents. Half of the business of the Song family jade company is managed by him, which shows Mr. Song's trust in his grandson. When Song Lin heard that a customer who was willing to gamble on stones had come to the company, he came over to say hello. He spoke politely to Hao Chuan without any pampering of a nobleman. Hao Chuan also knew that his gambling on stones would definitely attract attention, so he politely greeted Song Lin. Song Lin saw that Hao Chuan had lost more than 10 million yuan without getting angry or breathless. He asked himself if he had such courage. He did not dare to be negligent and quickly sent someone to inquire. The manager reported that Hao Chuan came in 6th master's car. Song Lin smiled, thinking that he was a relative of Shenzhi's family, or maybe the son of that high-ranking official. Song Lin called Shenzhi and asked with a smile, Shenzhi, you are not a good brother. You didn't even introduce me to the guests who came to your house. Shenzhi was still in solitary confinement under the orders of Master Lu, and he was so angry that he couldn't help but quarrel with Song Lin. Shenzhi was so angry that he was confused, but Song Lin was not confused. He comforted Shenzhi and asked him the whole story in a few words. Song Lin immediately understood that Shenzhi was obviously cheated by Hao Chuan. And now Hao Chuan was squandering the money he got from the scam. Shenzhi, don't worry. This kid is in my hands today. I will make him spit out the same money he took in. Song Lin looked sinister. He walked quietly to the gambling hall, where the intense gambling was still going on. These jade merchants were not good looking, but they were all wealthy. However, even though these people are well informed, they were also enlightened today. I saw Hao Chuan was still leisurely picking cabbages. Oh, not picking raw jade stones. Others were more afraid the more they lost, but he was happier the more he lost. Hao Chuan didn't want to be overly happy, but when he thought about the skill of the slant of the scales, he realized that his luck would double. He had been losing for so long, which meant that good luck was accumulating in the future. Song Lin was watching from the side, puzzled, thinking that either Hao Chuan was hiding his true abilities or he was mentally ill. He quietly told the manager, go get him some better stones. Songjia Jade Company will screen the raw stones and keep some for cutting. These are the ones with the greatest hope of producing jade, and some of them have even been exposed. Chapter 34, Go with the Flow. The manager took out a few more stones, and with Song Lin's instructions, asked Hao Chuan to pick out a few valuable stones. Hao Chuan did not doubt it and bought it. He opened it on the spot and found jadeite as expected. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Once these stones were opened, Hao Chuan not only made back his investment, but also made a fortune. Hao Chuan would make a lot of money just by selling these stones as they are. If they were processed, their value would be even higher. But what no one expected was that Hao Chuan had no intention of keeping the raw stone. He directly offered a price to sell it. He didn't have time to wait for the jade to be carved out, he wanted the money now. Song Lin's face turned pale as he scolded the manager, how the hell do you do your job? I asked you to give him those stones to whet his appetite. Why did you give him such good stones? The manager was also feeling aggrieved. How could he have known that Hao Chuan would be so lucky? Hao Chuan laughed loudly, and Li Yunqing pulled Hao Chuan from the side. Hao Chuan is almost done, hurry up and leave. Of course Hao Chuan was not happy. I came here to raise money, not to play. This is just the beginning. Song Lin came over at this time and said with a smile, Boss Hao has a good eye. I have a few good stones here. Boss Hao, would you like to take a look together? Song Lin would not do anything to please others, so he specifically asked his manager to get a few stones to whet Hao Chuan's appetite so that he could raise the stakes even higher. Hao Chuan looked at Song Lin and clearly sensed something was wrong. He immediately realized that with the relationship between the Song family and Sixth Master, the relationship between Song Lin and Shenzhi would not be far away. It turns out that Shenzhi Pai came here to seek revenge, which is interesting. Song Lin's intention was obvious, he was setting a trap for Hao Chuan to fall into, and using gambling stones to squeeze out the 30 million that Hao Chuan got from the Sixth Master. Hao Chuan remained calm and said to Song Lin, I also want to play a few big games. I wonder how big this big game can be. Song Lin thought to himself, this kid has really taken the bait. He smiled sincerely and said, to be honest, I do have a few priceless raw stones here, just waiting for a big spender like you to open them. The higher he praised Hao Chuan, the more vicious the subsequent arrangements became. The Song family had an old supplier of raw stones, who had cooperated with the Song family for 3 generations and provided many precious jades. However, in recent years, a young man took over the business, and since then, no good things have been mined from the raw stones provided. A few days ago, he brought 3 huge raw stones and was confident that he would sell them to the Song family auction house at a high price. However, after the appraisers from the Song family jade company looked at them, they all shook their heads and said that there was a 99% chance that nothing would be produced from them. The value is much different now. The young man is not convinced, but he dare not open it. If there is really nothing after opening it, then it will be worthless. There was no other way but to keep these 3 huge stones, which were as tall as a person and took 2 people to hug, in the warehouse. No one cared about them anyway because they were bought at a low price. Today Song Lin thought of it and decided to use these stones to trick Hao Chuan. He just didn't know if Hao Chuan would be fooled, so he had to find a way to motivate him and make him spend a lot of money to get these stones. Li Yunqing became anxious when he heard this. Hao Chuan was gambling more and more, and he was going to lose everything. Hao Chuan, why don't we wait a while? Li Yunqing wanted to buy time and wait for other people to come, so that he could carry Hao Chuan out. But Hao Chuan had already made up his mind, and he took advantage of Song Lin's eagerness for revenge to raise enough funds in one fell swoop. There would not be a second chance like this. Even if Zhuo Weiqiang and the others really came over now, they couldn't drag Hao Chuan away. He wouldn't stop until he got 30 million today. Mr. Song, you're too polite. Let's go take a look together. Hao Chuan let Song Lin lead the way. Li Yunqing knew that he could not persuade Hao Chuan, so he hurried out to call Zhuo Weiqiang and others to urge them to come quickly, otherwise they would miss it. Other jade merchants were also attracted by the two's actions and followed them to another exhibition hall. The 3 pieces of raw stones have been pushed out and placed in front of everyone. If something can be mined from such large stones, it will definitely be priceless. Song Lin asked Hao Chuan to go forward and observe first. Hao Chuan took a quick look and his mind was not on the stone at all. He didn't understand stones at all. He only knew that he was very lucky now. How good this luck is, Hao Chuan has to take a gamble. However, he will not sit and wait for Song Lin to become arrogant. To be honest, I don't know much about stones. Hao Chuan said to Song Lin, but let's bet bigger. Song Lin became interested and asked, oh, I wonder how Mr. Hao wants to bet? Hao Chuan laughed and said, Boss Song, I used to watch others gamble, why not give it a try this time? In order to trick Hao Chuan, Song Lin was ready to bleed. However, this little money was nothing to Song Lin. Okay, let's add some jackpots. If you get something, I'm willing to give Mr. Hao a red envelope of 5 million. If you don't get anything? Song Lin asked for 5 million, which surprised many people. What happened to the young master of the Song family jade company today? If I can't open it, I'll admit defeat and consider myself unlucky. Hao Chuan also nodded. There was a lot of discussion below. Song Lin and Hao Chuan seemed polite on the surface, but everyone could see that they were competing with each other. A kind jade merchant advised Hao Chuan, young man, I think these stones are not strong enough. Do it according to your ability. Others were just watching the fun, and some even started betting on whether Hao Chuan could win the prize. However, most people were not optimistic about Hao Chuan. Some people who knew the inside story understood that Song Lin was deliberately trying to trick Hao Chuan and was avenging his good brother Shenzhi. The asking price for each of the 3 stones was over 10 million, which was exactly the amount Hao Chuan received from 6th Master. Song Lin seemed to be sure of victory and looked at Hao Chuan with a smile. System, please don't cheat me. If I lose everything this time, I will be bankrupt. Hao Chuan prayed to the system. Who knew that the system would give Hao Chuan a silence? Hao Chuan didn't expect the system to be so arrogant. He was speechless. Hao Chuan secretly gave him a middle finger, but things had come to this point and he had to force the issue no matter what. Hao Chuan took the first shot at the stone and offered a price of 12 million. Everyone was worried for Hao Chuan. This gambling method of Hao Chuan was really unprecedented. People who didn't know him would think he was rolling dice. Hao Chuan directly stepped on the original technical cover of gambling on stones, just to have a good time gambling. The technicians started to use the grinding tool on the spot and cut the jade in the middle. The stone powder brought out by the grinding tool can tell whether the stone contains jade. After the mold was cut into 1/3, the stone powder still showed no sign of jade. Hao Chuan was sweating, thinking that the 12 million yuan might go down the drain at any time. When the stone was halfway cut, a green part suddenly appeared. Chapter 35, Small Antique Dealer. Everyone craned their necks, and the technician stopped and asked the appraiser to come forward to observe. The appraiser looked at it for a long time and said, "I can see the veins of the jade, it is jadeite, but I can't tell how big it is." The technician changed the angle and continued cutting. This time he seemed more nervous than the first time. The presence of jade veins does not mean that treasure can be produced. For many stones, only a few veins can be seen. As the jade continued to be cut, Zhuo Weiqiang and others also arrived, but they were stopped outside by security guards. Hao Chuan was so focused on watching the stone being cut that he didn't notice them. But Song Lin noticed them and quietly waved his hand, asking the security guard to take them out. At this time, Song Lin didn't want anyone to interrupt his plan. Hao Chuan only had the raw stone in his eyes and didn't notice Song Lin's little action at all. I changed the cutting position, but the situation was not good. This stone was thrown halfway, but the jade was not yet revealed. Everyone began to whisper, knowing without thinking that the stone was useless. Song Lin looked up at Hao Chuan, hoping to see some panic on his face, but Hao Chuan was still concentrating on watching the technician throw away the jade, as if he could find emerald in the next second. At this point, the risk of gambling on stones was already extremely high, and the chances of success were slim. Song Lin was about to use a piece of raw stone bought at a low price to take away Hao Chuan's 10 million or 2 million. Suddenly, the technician exclaimed, "Eh!" When the jade was cut to the last third, the grinding tool encountered a different material. The technician instinctively discovered that he had cut into jade. But he was still unsure what it was. Everyone's eyes were focused on the jade. Hao Chuan's heart was pounding, wondering what this good luck would bring. There was a lot of discussion among the audience. Some said they had hit upon a treasure, while others gave up hope and said Hao Chuan had failed this time. Song Lin sneered on the side. With the numbers opening at this level, the chance of getting a treasure again is even harder than winning the first prize in the lottery twice in a row. Only Hao Chuan knew that he had met a treasure again this time. The technician treated it as a formidable enemy. He changed the grinding tool and cut the upper layer of the original stone horizontally. A large piece of ordinary stone fell onto the workbench with a crash. A crystal clear amethyst was revealed, and everyone in the audience held their breath. This was more than just a treasure, it was a treasure. Song Lin's jaw almost dropped. He walked up to it in disbelief and took a closer look. The crystal was of excellent quality, without any flaws, and was definitely of top quality. Hao Chuan smiled and said, "Is there anyone here willing to bid?" Hao Chuan still only bought raw stones and did not plan to process them. Although the profit was much less, it made money faster at the time. Quotes were immediately made, and the price went up to more than 25 million. This was something Hao Chuan had never expected, and he was getting closer and closer to his goal. Song Lin panted and scolded the manager, "You put such good things in the warehouse, why don't you put your brain in the warehouse as well?" Even though he cursed at Hao Chuan, Song Lin couldn't let him go so easily. After Hao Chuan sold the crystal, he had less than 20 million left, which was still one step away from his goal of 30 million. He had no intention of stopping. Song Lin was afraid that he would make a fortune and leave. Even if he didn't have to look for Hao Chuan would have to look for him. Hao Chuan stepped forward and said, "Boss Song is really loyal. He introduced such a good thing to me. I don't dare to ask for a red envelope. He was trying to squeeze Song Lin. If Song Lin didn't pay the money, his reputation of not being able to afford to lose would spread throughout the entire circle tomorrow. Song Lin kept his composure. The Song family was wealthy and could afford this little money. Mr. Hao, you are looking down on me by saying this. I must accept the defeat and give you this red envelope. Song Lin said politely on the surface, but in his heart he was already curtsying to Hao Chuan's ancestors. Obedience is worse than respect. Hao Chuan was not polite either. That's it for today. Hao Chuan said, as if he was about to leave. Song Lin hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Mr. Hao has a keen eye and such good luck. It would be a pity if he didn't try again. Song Lin tried his best to keep him, and Hao Chuan knew what he was planning. Well. Hao Chuan pretended to hesitate. I'll add another 5 million to the bet. Song Lin didn't believe that Hao Chuan's luck would continue to be good. Well, since we're betting, let's bet big. I'll pay for the stone, and give you an extra car. Hao Chuan pointed at the Audi outside the door. This is something that 6th Master mortgaged for 30 million yuan. Song Lin should be aware of this. Now that Song Lin is being held hostage by Hao Chuan, the 5 million jackpot can no longer satisfy Hao Chuan's appetite. Song Lin gritted his teeth and said to Hao Chuan, Mr. Hao is so straightforward, I will add another 2 million. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, Boss Song should know the owner of this car. Is this car only worth 2 million? Hao Chuan had almost made his point clear. Song Lin narrowed his eyes and realized that Hao Chuan had already seen through his plan. But Song Lin couldn't see why Hao Chuan was so confident. Could he have a perspective eye that could see through stones? Song Lin was silent for a moment and finally said, I will risk my life to accompany you, I bet 10 million. Hao Chuan laughed out loud, that's great. If I take a picture of this stone and there's nothing left, I'll pay the money and the car will be Boss Song's. Song Lin also said, if a treasure is found, my Song family jade company will buy it at full price, and I will add an extra 10 million yuan to the prize. The price has been driven up so high that everyone realizes that this has become a personal grudge between Hao Chuan and Song Lin. The second stone was priced at 15 million, and Hao Chuan paid the bill again. This time, no one in the audience was optimistic about the bet. A piece of raw stone has already produced something, so it is almost impossible to produce another treasure from this one. However, everyone knows that the Song family jade company has a strong background. If Song Lin wants to trick Hao Chuan, who dares to step forward and remind him? Everyone looked at Hao Chuan with pity, as if he was about to lose everything in the next moment. Hao Chuan also looked at Song Lin with a bit of pity. He felt a bit bad for using the skill he just bought to bully others. But there is no way, there is still a mission to be done. Hao Chuan is waiting for the money to speculate in Xingye Media stocks, and he must get the money today. The technician came on stage again and started cutting the raw stone. Hao Chuan was very relaxed during this process because he knew that he would definitely find a treasure inside. Song Lin was also full of confidence. He couldn't cheat Hao Chuan out of his money, so he had to at least get Lu Ye's car back first. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed in front of Shenzhi. Song Lin is confident that he can kill 7 unknown antique dealers in one day. Unfortunately, Hao Chuan is an antique dealer with a counterattack system. Zhuo Weiqiang and others were driven out, and they found the problem after a discussion. Hao Chuan had a grudge against Shenzhi, and Song Lin must have taken revenge on Hao Chuan for Shenzhi. Zhuo Weiqiang hurried to the antique shop to find Xiao Wan, but the boss was in trouble, so he could only look for the clerk. Xiao Wan laughed after hearing what Zhuo Weiqiang said, Don't worry, the boss is a very smart person. He is smarter than a monkey. Seeing that Zhuo Weiqiang and others didn't believe him, Xiao Wan continued, I'll take you to the Jade Company. Chapter 36 Small Goals. Xiao Wan brought Zhuo Weiqiang and others into the Song family Jade Company. Xiao Wan had been in the antique industry for many years. Although he was a clerk, he knew many people, especially employees at the bottom of the industry. He had a good relationship with several assistants of the Song family Jade Company and often had meals together. When he heard that Xiao Wan was going to bring people into the venue to watch the gambling on Jade, he said excitedly, Luanzi, you are in for a good show today. I don't know where a rich man came from today. He was crazy and actually competed with our young master. He bet tens of millions. It's exciting. You kid, please be more polite. What do you mean by brain drain? Someone was slandering Hao Chuan behind his back, and Xiao Wan was unhappy, that's our boss. The assistant of Song Family Jade Company looked at Xiao Luan in disbelief and advised, Xiao Luan, you should plan for yourself as soon as possible. Although you were a clerk, your work was real. Now look, your boss is about to go bankrupt. How about I introduce you to someone and ask you to come work here? Xiao Luan looked disdainful, and Zhuo Weiqiang and the others became even more worried. How could they not know who Hao Chuan was? They had never come into contact with Jade or anything like that. An outsider, betting on Jade with an insider, and with the young master of the Song family auction house, wasn't this like an egg hitting a stone? The group walked from the backstage to the gambling stone exhibition hall. Hao Chuan was arguing with Song Lin, and Song Lin said loudly, if you find a treasure, my Song family Jade Company will buy it at full price, and I will add another 10 million yuan to the prize. There was an uproar in the venue. It was unprecedented to add a prize to the gambling. Now it was no longer gambling on stones, but a complete gambling. And Hao Chuan was like a blindfolded man betting on cards. He kept adding chips even though he had no chance of winning. But Hao Chuan didn't think so. He knew that his luck had not run out. This stone would definitely yield a treasure. In contrast, Song Lin was blindly confident and would rather pay out of his own pocket to gamble with Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan felt that he was bullying him a little. I'm sorry, Master Song, you're in trouble again this time. The technician came on stage again to cut the rough stone. When Zhuo Weiqiang and others arrived, it was too late to stop them. They ignored the tense atmosphere and shouted at Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan didn't expect that his good brothers would come over. Song Lin glared at the manager beside him and said, how did they get in? Get them out. These are my friends. Hao Chuan waved to them. The manager looked at Song Lin, who nodded unhappily, and the manager dared to let them pass. Zhuo Weiqiang and others walked to Hao Chuan, and Song Lin glanced at a few of them. Their dress, appearance and temperament showed that they were ordinary college students. Under normal circumstances, how could these people enter the core area of the Song family Jade Company? Song Lin looked down on Hao Chuan even more. He was a loser who took advantage of opportunities and relied on cheating and deceiving people. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, how could he survive in your circle? Hao Chuan raised his finger to Zhuo Weiqiang and others, asking them not to speak. In the gambling stone exhibition hall, everyone held their breath and watched the jade cutting. This time, the technician stopped cutting after a short while. Song Lin thought there was some kind of mechanical failure and whispered to the manager beside him, go and have a look. The manager hurried over, whispered a few words to the technician, then looked back at Song Lin with embarrassment on his face. Everyone was talking about it, wondering what had happened. Song Lin walked over quickly, waiting for the technician to announce that nothing had been found. Hao Chuan saw the clues. The technicians and managers knew that Song Lin had bet 10 million, so even if he got a treasure, he dared not say it. Whoever dared to offend Song Lin would be fired, right? The underground jade merchants started shouting and saying that the people at the Song family Jade Company were unprofessional. Song Lin frowned, walked over to take a look, and was stunned. A touch of emerald green had already appeared in front of him, and the jade waterhead was indescribably pure and rich, which already showed that this rough stone was of extremely high value and contained very high purity jadeite. I can already see jade after just opening it a little bit. If I continue to open it, how big will it be? Song Lin still couldn't believe it. How could Hao Chuan be so lucky? Was he really an expert in jade identification? Impossible, the original stone is almost impossible to be completely sure. Even if you use X-ray and other technological means, you can't tell what treasures are inside. What are you looking at? Keep opening. Song Lin shouted. He had clearly lost, but he still wanted to make one last attempt. Maybe there was only a small piece of jade inside. The jade continued to be cut, Song Lin's face turned pale, and only Hao Chuan was still looking at them with a smile. This time, the jade was cut around the edge, and soon it was split into two halves, revealing the full appearance of the jade inside. This turned out to be another piece of jadeite without any imagination. Its value was so high that even Hao Chuan was surprised. The jade was surrounded by ordinary stones, like peanuts in a peanut shell. It seemed as if God had intentionally hidden such a treasure in the stone. The uncanny workmanship of nature was amazing, and even Zhuo Weiqiang and others who knew nothing about jade were stunned. Song Lin took a look. How come they had never discovered such a treasure? Song Lin was thinking about eating the manager, but he remained calm. This Hao Chuan is a guy who pretends to be a pig but is actually a tiger. Song Lin clapped his hands, Mr. Hao, you have a good eye. I admire you. I admire you. Zhuo Weiqiang and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Xi, the most timid one, asked in a low voice, "Did you win the bet?" Lu Shan nodded, not knowing what to say. Ren Zhong and Zhuo Weiqiang hugged each other and were almost crying with joy. "I told you, Hao Chuan is so good, how could he lose?" Chen Yunsheng hugged Xiao Wan and shook him hard. Xiao Wan rolled his eyes at Chen Yunsheng, wondering who was the one who was so jumpy just now, fearing that Hao Chuan would lose everything. According to the previous agreement, the Song Family Jade Company purchased this piece of jade at the full price of 20 million. Adding the 10 million bonus that Song Lin had just agreed on, the total was 30 million. This kind of situation has not happened at the Song Family auction house for a long time. In just a few hours, a jade stone worth nearly 30 million yuan was sold, and it was sold by the same person. The underground jade merchants also looked regretful and shouted that Hao Chuan didn't know how to do business. Such flawless jadeite, as long as it can find a suitable jade worker to process it, its value will double. But Hao Chuan planned to make a quick buck and run away from the beginning. He now has an extra 50 million in his hands, far exceeding his small goal of 30 million. Chapter 37, Getting Bigger and Bigger. Things have to be done step by step. First set a big task of 100 million yuan, and then set a small goal of 30 million yuan. Hao Chuan originally planned to just make a quick buck and leave, but Song Lin came to him and immediately handed over the 15 million yuan prize. This was an unexpected gain. Although Song Lin was defeated by Hao Chuan, he was unusually calm. He knew that he had purchased the jadeite from Hao Chuan, and after processing, its value would be higher. Although it could not offset the loss, it would not be too far off. He did not care about this little money. He narrowed his eyes and never dared to underestimate Hao Chuan again. "Boss Song, I think we'll leave it at that for today," Hao Chuan said with a smile. People should know themselves. Hao Chuan knew that he didn't know much about stones, and who knew when his luck would run out. It was wise to quit while the going was good. He continued, "If we continue to gamble, other jade bosses will not agree." Mr. Hao is right. Song Lin said with a wry smile, "Good luck will run out one day." His words were a double entendre. On the surface, he was agreeing with what Hao Chuan said, but inwardly, he was threatening. "I'm not good at anything else, but I'm lucky." Hao Chuan didn't care about Song Lin's threat. "I've already dealt with the prince, so why should I be afraid of a rich second generation like you?" Song Lin sent Hao Chuan to the door and watched Hao Chuan and others drive away in Luya's car. He sent his men away and said, "Send 2 people to check the details of Hao Chuan." Now it's not just about Shenzhi, Song Lin also has a strong curiosity about Hao Chuan. After Hao Chuan left, the remaining group of jade merchants surrounded the last piece of jade. Hao Chuan had just opened 2 treasures in a row, and the remaining piece of jade had a great chance of opening a treasure. Moreover, if it was opened, it would either be a big treasure or nothing. Many jade merchants wanted to take a gamble, and everyone bid a high price, all the way up to 20 million. The manager of Song's Jade didn't dare to act on his own and quickly went to ask Song Lin what he thought. Song Lin scolded the manager again, "2 treasures have been opened, are you still waiting for this one to be bought?" The manager understood what Song Lin meant, and hurriedly carried the raw stone back to the warehouse despite the scolding from the jade boss, and then quickly asked the technicians to cut the stone. It turned out that the stone was a bun with flour filling, with the inside and outside being the same color. The Song Family Jade Company accidentally lost 20 million. But Hao Chuan didn't know these. However, if he continued to buy that piece of stone, whether it would produce treasures, only the system knew. Chen Yunsheng asked Hao Chuan to treat them all, and Hao Chuan was in a good mood. Even if Chen Yunsheng didn't say it, Hao Chuan would still treat them all, as he had things to discuss with a few people. The group arrived at a luxuriously decorated hotel. Before Luya's car arrived at the hotel entrance, the sharp-eyed doorman had already seen it and hurriedly notified the manager. When the car stopped, the hotel owner was already standing at the door. Several people came out of the crowded carriage, talking and laughing, paying no attention to the manager who was in a state of panic. Chen Yunqing threw the key to the doorman and walked into the hotel with Hao Chuan and others. The manager hurried over, like a waiter, busying around and greeting people. Driving Luya's car and looking so young, he must be either rich or noble. Hao Chuan and others thought that this was a common practice in the hotel, and they couldn't help but praise the hotel for its thoughtful service. After sitting down in the private room, Hao Chuan said generously, "Order whatever is expensive. Don't be polite to me. You are just overthinking it. If you ask us to be polite to the rich man, we will feel bad about it." Zhuo Weiqiang laughed. Several people ordered a large table full of food and ate without restraint. They treated the five-star hotel as a canteen and ordered double portions of everything delicious. Although they were happy, Zhuo Weiqiang and others still tried to persuade Hao Chuan at the table. Hao Chuan, when Banksy and her called us today, we were almost scared to death. You have only been a rich man for a few days. You gamble so big. If you can't spend the money, tell us and we will help you spend it. Hao Chuan had no words to say. Do you think I want to spend it? I have a task of 100 million yuan on my head. If I fail to complete the task, I will be finished. How can I save money without taking risks? Now he has 80 million in his hands, which is more than enough to buy Li Chenlin's shares in Xingye Media. However, Hao Chuan has no idea how to manage these stocks. Tang Xi and Lu Shan studied finance, so it was most appropriate for them to leave this matter to their good brothers. Hao Chuan talked about Xingye Media, and Tang Xi and Lu Shan really had a lot to say. Xingye Media had actually been doing well, involved in many industries, and was shifting its focus to the entertainment industry in recent years. But not long ago, it encountered a major storm, and its performance has been sluggish. What if I say I have inside information and know that Xingye Media's stock will bottom out and rebound? Hao Chuan stated his purpose. I'll pay. Do you have the confidence to manage it? If there is inside information, it is not difficult to buy at the bottom. Tang Xi adjusted his glasses. He was skeptical about Hao Chuan's inside information. But if the information is not true and the stock price continues to fall, there will be no way to save it. How can you do this without taking some risks? Hao Chuan's appetite is amazing. He has already purchased 3 skills, and the skill slots are full. He has done antiques and gambling on stones. If he wants to raise 20 million, he can only buy lottery tickets if he doesn't buy stocks. How much do you want to buy? Lu Shan was more pragmatic. Today he saw Hao Chuan betting big on stones, and he wondered how much Hao Chuan was going to bet on stocks. Hao Chuan gestured to the number 8. 70 million could buy out all of Li Chenlin's shares, but Li Chenlin could buy out other shareholders' shares. If you wanted to crush Li Chenlin in one fell swoop, you would need to have several hundred million. 8 million? Tang Xi and Lu Shan were already thinking about the largest amount. Add another 0. Hao Chuan shook his head. The table suddenly became quiet. Hao Chuan put all his assets on the line, and he would die if he failed. He was full of confidence, but the others at the table were stunned. Fuck, Hao Chuan, you are so rich. Chen Yunqing was the first to react. What are you thinking about? Zhuo Weiqiang patted Chen Yunqing on the head. No matter how rich you are, you can't play like this. Hao Chuan, why don't you buy a smaller one first? Tang Xi also advised. I can actually take out all my belongings, so of course I have my reasons. Hao Chuan knew that he had skills like the slant of the balance, so his luck wouldn't be too bad. Hao Chuan was determined, but several people did not dare to let him do so. Especially Zhuo Weiqiang. He knew that Hao Chuan was not a person willing to be mediocre, but the risk was too great to bet so hard at the beginning. I'm a loser with nothing to begin with. Hao Chuan didn't care. If I pay, I'll just be back to square one. Boss, you still have an antique shop. Xiao Wan complained, you're not going to sell the antique shop too? Chapter 38. Chen Xiaojing regretted it. Don't worry, I'm counting on you to develop the antique shop. Hao Chuan waved his hand. Even if you sell it, it's not worth much. Several people took a deep breath again. They had never seen a rich man before. This was the first time they saw a real rich man. They didn't expect him to be so generous. Hao Chuan was nakedly stimulating the self-confidence of the brothers. Although Hao Chuan didn't pretend to be so aggressive, it caught the people present off guard and almost made them spit out blood. An antique shop was actually described as a worthless shop. We don't understand the world of the rich. Not to mention an antique shop worth more than 200,000 yuan, even a business worth tens of millions was settled at the dinner table. Hao Chuan trusted his brother so much that everyone at the table was deeply moved. Ran Zhong and Zhuo Weiqiang were a little disappointed that they couldn't help. Hao Chuan said, although I don't understand stocks, I know that buying a company at the bottom is not a one-time deal. This is a long-term battle. Tang Xi and Lu Shan focus on the stocks. I still need your help with school matters. Don't worry, I will take good care of my sister-in-law. Zhuo Weiqiang said with a smile to Tang Xi and Lu Shan. His smile was so vulgar that Tang Xi and Lu Shan scolded Zhuo Weiqiang for trying to take advantage of them. Who do they want you to take care of? Do you think I don't know what you are planning? The meal lasted for several hours, and after discussing for a long time, they decided to start the action the next day. This matter could not be delayed any longer, and since they had staked everything on it, there was no need to hesitate. After everyone had enough food and drinks, they walked out of the restaurant together. The manager was busy greeting them again, and Hao Chuan patted the manager on the shoulder and handed him a wad of money as a tip. The manager was a tough guy, and Hao Chuan really treated him as a servant. But he couldn't refuse the tip, in case the other party was really a powerful person. He couldn't afford to offend him. Welcome back next time. The manager smiled apologetically and saw Hao Chuan out the door. As soon as he went out, Hao Chuan saw an acquaintance. Chen Xiaojing was standing at the door, waiting for the doorman to drive her car out. When she saw Hao Chuan, she was embarrassed for a moment, then smiled. Zhuo Weiqiang snorted, "This restaurant is good in every way, except that there's a bunch of junk at the door." Zhuo Weiqiang was very venomous when he started to scold people. Chen Xiaojing heard every word of his words, and she looked unhappy, but she couldn't get angry. After Chen Xiaojing broke up with Hao Chuan, she became even more unscrupulous. Li Chenlin personally sent her to school more than once, and everyone in the school knew that she was being kept by someone. Ranzhong pulled Zhuo Weiqiang, and Lushan and Dongji also said tactfully, "Let's go drive first." Chen Xiaojing came over and greeted awkwardly, "I heard that you are dating Tang Xi now." "Just ordinary friends." Hao Chuan didn't plan to say more. He and Chen Xiaojing had real feelings for each other, so there was no need to make things too ugly. Chen Xiaojing couldn't resist the temptation of money, and she was willing to be supported by Li Chenlin. Hao Chuan only wanted to take revenge on Li Chenlin. He would not let this vengeance go unrequited as someone stole his love. Tang Xi is not as innocent as she looks. Chen Xiaojing seemed to be concerned about Hao Chuan. She flirted with the prince and even seduced Li Chenlin. Hao Chuan smiled slightly. He knew what kind of person Tang Xi was. He just didn't expect Chen Xiaojing to suddenly discredit Tang Xi like this. Really? Hao Chuan was neither angry nor concerned. "This has nothing to do with you." After he said that, he turned around and was about to leave. He had been busy all day and wanted to go to bed early. "Hao Chuan." Chen Xiaojing called Hao Chuan and said to his back, "Actually, I still like you. I'm with Li Chenlin for money." "Oh, now that you mention it, I just realized." Hao Chuan sneered, "I originally thought you were truly in love with Li Chenlin." Hao Chuan suddenly lost all his feelings for Chen Xiaojing. If she could leave him for money today, what would she do for money tomorrow? Chen Xiaojing was choked by Hao Chuan and was speechless. Hao Chuan strode away and suddenly felt relieved. He and Chen Xiaojing had finally made a final break. From now on, she would go her way and he would go his way. Hao Chuan returned to the car and sent several people back to school. Then he and Xiao Wan returned to the antique shop. He lay on the bed and nodded again to open his message. Hao Chuan. Male, 24 years old. Level, Daosi. Skill 1, Treasure Appraisal I Long-Term Effect. Skill 2, Hua Tuo's Hand Usable. Skill 3, Tilt of the Scale Long-Term Effect. Current task, accumulate 100 million assets within 1 month and become a first-class local tyrant. Currently completed 8,150 10,000. Defeat all of Tang Xi's rivals 58,105. Make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms unfinished. Current points, 73. Achievements already obtained, throwing money at people, flirting with girls, being shameless, buying people's hearts, pretending to be cool and then running away. The assets have reached more than 80 million, why is he still a loser? System, your standards are a bit high. The next day, Hao Chuan handed the money to Lushan and Dongji, and booked 2 top-notch suites for them in a rated hotel in Songhai City so that they could concentrate on managing the stocks. Hao Chuan, aren't you afraid that we will run away with the money? Aren't you worried at all? Dongji said to Hao Chuan. If you don't trust your brothers just for this little money, then what's the use of this money? Hao Chuan shook his head. After settling the 2 people, Hao Chuan went to pick up Tang Xi as usual. It wasn't that he was being attentive to Tang Xi, but that he always lost points on Tang Xi. He couldn't bear to give up the points. When Hao Chuan arrived at Tang Xi's neighborhood, he met Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang held Hao Chuan's hand and talked for a long time. Grandma Tang is almost recovered now. She is no longer tormented by illness and is enjoying her retirement life with peace of mind. Hao Chuan wanted to pick up Tang Xi, but Grandma Tang told Hao Chuan that Tang Xi had already gone to school by herself. Hao Chuan was confused. Why did Tang Xi seem to be avoiding him? Xi seems cold on the surface, but she actually likes you. Grandma Tang comforted Hao Chuan. She just doesn't know how to get along with you. She's never had a boyfriend before. Not even one? Hao Chuan was a little bit unconvinced. Tang Xi is such a beautiful girl, with so many people pursuing her since she was a child. How could she never have a boyfriend? Grandma Tang had long regarded Hao Chuan as her own family. She patted Hao Chuan's hand and said, Xi has been like this since she was a child. No matter how nice others are to her, she will never be nice to them. Hao Chuan felt a little sorry for Tang Xi. It turned out that not everyone could be an iceberg beauty. Grandma Tang was talking to Hao Chuan when Zhuo Weiqiang called, Hao Chuan, come to school quickly. Chen Xiaojing is looking for trouble with Tang Xi. Chapter 39, A Good Horse Never Turns Back. Hao Chuan, come to school soon. Chen Xiaojing is looking for trouble with Tang Xi. Zhuo Weiqiang called Hao Chuan. What is this Chen Xiaojing up to? Hao Chuan called his full-time driver Chen Yunqing back to school. As soon as he arrived at the school, he saw a crowd of people gathered together, watching something exciting. As soon as Hao Chuan got off the car, all the students around him looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Hao Chuan ignored their looks and walked quickly through the crowd. Before he even walked in, he heard Chen Xiaojing's yelling. Shame on you for stealing someone else's boyfriend. Chen Xiaojing said. I don't know what you are talking about. Tang Xi said in a cold voice, please move aside, I still have to go to class. Don't even think about going anywhere. Hao Chuan walked through the crowd and saw Chen Xiaojing standing in front of Tang Xi. You must be feeling guilty. You want to run? No way. Hao Chuan walked over quickly, walked to Tang Xi's side, looked at Chen Xiaojing and said, what do you want to do now? Hao Chuan, you broke up with me because she seduced you, right? Chen Xiaojing's face was focused, but Hao Chuan felt like he didn't know her anymore. You know why we broke up. Hao Chuan didn't want to say more to Chen Xiaojing, so he pulled Tang Xi and was about to leave. Hao Chuan. Chen Xiaojing stood in front of the two again, you still like me, right? I can break up with Li Chenlin. Can you forgive me? Hao Chuan shook his head and said, I have said everything I need to say. If Hao Chuan had hated Chen Xiaojing before, he couldn't even hate her now. The indifference of a stranger, made Chen Xiaojing shudder from the bottom of her heart. How could it be? Hao Chuan turned out to be such a submissive person. In order to take her to eat delicious food and buy her gifts, he saved money. But now, Hao Chuan has become rich for some reason, but he ignores her. Is this still Hao Chuan? Why do rich people change? You liar, you said you would take care of me forever. Chen Xiaojing screamed at the top of her lungs, why can't you forgive me? Some people don't deserve pity. Hao Chuan continued, when I had nothing, you treated me the same way. Now that I have the capital, you want to forgive me. Do you think all the men in the world should revolve around you? Hao Chuan was unknown in school before, and few people knew him. But since Chen Xiaojing was kept by someone, many people in the school knew the inside story. Chen Xiaojing's pitiful appearance did not win the sympathy of the people, but many people looked at her with sad eyes. Hao Chuan winked at Chen Yunsheng, who hurried over. Hao Chuan pulled Tang Xi away, while Chen Yunsheng hugged Chen Xiaojing, who refused to give in. Now Chen Yunsheng was almost Hao Chuan's driver and bodyguard. Hao Chuan, you will regret this. Chen Xiaojing's voice came from behind Hao Chuan. Congratulations to the host for achieving that a good horse never turns back achievement and obtaining 1 point. Congratulations to the host for defeating 7 of Tang Xi's pursuers, completing 7 consecutive attacks, and obtaining 10 points. Congratulations to the host, triggering a hidden reward and opening a character attribute. Before Hao Chuan could react, a small progress bar dropped into his information bar. He clicked it and saw that the progress bar had the charm value written on it. The full bar was 100, and Hao Chuan's current progress was 23. System, you are scolding me in various ways. Is my charm so low? I think that although I am not handsome, my smile is still very sincere. At least I have to pass. The system's cold reminder sounded. The system has made a scientific estimate based on the host's past experiences and the current impact on the surrounding people. Please do not question the fairness of the system. Hao Chuan silently gave a middle finger, but the presence of a progress bar indicated that there was still room for improvement in this attribute. Hao Chuan pulled Tang Xi out of the crowd. Tang Xi broke free from Hao Chuan's hand and said, "Don't do this. Others will misunderstand. What's the misunderstanding? Hao Chuan grinned. Don't be like this. Tang Xi and Hao Chuan distanced themselves. We are not suitable. Oh, did I say I wanted to pursue you? Hao Chuan continued to smile evilly. Student Tang, I guess you misunderstood. I am a gentleman. You? No one had ever been so playful in front of Tang Xi. She was choked and speechless. You don't have to pick me up anymore. Let's keep some distance to avoid misunderstandings. Tang Xi said seriously, let's just be friends. Oh, you want to draw a line with me so soon? Hao Chuan looked regretful. I won't force you. That little thing has been in your house for several days. Isn't it time to return it to me? Speaking of the well-behaved little dog, Tang Xi suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with it. It's not called little thing, it's called hydrangea. Tang Xi blushed. Hao Chuan wanted to take the puppy back, but Tang Xi couldn't refuse. Oh, you even gave it a name. Hao Chuan laughed. When will you return it to me? You don't even know how to raise a dog. Its hair is split and it has never been vaccinated. I'm helping you take care of it. Tang Xi argued. Hao Chuan had no intention of taking care of the dog sent by the system from the beginning. If it weren't for the dog's strong vitality, it would have died on its own. You have a point. Hao Chuan nodded. Tang Xi also breathed a sigh of relief. She really liked the puppy so much that she sometimes even felt that the puppy was not an ordinary pet, but a living person. Then keep it at your home, I'll go check it out every few days. Hao Chuan looked regretful. But this made Tang Xi feel awkward again. She stamped her feet, didn't answer Hao Chuan, and left quickly. Tang Xi wants to draw a line between herself and Hao Chuan, but Hao Chuan insists on being ambiguous with her. Let's see who can outlast the other. Congratulations to the host for achieving the shameless achievement and getting 1 point. System, you must be doing this on purpose. Hao Chuan was very thick-headed. I have already achieved this achievement. This is clearly a scolding to me. However, you can get 1 point for every curse, so please curse as much as you want, I will never talk back. The system was silent. After a long while, it said one sentence, Host, please respect yourself. The crowd dispersed quickly after Tang Xi left. Chen Yunqing came over with his face covered, and said with an aggrieved look, Hao Chuan, look. Chen Yunqing took his hand away, and Hao Chuan saw several red marks on his face, which were obviously caused by Chen Xiaojing's grabbing. Can this be considered an industrial injury? The expression on Chen Yunqing's face looked as if he had blocked a bullet for Hao Chuan. I'll compensate you next time. Hao Chuan laughed as if nothing had happened. Chapter 40, The Prince is Looking for Trouble. Hao Chuan had just finished an important task yesterday, and he had a rare few days of free time. While strolling in the school, Chen Yunqing followed behind him, and the two chatted with each other. When the two were walking downstairs, two people suddenly blocked their way. The prince wants to talk to you. The other party was arrogant and obviously used to this kind of bossy tone. Others spoiled them, but Hao Chuan didn't. Shenzhi didn't know when he was released by 6th Master. Now he was holding a grudge and was waiting to cause trouble for Hao Chuan. Busy. Hao Chuan walked casually between the two people. The two of them did not expect that Hao Chuan did not take the prince seriously at all. Before they could recover from the shock, Hao Chuan had already treated them as air. Before Hao Chuan had walked far, he saw Shenzhi and a group of people, cigarettes in their mouths, blocking the way ahead. Fuck, this guy is pretty awesome, someone standing behind Shenzhi cursed. A good dog doesn't block the road. Hao Chuan said unhappily, feeling that his good mood today was going to be ruined by this group of people. Hao Chuan, don't be so arrogant. Shenzhi threw the cigarette in his mouth on the ground and crushed it out. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because my grandfather is protecting you. You are wrong. 6th Master is not protecting me. He just owes me some money. Stop pretending to be stupid here. Shenzhi was touched by Hao Chuan. Hurry up and return my grandfather's car, otherwise, I will prevent you from graduating. You can return the car. Or you can pay back the money for 6th Master. Hao Chuan was fearless. It's obvious that you framed me on purpose. Shenzhi shouted, I will let my grandfather know. You're right, I tricked you. Hao Chuan admitted nonchalantly, I didn't have a brain, who can I blame for falling into the trap? Say it again, damn it. The people behind Shenzhi started to make noise. Hao Chuan and Li Yunsheng were surrounded, and a group of people were about to beat them up on the spot. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from behind, and the crowd was separated. Zhou Weiqiang and others, with more than a dozen classmates, came over in a mighty manner, holding sticks that they had brought from nowhere. The situation changed immediately. There were more than a dozen familiar classmates behind Hao Chuan, and more than a dozen people on the side of Prince Chenji also started to make noise. The two sides were on edge, as if they were about to go to war at any time. However, the people on Chenji's side were more arrogant. They had Chenji's support and were not afraid of making things worse. But on Hao Chuan's side, most people had not received their graduation certificates yet. If the school caught them, they would be in trouble. You don't want to graduate, right? Chenji shouted, and the people behind Hao Chuan felt guilty. What are you afraid of? If you can't graduate, Hao Chuan will take responsibility. Zhou Weiqiang also shouted. The people behind him suddenly became more powerful. Hao Chuan is a tough guy, and Zhou Weiqiang has put a lot of pressure on him. However, he can't be timid at this time. Everyone, come to work in my company in the future. Hao Chuan stretched out his arms and shouted. The people on Chenji's side looked at each other in bewilderment. Although Chenji had the support of his father and grandfather, he did not have the capital like Hao Chuan. You're so cruel, just wait for me. Chenji knew that he couldn't scare the other party. If they really fought, it would be of no benefit to him. Amidst the boos, Chenji led his men to retreat. Hao Chuan also realized that Chenji was just an embroidered pillow, who was usually rampant, but when someone really wanted to do something right, he couldn't do anything. Lu Yi is an upright person with strict family education. Chenji appears to be domineering, but he is actually a timid person. Zhou Weiqiang and other classmates cheered. No one dared to go against the prince in the past, but everyone knew that Chenji was defeated by Hao Chuan a few days ago, and with Zhou Weiqiang taking the lead, these people came over. They didn't expect that they would force Chenji and others away before they even started. This was something they would never dare to think about in the past. Hao Chuan looked back at these dozen people. Some of them had a good relationship with him, and some were friends of Zhou Weiqiang and Tang Xi. They were willing to take risks to support Hao Chuan, and Hao Chuan was moved by this friendship. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Hao Chuan said to everyone, asking them to be at ease and that nothing would happen. But not long after Chenji and the others left, the dean suddenly ran over and asked, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you want to rebel?" Needless to say, this is what Chenji filed the complaint for. All of you, come to my office. The head teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle blew his beard and glared, "This is the opposite, this is the opposite." He walked quickly past a dozen people, taking note of each of their names. Come to my office right now. The dean of studies shook his head. Just wait for me to process it. Hao Chuan, what should we do? We've made a big mistake now. Chen Yunqing didn't do anything from beginning to end, and kept complaining in his heart. What are you afraid of? Zhou Weiqiang snorted coldly, if we are sued for gang fighting, the prince will also be involved. I keep my word. If anything goes wrong, you can just blame it on me. Hao Chuan had the system in hand, and the worst that could happen was a dismissal, which he didn't care about. If you dare to do it, you dare to take responsibility. Zhou Weiqiang shouted, if anything goes wrong, count me in. Others also expressed that they would dare to take responsibility and would not let Hao Chuan take the blame alone. The group rushed into the dean's office in a mighty manner. Before they entered, they found Chenji sitting next to the dean. Chenji told me that you were making trouble, but I didn't believe it. The dean of studies paced around the office. What's wrong? Did you think that since you are about to graduate, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Please don't be angry, director. Chenji said with a smile, I believe most of the students are just bewitched by some people. Yes, someone must have taken the lead. The director shouted, tell me, who gave you the lead? Director, it was Chen Zhixian who led people to cause trouble. We had no choice but to do so. The students behind shouted. But Chenji was the first to complain, and the director refused to believe him. Tell me who started it. Tell me, and I can give lighter sentences to the others. Everyone was silent for half a second, and Zhou Weiqiang suddenly shouted, I called them all here, I am the leader. Hao Chuan looked back at Zhou Weiqiang and blamed him for speaking out. Although Zhou Weiqiang was telling the truth, he did it for his brother. I'm the leader. I'm the leader. We are all leaders. Before Hao Chuan could speak, everyone raised their hands and took the responsibility of taking charge of the matter. Great, you're quite a brother. The dean nodded. All of you will be placed on probation. Director, I confess and I will explain. Hao Chuan suddenly said. Okay, go ahead. The director was very pleased, with an expression that showed that the student was teachable. Chapter 41, Lifting a Rock and Dropping It on One's Own Feet. It was Master Lu who asked us to protect Shenzhi. Hao Chuan said pitifully. He said the school was unsafe, so he asked us to keep an eye on his grandson. Sixth master? Which sixth master? The director stuttered. Hao Chuan, you are talking nonsense. When did my grandfather ever say that? Shenzhi was also anxious. He hated Hao Chuan the most. His grandfather was pressuring him. Director, don't listen to his nonsense. If he says it is true, then it is true? That's right. Hao Chuan, don't joke about this kind of thing. The director thought that Shenzhi was the grandson of Master Lu, and Hao Chuan was obviously talking nonsense. If you guys fight and make trouble, I'm not afraid of you even if you're a high-ranking official. Many students looked down on the director because of his timid look. Director, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, look at the parking lot. We came here in sixth master's car. Hao Chuan said seriously. Director, that was just lent to him by my grandfather. Shenzhi explained hurriedly. The director broke out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that Hao Chuan and others were easy to bully, so he just followed Shenzhi's wishes and tried to please this prince. Everyone in the school knew that Shenzhi's father was the mayor and his grandfather was a retired senior official. Now, Hao Chuan obviously has a special relationship with Master Lu. Shenzhi and Hao Chuan are fighting, and the director is caught in the middle, not daring to offend either side. The director was speechless. Director, don't listen to his nonsense. My grandfather has nothing to do with him. Shenzhi was anxious. These people gathered together to cause trouble. You should give them a serious warning and make sure none of them can graduate. The director looked at Hao Chuan, then at Shenzhi, and became even more undecided. He was just a small discipline director in the school. Although the school was prestigious, outside the school, anyone with a little weight could not afford to offend him. Hao Chuan, you are leading people to cause trouble. You can't drag anyone into this matter. The director made a decision in a short time. Shenzhi's background was more reliable. Director, if you insist on saying so, I can't do anything about it. How about I call sixth master and ask him to explain it? Hao Chuan said as he took out his cell phone. Not only the director couldn't sit still, but Shenzhi couldn't sit still either. Lu Yi had warned him not to cause trouble for Hao Chuan, and once he made this call, he would be exposed. Don't hit me. The director hurriedly held Hao Chuan down. We can discuss it if there's anything. There's no need to disturb the elders. But Hao Chuan had already made the call, and he was on speakerphone. The voice of Lu Yi came from the other end of the line. Boss Hao, you haven't contacted me for a while. Hao Chuan handed the phone to the director, but the director didn't dare to answer it. Hao Chuan smiled and picked up the phone. Sixth master, I've only been driving the car for a few days. I'll ask someone to send it back now. Hao Chuan also felt a little uncomfortable driving someone else's car all the time. Besides, sixth master's car had already scared Li Chenlin enough, so there was no need to drive it around all day. Boss Hao, we have an agreement. Even if you regret it now, I can't pay you. Sixth master complained on the other end of the phone. Sixth master, you are being polite. Hao Chuan laughed. I just don't know how to drive this car. You know, your license plate is very eye-catching. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this. How about this, come to my house for dinner tonight. I happen to have something I want you to see. Sixth master also laughed. Everyone present was silent, and the director's face changed. The sixth master spoke to Hao Chuan as if he were talking to a friend of his generation, and the sixth master actually owed Hao Chuan a large sum of money. This relationship was huge. Thinking about it this way, Hao Chuan's identity and background are probably even more profound than Shenzhi's. What is meant by real people don't show their faces? This is what it means to be a real person. Shenzhi's face turned pale and blue. The news that the old man owed Hao Chuan would soon spread throughout the school. How would he survive in school in the future? Everyone would think that he was inferior to Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan hung up the phone and said to the director with a smile, Director, how do you think we should deal with this matter? It's okay. The director completely ignored Shenzhi and nodded to Hao Chuan. It's all misunderstandings. It's just a few classmates getting together to chat, and it didn't cause any trouble. Hao Chuan patted the director on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your care." The director looked embarrassed and whispered, "I should thank Hao Chuan for his care." Hao Chuan glanced at Shenzhi, who looked dumbfounded, and walked out of the office with his classmates. As soon as more than a dozen people left the office, they immediately cheered, "Too awesome." Did you see the expression on the prince's face? Hao Chuan waved his hand and said, "Everyone who came today has a share. I'm treating you tonight. Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. Don't be polite to me." In the evening, Hao Chuan and Chen Yunqing came to Lu Ye's house. Normally, Shenzhi should be there at this time. But I don't know if he was hiding or didn't come back at all. The two didn't even run into Shenzhi. Hao Chuan walked straight into Lu Ye's study, and Lu Ye greeted Hao Chuan warmly. Then he took out a scroll from a brocade box. The sixth master would not let Hao Chuan make a wasted trip. Before the scroll was even opened, Hao Chuan had already seen through his treasure-appraising eyes that it was a treasure of extremely high price. Sixth master slowly opened the scroll on the large Wanwali table. On it was a finely bound painting of a maid, signed by Tang Xi. There are Tang Bolu's paintings of beauties and Mi Yuan Zhan's landscape paintings. These are rare treasures with high value. Master Lu pointed at the lines on the maid's picture and said, "Look at how smooth, delicate, and neat the lines are. What a good thing! What a good thing! Sixth master, you're not just trying to make me covet your painting, are you?" Hao Chuan didn't understand what sixth master meant. "I want to see from boss Hao whether this thing is real or not." Sixth master made way to let Hao Chuan take a closer look. Hao Chuan opened his eyes to appraise treasures, and the age, experience, and value of the ancient painting appeared before his eyes one by one. What surprised Hao Chuan was that although the size of this painting was not large, its value was actually more than 50 million. Lu Ye still has a lot of money, but most of it is spent on antiques and paintings. Is Lu Ye going to use this painting to pay off his debts? No. How could Lu Ye, who loves treasures like his life, use such treasures to pay off debts? What does he mean? Hao Chuan looked at it carefully again and finally said, "It is definitely an authentic work." With what Boss Hao said, I feel much more relieved. Sixth master breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest with you, Boss Hao, Song's auction house is also auctioning this painting of a lady recently. If this one is the real one, where did the other one come from? It turned out that Lu Ye was not sure whether the painting in his hand was authentic, so he asked Hao Chuan to identify it for him. Lu Ye trusted Hao Chuan's eyesight so much, which was a bit beyond Hao Chuan's expectations. Chapter 42, Blind. Could it be that the Song family auction house has made a mistake again? Hao Chuan looked at sixth master and felt that this matter was a bit strange. Who said it wasn't? Sixth master was in a good mood, and the wrinkles on his face made him smile even deeper. I can't let old Song off this time. I have to embarrass him. As he said that, sixth master rolled up the scroll and said to Hao Chuan, "In a few days, come with me to find Lao Song. I want to see how he steps down this time." Sixth master showed a mischievous smile. Hao Chuan was also convinced. Sixth master was a complete child, and all he thought about all day was how to embarrass Mr. Song of the Song family company. As he spoke, sixth master pulled Hao Chuan to sit down and said, "There is one more thing I want to discuss with you." His attitude became serious, and it was obvious that what he was going to say next was the most important thing he wanted to say. As he said that, he took out a folder from the table and handed it to Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan opened it without knowing why, and saw that it was the share certificate of Xingye Media. It turned out that Lu Ye was also one of the shareholders of Xingye Media. You don't want to use this to pay off your debts, do you? Hao Chuan looked at sixth master in disbelief. How could it be so coincidental that he felt that his capital was not enough, and sixth master was rushing to give him shares? The shares held by Lu Ye are no longer a minority. Even if the stock price continues to fall, the value of these shares exceeds 50 million. This is the small amount of shares I sponsored in this company back then. Who would have thought that the company would develop well later, and I also received a lot of dividends. Sixth master sighed, although their stock price has fallen sharply now, it should still be enough to pay off my debt. Lu Ye has sponsored many enterprises, some of which have developed. The shares sponsored by Lu Ye are carefully taken care of by the enterprises, and the dividends are always more, never less. Although Lu Ye has retired, his authority is still there. Sixth master was so magnanimous that Hao Chuan felt a little ashamed. He had never had good intentions. Although it was Shenzhi who was tricked, it was sixth master who took the blame. I can't accept this share. Hao Chuan still has a bottom line. To be honest, Xingyan Media's share price may rebound. By then, the value of your share may exceed several hundred million. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu laughed. I didn't expect Boss Hao to care about the stock market. I just have some inside information and know some inside stories. Hao Chuan has told the truth. Boss Hao, you don't think it's a loss to use the shares to pay off debts, do you? Sixth Master thought that he was unwilling to accept these shares, so he said so many excuses. Hao Chuan really had no idea what was going on. He was clearly telling the truth, but Lu Yi just didn't believe it. Even if we use them to pay off debts, these shares are too many, far more than 30 million. Hao Chuan is doing this for Sixth Master's own good. I know that too. It's just that now that the shareholders of Xingyan Media are fleeing, it's not easy to cash out these shares. The extra part will be considered as my hard work fee to you. Lu Yi had long lost hope in Xingyan Media, so it would be easier for him to use it as collateral to pay off his debts. Hao Chuan said everything he needed to say. Sixth Master insisted on giving it to him, and Hao Chuan had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. After leaving Lu Yi's house, Chen Yunqing looked at Hao Chuan and said, Hao Chuan, you are really lucky. This is not called luck. Hao Chuan shook his head. What's that called? Shit, luck. The next day, Hao Chuan took the shares and handed them over to Lu Yi's manager. Hao Chuan obtained a large number of original shares of Xingyan Media. He is now also one of the shareholders of Xingyan Media. With this part of the stocks, Hao Chuan only needs to sell them to complete the 100 million yuan task. However, at this time, Hao Chuan was a little uneasy. He has already bet all his fortune on Xingyan Media, and now has an additional 50 million shares. If he sells them, he can complete his mission, but he will only cash out more than 100 million. If he keeps them and does not sell them, or even continues to buy more, the money will multiply several times. Should I be conservative, achieve my goal, and become rich? Or should I bet big and soar to the sky? If you are conservative, you can avoid the danger of failing to complete the task and being wiped out by the system. But it will be difficult to find such a lucrative opportunity again. If you bet big, you will either become a billionaire, a director of a big company, or be wiped out by the system after the time limit. Damn it, he is willing to sacrifice his life to bring down the emperor. If you want to do it as big as possible. I bet on this one. Just when Hao Chuan handed over the 50 million shares that Lu Yi used to pay off his debts and decided to continue to buy the bottom of Xingyan Media, the stock market once again brought bad news. The stock price of Xingyan Media once again hit the limit. A large amount of funds were lost, and everyone thought that Xingyan Media was going to become a junk stock. Not to mention a rebound from the bottom, it couldn't even be sold now. Lu Shan and Tang Xi were a little panicked. They suffered heavy losses from their initial investment, so they had to call Hao Chuan and ask him about his next plan. Hao Chuan said, although I don't understand stocks, I know that we can't panic now. You wait for my news. Hao Chuan only had one insider, Su Jia, Li Chenlin's bodyguard. All the inside information came from him. Su Jia informed Hao Chuan of the time to buy the bottom of Xingyan Media stocks, but now the information was wrong and Hao Chuan lost at least tens of millions. Hao Chuan called Su Jia, but the other party not only did not answer, but turned off the phone. Su Jia also knew that he had caused trouble and did not dare to answer Hao Chuan's call. Hao Chuan was at a loss now. He cursed himself for being so trusting. How could he have bet so much money just by listening to a little gangster? Hao Chuan thought about it carefully and realized that Su Jia had no reason to lie to him. His words were still somewhat credible, but he didn't know what went wrong. Now he had to find him as soon as possible. When Hao Chuan was looking for Su Jia, he didn't realize that someone had followed him. One of them was sent by Li Chenlin, who had been disturbed by Hao Chuan several times. He had wanted to deal with Hao Chuan for a long time, but when he saw Hao Chuan driving Lu Yi's car, he didn't dare to do it easily. The other group was sent by Song Lin. Song Lin was very curious about Hao Chuan, but after investigating, he found nothing useful, so he could only follow him from a distance. Hao Chuan was completely unaware, and he went to find Su Jia himself without Chen Yunqing following him. His skill of the tilt of the scales was now a halo on his head. Before he had walked far, the people sent by Song Lin and Li Chenlin bumped into each other behind Hao Chuan. The two groups had their own concerns and were not easy to deal with. They started fighting after a disagreement. By the time they came to their senses, Hao Chuan had already walked away. This was far from over. Hao Chuan thought he had to look for Su Jie carefully, but when he crossed the road, he saw Su Jie. When Su Jie saw Hao Chuan, he turned around and ran away without saying a word. Before Hao Chuan could catch up with him, Su Jie stepped on a banana peel on the road and fell flat on his face, unable to get up for a long time. Chapter 43, Get the News. Su Jie fell flat on his face. Hao Chuan walked up to him slowly and smiled. "Why are you running?" "Oh, isn't this brother Hao? I didn't see clearly just now." Su Jie slowly got up and patted the dirt on his hands. "I didn't run away. I really didn't run away." Before he finished speaking, Su Jie started running again. But after running only 2 steps, he stepped on a watermelon peel on the roadside. This time he fell even harder, his head hitting the curb, and he felt dizzy, as if he had drunk half a caddy of white wine. "Run, keep running." Hao Chuan silently praised Tang Xi's skills. His luck was really unmatched. "Brother Hao, please listen to my explanation." Su Jie begged for mercy. "I really didn't lie to you. It was Mr. Li who changed his mind at the last minute. How can I trust you this time?" Hao Chuan looked at Su Jie coldly. He was just sure that if Su Jie dared to run again, he would fall to the ground. With the aura of the protagonist, he was so confident. "Oh, my head is dizzy." Su Jie stood up shakily, still trying to escape with a thief's heart. He saw that Hao Chuan had no intention of catching him, so he ran away again without finishing his sentence. This time he looked at his feet, afraid of stepping on something again. But he was so busy looking at his feet that his head hit the lamppost. Hao Chuan didn't even touch him, but he was already covered in wounds. "I advise you not to run anymore. You will become disabled if you keep running." Hao Chuan looked at him with a smile, with no intention of catching him at all. Su Jie sat on the ground as if he had seen a ghost, not daring to get up. Brother Hao, I really don't dare to do it anymore." Hao Chuan pulled him up and asked him to sit down and explain everything. Only then did Su Jie become honest and explained the situation in detail. Li Chenlin was ambitious and raised a large amount of funds to buy the stocks of Xingye Media. However, when he was buying the stocks, he ran into a big problem with his funds. Then, Xingye Media also ran into problems. "You've said so much, but it still doesn't prove that you didn't lie to me." Hao Chuan looked at Su Jie, but still couldn't believe him easily. According to what he said, it was impossible to buy the bottom of the stock in a short period of time. "I'll take you to meet Mr. Li's secretary," Su Jie said hurriedly. "If you are lying to me or want to escape, I will tell Li Chenlin that you are an undercover agent for me. Guess how he will deal with you." Hao Chuan is not afraid of Su Jie turning against him. No. Su Jie didn't dare to lie to Hao Chuan anymore. He took Hao Chuan to meet Li Chenlin's assistant. The assistant owed Su Jie money and had been working as an insider for Su Jie, but an assistant was just an assistant after all, and he didn't know a lot of things. However, the assistant provided a clue that Li Chenlin would attend a banquet in the evening. Only shareholders of Xingye Media can attend this banquet, and it is obviously a discussion meeting about the future of Xingye Media. Hao Chuan thought that after going through so many circles with Li Chenlin, it was time to have a real confrontation with him. "From now on, the two of you will report directly to me. If I find that you are not trying your best and are just doing things perfunctorily again, I will hand you over to Li Chenlin for disposal." As soon as Hao Chuan finished speaking, the two of them hurriedly shook their heads and said they didn't dare. After the threat, Hao Chuan continued to tempt you, saying, "I can give you some of my shares. As long as my shares can appreciate in value, you can also get rich." Hao Chuan did what he said, and the two of them immediately became excited. In the evening, Hao Chuan attended the shareholder banquet of Xingye Media as a shareholder. He did not change his clothes and was still wearing his usual clothes. The shareholders present thought he was a handyman at the banquet and no one paid attention to him. Hao Chuan saw Li Chenlin socializing with someone in the crowd, and Chen Xiaojing was standing next to him. Li Chenlin was not afraid of being seen by the tigress at home, and he strolled around the banquet with his mistress in broad daylight. The others also understood what was going on. Hao Chuan watched Li Chenlin finish entertaining the shareholders, and suddenly pulled Chen Xiaojing into the bathroom. What could Chen Xiaojing do by taking her to the men's bathroom at the banquet? Even with his toes, Hao Chuan could guess what was going on. He felt a little uncomfortable, but he still followed quietly. "Don't do this, you're hurting me." Hao Chuan heard the sound of Chen Xiaojing struggling. "You bitch, don't think I don't know what you did." Li Chenlin said angrily, "You saw the stock price of Xingye Media plummeted, and you thought I was going to fall, right? I didn't. I didn't. Chen Xiaojing continued to struggle. You ran to school to win back Hao Chuan, right? Don't think I'm blind. Li Chenlin pushed Chen Xiaojing next to the sink. Who does Hao Chuan think he is? I don't know what kind of luck he has, but he has made some money and has a relationship with Master Lu, and now he dares to touch my people. Li Chenlin held back the struggling Chen Xiaojing. I'm not afraid to tell you that in a few days, when those shareholders sell out their shares, I will buy them back. Then I will be the largest shareholder of Xingye Media. Li Chenlin was panting. Chen Xiaojing gave up struggling and seemed to be still cooperating with Li Chenlin. When the time comes, I will kick that tigress out. Li Chenlin gritted his teeth, as if he had been suppressing his emotions for a long time. Whether it's an iceberg beauty or a school beauty like Tang, I will play with them all. Chen Xiaojing panted and said, I didn't. I actually love you. I don't like that loser Hao Chuan. He can't compare to you. After a few minutes of struggle, Li Chenlin surrendered. Hao Chuan felt sick, but he was still glad that at least he heard some truth from Li Chenlin. As for Chen Xiaojing, this person really has nothing to do with him anymore. Since Li Chenlin has further plans, Hao Chuan cannot show up now to make him alert. Hao Chuan came quietly and left quietly. Back at Lushan and Dongji's hotel, Hao Chuan said, You know more about stocks than I do. Li Chenlin will continue to make trouble, but the news is indeed true. With Hao Chuan's words, the two were completely relieved and continued to pay attention to Xingye Media's every move, waiting for an opportunity to act. However, it takes time for stocks to appreciate in value. Hao Chuan started to negotiate with the system. System, this is not humane at all. Why can't stocks be counted as assets? Host, please read the mission carefully. Accumulate 100 million yuan in funds within 1 month. Stocks belong to this part. Hao Chuan sighed and looked at his points again. He finally accumulated more than 90 points. Most of this was thanks to Tang Xi. She had lost a lot of points. As long as he achieved the goal of 100 million funds, he could easily reach 100 points and start upgrading the system. Thinking about it, I'm a little looking forward to it. Chapter 44, Opening of the Antique Shop. Hao Chuan's entire fortune has been placed on Xingye Media, so he just needs to wait for the rest of the time. Half a month has passed since the 100 million goal was achieved, and although the time is tight, it should be achievable. Hao Chuan shifted his attention to other places, such as the antique shop he had bought a long time ago but had no time to take care of. Hao Chuan discussed with Xiao Wan and decided to find a time to reopen the antique shop. When Xiao Wan heard this, she almost burst into tears. Boss, you finally remembered me. If we don't open our antique shop soon, it will get moldy. Upon hearing that the shop was going to open, Xiao Wan started to get busy. Hao Chuan invested all his cash in the stock market, and the remaining funds of several 100,000 were all handed over to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan was also a capable person, and he handled all the matters by himself, so Hao Chuan only had to be at ease as a boss. After picking a day, Hao Chuan called a group of his classmates over, and after a good meal, the antique shop named Good Luck House opened. Not only Xiao Wan, but everyone else complained that the name Hao Chuan came up with was too low class. Hao Chuan disagreed and said, What do you know? This is called simple and direct. Congratulations to the host for having his first industry. The system will randomly give you a gift package. Please click to view it. Hao Chuan found a deserted place, clicked to open the gift package, and a white bottle fell out. Hao Chuan looked left and right, but couldn't tell what it was. System, if you want to make a joke, please respect yourself. You are just a system, don't play such a cold humor. Remind the host that this is a skill transfer bottle, which can transfer the skills purchased by the host to the bottle. Hao Chuan suddenly realized that he now had 3 skills, the eye for appraising treasures, the hand of Hua Tua, and the tilt of the scales. If the eye for appraising treasures is transferred to the bottle and given to Xiaowan to use, it should be a good idea so that he won't have to worry about making mistakes when collecting things in the future. No, I have to keep this. I will rely on this skill when dealing with people like Mr. Lu and Mr. Song in the future. Hua Tuo's hand? That won't work either. I still have to treat Tang Xi. Without this skill, how can I get close to Grandma Tang? It seems that the only one is the Tian Lislin. Oh. This is possible. If I put the Tian Lislin in the antique shop, then this antique shop will become a real good luck antique shop. Will I still worry about lack of business in the future? It seems that I was quite foresight in naming it. Hao Chuan thought of this and did not hesitate any longer. He shifted the tilt of the scale to the bottle. Then he called Xiao Luan to his side and said, "I have a special task for you." Xiao Luan saw that he was speaking seriously and thought he was going to say something important, so he immediately held his breath and focused. "This bottle is an heirloom in our family. It can attract good luck and bring business if placed in an antique shop. No matter what treasure you collect in the future, you must identify it in front of it to avoid making a mistake," Hao Chuan said seriously. Xiao Luan felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past him. "Boss, don't make such jokes. It's not funny at all. Others may not know, but don't I know? You don't have a grandfather who collects antiques at all. This treasure is just something you made up." Hao Chuan was exposed by Xiao Luan, and angrily knocked him on the head and said, "Am I the boss, or are you the boss? Just do what I say." Xiao Luan rubbed his head and thought to himself, "I will hide the bottle when you can't see it anymore. If you hide the bottle and don't use it, I will deduct your salary." Hao Chuan immediately saw through Xiao Luan's thoughts. Hao Chuan forced Xiao Luan to swear, and Xiao Luan had no choice but to swear along with Hao Chuan. After settling the antique shop, Hao Chuan felt that he had accomplished another great thing. However, he was a little distressed that he had invested more than 100 million yuan in stocks and never got any money back. After this period of time, Tang Xi no longer lost points. This made Hao Chuan feel even more frustrated. The remaining suitors were no longer moved, and they clearly believed that Goddess Tang had not yet fallen into Hao Chuan's arms. Hao Chuan looked at his information every day, but saw no progress at all, and he was very anxious. Hao Chuan. Male, 24 years old. Level, Daosi. Charm value, 23,100. Skill 1, Treasure Appraisal I Long-Term Effect. Skill 2, Hua Tuo's Hand Long-Term Effect. Skill 3, Empty. Current task, accumulate 100 million assets within 1 month and become a first-class local tycoon. Currently completed 35,10,000. Defeat all of Tang Xi's rivals 35,105. Make Tang Xi throw herself into his arms unfinished. Current points, 92. Achievements already obtained: throwing money at people, flirting with girls, being shameless, buying people's hearts, pretending to be cool and then running away. Although the points did not improve, the antique shop was doing good business. The skill of this tilted balance to attract good luck was really not to be underestimated. Not long after opening, Good Luck Shop had received a lot of good things. At the same time, there were also customers who knew the goods, and the shop had earned more than 100,000 in just a few days. Even Hao Chuan was a little surprised. If he had known that antique shops were so profitable, he would have opened one long ago. The antique shop was on track, and Hao Chuan was too lazy to stay there every day. He wandered around the school when he had nothing to do, thinking that he could earn some points by flirting with female classmates, but it was a failure. He wanted to flirt with Tang Xi and earn some shameless achievement points, but the system still ignored him. Hao Chuan was anxious and protested to the system, "System, what happened to you these past 2 days? Aren't there many achievements that you used to criticize me in a roundabout way? Why don't they drop now? Host, please respect yourself. Your goal is to become a rich man that everyone admires. If you continue to behave like this, it will tarnish your image as a rich man." Hao Chuan was speechless. He was waiting for Shenzhi to cause trouble for him, pretend to be cool and slap him in the face. Maybe he could earn some points or something. But Shenzhi was very honest these days and didn't cause trouble for him. What Hao Chuan didn't know was that Shenzhi had already discussed with Song Lin about how to deal with Hao Chuan. But Song Lin advised him, "Be patient, he is close to Master Lu now. I have already started to take action, don't worry, he won't be able to stay alive for a few days." Hao Chuan was holding on to more than 90 points and was reluctant to spend them. He was waiting for 100 points to level up. It would be a pity to spend them now. Just when Hao Chuan was bored, Xiao Luan called him and said, "Boss, come quickly. There's a big deal going on in our house." Hao Chuan hurried back to the antique shop, where a middle-aged man was sitting mysteriously on an armchair. Xiao Luan introduced Hao Chuan to the middle-aged man. "Sir, this is our boss." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then took out a brocade box. The box was heavy, and the contents inside looked like some kind of porcelain. Xiao Luan whispered, "Boss, I've seen it. It's definitely a treasure. A genuine yuan blue and white porcelain. It's priceless." Chapter 45, The Taste of Conspiracy. "Boss, I've seen it. It's definitely a treasure. It's a genuine yuan blue and white porcelain. It's priceless." Xiao Luan whispered in Hao Chuan's ear. Hao Chuan felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The middle-aged man carefully placed a large Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar on the counter, then stepped back 2 steps and said, "Boss Hao, please take a look." These 2 actions proved that the middle-aged man was an expert. The antique business has its own rules. When looking at things, the most feared thing is to accidentally break the antiques, and the 2 parties can't explain it clearly. Therefore, things cannot be passed from hand to hand, but must be placed on the cabinet. The seller must step back after putting it down, and the buyer must pick it up and put it back on the cabinet after looking at it. The only way to hand over is through the cabinet. Although Hao Chuan is not a serious expert, he has the ability to appraise treasures. In addition, he has dealt with so many antique dealers when collecting treasures, so he understands this rule. Hao Chuan did not pick up the Yuan blue and white porcelain, but stood beside it and carefully turned it around to look at it. Although the Yuan dynasty was not long, the status of Yuan blue and white porcelain in porcelain is unmatched by other porcelains. This piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain is in perfect condition, without any bumps or scratches. The shape of the vessel is even more like a king, as if it is looking down on the other treasures in Hao Chuan's antique shop. There is nothing wrong with the item. One can tell from its imposing manner that it would not look so natural without the accumulation of hundreds of years. However, it is also very strange, like an emperor wearing a crown but coarse cloth clothes and shoes inlaid with jewelry. The strange thing is that the clothes on the emperor are completely out of tune with him. Hao Chuan looked at it for a long time, and when he turned the bottle, he finally found a clue. This Yuan blue and white porcelain was processed later. The mouth and bottom of the bottle are undoubtedly real, but the body of the bottle was imitated later. This imitation technology can be said to be the pinnacle, and there is no flaw at the bottle body. The bubbles and other features that appear over time are also flawless. If it weren't for someone like Hao Chuan who has a cheat, other experts would definitely miss it. The middle-aged man who was shopping stood aside with a kind smile. It's really a good thing. Hao Chuan didn't say anything, but took 2 steps away. The middle-aged man walked up and put the thing back into the brocade box. "Boss Hao, have you looked carefully?" the middle-aged man asked. He felt that there was no excitement on Hao Chuan's face at all. "I wonder how much you want to offer?" Hao Chuan continued to ask. "This is a family heirloom. If we weren't in urgent need of money, we wouldn't sell it." The middle-aged man looked regretful. "Humph, they all say it's inherited from their ancestors. Why don't these sellers have any other excuses?" "This number." The middle-aged man spread out one hand. 5 million? Xiao Luan swallowed. The middle-aged man shook his head. "This guy is joking." "I guess you mean 50 million. Hao Chuan said with a smile. "Let's be frank. You know the value of Yuan blue and white porcelain better than I do." The middle-aged man smiled. "I only want cash. I won't wait long. If you want it, I'll leave it with you. There are so many antique shops on this street, why do you choose mine?" Hao Chuan looked at the middle-aged man and asked for 50 million yuan, although this price was definitely half off if it was real Yuan blue and white porcelain. "Your name is great." The middle-aged man laughed. "My business failed, and I just need this little money to make ends meet. I hope your good luck restaurant can bring me some good luck." Xiao Chuan pulled Hao Chuan aside and whispered, "Boss, that's enough." Xiao Chuan thought Hao Chuan was going to lower the price, but the price the middle-aged man offered was already a reasonable price. As long as Hao Chuan made a move, he could definitely make 50 or 60 million. Hao Chuan glared at Xiao Luan and said, "I asked you to treat it as a treasure, as if it were an heirloom bottle from my family. Did you do as I asked?" "Boss, I forgot about it because I was so excited." Xiao Luan scratched his head. "You think too highly of us. It's not that we don't want to buy it, but we really can't afford it." Hao Chuan rejected the middle-aged man. "Look at my small shop. Is it a place that can afford such a sum?" "Boss Hao, you are too modest. You can't just look at the appearance in the antique business. There are many hidden talents." The middle-aged man didn't expect Hao Chuan to refuse so straightforwardly. "You really don't want it?" "I can't afford it, I can't afford it." Hao Chuan shook his head. The middle-aged man had no choice but to leave in anger. "Boss, did you miss your medicine this morning?" Xiao Luan slapped his thigh, feeling extremely regretful. "This is Yuan blue and white porcelain. How do you talk to the boss like that?" Hao Chuan tapped Xiao Luan. "Be more careful in the future, there is no such thing as pie in the sky." How Chuan told Xiao Wan about the process of viewing yuan blue and white porcelain. Xiao Wan looked incredulous and said, "Boss, don't bluff me. Is there really such a high-level technology in the world? I didn't believe it before, but I can't help but believe it after seeing it." How Chuan looked at the middle-aged man's back as he left. This kind of technology is not something that ordinary people can have. It requires an ultra-high-pressure forging furnace and an aging process that is accurate to the smallest detail. How Chuan didn't understand that much either, he just spoke based on the hints given by the treasure appraisal eye. "Boss, you're amazing. You understand all this." Xiao Wan's admiration was beyond words. "Stop flattering me." How Chuan rolled his eyes at Xiao Wan. He always felt that today's incident seemed to be directed at him. The middle-aged man left Heo Yunzhai holding the brocade box, but he did not go to other antique shops, but went straight to a black business car. He put the brocade box in the trunk and sat in the back seat. A young man in a suit and leather shoes asked in surprise, "What's going on? He won't accept it?" How Chuan said he has no money, the middle-aged man reported truthfully. "No money?" The young man thought thoughtfully, "If I'm not mistaken, he has at least 70 or 80 million in his hands now. He is fully capable of buying it. Did he see something? Impossible. I've asked other appraisers to check it. It's absolutely indistinguishable from the real thing. Even experts can't tell the difference. How can a young boy like him tell the difference?" The middle-aged man shook his head. Maybe the item is too valuable and he doesn't dare to accept it. This guy is a big gambler. It's impossible for him not to seize such a good opportunity. The young man raised his voice unconsciously, "Bring a few more things over tomorrow and send a few more people. We must not let him see any flaws." The middle-aged man nodded, "I'll arrange it right away." The business car drove away slowly. Although Hao Chuan did not hear the conversation between the middle-aged man and the young man, he had already guessed it. Someone wanted to use fake things to get his money. But this thing was too real. Even if Hao Chuan took it, he could sell it. The other party must have kept some tricks. Chapter 46, Follow the Sixth Master. Hao Chuan sent the middle-aged man away, but he still felt uneasy. He decided to wait in the antique shop for a few days. Sure enough, for the next 2 days, someone brought something to the shop. Each item was priceless and sold at a very low price. Hao Chuan just said one thing, "No money." Xiao Wan watched from the side and gritted his teeth, even doubting Hao Chuan's eyesight. Later, Xiao Wan couldn't help but discuss it with Hao Chuan. "Boss, it's not a loss for us to accept such a good thing." Xiao Wan said earnestly, "Even if it's fake, no one can tell." "I see." Hao Chuan patted the table. "We are in the antique business, not a scammer. You know it's fake, but you still buy it and sell it to others. What is this? It's disorganized and undisciplined, with no moral bottom line. Boss, you are noble and powerful." Xiao Wan was deflated. He was not the boss and his words did not count. "Nonsense, let me tell you. The antique business is ruined by people like you. If you don't buy fakes or accept fakes, there won't be so many fakes in the world." Hao Chuan said righteously, "Without buying and selling, there will be no killing." Xiao Wan was completely convinced and said, "Boss, you are awesome. You are a role model of morality." Hao Chuan actually said it in a noble way, but he had already made up his mind. These waves of people were obviously coming for him. If he accepted the things, wouldn't he fall into their trap? But there was one thing Hao Chuan couldn't figure out. If he accepted it, what tricks would those people have? After turning down another person who wanted to sell calligraphy and paintings, Hao Chuan decided to quietly follow him to see what was going on. The buyer was very alert and almost discovered Hao Chuan several times. Hao Chuan looked around the system mall and found a one-time skill that could be purchased with just 1 point, which was the tracking skill. As long as this skill was activated, the tracked object would completely ignore the tracker, and even if the tracker stood next to him, he would not be able to detect him. This skill is quite powerful, but it is not cheap. It can only be used once, and it costs 1 point. Hao Chuan has so many points, ready to use them for upgrading, and he feels the pain in his heart when he uses 1 point. But he was really curious about who was behind this. He had to follow him and see for himself. He gritted his teeth and bought this one-time tracking skill, and followed the painting seller openly. This painting seller seemed to do this kind of thing often, changing cars several times on the way, just like a secret agent. Hao Chuan followed behind him, and his suspicion became even heavier. These people were obviously not doing this kind of thing for the first time, and he was definitely not the first person to be targeted. However, although the fox is cunning, it cannot beat a good hunter, especially a hunter with a system. Hao Chuan followed him all the way and finally caught up with the man. He saw him change his clothes and take off his fake beard. Then he drove directly to a place that Hao Chuan was very familiar with. It was the Song family auction house. Song family auction house. Song Lin. Hao Chuan suddenly realized, who did I think it was? It turned out to be Song Lin. I knew he would not give up. So he was waiting for me here. But Song Lin took great pains to sell fake things to Hao Chuan. What's the next step? These things are not all fake, they are half real and half fake, and they really cost a lot of money. Hao Chuan returned to the antique shop with doubts, and after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time, Lu Yi called and invited him to go to the Song family auction house. Lu Yi has a painting of a lady by Tang Bohu, and the Song family auction house also has an identical painting of a lady. Lu Yi wants to take the original painting to trouble Mr. Song, and Hao Chuan almost forgets about it. Lu Yi picked up Hao Chuan in his car and drove to the Song family auction house. Lu Yi said, "Boss Hao, don't say anything for a while, let me talk. Wait until the critical moment and then you can make a move. Let's wait and see old Song's joke." Hao Chuan smiled and nodded. He was also planning to go into the Song family auction house to see what was going on. The two of them came all the way to the Song family auction house. Lu Yi was an old acquaintance here, so he drove directly in. Lu Yi and Hao Chuan walked straight into the core area of the auction house, and Mr. Song had already come to greet them. "Sixth brother, why are you here so early? The auction exhibition is still in 2 days." Mr. Song glanced at Hao Chuan and had completely forgotten him. However, Hao Chuan also met an old acquaintance, Song Lin, who was standing next to Mr. Song. He stretched out his hand and greeted Hao Chuan. "Mr. Hao, how are you?" "Who is this?" Mr. Song then noticed Hao Chuan. "Grandpa, this is the Hao Chuan I told you about, the one with extraordinary eyesight," Song Lin said politely. "Oh." Mr. Song shook hands with Hao Chuan. "Young people have good eyesight." "Stop talking." Master Lu couldn't wait any longer. "I heard you have some good scrolls this time, so I came here specially to take a look." Come on, I'll take you there." Mr. Song led the way, and the four of them came to the warehouse where the antiques were stored. This was a place where only the most important people could come. Hao Chuan also benefited from the sixth master. The sixth master remained silent, first looking at the other scrolls, and finally saw the painting of the lady. He immediately began to look at it attentively. Hao Chuan had no interest in the antiques in front of him, and looked around carefully. The Song family auction house looked ordinary on the surface, just a gorgeously decorated auction house. But inside, there was a different world, with 3 or 4 floors underground. It had all the functions of antique restoration and storage, and its strength should not be underestimated. If anyone could take antique counterfeiting to the highest level, the Song family auction house would definitely have the capability to do so. Old Song. This painting is a little weird. Sixth master finally got angry. Tang Yin's paintings of ladies are of good quality and well preserved. Sixth master, if you want to buy it, you'd better watch out for your wallet. Mr. Song laughed, not realizing what sixth master meant. I am curious. I have an identical painting at home. Sixth master frowned. If this one is real, then my painting must be fake, right? Song Lin's face changed, and then he laughed. Hao Chuan caught this detail immediately and thought, there must be something fishy going on. Sixth master, what do you mean by this? Mr. Song knew that sixth master would not say this for no reason. He was obviously well prepared. Have someone bring my painting as well. The sixth master waved his hand and asked the bodyguard behind him to go back and get his painting of a lady. Song Lin's expression began to change again. Hao Chuan went up to him and said, Boss Song, I have to thank you very much for last time. That's just because Mr. Hao is lucky. Song Lin said he was lucky, not that he had good eyesight. Doesn't this mean, you are so lucky, but I won't admit defeat? Chapter 47 Two Paintings. That's just because Boss Hao is lucky. Song Lin said with a wry smile. My luck has always been good. Hao Chuan laughed, I'm embarrassed to say it's so good. Song Lin didn't answer. He and Hao Chuan both knew that the feud between them was not over yet. Song Lin was still thinking about revenge for Shenzhi. Hao Chuan thought, let's see how you guys act. Come one by one, I'll wait for you to come to my door, and I'll earn a point for killing one. Lu Ye's bodyguard brought up Lu Ye's painting of a lady, and Mr. Song also had his painting of a lady taken down from the display stand. Several people walked into the office and spread out the two paintings side by side. The one on the left was Mr. Song's painting, and the one on the right was Mr. Lu's painting. These two paintings look like they were carved from the same mold. For someone with a limited vocabulary like Hao Chuan, the only word he can think of is exactly the same. Mr. Lu looked at Mr. Song with a smile, and Mr. Song also became serious, looking back and forth between the two paintings. He was speechless for a long time. The expression on Song Lin's face looked a little unnatural. Hao Chuan thought to himself, if it has nothing to do with you, why should you be so nervous? I'm old. Mr. Song sighed, why can't I see it? We are indeed old. Sixth Master nodded, I am not sure for a long time. Why not let the young people take a look? As he spoke, Master Lu looked at Hao Chuan, and Mr. Song also looked at Hao Chuan. However, the expressions on their faces were full of disdain. Sixth brother, although your eyesight is not as good as mine, you are also an expert. Mr. Song was very straightforward. You are so impressed with a young man today. Is his eyesight better than yours? Old Song, you have to admit defeat. Not to mention me, even you may not be able to compare to him. Sixth Master praised Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. If he didn't have the skill of appraising treasures, how could he compare with experts like Mr. Lu and Mr. Song? Hao Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, you're too polite. Mr. Hao, don't refuse. I think you have a good eye for gambling on stones, and you must have some knowledge of calligraphy and painting. Song Lin said with a smile. Like Mr. Song, he didn't believe that Hao Chuan could tell whether the two paintings were real or fake. Since Lao Lu trusts you so much, I will give way to you. Mr. Song made way for him. Boss Hao, please come forward. Mr. Song spoke politely, but the test in his tone was obvious. If Hao Chuan couldn't explain it clearly, not only would he be embarrassed, but even Sixth Master would be embarrassed as well. Hao Chuan smiled and walked forward. He looked down at the two paintings, activated the treasure appraising eye skill, and scanned the two paintings. What surprised Hao Chuan this time was that the treasure appraising eye showed that both paintings were real. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Hao Chuan thought of the yuan blue and white porcelain that a middle-aged man sent to him 2 days ago. The top and bottom of the blue and white jar were real, only the bottle was fake. The situation of the two paintings in front of him was somewhat similar. Hao Chuan looked at it carefully again, and finally raised his head and said, these two paintings are fake. As soon as he said this, Mr. Song showed an angry expression, and Song Lin also sneered. Even Lu Yi was a little confused and asked, Boss Hao, don't make such jokes. Sixth Master, Mr. Song, please listen to me. Hao Chuan continued, these two paintings are fake and real. The more you talk, the more confused I become. Sixth Master said, patting his chest. Boy, if you don't make your point clear today, don't think you can leave so easily today. Mr. Song was really angry. Even if Lao Lu protects you, no one dares to speak nonsense like that in the Song family auction house. Mr. Song, don't be angry. Let me explain slowly. Hao Chuan said slowly. He glanced at Song Lin. He was sure that everything behind this was Song Lin's doing. Song Lin had no expression on his face, as if he didn't believe what Hao Chuan could say. Look at this painting. Hao Chuan pointed at the picture of the Sixth Master's maid and said, the brushwork and spirit of this painting are completely the style of Master Tang. It can't be fake. It must be true. When Master Lu heard Hao Chuan praising his paintings of ladies, he finally felt relieved. Sixth Master, please don't worry. Hao Chuan continued, but I have something strange, you see. Hao Chuan pointed to the position of the hair in the painting of the lady. There are some problems with the treatment of these hairs. The brushwork of the Tang Master is smooth, but these hairs have a very obvious sense of pause. It is obvious that later generations have added a few strokes on it. Then bring me a magnifying glass. Mr. Song never used any tools to look at paintings. At his level, he could distinguish the most subtle things just by feeling. When Hao Chuan said that, he also felt something was strange. Lu Yi also took a magnifying glass to look at it. Sure enough, after the hair position was magnified more than 10 times, the subtle pauses in the brushstrokes could be found. It was like someone imitating another person's notes. Even if you learn and think, when you write, the strokes will pause as you think. These pauses are very subtle. If you don't use a magnifying glass to look at each stroke one by one, you can't see them at all. What's the reason? Sixth master was confused. Did someone repair it later? No, who would dare to tamper with such a great masterpiece? Mr. Song was also impressed by Hao Chuan's eyesight, as he could see such a small difference. Does this have a built-in microscope function? I'm just young and my eyesight is better. Hao Chuan said, his eyes unconsciously swept to Song Lin, only to see Song Lin quickly took out his mobile phone and seemed to send a message. This only proves that someone has tampered with the painting, but it cannot prove that it is fake. Mr. Song still couldn't completely believe what Hao Chuan said. Sixth master, Mr. Song, please look at this painting again. Hao Chuan pointed at the painting of a lady at the Song family auction house. Mr. Lu and Mr. Song went to see it, and after a closer look, they found that the traces of tampering on the painting were even more obvious. What's the reason? Both paintings have been supplemented by later generations. So which one of the two paintings is the real one? Sixth master was even more confused about what was going on. Actually, Mr. Song already understands. Hao Chuan said, looking at Mr. Song, who seemed to be thinking about something. Mr. Song nodded. He had indeed guessed what was going on. There is a kind of counterfeiting technique in the world, called stickers. It is the most inferior counterfeiting technique, but anyone with a little vision can easily see it. The two paintings in front of me should also be paintings made with stickers, but the high level of craftsmanship has completely exceeded the recognition range of experts like Mr. Song. Lu Yi was even more confused. He now only cared about whether his paintings were real. Chapter 48 Stickers. Old Song. Stop keeping me in suspense. I'm getting anxious to death. Sixth master was really anxious. The more Hao Chuan talked, the more scared he became. Sixth master, have you heard of stickers? Hao Chuan said to sixth master. Stickers? Sixth master shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. If I can't spot a fake sticker, I've been in the ancient painting circle for nothing. The so-called pasting is to split the calligraphy in painting in half from the middle and peel it off to form two paintings. The paper used to split the calligraphy in painting into two pieces must be Xin paper, and it must be Xin paper that sticks two pieces of paper together. If you use other paper, there is a fiber part in the middle of the paper, and it cannot be peeled off anyway. Even if the calligraphy in painting is sandwiched with rice paper, it has been peeled off. This does not mean that the pasting process is complete. The counterfeiter must still find paper of the same age and paste the peeled thin paper back on another piece of paper. This is just the first step. The ancient's painting was so powerful that it could be seen through the back of the paper. This was definitely not an empty talk. After the painting was peeled into two pieces, the brushstrokes on the second layer were extremely clear, but the details were completely lost. The first layer lost most of the ink on the second layer, and many parts became extremely faint. Therefore, the second step is to fill in the missing parts of the painting. You need to find the same pigment as the calligraphy in painting, and fill in the missing parts of the painting stroke by stroke. This process is the key to success or failure. It is best to find a painter with superb skills so as not to lose the ancient's brushwork and restore the style of the original work to the greatest extent. After completing this process, the next step is to recarve the seal and restamp. Then the two paintings with the stickers are placed under ultraviolet light. The degree of exposure varies depending on the age. This process is also very critical because only the filled part can be exposed, not the original part. This process would take at least half a year to complete. Of course, the profit from doing this is also considerable, almost doubling. However, this process requires extremely high technology and no one can do it flawlessly. Damn it, what kind of wicked fellow dares to destroy the masterpieces of the ancients like this? Mr. Song slammed the table, burning the piano and boiling the crane, burning the piano and boiling the crane. Mr. Song actually started to curse. Hao Chuan glanced at Song Lin and saw that he also had a strange expression on his face, as if he hadn't expected that the two paintings were made of stickers. Master Lu couldn't help but shake his head and said, "So, this is too real." Sixth master, I'm sorry. Hao Chuan apologized. Even if he had an eye for appraising treasures, he could still make mistakes. If I hadn't seen this painting, I wouldn't have thought that these two paintings were actually made of stickers. Sixth master, Grandpa, don't worry and feel sad. Song Lin stood up. Such high-end sticker technology is simply unheard of. Maybe both paintings are real. What do you mean? Sixth master glanced at Song Lin. He never had a good impression of Mr. Song's grandson. Maybe both paintings were painted by Mr. Tang. Song Lin said calmly. Shut up. Mr. Song cursed, how dare you say that? Who would believe such a thing? He sighed, I want to know who sent this painting to me. I want to see who this beast is who ruined our ancestors' treasure. Song Lin looked respectful and didn't dare to say anything more. Grandpa, don't be angry, I'll check it out right away. Song Lin looked back at Hao Chuan. Now he dared not underestimate Hao Chuan's eyesight. Hao Chuan also looked at Song Lin's back as he left, and silently made calculations in his heart. If those half-real and half-fake antiques were sent by Song Lin, then these two paintings might also be made by Song Lin asking someone to make stickers. This Song Lin is really capable. Hao Chuan is becoming more and more interested in him. Sixth Master, if you hadn't come in time, I would have really sold this painting and I would have been so embarrassed. Mr. Song bowed to Sixth Master. The Sixth Master was also mixed with joy and sorrow, and said, I have learned a lot today, and I am ashamed. He looked at Hao Chuan and said to Mr. Song, you should thank Boss Hao. Heroes emerge young. Mr. Song gave Hao Chuan a thumbs up. Then he extended an invitation to Hao Chuan, Boss Hao, you have such a good eye. I wonder if you are interested in working at the Song family auction house. Mr. Song has a heart for talent, but Hao Chuan's mind is not on this at all. I want to be a rich man, how can I work for you? Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Song, but I am too busy with my own antique shop. Hao Chuan declined. Mr. Song also understood what Hao Chuan meant, but he still couldn't let Hao Chuan go easily. How about this? Boss Hao is a chief appraiser. He doesn't work for me, but is helping me, Mr. Song. Mr. Song proposed a compromise plan. If you have any treasures in your store in the future, you can send them to the auction house. The Song's auction house will auction them for free and will never charge any commission or cut. How could Hao Chuan refuse such a mutually beneficial thing? Hao Chuan shook hands with Mr. Song warmly and said, Mr. Song is so polite. If I refuse, I will be ignorant of the rules. Hey, old Song, to be honest, I came here to see you laugh at me. Mr. Lu looked at his paintings with a look of regret, who knew that we were both in the same boat. Both paintings are fake. Don't let me catch this wicked beast. Mr. Song gritted his teeth. It's not that there is no way to restore this painting. Hao Chuan couldn't help but say when he saw the two people were so heartbroken about the ancient painting being destroyed. Is there any way to repair it? Mr. Song and Mr. Lu said together. Let me think about it, let's think of a way. Hao Chuan agreed readily, but then he realized that with his current system level, he really hadn't found the skills to repair antique calligraphy in paintings. I don't believe what others say. Sixth Master smiled playfully, I believe what Boss Hao says. Then I'll trouble Mr. Hao too. I'll leave these two paintings to him. Mr. Song waved his hand and asked the staff to put the two paintings away. At this time, Song Lin ran back and said, Grandpa, the person who commissioned the painting to be sold is anonymous and has not been found yet. As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously looked towards the place where the painting was originally placed. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, and saw that Song Lin was a little uneasy, but he immediately regained his composure and asked, what about those two paintings? Boss Hao said he could find a way to repair it. Mr. Song was a little unhappy, but still said to Song Lin. Hao Chuan knew clearly that these half-real and half-fake antiques were closely related to Song Lin. However, Hao Chuan still hadn't figured out how Song Lin did it and how he made a profit from it. Chapter 49 The time has come. Hao Chuan left the Song family auction house with the two paintings of ladies. Sixth Master sent Hao Chuan back to the antique shop and said before he left, Boss Hao, I'll leave those two paintings to you. Hao Chuan nodded with a smile, and when he returned to the antique shop, he threw the two paintings aside and asked Xiao Chuan to collect them. Then he said to Xiao Chuan, Song family auction house, do you have any friends? There are a few, but they are just moving antiques, doing odd jobs like that. Xiao Luan nodded. That's enough. Hao Chuan was thinking about how to find out about Song Lin's true intentions. You should go to the Song family auction house more often in the future. Get close to them and pay attention to any clues. Boss, ever since I took your classmates to the Gambling Stone exhibition hall last time, the people of the Song family have known that I am your partner. Xiao Luan was a little embarrassed, now they seem to be on guard against me too. Song's auction house won't do that. Hao Chuan looked at Xiao Luan with a smile, your boss is now the chief appraiser of Song's auction house, who dares to stop you? Boss. Where did you put your stuff? Xiao Luan began to feel around Hao Chuan's body. Where exactly did you hide your cheat? Can you leave a way out for others to survive? Get lost. Hao Chuan cursed with a smile, pushing Xiao Wan away. Brother, this is called a natural talent, you can't learn it. Xiao Wan nodded and said, Great, my boss. I will work with you steadily in the future. In the future, any treasures we collect in our store will be sent to the Song family auction house. The price can be higher than if we bid ourselves. Hao Chuan thought that this trip was not in vain, but getting information is the serious matter. What exactly do you want me to know? Xiao Wan was a little confused. If it's as I expected, those half-real, half-fake antiques are all from the Song family auction house, the work of Song Lin. Hao Chuan narrowed his eyes. No matter how cunning a fox is, there will be a time when he will reveal his true colors. Don't let me catch him. Boss, are you talking about a fox or a horse? Xiao Wan caught Hao Chuan's mistake in his words. You've learned to talk back to your boss. Hao Chuan was furious. If you can't do what I asked you to do, I'll fire you. Xiao Wan stuck out his tongue and turned around to go back to work. Hao Chuan rested upstairs for a while, still thinking about Song Lin and those fake antiques. These antiques were faked and turned into two. Porcelain and the like were fine, it was not a big deal if there were two identical ones, but calligraphy and paintings and the like, if they were faked into two, once one was exposed to the world, wouldn't the other one be exposed? Song Lin must have been counterfeiting antiques for a long time, he must have a huge distribution network. This is the real business that makes money quickly. In comparison, Hao Chuan's stock speculation is not only risky, but the profit may not be as high as others. When he was bored, Hao Chuan teased the system, you seem to be a little weird these days. I'm performing so well, don't you lose some points or something? The system is preparing for an upgrade. The system simply replied. No extra words, no explanation. This is very systematic. You also think that I can accumulate 100 points soon? Hao Chuan laughed. When the host accumulates 90 points of system knowledge, it will automatically start upgrading. It has nothing to do with the host. The system coldly interrupted Hao Chuan's narcissism. Relax, once I earn 100 million, the remaining 10 points will be a piece of cake. Hao Chuan said to the system and also comforted himself. System-friendly reminder, the host has placed all of his assets on stocks. Your chance of success is only 50%, and the chance of failure and being wiped out is also 50%. I know, there's not much time left. Hao Chuan became serious. His laughter didn't mean he was careless. There were still more than 10 days left before the deadline for the 100 million yuan target. In the next few days, Hao Chuan dared not relax anymore. He ran to the hotel where Lu Shan and Dong Xi were staying and watched them operate stocks. The screen was full of information, which made Hao Chuan feel overwhelmed. Lu Shan and Hao Chuan briefly explained the situation. Half of the funds invested in the early stage had been lost. Hao Chuan nodded to show that he understood that if you take risks, you have to bear the losses. Dong Xi said that the stock of Xingye Media has not fallen to the lowest point yet, and they are still waiting and watching. The three of them watched the news every day, hoping to see some clues in the reports. As one of the shareholders of Xingye Media, will Li Chenlin appear in the news? The waiting time is long and painful, especially for Hao Chuan. The money not only means whether he can turn things around, but also whether he can complete the task and avoid being wiped out. Finally, the two undercover agents arranged by Hao Chuan to be beside Li Chenlin, Su Jia and Li Chenlin's assistant, sent back the news. The bottom fishing of Xingye Media was about to begin. Lu Shan and Dong Xi also pointed at the computer screen and explained to Hao Chuan, it has fallen to the lowest point now. If the news is true, then now is the time to take action. Everyone was waiting for Hao Chuan's order. After all, those tens of millions were his, and only he could decide whether to take the risk. If he failed, the money might be wasted. What do you think you would do if you had endless money? Hao Chuan suddenly asked Lu Shan and Dong Xi. Buy a big yacht. Hold a sea and sky feast? Lu Shan and Dong Xi looked confused. These are other people's thoughts on rich people. I want to know what you think. Hao Chuan sat down next to Lu Shan and Dong Xi, and said as if he was chatting in the dormitory. Well, I'll give you some of these stocks. If the stocks make money, you will immediately become multi-millionaires. What do you want to do? This really stumped the two of them. When they had no money, they fantasized about being rich, but it was unrealistic. Now that they might really become multi-millionaires, this problem became a bit difficult to deal with. I will invest the money in the stock market and play around with it for a few years, so as not to use up all the things I have learned. Lu Shan thought thoughtfully. Did you learn how to trade stocks in school? No wonder you always fail your courses. Tang Xi said sarcastically. It's none of your business. I just like doing this. Lu Shan said sarcastically. If it were me, I would find a good company to gain experience for a few years. With my poor academic qualifications, it is too difficult to get into a good company. But it will be different with this money. Dong Jichang thought. Now that you have money, you still want to work? You must have become stupid from studying too much. Hao Chuan was a little confused. The money will run out sooner or later, and spending extra money will be meaningless after a few days. I have to focus on training myself. After a few years, when I have the capital, I will go out on my own. Dongji said with a beaming face. You two are so positive. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes at them. I didn't expect that under such a wretched appearance, there is such a pure heart. Chapter 50, The Thoughts of the Tyrant. You two are so positive. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes at them. I didn't expect that under such a wretched appearance, there is such a pure heart. We are not like you. We have a rich grandfather and our imagination is relatively simple. Lu Shan also rolled his eyes at Hao Chuan. I've only been a rich man for a few days. Hao Chuan smiled bitterly. I'm also very conflicted. Hao Chuan was silent for a long time, and finally looked up and said to Lu Shan and Dongji, I put all my wealth on Xingye media. In fact, I wanted to suppress Li Chenlin and regain my dignity. But now I don't know if it is worth it. Lu Shan and Dongji knew about Li Chenlin and Chen Xiaojing's affairs, but they didn't dare to say anything for fear of upsetting Hao Chuan. No one would be able to remain calm when someone cuckolds them. If Hao Chuan hadn't said anything, they would have thought that Hao Chuan had forgotten about it. But how could Hao Chuan have forgotten it? We won't advise you anymore. Dongji patted Hao Chuan's shoulder. It was Chen Xiaojing who was blind. You should be happy. You're not persuading me. Lu Shan said with a smile, if you ask me, Hao Chuan is right. I would not be a human being if I don't take revenge. We are going to seize Li Chenlin's shares and leave him with nothing. What Lao Lu said hits the nail on the head. Hao Chuan felt relieved. If you have money but don't dare to do what you want to do, what's the point of having the money? Hao Chuan immediately made the decision and launched an all-out attack to block Xingye Media's stocks, leaving Li Chenlin with nothing. Lu Shan and Dongji were busy, but they didn't have as much pressure as Hao Chuan. Before Hao Chuan made the decision, he was a little hesitant. After all, if the stock didn't rise, he would be wiped out by the system. But now that he had made the decision, he felt calm. He did not stay in Lu Shan and Dongji's room, but returned to school. Lu Shan and Dongji stayed in the hotel for more than half a month. It was the time for graduation. Even if Shuo Weiqiang and Ren Zhong were watching, Hao Chuan had to go back to take a look. If he hadn't come to school, Hao Chuan would have almost forgotten that he hadn't graduated yet. He went to look for Shuo Weiqiang and Ren Zhong, but only saw Ren Zhong. Ren Zhong had already finished his graduation project, and after the defense, he was waiting for the graduation certificate. Shuo Weiqiang was still buried in the library writing his thesis, feeling overwhelmed. Hao Chuan came to school and went to see Tang Xi. Tang Xi did not hide from Hao Chuan, but greeted him and was busy with her own things. I hope Shenzhi hasn't bothered you these 2 days. Hao Chuan asked. Yeah. Tang Xi nodded. My grandma is still asking you why you didn't go to see her these 2 days. Grandma Tang is almost recovered from her illness. Hao Chuan chuckled, but you still need to take care of this illness for a long time. I'm not sick. Tang Xi argued, thank you, but please don't talk to me in that tone in the future. Tang Xi's tone was unfriendly. She was already polite to Hao Chuan. If it were someone else, Tang Xi's attitude would be even colder. Look, here it comes again. Hao Chuan shamelessly rubbed against him. Your cold attitude is not good for your health. You. Tang Xi was speechless. I haven't visited the little thing for 2 days. Hao Chuan didn't continue teasing her. I'll go see the little thing today, and visit our grandma by the way. It's my grandma, not our grandma. Tang Xi corrected them one by one. It's not called little thing, it's called hydrangea. They mean the same thing. Hao Chuan chuckled. Hao Chuan wanted to go home with Tang Xi, but before they left the campus, Shenzhi stood in front of them. As the students were about to graduate, the school organized many activities, the most grand of which was a singing competition. At one time, many artistic backbones in the school jumped out, eager to try. There are many beauties among them, and there are also many people with good looks and art. How can such a thing be missing the student union chairman Shenzhi? However, despite a lot of beauties, Shenzhi still misses Tang Xi. He didn't cause trouble for Hao Chuan, but that didn't mean he let Hao Chuan go. He just kept waiting for news from Song Lin. He didn't know that Song Lin had tried to trick Hao Chuan with fake antiques several times, but Hao Chuan blocked him. Tang Xi stayed alone these days, and many people showed up. Graduation is coming, and many people still miss Tang Xi. Shenzhi was busy fighting these suitors and showing his loyalty to Tang Xi these 2 days. Hao Chuan didn't show up, and he almost forgot about Hao Chuan. Hey, isn't this the prince? Hao Chuan greeted Shenzhi enthusiastically. Humph, Hao Chuan, don't be so sarcastic. Shenzhi smiled and was not angry at all. There is something I forgot to tell you. I checked for you and found that there is something wrong with your graduation project. The school also thinks that there is something wrong with your usual behavior and decided to suppress your diploma. Haven't you heard? Oh, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. I haven't graduated yet. Hao Chuan frowned, seeming a little worried. It's useless even if you call my grandfather this time. Shenzhi smiled complacently. He was wary of Hao Chuan asking 6th master for help. The school has its own rules. My grandfather can't control them. Oh, it's just a diploma. You can keep it for fun. Hao Chuan laughed. He no longer cared about graduation. You. Shenzhi didn't expect Hao Chuan to be so shameless, but he immediately calmed down. You don't care, don't your brothers care either? Shenzhi immediately found Hao Chuan's weakness, and he continued, except for Ren Zhong, the rest are all waiting to find jobs after their graduation certificates. It's so hard to find a job these days. Can you take care of so many people? Can your small antique shop employ so many people? Shenzhi was not completely brainless, he still had some means. Just by holding on to the graduation certificate, he could make many people bow their heads in front of him. I advise you not to be too drastic, otherwise, you will be the one who regrets it in the future. Hao Chuan said coldly to Shenzhi. Oh, I'm so scared. Shenzhi was unmoved, and several classmates behind him also joined in the laughter. I've said everything I need to say. Just don't regret it. Hao Chuan looked at Shenzhi, thinking about how to protect his brothers. Shenzhi thought he had defeated Hao Chuan, and his interest shifted to Tang Xi. Do you want to go home? I'll take you there. No need, I have Hao Chuan to take me there. Although Tang Xi hated Hao Chuan's smooth talk, she knew that Hao Chuan had a good heart. On the other hand, Shenzhi's face, which looked like a young master in the government office, made people feel more and more disgusted. Did you hear that? Hao Chuan stood between Shenzhi and Tang Xi, holding Tang Xi's arm. I'll take her back, you just cool off. Chapter 51 Nothing New. Did you hear that? Hao Chuan stood between Shenzhi and Tang Xi, holding Tang Xi's arm. I'll take her back, you just cool off. Hao Chuan and Tang Xi left quickly, leaving Shenzhi aside. Someone around Shenzhi came over and asked, why don't we take a few people to stop this guy and beat him up? How can I get rid of the anger in my heart by beating him up? Shenzhi stared at Hao Chuan's back, his eyes almost spitting fire. But after a few seconds, he said to the classmate who suggested beating Hao Chuan up, you go and do it, it's best to find someone outside the school, don't let anyone know. After saying that, Shenzhi added with concern, remember, this matter has nothing to do with me. I understand. A fellow like Hao Chuan must have many enemies outside. It's normal for someone to break his legs on the way. Hao Chuan had no idea about Shenzhi's revenge plan, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What else can a person like this think of when he gets involved in such a fight? It's a waste of such a good background and a useless brain. Tang Xi and Hao Chuan walked out of the school, but before they had gone far, a car blocked their way. 2 bodyguards came out of the car and said to Tang Xi, our boss wants to talk to you. Hao Chuan knew these 2 bodyguards, and their boss was none other than the lingering Chenlin. I don't know your boss. Tang Xi said coldly, please don't bother me. You don't know our boss, but our boss knows you. The bodyguards blocked the way of Tang Xi and Hao Chuan one after another. You borrowed 200,000 yuan from our boss before, you won't forget it. I have already paid back the money. Tang Xi glanced at Hao Chuan. The 200,000 was paid back by Hao Chuan for her. That's the interest. The principal hasn't been repaid yet. The bodyguard folded his hands, looking like he was collecting a debt. I'll tell them. Hao Chuan stood in front of Tang Xi and said to the two bodyguards, "How much does she still owe you?" 2 million. Bodyguard Lion opened his mouth wide. "You are talking nonsense." Tang Xi was anxious. At that time, she was desperate to raise money for Grandma Tang's surgery and borrowed money from others without thinking much. Unexpectedly, she fell into Li Qianlin's trap. If Hao Chuan hadn't shown up halfway, Tang Xi would have been forced to pay off her debt with her body. Oh! Hao Chuan was not surprised. People like Li Qianlin could do the most shameless things. "Let me talk to your boss," Hao Chuan said to the bodyguard with a smile. "Oh, it's Hao Chuan." Without the bodyguard's notification, Li Qianlin had already walked out of the car. "Boss Li, how are you?" Hao Chuan greeted Li Qianlin. This was the most critical moment in the struggle for Xingye Media's stock. However, Li Qianlin and Hao Chuan, the two people holding the largest shares, chose to withdraw from the battlefield and leave things to others. "What's wrong? Do you want to pay off Tang Xi's debt?" Li Qianlin looked at Hao Chuan with a smile. Previously, Lu Yi was one of the shareholders of Xingye Media. Since Hao Chuan was related to him, Li Qianlin was indeed a little bit difficult to deal with. But a few days ago, Lu Yi's shares were suddenly sold, and the owner after the sale turned out to be an unknown person. It was also because Hao Chuan was afraid of alerting the enemy that he did not use his own name when accepting Lu Yi's shares. So now Li Qianlin still doesn't know that Hao Chuan standing in front of him is his biggest enemy. "You are talking nonsense, I didn't borrow that much money at all." Tang Xi became even more anxious. She knew very well what the intention of these people was in lending her money. "I have the final say on how much money to borrow." Li Qianlin snorted, "If the school knew about this, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to graduate." Here we go again, why are these people out of ideas? Stop beating around the bush and tell me, how much money do you want? Hao Chuan said to Li Qianlin. "Oh, I admit that I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with Master Lu, but Master Lu can't control such things." Li Qianlin put his hands behind his back, not believing how much money Hao Chuan could come up with. "It's only natural to pay back debts. If you don't pay it back, I'll report this to the school." "So much nonsense. How much money do you want?" Hao Chuan sighed and shook his head. "That's great. You want to be a hero in front of a beautiful woman, I'll give you this opportunity." Li Qianlin laughed, 10 million. "As long as you have 10 million, I will never bother her again." "It's only 10 million. Hao Chuan waved his hand, "It's just a small amount of money. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to take it when the time comes." "Oh." Li Qianlin didn't expect Hao Chuan to agree so readily. "When will you give it to me?" 3 days. Hao Chuan raised 3 fingers. "Great." Li Qianlin clapped his hands and cheered. "What if we can't get it out?" "It's up to you." Hao Chuan looked at Li Qianlin and sneered. "Okay." Li Qianlin nodded in agreement. "Let me see how you come up with the money." Li Qianlin led his men away, as if he was sure of victory, and deliberately wanted to have some fun with Hao Chuan and Tang Xi. "Hao Chuan, how could you agree to them?" Tang Xi finally came to her senses. "They are just scoundrels. To deal with a scoundrel, you have to use scoundrel methods." Hao Chuan didn't care. "Can you really come up with that much money?" Tang Xi couldn't help but be anxious. "They won't let it go. I'm afraid that when I give him money, he won't dare to take it," Hao Chuan said, looking at Li Qianlin's back. Tang Xi didn't know where Hao Chuan got his confidence from, so she said to him, "It's all because of me. Don't let me get you into trouble. Go away, I'll deal with them. At worst, I'll call the police, or I won't graduate." "Silly girl, you are killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of your own." Hao Chuan smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I will make him cry sometimes." Hao Chuan took Tang Xi back to her home. Tang Xi forced herself to smile and talk to Grandma Tang, but Hao Chuan joked with her. "Grandma Tang, you look better and better now. Should I call you Aunt Tang from now on? You are the only one who can talk with your clever mouth." Grandma Tang couldn't stop smiling. Hao Chuan was talking to Grandma Tang, and the puppy sent by the system also ran over, but it looked up at Hao Chuan and refused to come closer. "What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll stew you." Hao Chuan threatened the little thing. He always felt that this little dog was too human-like, as if it could understand what people said. The little thing barked, seeming very dissatisfied and very angry at Hao Chuan's threat. "Don't scare it. Tang Xi picked up the little thing. I really don't know how you usually take care of it. Eat when you need to eat, sleep when you need to sleep. Hao Chuan was confused. In Tang Xi's eyes, how could he be worse than a dog? Tang Xi always had an expression that she wanted to protect a puppy. Chapter 52 Roaring Sky Dog. Eat when you need to eat, sleep when you need to sleep. Hao Chuan was confused. In Tang Xi's eyes, how could he be worse than a dog? Tang Xi always had an expression that she wanted to protect a puppy. You are raising pigs. Tang Xi stared at Hao Chuan hatefully. Don't be so mean. Hao Chuan was amused by Tang Xi's words. After staying at Tang Xi's house for a while, Hao Chuan took the initiative to say goodbye to Grandma Tang under Tang Xi's gaze. Tang Xi sent Hao Chuan to the door and had no intention of continuing to see him off. Hao Chuan was also drunk. Tang Xi was always on guard against him, which hurt his self-esteem. I am a gentleman, why do you think I have to pursue you? Tang Xi had no intention of seeing him off, and Hao Chuan was also bored. Just as he was waving goodbye, the little thing followed him and started barking. Oh, you still can't bear to leave me. Hao Chuan looked at the little thing and said, don't you think I feed you like a pig? Hao Chuan thought the little thing was chasing him away, so he walked a few steps quickly, but the little thing followed him. Tang Xi also followed him, and Hao Chuan was secretly happy, thinking that this little thing had done a good thing. The little thing followed Hao Chuan all the way out of the gate of the community, and Tang Xi also followed and sent Hao Chuan out the gate. The two chatted casually, and when they reached the gate, Tang Xi said to the little thing, okay, just send him here. Hao Chuan is a thick-skinned man. Although he knows that he has benefited from the puppy, Tang Xi's behavior is too obvious. Hey, I haven't left yet. Hao Chuan protested, can you please consider other people's feelings? I don't know you yet. Tang Xi gave Hao Chuan a blank look, you are the only one who is thick-skinned. Tang Xi stuck out her tongue. No matter what time it was, Tang Xi never smiled, but at this moment she showed a mischievous smile to Hao Chuan. Although this was because of the puppy, it also proved that her relationship with Hao Chuan had become much closer. However, Hao Chuan understood that closeness did not mean intimacy. If he wanted to pursue Tang Xi, especially to make her throw herself into his arms, he still had a long way to go. System, I hate you. Why did you let Tang Xi throw herself into my arms and get 30 points? If there were only 10 points, I would have given up directly. What points can be more attractive than the warmth and softness of a beauty? The system is silent. That's enough. Hao Chuan also said to the puppy, I will remember your loving heart for your master. You should just throw yourself into the arms of your new master. But the little thing had no intention of going with Tang Xi. It still followed Hao Chuan and circled around him. Its meaning was obvious, it wanted to go home with Hao Chuan. Little traitor. Tang Xi scolded, I combed your hair and bathed you for nothing. Oh, I am so attractive. Hao Chuan said narcissistically. Tang Xi stamped her feet and turned to walk towards the unit door. Hao Chuan watched her walk away, then stared at the puppy and said, you must follow me, did you find that I was in danger? The little thing sat on the ground and barked, as if answering Hao Chuan's question. It's really a spirit. Hao Chuan nodded. He was sure that the little thing did sense the danger. But Hao Chuan didn't know who was looking for trouble with him. The man and the dog walked out of the community. Hao Chuan had no intention of hiding, but instead went into remote alleys. He wanted to see who was going to bring him danger. He turned around several times and finally met someone blocking his way in an alley. Several young thugs in vests and jeans blocked Hao Chuan's way, and someone blocked him from behind. There were 7 or 8 people in total, one in front and one behind, each holding a weapon, either a machete or an iron pipe. Someone was carrying a wooden stick on his shoulder, clenching his fist. The little thing was baring its teeth and making a low growl in its throat. A few thugs burst into laughter, as if they were mocking the little guy for overestimating his own abilities. It seems that he is not Li Chenlin's man. Li Chenlin's men have suffered from the little thing before, so they will not forget this little dog. It doesn't seem like Song Lin's man either. This man has many tricks and will not be so simple and crude. Then it can only be our hot-tempered prince. Hao Chuan couldn't help shaking his head. Why didn't this young man learn his lesson? Hao Chuan didn't want to pay attention to him, but he insisted on bumping into Hao Chuan's hand. Hey, boy, we brothers want to borrow some money from you. The gangster challenged. Hao Chuan took out his wallet, grabbed out about 1,000 yuan and threw it on the ground, use it to get vaccinated. Thinking that several people would be bitten by the little creatures and run around with their heads in their hands, Hao Chuan felt a little bit reluctant. Especially the little thing likes to bite people's thighs. Just thinking about it makes me feel cold in my crotch. You think you can get rid of us with just this little money? A man with a shaved head shouted. Brothers, break this guy's arm, take his wallet and leave. As they spoke, they approached Hao Chuan. Wait. Hao Chuan stretched out his hand to stop him. Are you scared? The hooligans laughed. It's too late to beg for mercy now. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. I really can't bear it, so I want to remind you one last time. Hao Chuan looked regretful. How much money can the prince give you? Fighting with me will cost you too much. Who said we were sent by the prince? The hooligan stuttered, and then became angry and said, We just can't stand your showing off. Brothers, fight. As they were about to rush over, the little creature rushed over to them like an arrow from a bow just as they moved their feet. This time, the little creature was even more ferocious than the ones who attacked Li Chenlin. Hao Chuan watched intently. The ups and downs of the movement were so smooth. There was no waste of time or movement. He bit 7 or 8 thugs one by one, making them fall to the ground wailing. It only took him a few dozen seconds. 7 or 8 hooligans fell to the ground, and the puppy jumped back to Hao Chuan. The others supported their companions and fled in a panic, without even having time to say anything harsh this time. The little thing stuck out its tongue twice, as if it felt very disgusted about biting these people. Hao Chuan clapped his hands and said, Calling you little thing doesn't suit your fighting ability at all. I've decided to call you Roaring Sky Dog from now on. The puppy started barking again, expressing its dissatisfaction with Hao Chuan. You still despise me. What do you know? Hao Chuan deliberately called out twice, Roaring Sky Dog, Roaring Sky Dog. The puppy barked loudly, as if it was angry and anxious. Hao Chuan deliberately angered it again and continued to bark, Shoutian Dog, Shoutian Dog. From now on, you will be called Shoutian Dog. A man and a dog quarreled in the alley for a long time. In the end, Hao Chuan was defeated, his lips were dry, and he did not forget to stimulate the dog again. You can't protest anymore, you can just be called Roaring Sky Dog. Chapter 53, Waking Up Naked. A man and a dog quarreled in the alley for a long time. In the end, Hao Chuan was defeated, his lips were dry, and he did not forget to stimulate the dog again. You can't protest anymore, you can just be called Roaring Sky Dog. The puppy suddenly bared its teeth and roared as it pounced on Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan was startled and ran away. The man and the dog ran a long way away. Hao Chuan was so tired that the puppy barked at him twice with satisfaction and stopped. This isn't about protecting me, this is about torturing me. Hao Chuan was completely convinced. He brought the dog back to the antique shop and quickly asked Xiao Lu to bring some tea. He gulped down a big mouthful and finally asked Xiao Lu, What's going on at the Song family auction house these past 2 days? Xiao Luan saw that there was no one in the store, walked to the door, closed it, and then said to Hao Chuan, Boss, nothing happened. Why are you closing the door if there's nothing going on? Hao Chuan was surprised that Xiao Luan was breathing heavily when speaking. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Boss, no situation is the biggest situation. Xiao Luan whispered beside Hao Chuan, Now those who sell fake antiques don't come to our store anymore. When I went to the Song's auction house, those people stared at me like a thief. What does this mean? This means that there is something fishy going on at the Song's auction house. Hao Chuan nodded. Anyway, this matter would not be completed in 1 or 2 days. He instructed Xiao Luan again, saying, Take the money from the store and do more. If this matter is done well, I will reward you handsomely. Xiao Luan laughed and said, Thank you for the reward, boss. After resting for half a day, Hao Chuan went to the hotel to see Lu Shan and Tang Xi. Although he couldn't help with the things here, he always had to keep an eye on them to feel at ease. Lu Shan and Tang Xi were busy watching the stock market and had no time to pay attention to Hao Chuan. However, Hao Chuan still understood that the situation was developing as he expected. Someone from Xingye Media began to buy up the stocks that others were selling, and the other party was of course Li Chenlin and others. Lu Shan and Tang Xi were inexperienced, and it was inevitable that they were in a mess when dealing with this situation. Hao Chuan was sweating profusely. This fierce battle lasted for 2 days. The internal structure of a large media company also underwent earth-shaking changes. Hao Chuan acquired a large number of stocks and became the largest shareholder of Xingye Media. He almost held 1/3 of Xingye Media's shares, and others also joined the battle when they saw Xingye Media's crazy growth. For 2 consecutive days, Xingye Media's stock price rose to the daily limit. Hao Chuan quickly became a billionaire in just 2 days. Hao Chuan called Su Jie to inquire about the situation. Su Jie sent a message that Li Chenlin had completely failed. He almost shot himself in the foot. The original large amount of shares evaporated quickly. Although he still holds some shares now, compared with Hao Chuan, he has become a shareholder who can no longer be the smallest. Su Jie's voice changed from brother Hao to boss Hao. He began to show his loyalty. Boss, you have to be careful of others plotting against you. Do you still need bodyguards? I know you are very loyal. Hao Chuan said calmly. However, you should stay with Li Chenlin for a while. If he has any situation, please report to me at any time. Lu Shan and Tang Xi completed the task given to them by Hao Chuan, and they seemed to be exhausted, slumped in the chair for a long time without being able to recover. They had never dared to think of such a large transaction, but they did not expect Hao Chuan to be so confident in giving it to them. They did not disappoint Hao Chuan's high expectations. Although there were still some areas where they did not do well, overall, they had done a good job. Lu Shan said with some regret, if I could do it again, I could buy half of Xingye Media's shares. That's enough. I'm very satisfied that we, as half-baked people, can achieve this level. Tang Xi waved his hands and spoke weakly. I mean what I say. Let's sign the contract tomorrow, and I will transfer some of my shares to you. Hao Chuan patted the 2 men on the shoulders and said, when you leave tomorrow, you will be multi-millionaires. Really? Tang Xi and Lu Shan said in disbelief. Are you still afraid that we will cheat you? Hao Chuan laughed. In fact, we haven't finished our business yet. Lu Shan shook his head. Li Chenlin still got a lot of shares. Eat one bite at a time, and avenge one step at a time. Hao Chuan laughed. It would be so boring if I really killed Li Chenlin in one go. Yes, from now on you will be the major shareholder of Xingye Media. Li Chenlin will have to bow and nod in front of you and look at your face. Tang Xi applauded. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. Let's invite everyone along. Hao Chuan said with great enthusiasm, you've worked hard these past 2 days. We have to reward you well. That night, Hao Chuan took everyone to book a table at a 5-star hotel, and Ren Zhong and Zhuo Weicheng were also happy with Hao Chuan. Lu Shan and Tang Xi had not had a girlfriend for a long time, so they took this opportunity to start flirting with their girlfriends. Hao Chuan called Tang Xi to come as well. Tang Xi was reluctant to come at first, but Hao Chuan said, don't you want to wear hydrangea? Tang Xi came anyway for the sake of the puppy. Several people drank until they were completely black and dark, and Hao Chuan finally felt a big stone drop to the ground, and he was drunk unconscious. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the antique shop. He rubbed his head, which was still hung over, and just as he sat up, he found that he was actually shirtless. He looked around the room and saw a bowl of hangover soup on the bedside. Xiao Wan couldn't do this, so he quickly lifted the quilt and found that his underwear was also exposed. What's going on? 100 thoughts flashed through Hao Chuan's mind. Who sent me back? Who changed my clothes? Who made the hangover soup? Was it Tang Xi? Did I do something out of the ordinary? He put on his clothes and went downstairs, only to see Tang Xi playing with a puppy in the lobby of the antique shop. Hao Chuan immediately understood that the men at the table were all drunk yesterday, and only the 3 girls did not drink. The one who sent him back must be none other than Tang Xi. Who else could it be other than Tang Xi? It seems that Tang Xi still cares about him. Thank you for yesterday. Hao Chuan scratched his head and smiled evilly. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Responsible? Responsible for what? Tang Xi looked confused. Didn't you change my clothes yesterday? Hao Chuan thought to himself, just keep pretending. Boss, I changed your clothes yesterday. Xiao Wan came out from the side and smiled ambiguously. You vomited all over yourself yesterday, and the smell was pungent. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes, glared at Xiao Wan, and thought to himself, you are the only one who is troublesome. Chapter 54, Expulsion. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes, glared at Xiao Wan, and thought to himself, you are the only one who is troublesome. You were so drunk yesterday that I had to call Xiao Wan. Tang Xi said. Hao Chuan was a bit rough, and it seemed that he was just being too sentimental again. However, he quickly regained his confidence and started to talk slickly with Tang Xi. The 2 of them went to school together. Now that graduation was approaching, it was the busiest time. Lu Shan and Tang Xi were busy catching up on their papers, working so hard that they had no time to think about anything else. Hao Chuan was in a good mood, as the stock market was rising every day, and his net worth was also rising. In a few days, after cashing out, he would be able to achieve his goal of 100 million. The more we have to hold on to this moment, the more this little money means nothing. I don't just want to be a rich man, I want to be a very rich man. Hao Chuan, I know you've made a fortune. Zhuo Weiqian looked at Hao Chuan, but can you please put away that lewd smile of yours? Did I laugh? Hao Chuan didn't notice. I'm very calm. If you smile a little longer, people will think you are crazy. Zhuo Weiqian said sarcastically. Oh, that's normal. Hao Chuan sighed, I got rich all of a sudden, and I can't hold it back. Do you think I should sell the yacht or buy a private jet? Rich man, if you don't pretend to be so arrogant, we can still be friends. Zhuo Weiqian was really stimulated by Hao Chuan. I'm considering very realistic things. Hao Chuan showed no intention of restraining himself. A yacht is more in line with my temperament, but it's too bulky. A private jet is better. Zhuo Weiqian gave him a middle finger. The two of them strolled to the school auditorium, where they were preparing for the school singing competition. How could Hao Chuan and Zhuo Weiqian miss such a good opportunity to see beautiful women? But before the two of them could go in, they were stopped by two cadres from the student union. Chairman Chen said that anyone related to Hao Chuan cannot enter the auditorium. Two student union cadres stood at the door with their arms folded, attracting the attention of many students. Why? Is the school owned by Shenzhi's family? Zhuo Weiqian was indignant and started pushing and shoving the two men. It was too late for Hao Chuan to stop them. As soon as Zhuo Weiqian's hand touched them, they fell to the ground with a cry and rolled on the ground, wailing, he hit me, Hao Chuan hit me. The people around them immediately surrounded Hao Chuan and Zhuo Weiqian, and other students also picked up their phones to take pictures. I didn't hit them. Zhuo Weiqian was anxious, I just touched them lightly. So many people saw it. Someone from the student union, obviously Shenzhi's man, shouted, Hao Chuan and Zhuo Weiqian both took action. Hao Chuan coldly watched these people perform. He said to the student cadre who slandered him for beating someone, did you see me beating someone? I saw it. The other party did not show any weakness, I saw it clearly. Another cadre nearby seemed to have Hao Chuan in his grasp, so he pushed him and said, what are you looking at? Do you still want to hit me? Hao Chuan was pushed back a step by him and didn't say anything. The man became arrogant, aren't you awesome? You dare to steal the girl that Chairman Chen likes? If you have the guts, hit me. Come on, hit me. Then I'll let you see it more clearly. Hao Chuan punched the man in the face. He said to the other students with cell phones, everyone heard it clearly. He asked me to call. I'm an easygoing person, so I met his request. The man lying on the ground stood up and shouted as if he had won a medal, you all saw it. Hao Chuan beat someone up. Some students who saw the whole process looked at the student union members slandering Hao Chuan with disdain, but no one stood up to speak for Hao Chuan. When a group of people were hanging out, Lu Shan, Dong Zhua, Ren Zhong and others also ran over, and the two sides pushed each other, causing quite a bit of chaos. Soon, the school teacher arrived. A group of people were taken to the office. This time, Shenzhi did not show up from beginning to end. However, Hao Chuan did not care. The school leaders were very indignant about the fight and threatened to expel Hao Chuan and others. The student union members burst into tears, as if Hao Chuan and his gang had teamed up to beat them up. The cadres of the student union usually have a closer relationship with the teachers, and the school leaders obviously tend to sympathize with the student union. The teachers didn't listen to a word Zhuo Weiqian and others said. At this time, Shenzhi, who had been hiding, came out. He whispered with the teachers, then stood up and said righteously, dear teachers, dear school leaders. This student, Hao Chuan, has been fighting and causing trouble for many times. I have always been tolerant of him and wanted to give him a chance. However, I didn't expect that Hao Chuan would bear a grudge against me and bring people to take revenge this time. The school leaders got even angrier after hearing this. Someone slammed the table and shouted, expel him. Expel him. He must be expelled. He is too outrageous. If someone like him graduates, what will others say about our school? Hao Chuan walked out carelessly. Student Shenzhi, you have only said half of what you were saying. Student Shenzhi knows the cause of the incident very well. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I will explain it clearly from beginning to end. Hao Chuan didn't want to explain more, but there were so many classmates behind him, and not all of them were like Hao Chuan, who didn't take graduation seriously. Hao Chuan explained this several times. Shenzhi retaliated against him, and made it clear that there was no fight this time, and even if there was a fight, it was only Hao Chuan who did it. The cause of the incident was that Shenzhi was deliberately looking for trouble with Hao Chuan. What a joke! What a joke! Shenzhi was unmoved. I'm the president of the school's student union. I have a lot of things to do. Do I have the time to find some social idlers to take revenge on you? Shenzhi continued, the student union is the school's organization, not mine alone. If any classmates question that I use the student union to bully other students, I ask the school to take back my position as the president of the student union. The teacher immediately stepped forward to comfort him. We have all seen how hard Shenzhi works. In order to leave a good memory for the students after graduation, he personally organized the singing competition and made it a success. We have all seen it. Other teachers also stepped forward and directed the conversation to Hao Chuan. As for Hao Chuan, his performance in school is just average, which is an understatement. He has long stopped taking school as his own. I didn't expect the school to misunderstand me so deeply. Hao Chuan was heartbroken. If that's the case, please expel me from the school. Chapter 55, Eat Shit. I didn't expect the school to misunderstand me so deeply. Hao Chuan was heartbroken. If that's the case, please expel me from the school. Do you think we dare not? One teacher stood up. Other teachers echoed, with such a bad attitude, what are we waiting for but not expelling him? Hao Chuan, don't be impulsive. Shuo Weiqiang grabbed Hao Chuan and persuaded him. Desk, don't worry about it. It's just a graduation certificate. I don't care about it. Hao Chuan said to Shuo Weiqiang. Did you hear that? A student union cadre said, as if he had found something wrong with Hao Chuan. He doesn't even care about graduation. Hao Chuan, I'm informing you now. You are expelled. The school leader slammed the table and stood up. Dear teachers, Hao Chuan was just excited at the moment. Shuo Weiqiang and others pleaded for Hao Chuan. Director, would you like to reconsider this? Some teachers also felt reluctant. It was already the graduation moment, and it would be a pity to expel the students. Yes, teacher, director, we were all involved in the fight, otherwise you will give us all a serious warning. Shuo Weiqiang had to give in. Do you think that you will have nothing to do with it if Hao Chuan is expelled? The school leader's anger showed no sign of subsiding, and the key point was that Hao Chuan had no intention of admitting his mistake. If expulsion can't make these stubborn students bow their heads, then what are we waiting for? I am responsible for my own actions. Just fire me. Others have nothing to do with this matter. Hao Chuan took a step forward and walked in front of Shenzhi. It's not too late for you to admit your mistake now. Shenzhi whispered, please beg me. If you beg me, I will speak well of them. Okay, let them go. I'll do anything you ask me to do. Hao Chuan also said in a low voice. Shenzhi didn't expect Hao Chuan to bow his head so easily. For a moment, he couldn't accept it. However, he calmed down immediately. Sure enough, I still can't beat my great Prince Songhai. Dear teachers, Hao Chuan has something to say to me. Shenzhi said to the school leaders and teachers. He is the mayor's son, and his status is there. The school leaders had to be polite to him. Shenzhi continued, I think Hao Chuan must have something to hide, let's talk about it alone. When Shuo Weiqiang and others saw Hao Chuan wanted to talk to Shenzhi alone, they immediately understood that Hao Chuan had compromised with Shenzhi. They were reluctant and angry. Tang Xi said, Hao Chuan, don't go. It's not worth it for us. Hao Chuan smiled without saying anything and walked out of Shenzhi's office. Hao Chuan, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands so easily. Shenzhi couldn't help but burst into laughter. What do you have to say now? It's not me who has something to say, it's you who has something to say. Hao Chuan glanced at Shenzhi and looked at him blankly. Fine. You are just being stubborn even though you have cooked a duck. Shenzhi snorted coldly, you break up with Tang Xi tomorrow and you can't see him again. I haven't told you yet. Tang Xi and I are just friends. Hao Chuan continued to listen to Shenzhi while taking out his cell phone and fiddling with it casually. It's no use calling my grandfather. Shenzhi thought Hao Chuan was contacting Sixth Master. Don't worry, I won't trouble Sixth Master with this kind of thing. Hao Chuan continued to fiddle with his phone. I don't care what your relationship with Tang Xi is. Anyway, you can't see her anymore. Shenzhi said bitterly, also, if you want to continue staying in school, come to the auditorium in person tomorrow and kowtow to me in front of everyone to make amends. This request sounds a bit like the prince's style. Hao Chuan put away his phone and said boredly. If you're smart, you should know that I've given you a chance to step down for my grandfather's sake. What made Shenzhi most angry was that Sixth Master had an unusually close relationship with Hao Chuan. My grandfather can't protect you forever. Are you done? Hao Chuan looked at his fingernails. Do you want to hear what I have to say? Shenzhi looked at Hao Chuan, expecting him to say something to show his submission. But Hao Chuan's attitude did not seem like someone who would give in. Actually, based on my relationship with Sixth Master, I have to treat you as my nephew. Hao Chuan took on the attitude of an elder. If you insist on causing trouble for me, I won't bother you. I just want to advise you that although Tang Xi is not my girlfriend yet, she will be mine sooner or later, so don't worry about it. Shenzhi was so angry that he couldn't speak. He shivered a few times and pointed at Hao Chuan's nose and said, Are you kidding me? Believe it or not, I can get all your brothers expelled. I believe it, I believe it. Hao Chuan nodded hurriedly. Those teachers, even if they know you are framing me, will still speak for you. We have no chance of winning in front of you. Since you know, you should admit your mistake to me as soon as possible. Shenzhi glared at Hao Chuan. You are so close to Tang Xi, maybe I can still use you. Shenzhi was infatuated with Tang Xi. After doing so much, he still thought of Tang Xi. Hao Chuan was also a little moved, but he still said to Shenzhi, I don't want to make things too ugly. You should explain it clearly to the teacher now. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Ha ha ha. Shenzhi laughed. Hao Chuan, you got the situation wrong. You are threatening me now. Hey, what can I say? I've already given Sixth Master enough face. Hao Chuan shook his head. You wanted to play, so don't blame me. Hao Chuan, don't try to scare me with the empty city plan. Shenzhi put his hand on the door handle. Today, all of you will be fired. Wait a minute. Hao Chuan called out to Shenzhi. What's wrong? Do you regret it? Shenzhi turned around and looked at Hao Chuan. I have something else to tell you. Hao Chuan approached Shenzhi and gave him a middle finger. Eat shit. Before Shenzhi could react, Hao Chuan pushed the door and walked into the office. The teachers and leaders in the office all looked at Hao Chuan, and then Shenzhi also walked in. Everyone looked at them, waiting for them to tell the results of the negotiation. Teachers, there was a misunderstanding between me and Shenzhi. Now it's clear. Hao Chuan smiled at everyone. Shenzhi has admitted that he framed me and planned this fight. Everyone was stunned. Shenzhi didn't react and shouted, You are talking nonsense. When did I admit it? Oh, classmate Shenzhi, don't be embarrassed. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, I won't blame you. Hao Chuan, don't make such a fuss. The school teacher slammed the table to defend Shenzhi. What evidence do you have? Chapter 56, Making Things Big. Hao Chuan, don't make such a fuss. The school teacher slammed the table to defend Shenzhi. What evidence do you have? You want evidence, right? Hao Chuan took out his cell phone and checked the time. Don't worry, the evidence will be here soon. Don't try to delay time. Shenzhi already understood that Hao Chuan had never thought of giving in to him. He must have thought of some way to fight back against him. You're right. I just want to delay time, and now it's almost time. Hao Chuan took out his cell phone and said to the other end of the phone, Xiaoluan, it's almost time, bring the person in. Shenzhi and the teacher were both stunned. Shenzhi glanced at a student union cadre, who was the one who had come to beat up Hao Chuan. Could it be that he had revealed something? The student union cadre shook his head, saying that he would never do that. He had already made it clear to those hooligans that he would not expose the Crown Prince Shenzhi. There was a knock on the office door, and the teacher looked at Shenzhi and then at Hao Chuan. Shenzhi calmed down and said to the teacher, Since Hao Chuan said there is a witness, let him bring him in. Then he said to Hao Chuan, If you can't prove anything, I won't let you go so easily. You framed me, which means you framed the student union and the school. You have to think it through. Come in. Hao Chuan said, and Xiaoluan walked in with a few limping thugs. These people were the hooligans who wanted to beat up Hao Chuan yesterday, but were bitten by the puppy and became half-crippled. In fact, when Shenzhi attacked Hao Chuan had already contacted Xiaoluan. Shenzhi wanted to make a big fuss, so Hao Chuan followed him to make a big fuss. Hao Chuan sent a message to Xiaoluan, asking him to take Xiaogo to find those thugs. He was very confident in Xiaogo, a pet provided by the system, who was so good at fighting, must be an all-rounder. Sure enough, Xiaogo led Xiaowan to find those thugs who were recovering from injuries. When the gangsters saw the puppy, they jumped up with a roar as if they saw the king of hell. At the critical moment, Xiaowan had to take action. Hao Chuan gave Xiaowan full authority to handle this matter, and partly because he wanted to see Xiaowan's ability. In the future, when the antique shop business grows bigger, he will have to do it all. The antique business is very complicated. If he can't even do this, then Hao Chuan will have to keep an eye on the antique shop every day. Xiaowan did not disappoint Hao Chuan's high hopes. He used threats and bribes to coerce the gangsters and finally made them agree to come and correct Shenzhi. Shenzhi remained calm. Hao Chuan was thinking too simply that he wanted to bring him down just based on the corrections given by these people. How credible were these people's words? Even if they said it, would the teachers and school leaders believe it? Hao Chuan, are these the witnesses you mentioned? Shenzhi laughed awkwardly. You bribed them, didn't you? Whether they can be bribed or not, don't you want to hear what they say? Hao Chuan didn't expect this to be a fatal blow. Hello, teachers. We are here to testify for Hao Chuan. A gangster with long hair stood up. Nonsense, nonsense. The leader was a little angry. How did they get in? Teacher, don't be angry yet. Wait until they finish speaking, and then I will give you a reasonable explanation. Hao Chuan said calmly. Teacher, please let them speak. Shenzhi said, I am not afraid of my own shadow. The long-haired hooligans made a bitter face, looked at the student union cadres behind Shenzhi, pointed at one of them and said, Teachers, he was the one who asked us to follow Hao Chuan and break one of his arms so that he would never follow the prince again. No, it was classmate Shenzhi. Don't bother classmate Shenzhi in the future. You're talking nonsense. The student union cadre stood up. I don't even know you. You took money from Hao Chuan, so you're talking nonsense. The school leaders saw the grief on the faces of the student union cadres and were unwilling to believe the words of a gang leader. Hao Chuan, we know that you know some people in society, but the school is not a vegetable market. We will not believe what you say. The school leaders now feel that it was absolutely right to expel Hao Chuan. Teachers, don't be anxious. Xiaowan said, he hasn't finished speaking yet. The long-haired thug continued, you give us money to beat people up. That's what we do. Money is a good thing. The thug took out a wallet from his pocket and said, when you came to see us that day, one of my brothers stole your wallet because he wanted to do something. The student union cadre felt his pockets and found they were empty. His face turned pale and he could not help but look at Shenzhi for help. Shenzhi glared at him and the student union cadre lowered his head. Where did you find this thief? What can a wallet prove? Shenzhi shook his head, still full of disdain. Just relying on this little thing, you seem to be stumped by me. Hao Chuan, you are too naive. The long-haired gangster put the wallet on the teacher's desk. Several teachers picked it up and took a look, and found that there was indeed a student ID card of a student union cadre inside. Teachers, this really doesn't prove anything. Hao Chuan sighed, as if defeated, I'm not a policeman, I can't solve the case. Hao Chuan changed the subject and continued, however, it is too obvious that someone wants to kill himself. I feel that my personal safety is greatly threatened, so I have asked the police for help. We have already reported the case, and these people have surrendered to the police. What they said not only proves our boss' innocence, but will also become evidence in the future. Xiaowan winked at Hao Chuan. What he meant was, boss, I did a good job, didn't I? The student union cadre's face turned even paler. Teachers, this is what I want to explain to you. Hao Chuan looked at the teachers, this is no longer an internal school matter. It involves my personal safety. Hao Chuan, is there anything that can't be resolved internally? The teacher realized that the situation was beyond their control. You've made this matter so big, do you still have the school in your eyes? I didn't want to do that, but I've been fired. If I don't ask the police for help, who will protect me? Hao Chuan ridiculed those teachers who deliberately catered to Shenzhi. That still doesn't prove that you didn't fight, nor does it prove that I sent these people. Shenzhi grasped the key point, the fight between Hao Chuan and other students still exists. I think we can't tolerate Hao Chuan, just like we can't tolerate other students. They should all be expelled. Shenzhi's words were a bit too much, as if he was the school leader. But the school leader, although angry, could not refute Shenzhi's face. In addition, he could not tolerate Hao Chuan, so he agreed with Shenzhi's statement. Chapter 57, Revenge. That still doesn't prove that you didn't fight, nor does it prove that I sent these people. Shenzhi grasped the key point: the fight between Hao Chuan and other students still exists. I think we can't tolerate Hao Chuan, just like we can't tolerate other students. They should all be expelled. That's right, Hao Chuan, you are trying to change the subject. The school leader said, someone outside the school is looking for someone to beat you up, but that's not a reason for you to fight in school. I didn't say this proves anything. Hao Chuan chuckled. What happens next is what I'll let everyone know. Zhou Weiqiang and others looked at Hao Chuan, who was doing these things slowly and calmly. Although they didn't understand what Hao Chuan wanted to do, his expression of being in control of the overall situation had already convinced Zhou Weiqiang and others. After all, he was a rich man, so he was calm. Student, don't you want to say something? Hao Chuan looked at the student union cadre who hired someone to beat him up. Think carefully. Hiring someone to kill is a serious crime. No one can protect you. The student leader swallowed his saliva and looked at Shenzhi hesitantly. Shenzhi was the prince, and he was at best a follower. If he was really taken away by the police, what would he do? After all, they were students who had never been in society, so when they heard that the police were involved, they became a little panicked. The student union cadre looked up at Shenzhi hesitantly. This small action was seen by everyone. The meaning was obvious: he was instructed by Shenzhi. Just say whatever you want to say. The school leaders will make the decision for you, Shenzhi said to the student union cadres. This was actually to give him courage. With me here, what are you afraid of? Yes, I hired someone to beat Hao Chuan. The student union cadre puffed out his chest. I just can't stand Hao Chuan following Tang Xi around. I just want him to be unable to take care of himself. You made us very sad. Shenzhi patted the student union cadre on the shoulder and whispered, don't worry, you will be fine. Then Shenzhi said loudly, how can you break Hao Chuan's arm for such a small matter? How can someone with such ulterior motives like you be a student union cadre? This matter must be dealt with seriously, Hao Chuan. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. The school leader said to Hao Chuan, you should tell the police clearly that this is not a public security case, but just a small conflict of personal opinions. You are not injured either. The teacher's attitude towards Hao Chuan and the student union cadres was completely different. In the beginning, he wanted to make an example of him, but later he wanted to make a big deal out of it. Classmate, I'm not angry at all that you sent someone to beat me up, Hao Chuan said to the student union cadre. I just want to know who ordered you to do that. No one ordered me to do this. The student union cadre insisted that it had nothing to do with others. I did this all by myself. But I want to make it clear that I did not instigate this incident today. The other party made a great move and brought the topic back to Hao Chuan. His words were obvious: the fight would be blamed on Hao Chuan. Think about it carefully. Hao Chuan walked to the student union cadre and patted him gently on the shoulder. What a pity, Hao Chuan sighed secretly. He originally wanted to save the points to upgrade. But now he had to spend another point to buy a one-time skill, the influence technique. The art of persuasion can make the user emit a kind and friendly aura, instantly touching the kindness in other people's hearts and making the other person feel as if they were enlightened by the gods. The student union cadre's expression gradually changed. At first he was still glaring at Hao Chuan, but then he began to relax. His anger and hostility turned into relaxation and emotion, and he even burst into tears. I'll tell you everything. The student union cadre burst into tears. It was Shenzhi who asked me to get someone to beat you up. He was the one who told me to do what happened today. I'm sorry for you, and I'm sorry for the school. What did you say? Shenzhi was stunned. Why would his people suddenly go back on their words? Hao Chuan hugged the distressed student union cadre affectionately, then let him go and hugged another student union cadre. He also just patted him lightly twice, and the other party also regretted it. It was Shenzhi who asked us to frame Hao Chuan. In fact, he didn't do anything at all. Shenzhi told us to find a way to cause trouble for Hao Chuan in the future. Shut up. Shut up. Shenzhi was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Student Shenzhi, I didn't expect you to have such a deep prejudice against me. Hao Chuan looked distressed. Why are you doing this? Zhou Weiqiang and others, as well as the teachers and leaders, were all stunned. What was going on? What the hell was going on? Shenzhi asked me to beat up the people who pursued Tang Xi, and I beat them, and more than one. These student union cadres cried and complained, regretting what they had done in the past. What the hell are you talking about? Shenzhi rushed over and tried to hit those who were telling the truth. Zhuo Weiqiang rushed forward to stop Shenzhi. You want to threaten the person who told the truth, right? Hao Chuan, in line with the principle of making trouble no matter how big it is, shouted, don't do it. Tang Xi and Lu Shan understood what was happening and rushed in, turning the already limited space in the office into a mess. Hao Chuan mixed in the crowd, saw the opportunity, and slapped Shenzhi several times. While hitting him, he said, don't hit my face. Rebellion. Rebellion. The teachers were stunned and wanted to rush in to stop it, but the students were in chaos. They were all young and energetic and could not care less. The director rushed in to protect Shenzhi. You know, Shenzhi is the prince of Shanghai. If anything happens to him, he will no longer be the director. But when he ran in front of Shenzhi, whose face was red from being beaten, slapped him twice. The director was also angry at the time and shouted, Shenzhi, you dare to hit the teacher. Shenzhi couldn't care less about all that now. Although he had thought of many ways behind the scenes, he had never torn his face with Hao Chuan or fought head-on. Now that he had suffered a loss at the hands of Hao Chuan, he could no longer maintain his princely demeanor and was determined to take revenge. I'm going to hit you. Shenzhi shouted, get out of the way, I'm going to strangle Hao Chuan to death. As soon as he said this, the teachers knew it clearly. It turned out that Shenzhi and Hao Chuan had a feud before, and he was really looking for trouble with Hao Chuan. When the scene became chaotic, Xiao Wan also joined the battle. He kicked the school teacher several times and shouted, protect the teacher. Xiao Wan was protecting his master and had long been dissatisfied with those teachers who favored Shenzhi. This made things even more chaotic. Hao Chuan said to Zhuo Weiqiang and the others, hurry up, take revenge if there is revenge, and avenge if there is injustice. Chapter 58 Roller Coaster. This made things even more chaotic. Hao Chuan said to Zhuo Weiqiang and the others, hurry up, take revenge if there is revenge, and avenge if there is injustice. How could Zhuo Weiqiang miss such a good opportunity? He, Dong Zhuo, Lu Shan, Ren Zhong, and Lu Yunqing surrounded Shenzhi and beat him up. Poor Shenzhi didn't even have a helper. When Xiao Wan called a few hooligans over, he had already secretly spent money. The hooligans knew who was the boss, and after joining the battle, they immediately understood the situation. While shouting, protect the teacher, they took the teacher aside. Hao Chuan saw that the fight was almost over, so he winked at Xiao Wan, and Xiao Wan understood. The gangsters switched positions with Hao Chuan and his men, surrounding Shenzhi. Hao Chuan and his men now played the role of brave students protecting their teacher. As soon as they changed positions, the police broke in. The gangsters immediately squatted down with their heads in their hands, while Hao Chuan and others stepped aside with the teacher. Shenzhi was lying on the ground. Someone had kicked him in the mouth, and air was leaking out of his mouth. He couldn't speak complete sentences. Take them all back, the police shouted, escorting the thugs out of the office. A leading police officer said to the teacher, call 120 quickly and send the injured students to the hospital. The uninjured students were also brought to the door. After hearing the news, the police were very tacit and did not embarrass the students present. They said to them, who will go to the police station with me to make a statement? Hao Chuan pointed at the student union cadres and said, they go. The student union cadres had not yet recovered from Hao Chuan's persuasion. They nodded rapidly and said, we go, we'll tell you everything. The police took several students and thugs out of the school, and the school leaders also sent a teacher to follow them. Zhuo Weiqiang didn't react and asked Hao Chuan, what's going on? Tell the police that a few thugs are taking revenge on students. These police are here for the thugs, it has nothing to do with us. Xiao Wan comforted Zhuo Weiqiang and others, those thugs will take all the blame on themselves. Xiao Wan, you did a good job. Hao Chuan patted Xiao Wan on the shoulder and said, I'll give you a raise when I get back. Thank you, boss. Xiao Wan smiled. How do you make these people obey you? Hao Chuan asked curiously. I gave each of them 100,000 yuan as resettlement allowance. Xiao Wan rubbed his hands and said, boss, I did a good job, didn't I? You're a spendthrift. Hao Chuan was anxious, you can't spend money like this even if you have money. Zhuo Weiqiang and others were also sweating. Lu Yunqing said, it's almost as much as my annual salary. When did you find a job? Zhuo Weiqiang didn't understand what Lu Yunqing meant. You can earn 10,000 a month? I'm Hao Chuan's driver. Lu Yunqing said proudly. Rich man, we don't want to be friends anymore. Zhuo Weiqiang was angry and laughed, "I'll work for you." Several people started talking and laughing happily. Today's incident was really a relief. Shenzhi never dreamed that he would end up like this. After a while, the ambulance arrived at the school and carried the injured Shenzhi on a stretcher. When passing by Hao Chuan, he bared his teeth and claws, as if he had revived from the dead, and said incoherently, "I will not let you go." Zhuo Weiqiang and the others couldn't help but feel a little worried, and said, "Now we are completely at odds with the prince. I'm not afraid of him." Hao Chuan didn't care, but the matter was not over yet. "You guys come in," the school leader said to Hao Chuan and others. Several people stuck out their tongues and walked into the office. The school leader slammed the table, pointed at Hao Chuan's nose and shouted, "You colluded with random people and maliciously disrupted the order of the school. No one can save you. Teacher, you heard it clearly just now. It was Shenzhi who deliberately caused trouble for Hao Chuan." Zhuo Weiqiang was the first to jump out to protect Hao Chuan. "It was Shenzhi Xiang who beat people just now, and it was also those thugs who beat people in the end. Why should they punish Hao Chuan?" Lu Shan stood up and spoke. "You guys won't have an easy time either." The school leader felt that he had caused a big disaster today. If he didn't drag a few people down with him, no one would be able to help him when the mayor blamed him. "Teacher, you don't need to say anything." Hao Chuan waved his hand, telling the people behind him not to argue. "I take the initiative to request to be expelled. If you want to expel us too." Zhuo Weiqiang and others stepped forward. "You wish. You guys will be kept on probation." The teacher knew that he couldn't keep Hao Chuan, but he couldn't let the remaining people leave like that. Hao Chuan said to Zhuo Weiqiang and others, "If you have any problems in the future, call me. I have a way to deal with Shenzhi." Others knew Hao Chuan would not stay, and did not try to persuade him to stay. He bowed to the school leaders. After all, he had been in the school for 4 years and still had feelings for them. This bow was a farewell. Just as Hao Chuan was about to leave, someone suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. It was a student cadre from the school's publicity department. He said breathlessly, "Teacher, a reporter is here to interview our school students." Someone knew about this so soon? The school leaders were secretly anxious. If this matter got out, it would be a disaster for the family. "Stop them quickly. The teacher is not very nice. They said they wanted to promote the school and said that our school has produced a business elite," said the student leader. "What?" The school leader was a little confused. "What business elite? Don't you know?" The student leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xingye Media's stock price is soaring every day. There is a student in our school who bought 1/3 of Xingye Media's stock. In just a few days, his net worth has exceeded 300 million. Hao Chuan, Lu Shan and Tang Xi looked at each other and were a little surprised. They wondered how these reporters knew about this. "I'll be right there." The school leader thought this was a good thing, and maybe he could save the situation, so he hurried to the door. He looked back at Hao Chuan and said, "You are no longer a student of the school, please leave the school immediately." Lu Shan and Tang Xi came forward and said, "Teacher, if he leaves, the reporters will have to leave with him." "What do you mean?" The school leaders seemed to understand something. "That's right, the business elite the reporter wants to interview is Hao Chuan," Lu Shan said. "Now the major shareholder of Xingye Media is Hao Chuan," Tang Xi echoed. The school leaders felt like they were on a roller coaster. They couldn't stop the excitement. Hao Chuan was just expelled here, and then someone reported him there. If Hao Chuan left, wouldn't the honor he had earned also be gone? Chapter 59, The Rich Must Keep a Low Profile. The school leaders had long heard about what kind of company Xingye Media was. It was said that Xingye Media had a senior government official as its backer. Actually, it was Lu Yi, and its background was complicated and deep. Each of those shareholders was an important figure. Hao Chuan is actually the major shareholder of Xingye Media, so his influence is probably no less than Shenzhi's. The school leader's expression immediately became very interesting. He said awkwardly, "Student Hao Chuan, can you do the school another favor? It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I'm no longer a student of the school." Hao Chuan was not happy with the school leader's attitude of, "Whoever gives you money is yours. Hasn't the formalities been completed yet?" The school leader's tone was unusually gentle. "Hao Chuan, please stay." Zhuo Weiqiang came up and persuaded, "Even if you don't want your diploma, are you willing to leave us?" Hao Chuan nodded. Some of his good friends understood his intention. He looked up and said to the school leaders, "Okay." The school leader immediately put on a smile and said, "Don't worry, you are still a student of the school. What just happened was just a misunderstanding." Then, he said to Zhuo Weiqiang and others, "The teacher who punished you is just talking. Don't worry, what just happened has been made clear. It was just a few student union cadres who made trouble. It has nothing to do with you." Now he realized that Hao Chuan, like Shenzhi, was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Originally, he wanted to pick on Hao Chuan, a soft persimmon, but now he realized that Hao Chuan was not a persimmon, but a hard rock. "Teacher, don't worry. If anything happens to Shenzhi, he will come to me and it will not affect the school." Hao Chuan expressed the little thoughts that the school leaders did not say. Hao Chuan walked out of the office with Lu Shan, Dong Ji, and others. He said to the student leaders, "Let the reporters take pictures at school. If they want to interview me, they can go to the company." Hao Chuan was unwilling to be interviewed, and no one could do anything about it. The school leaders and student leaders were sent away. Hao Chuan said to Lu Shan and Dong Ji, "I don't want to be on the news media. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. I still want to keep a low profile. What should we do then?" Lu Shan said, "You promised the school. I think you guys should go." Hao Chuan said with a grin, "You are also one of the shareholders." "Hao Chuan, you can't play it like this," Dong Zhu complained. "It's too late to regret now." Hao Chuan laughed, "You two have to go for this." Lu Shan and Dong Ji reluctantly reported to Xingye Media Company. They will directly represent Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan now controls 1/3 of Xingye Media's shares and plays a pivotal role in Xingye Media. He may not realize it yet. His sudden appearance has attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was very curious about who this newly emerged business upstart was. However, Hao Chuan had hidden himself very deeply to prevent Li Chenlin from noticing. The only people who knew his identity were probably Lu Shan and Dong Ji. Before Lu Shan and Dong Ji had walked far, Tang Xi ran over. The incident had just made such a big fuss that it had spread all over the school. All kinds of rumors were flying everywhere, and when Shenzhi was carried out of the office, the crowd was in an uproar. "Are you okay?" Tang Xi became nervous, and the news spread among the students. Shenzhi was beaten like that, and even if Hao Chuan was not taken away by the police, he would definitely be expelled from the school. "I'm fine, what could happen to me?" Hao Chuan didn't want to make Tang Xi worry. "Don't say any more. I know everything." Tang Xi's eyes were moist. "It's all because of me. You should stay away from me in the future." "Silly girl, what are you talking about?" Hao Chuan winked at Zhuo Weiqiang and others, giving his brother and sister-in-law a chance to be alone together. Zhuo Weiqiang and others also understood what was going on, whistled, and ran away. "I'm serious." Tang Xi's expression became serious. "It's no good for you to stay with me. I'll go explain it to the teachers." As she said that, Tang Xi was going to find the teacher to explain for Hao Chuan. Just as Hao Chuan was about to chase him, his cell phone rang. If it was an irrelevant call, he probably wouldn't answer it. But this time the person who called was Su Jie. Su Jie is Hao Chuan's insider next to Li Chenlin. He would not call for no reason. "Boss, you have to be careful," Su Jie said nervously. "Li Chenlin got furious just now and took his men out." "Oh." Hao Chuan nodded. With Li Chenlin's pitiful shares now, it would be strange if he didn't lose his temper. "Boss, he said he wanted to find you." Su Jie couldn't hear Hao Chuan's anxious tone, so he became even more anxious. "He went to vent his anger on you." Hao Chuan looked back at Tang Xi, who had already walked a distance, and quickly caught up with her. He hugged Tang Xi tightly and did not allow her to resist. He whispered to Tang Xi, "Li Chenlin has brought people here, you can't go anywhere." Hao Chuan continued to say to Tang Xi, "From now on, you must stay close to me and not take a single step away." Tang Xi was startled by Hao Chuan's hug, but after hearing what Hao Chuan said, she gave up struggling. For some reason, Hao Chuan's rough movements made her feel warm. For many years, she was used to facing the world alone. But when she couldn't cope with it, Hao Chuan always showed up in time. He paid off her debts, bargained with the antique shop owner for her, treated Grandma Tang's illness, and protected her from Li Chenlin's harassment. Until this time, Tang Xi suddenly realized that she had begun to like being taken care of by Hao Chuan. This made her feel confused and she didn't know what to do. "I understand." Tang Xi lowered her head, "Please let me go." Hao Chuan then realized that his previous action was a little too strong because of his anxiety. Li Chenlin is now a dog that has been forced into a corner. Who knows if he will do something despicable? Hao Chuan didn't have time to look closely at Tang Xi's shy movements. He looked around and didn't find anything unusual. But he found that many students were looking at them. Congratulations to the host for defeating one of Tang Xi's pursuers and obtaining a point. Congratulations to the host for defeating 2 of Tang Xi's suitors and obtaining 2 points. The 2 of them hugged each other in public, and Tang Xi didn't even resist. These actions fell into the eyes of some male classmates, and they were immediately struck by lightning. It turns out that the rumors were true. Hao Chuan really pursued Tang Xi. Impossible, impossible. How could the iceberg goddess in our hearts be pursued so easily? Hao Chuan must have used some despicable means. Wow, he must have defiled our ice goddess. The inner thoughts of the male students were very interesting, but Hao Chuan had no idea. He grabbed Tang Xi's hand and walked towards the school gate. Chapter 60, Don't Despise the Poor Youngsters. Hao Chuan took Tang Xi's hand and walked towards the school gate. He was not afraid to face Li Chenlin, but he was worried that Tang Xi would be hurt by Li Chenlin. He definitely did not intend to take the opportunity to hold Tang Xi's hand. Tang Xi knew that things were now complicated and had no intention of breaking free. After they walked for a while, Hao Chuan realized that he had already held Tang Xi's cold little hand. Following the usual routine, after holding hands, they hugged, after hugging, they kissed, and after kissing, it was time to make love. Things are developing so fast, should we go to Home Inn or Hanting? Oh, the Express Hotel is not suitable for my status as a local tyrant, we should go to my private yacht or private plane. Hao Chuan laughed and said to Tang Xi, let's go buy a yacht. Tang Xi didn't follow Hao Chuan's thoughts, and didn't understand what he meant. What? Tang Xi asked in confusion, what yacht? Hao Chuan finally reacted and explained, it's okay, it's okay. I said I'll take you home first. Then what are you going to do? Tang Xi was worried that Hao Chuan would be murdered by Li Chenlin. You can't handle so many people by yourself. Let's call the police. Calling the police is so boring. I have finally come to this point, and I still want to have a good time with Li Chenlin. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to do anything to me. Hao Chuan waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. As soon as they walked out of the school, they saw Li Chenlin's car parked at the door. 2 bodyguards stood outside the car door with a fierce look in their eyes. One bodyguard recognized Hao Chuan, turned around and said a few words to the car, and Li Chenlin came out. Hao Chuan, what a coincidence. Are you in a hurry to give me money? Li Chenlin slowly approached Hao Chuan and Tang Xi. Tang Xi was so scared that she hid behind Hao Chuan. Li Chenlin's temperament changed drastically today. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was haggard, but his eyes were fierce and intimidating. It seems that Li Chenlin's plan to buy Xingye Media at a bargain price failed, which was a big blow to him. Well, I've brought the money. I'm just afraid you don't dare to take it. Hao Chuan calmed down instead. Haha, where is it? Li Chenlin sneered, it's not in your pocket. You guessed right. Hao Chuan smiled, took out a bank card, and continued, keep this money for your retirement. What do you mean? Li Chenlin heard something strange in Hao Chuan's words. I heard that your shares in Xingye Media have shrunk significantly. I guess you must be having a hard time. Hao Chuan said calmly. How did you know? Li Chenlin realized something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I guess you are particularly short of this 10 million now. Hao Chuan continued to stimulate Li Chenlin, you haven't returned the money you borrowed. I'm afraid someone is watching you. Li Chenlin was even more surprised. In order to get rid of his wife's family's power as soon as possible, Li Chenlin borrowed a huge amount of cash. He wanted to use this cash to buy Xingye Media at the bottom. When he took control of Xingye Media, those creditors would compete to continue lending him money. The business world is like this, if you make money, the money is no longer money, but if you lose, the money becomes a death warrant. Li Chenlin's wife didn't know about borrowing money. He was still dragging it out while looking for a solution. These days, he was so worried that he almost collapsed. He couldn't wait to find Hao Chuan, wanting to torture Hao Chuan and take possession of Tang Xi to vent his anger. In his opinion, Hao Chuan was just an unknown little person, just like an ant. Using him to vent his dissatisfaction was simply a compliment to him. But now, he looked at Hao Chuan as if he was looking at a devil. It's you! Li Chenlin suddenly understood, the person who showed up halfway is you. Li Chenlin never dreamed that the person he had always treated as a target of teasing was actually his biggest enemy. And he had just been defeated miserably by Hao Chuan. Yes, it's me. Hao Chuan looked at Li Chenlin, watching him go from disdain to shock and then fear. The pleasure of revenge surged in his heart. It feels good to have everything taken away from you. It's really you. Li Chenlin still couldn't believe it. It's you who has been taking revenge on me all along? How could it be? How could you do it? You should have thought of this when you supported Chen Xiaojing. Hao Chuan said coldly, don't despise the poor young people. I'm not just saying that. Impossible. Impossible. How do you have so much money? Li Qianlin's head was spinning. How did you know the news? I'm sorry, I only made tens of millions in half a month, and then invested all of it in Xingye Media's stocks. Hao Chuan looked at Li Chenlin, afraid of missing any of his expressions. I also want to thank you, you made my money multiply several times in the stock market. Take him back. Li Chenlin shouted angrily. He was now extremely ruthless. The bodyguards were a little hesitant. They couldn't bring themselves to kidnap someone in the street. Moreover, they already knew that Li Chenlin's business had gone bankrupt, and he was now relying on the power of his wife's family to hold on. Can't you fucking hear me? Li Chenlin yelled, take these two people back to me. Li Chenlin still couldn't accept it. In his eyes, Hao Chuan was still an insignificant person, an ant that he could crush to death at will. Let's see who dares. A voice came from the other end, it was Su Jie. There were two policemen following behind Su Jie. He quickly walked up to Hao Chuan and said, Boss, are you okay? It's you. Li Chenlin saw Su Jie's face clearly and immediately turned red. He was about to pounce on him. I'll beat you to death, you traitor. Li Chenlin pounced forward like a beast, but was held back by two policemen. Su Jie brushed off the dirt on his body and said to Li Chenlin, Boss Li, I'm sorry. Good birds choose trees to roost in, and we are also trying to make a living. Li Chenlin's face turned red and he couldn't utter a word. He looked like he was going to have a heart attack at any moment. Boss, I'm afraid Li Chenlin will do something bad to you. After informing you, I brought the police here. Su Jie said carefully. You did the right thing. Hao Chuan approached Su Jie and whispered, I will need you in the future. Don't worry, I will send someone to give you the money and shares I promised to give you. Su Jie smiled even more brightly, and said in a flattering way, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to serve you in the future. When Hao Chuan didn't notice, Tang Xi slowly stepped back a few steps. She suddenly felt that she didn't know Hao Chuan anymore. What are you still doing? Su Jie said to Li Chenlin's two bodyguards who were unsure of the situation, hurry up and take your CEO Li back to see a doctor. Chapter 61 The Big Boss Behind the Scenes. What are you still doing? Su Jie said to Li Chenlin's two bodyguards who were unsure of the situation, hurry up and take your CEO Li back to see a doctor. Li Chenlin was dragged away like this. His eyes were full of hatred as he led Hao Chuan away, as if he wanted to eat him alive. After Li Chenlin and others left, Hao Chuan turned around to look at Tang Xi, only to see that she had stepped back several steps, deliberately keeping a distance from Hao Chuan. I guess I didn't tell you. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, actually, I'm not a good person. Tang Xi didn't say anything, and she didn't know what to say. Hao Chuan didn't force it, he continued, let's go, I'll take you home. The two of them returned to Tang Xi's door in silence, but Hao Chuan had no intention of going in. He told Tang Xi a few words, I will have someone keep an eye on the community, and Li Chenlin will not find this place. Wait a minute. Tang Xi stopped Hao Chuan who was about to leave, whatever you do is your business, you don't have to explain to me. Hao Chuan did not answer and strode out of the community. Tang Xi looked at Hao Chuan's receding back and felt that she was closer to him, but at the same time she seemed to be farther away from him. Under Hao Chuan's playful appearance, he was actually a boy with a story. Hao Chuan also needed some time to calm down. He had been trying to find ways to take revenge on Li Chenlin. Now his plan had finally succeeded. Although Li Chenlin was not yet penniless, he was not far from becoming a pauper. In fact, Li Chenlin's situation is worse than Hao Chuan imagined. In order to raise funds, Li Chenlin did not hesitate to borrow money from the underground forces in Songhai City. If he could not fulfill his previous promise, he would not just become a pauper. Hao Chuan returned to the antique shop, and he felt too tired. These days he was always on edge, and couldn't rest for a moment. Now he could easily cash in 100 million and achieve his goal, and then he just had to wait for the upgrade. Xiao Wan served Hao Chuan tea and water, and served him very well. Hao Chuan looked at Xiao Wan a little strangely and said, "What are you planning now? Come on, fart. Boss, now that you are so rich, why don't you consider redecorating our antique shop?" Xiao Wan patted Hao Chuan's leg, looking like an honest man. "The decoration of our antique shop is too bad, it doesn't match your noble temperament at all." "No money." Hao Chuan said angrily, "You spendthrift bastard, you wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars on me. With these hundreds of thousands of dollars, I could have decorated the storefront a long time ago." "Boss, I died unjustly." Xiao Wan complained, "How can I deal with the prince without spending a lot of money?" Okay. Hao Chuan also knew that Xiao Wan had his reasons for doing that, but his mind was not on the antique shop right now. "How is the thing I asked you to do at the Song family auction house going?" "Boss, I've been lurking in the Song family auction house for several days, and I can't do anything about it." Xiao Wan complained, "They're guarding against me like a thief. If you can't even do this simple thing, I'll deduct your salary." Hao Chuan glared at Xiao Wan. "Boss, you have to speak with conscience." Xiao Wan said, crossing his arms, "You haven't paid me yet." "Oh, I forgot about that." Hao Chuan slapped his head. "At the beginning, I said that the antique shop would be your share, and you would get a commission." "Boss, now you understand my intentions." Xiao Wan smiled again. "I have done my best for the antique shop, you can't accuse me of not doing my job. Since you are so diligent and hard-working, I will tell you the truth." Hao Chuan waved to Xiao Wan and whispered to him, "If you can find out the details of the Song family auction house and how it makes fake antiques, our business will soar and make more money than stocks." "Boss, I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me." Xiao Wan shook his head. "You made hundreds of millions in just a few days. Is there any business that makes money faster than this? Do you know why I can be a boss?" Hao Chuan kept it a secret. "I know." Xiao Wan muttered, "Because you are lucky." Hao Chuan laughed and tapped Xiao Wan on the head, scolding him with a smile. "This kid always tells the truth." He said seriously, "As a boss, you have to take one step and look 3 steps ahead. The Song family auction house is definitely a big deal. The future of the antique shop depends on it." As the two were talking, the TV behind the antique shop counter suddenly started broadcasting news about 2 talented people from Songhai University. These 2 financial elites, with their keen intuition and steady operation, bought the bottom of Xingye Media's stocks. In just a few days, they became rising stars in the business world. "Boss, why are you not here?" Xiao Wan asked curiously. "Why do you need me?" Hao Chuan raised his head and lay down on the armchair. "I will just be my big boss behind the scenes." At Hao Chuan's instruction, Lu Shan and Tang Xi fully represented Hao Chuan and became the nominal major shareholders of Xingye Media. However, the ownership of these shares is still in Hao Chuan's hands. Hao Chuan rested for a long time, feeling very conflicted. There were only a few days left before the task was completed, but the stock price was still soaring. At this time, if he cashed out the stocks, it would be like throwing away a lot of money in vain, but he had to cash out. He was counting on this money to save his life. After hesitating for a long time, Hao Chuan called Lu Shan and Tang Xi. He said calmly, "Get ready and cash out 100 million yuan for me in the next few days. Transfer it to my card." "Hao Chuan, are you crazy?" Lu Shan couldn't understand. "If you cash out so much money at this time, the loss will be huge. Hao Chuan, please bear with it for a while." Tang Xi thought Hao Chuan was going to squander the money. "Give us another half a month, and your money can be doubled again." "I won't say anything else. I do need this money urgently." Hao Chuan sighed. The more Lu Shan and Tang Xi talked to him, the more heartbroken he felt. Who doesn't want big money? But he also has a stubborn system watching him from behind. "You can never make enough money, so don't be too greedy," Hao Chuan continued. Lu Shan and Tang Xi knew they couldn't persuade Hao Chuan, so they had to agree. After all, the stocks belonged to someone else, and the two of them were just managing them. Hao Chuan didn't want to make money anymore, so what else could the two of them do? "There is one more thing." Hao Chuan thought of something important. "Li Chenlin was almost having a heart attack today because of my provocation. I am worried that he will do something desperate. I will arrange people to protect you, but you have to be careful too." Hao Chuan called Su Jia. After listening to Hao Chuan's instructions, Su Jia was extremely attentive and patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. I know those people in Li Chenlin's hands. they can't cause any big waves. Chapter 62, Li Chenlin's Escape. Don't worry, boss. I know the people under Li Chenlin's command. They can't cause any big waves. Su Jie assured Hao Chuan. Su Jie promised Hao Chuan, but how much effect would his promise have? Li Chenlin, who was taken back to the company, was out of breath for a long time, and the secretary brought him a glass of water. Seeing Li Chenlin's murderous expression, the secretary's hand trembled and he dropped the water cup to the ground. You also think I'm dying, right? Li Chenlin roared and pushed everything on the table to the ground. Boss, I didn't mean that. The secretary hurriedly explained. You are all traitors. Get out of here. Get out of here. Li Chenlin shouted, and the bodyguards and secretaries in the office quietly retreated. The more Li Chenlin thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt his temples throbbing and his head was about to explode. He had worked so hard for so long and taken so many risks, but he never thought that he would end up being a puppet. This Hao Chuan looked like an insignificant pretty boy, but he was so cunning. No, this can't be the end of it. Li Chenlin knew that he couldn't keep his affairs secret for long. Sooner or later, his wife would find out, and then she would definitely divorce him. He knew too well that in his wife's eyes, he was just a loser who was just waiting to die, and she would not pay off his debts. Debt. In order to buy the stocks of Xingye Media at a low price, he mortgaged his private property accumulated over the years to the bank and borrowed tens of millions of cash from the Ning family. The Ning family was a huge presence in the underworld of Shanghai City. No one dared to owe money and not pay it back, let alone Li Chenlin. It was all over now. Before long, the internal news of Xingye Media would spread out. His situation had plummeted, and the Ning family would no longer wait for him to pay back the money. They might make Li Chenlin disappear overnight, or they might ask his wife's family for the money owed. In either case, Li Chenlin was doomed. Run. Run now. Run to a place where no one knows you. Even if you can no longer live a life of luxury, at least you can save your life. Right. Pack up your things now, get on a car and leave quietly, without letting anyone know. After a few years of hiding your identity, maybe he can come back and use his old connections to get back on his feet. Li Chenlin felt a little regretful. Why did he have to gamble so much? Although he was looked down upon by his wife before, at least he had no worries about food and clothing, and he could change mistresses from time to time, and he was free and easy. Now, he was back to the days before liberation overnight. Li Chenlin opened the safe in the office, put the cash in a pocket, and packed a few clothes. Just as he was about to leave, there was a knock on the office door. The knocks were 3 long and 2 short, very arrogant and rude. The secretaries all knew that he hated being disturbed the most, so he would only knock twice gently. This shows that the person outside the door is not the secretary. Li Chenlin hurriedly hid the things in his hand. Just as he hid them, the door was pushed back. The secretary walked in and said, Mr. Li, I'm sorry. It's Assistant Su. He must see you. Assistant Su? Li Chenlin didn't understand. When he saw Assistant Su's true face, it was actually Su Jie. Su Jie walked into the office carelessly, sat down on the sofa in the reception area, and said, Boss Li, I forgot to tell you that I am now the assistant to Director Lu Shanlu. Assistant Su? You're just a dog of Hao Chuan. Li Chenlin calmed down and sat down. Tell me, what did Hao Chuan ask you to do? Mr. Li, don't be angry. This is called the changing of times. Your current situation is just fate. You can't blame others. Su Jie really enjoyed the feeling of criticizing Li Chenlin. Li Chenlin was not a good-tempered person. Su Jie and others had suffered a lot from him. It's like this. Su Jie continued, the board of directors just held a meeting. Your share of stock was too low, so you have been removed from the board of directors. Now you have to give up your office. Hao Chuan is really anxious to get me out of here. Li Chenlin sneered. You guessed wrong. This matter has nothing to do with Boss Hao. Su Jie laughed, this is the decision of the board of directors. It's all the same. Li Chenlin looked at Su Jie and said, don't worry, I won't stay here for long. You can go now. Su Jie stood up and walked to the door. He turned back and said to Li Chenlin, I forgot to tell you that your bodyguards don't want to work with you anymore. They are with me now. You don't have to pay them anymore. I will pay them. After Su Jie left, Li Chenlin was so angry that he couldn't speak. This is too much bullying. Li Chenlin suddenly realized that he couldn't just leave like this. He had to take another risk, either to turn the situation around or die without a burial place. No matter which one it is, he will give it a try. Hello, I need you to do something. Li Chenlin called Chen Xiaojing. Oh, I haven't been feeling well these 2 days, and I have relatives coming to visit. Chen Xiaojing evaded the question. Don't try to fool me. You said your relatives were coming last week. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Li Chenlin slammed the table. He hated Hao Chuan, and he hated Chen Xiaojing even more. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been tricked by Hao Chuan for no reason. Some people just don't understand where they went wrong. When they suffer a loss, they don't learn their lesson and always find fault with others. I'm really not feeling well. Chen Xiaojing knew that Li Chenlin had a hard time these days, and also knew that he was now a bald rooster. If she didn't know that Li Chenlin knew some people in the underworld, Chen Xiaojing would have blocked Li Chenlin long ago. You have to do this whether you want to or not. Li Chenlin threatened, otherwise, I will post all those little videos of you in bed online and make you an internet celebrity. Chen Xiaojing's face turned pale. She knew he couldn't beat Li Chenlin. I want you to find Tang Xi and take her to a place. Li Chenlin said quietly. At this moment, he was a hunter waiting for his prey. Chen Xiaojing knew clearly that Li Chenlin had no good intentions. But she was in danger now, so she couldn't refuse and could only nod and agree. Chen Xiaojing followed Li Chenlin's instructions and went to Tang Xi's house to find Tang Xi. When she stood at the door, Tang Xi was stunned for a few seconds. She thought Chen Xiaojing was here to cause trouble again. She quickly grabbed the pillow at the door and said, What do you want to do? Chapter 63 Kidnapping. Sister Shichi, don't be afraid. I'm not here to fight with you. Chen Xiaojing's eyes turned red. I want to ask you for help. Chen Xiaojing's heartbroken expression made Tang Xi soften her heart. After all, as a woman, why should she embarrass her? Come in and talk. Tang Xi put down what she was holding and asked Chen Xiaojing to sit down in the living room. As soon as Chen Xiaojing sat down, she burst into tears. Tang Xi didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only hand her a tissue. Chen Xiaojing cried for a while before she wiped away her tears and sobbed, Sister Shichi. Li Chenlin, he beat me. Tang Xi sighed, not knowing how to start again. After a long while, she said, maybe you can leave him. No, Sister Shichi. You don't understand. I can't leave him. Chen Xiaojing said with her eyes wide open, it was Hao Chuan who asked me to stay with Li Chenlin. What? Tang Xi was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Actually, Hao Chuan and I have never broken up. He wanted to know about Li Chenlin's situation, so he asked me to go undercover beside Li Chenlin. Chen Xiaojing made up lies with expressions and movements that were comparable to those of a first-rate actor. I was reluctant at first, but I love Hao Chuan, and I had to do this for him. Chen Xiaojing continued, he was able to make a fortune in a short period of time, and it was actually all because of me who helped him. I don't know what Hao Chuan's expression would be when he heard this. Tang Xi didn't say anything. She didn't know who to trust. It was probably unrealistic for Hao Chuan to become successful in such a short time if it was just an insider like Su Jie. If someone like Chen Xiaojing was willing to help him, then the matter would be much more believable. Hao Chuan didn't know that he had unknowingly taken the blame for the system. It wasn't because he was too good at counterattacking, it was because the system was too corrupt. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Tang Xi became suspicious of Hao Chuan for a moment, and then felt disappointed. I know you actually like Hao Chuan. Chen Xiaojing immediately exposed Tang Xi's disguise. I understand, Hao Chuan is a good person. You misunderstood, he and I are really just friends. Tang Xi still denied it. I'm pregnant. Chen Xiaojing hugged her head and cried, it's Hao Chuan's child. You should go find him. If this is his child, he should be responsible. Tang Xi became even more angry. She didn't expect you to be like this, Hao Chuan. But, he likes you now, and he doesn't want me anymore. Chen Xiaojing cried bitterly, I want to abort the child, but I don't know who to ask. I'm scared. So, you came to me. Tang Xi stood up, I'm not Hao Chuan's girlfriend, so I don't have to be responsible for his ex-girlfriend. Sister Shichi, please help me, Chen Xiaojing cried even more miserably. Tang Xi finally softened her heart, and at the same time, she felt a faint pain in her heart. She thought she knew Hao Chuan a little bit, but after listening to Chen Xiaojing's description, he was a scheming man who abandoned her after having sex with her. Okay, I'll go with you. Tang Xi said coldly, but this is the last time. I will not have anything to do with Hao Chuan in the future. Thank you, Sister Xi. Chen Xiaojing smiled, but this gratified smile was full of cunning. Tang Xi accompanied Chen Xiaojing out of the community. A man in a suit followed them and whispered, Miss Tang, I was appointed by boss Hao to protect you. I know. Tang Xi didn't like Hao Chuan's kindness at all. I don't need your protection. Miss Tang, you are in danger now. The bodyguard said tactfully, I can keep my distance from you and won't disturb you. Go back and tell your boss that I think he's in danger right now. Tang Xi said to the bodyguard, if you follow me again, I'm going to call the police. The bodyguard was in a dilemma whether to follow him or not. Finally, he stopped under Tang Xi's gaze. It was not until this time that Chen Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she had finally gotten rid of Hao Chuan's bodyguards. Tang Xi was still unaware and said to Chen Xiaojing, let's take a taxi to the hospital. No need, I have a car. As she said that, she led Tang Xi around the main road and walked towards the side road. Tang Xi also felt something was wrong at this time. Why did the car have to park so far away? Chen Xiaojing's reaction was a bit abnormal. I left my cell phone at home. I'll go back and get it. Tang Xi remained calm. However, Chen Xiaojing had brought her here with great difficulty, so how could she let her leave so easily? Chen Xiaojing grabbed Tang Xi and said, no need to take it, just leave like this. No matter how dumb Tang Xi was, she understood what was going on. She broke free from Chen Xiaojing and tried to escape from the alley, but she was still a step too late. Two masked men suddenly jumped out of a van parked on the corner of the street and covered Tang Xi with handkerchiefs without saying a word. Tang Xi wanted to struggle, but she was no match for the two men. She was immediately dragged into the van. In the van sat a man with a haggard face but shining eyes. When the man saw Tang Xi, he smiled and said, School beauty Tang, we meet again. This man was none other than the evil-minded Li Chenlin. Tang Xi had a look of despair on her face. She felt pain in her hands and feet, and someone had already tied her hands and feet up with fast wire. The van slowly drove out of the corner, as if it had never been there. The bodyguard sent by Hao Chuan did not give up following Tang Xi, but he did not dare to follow too far. By the time he realized something was wrong and walked over quickly, Tang Xi had disappeared. The bodyguard didn't dare to delay and hurriedly called Hao Chuan, Boss Hao, I'm sorry, Miss Tang went out with a girl and didn't let me follow. If she doesn't let you go, then you won't go. Hao Chuan cursed, I gave you money, not for you to obey her. Hurry and find her back. Hao Chuan didn't care too much. He knew that Tang Xi was independent and didn't like people following her. But he immediately had a bad feeling and asked the bodyguard, who is the girl with her? Tang Xi doesn't have many friends, so why would she go out with a girl? The bodyguard had a good memory and described Chen Xiaojing's appearance. Hao Chuan immediately understood. This must be Chen Xiaojing's conspiracy. What did Chen Xiaojing want to do? Could it be Li Chenlin? Hao Chuan couldn't help but think of Li Chenlin. Unable to sit there and wait for death, Hao Chuan jumped up from the chair in the antique shop and shouted, Little thing. Little thing. Where the hell have you been? Chapter 64 Blackmail. Little thing. Little thing. Where the hell have you been? Hao Chuan yelled. Knowing that Tang Xi was framed by Chen Xiaojing, Hao Chuan immediately thought of using the all-round puppy to track Tang Xi's whereabouts. But after shouting for a long time, there was no response. Xiao Wan asked from the side, Boss, the puppy you raised hasn't shown up for a few days. I thought you sent it back to Miss Tang's house. Hao Chuan hadn't noticed it for a few days. He was a very responsible owner. Hao Chuan sent Xiao Wan away and asked the system, where is the puppy you arranged to protect me? How come the dog is missing at the critical moment? The system notifies the host that the pet randomly given to you will also be upgraded and is currently unusable. This is a rip-off. Why did you choose to upgrade at this time instead of earlier? System, are you doing this on purpose? The system is being upgraded and cannot answer your question in detail. The system was silent. Hao Chuan knew it was too late to curse now, so he took out his cell phone and called Chen Xiaojing, but the phone was turned off. He immediately called Su Jia and hurriedly said, find out immediately where Li Chenlin went and what he did. The waiting time was anxious and long. Hao Chuan started to choose in the system mall. Now he had to rely on himself to save Tang Xi. Unfortunately, the remaining things in the mall were not cheap. Once he used the points to buy these skills, he would not have enough points to upgrade. But now is not the time to worry about these things. He needs an incredible skill to rescue Tang Xi from Li Chenlin. The phone rang again. Hao Chuan picked it up and asked hurriedly, "Did you find out where he went?" Boss Hao, you seem to mistake me for someone else." Li Chenlin's voice came from the other end of the phone. He said in a gloomy tone, "Are you looking for your school beauty, Tang?" Li Chenlin's words undoubtedly admitted that Tang Xi was in his hands. Hao Chuan calmed down and asked calmly, "Tell me, what do you want?" "I just like dealing with smart people." Li Chenlin said in a powerful tone, "I want money, not much, still the same 10 million. "Oh, you have a big appetite," Hao Chuan said, gritting his teeth. If there was a skill that could dismember a person, Hao Chuan would definitely buy it at any price and use it on Li Chenlin. "I want to get one of the two." Li Chenlin didn't care. "It's either money or people. If I can't get the money, I can only settle for the second best and play with Tang Xiaohua reluctantly." Li Chenlin laughed obscenely. "Don't worry, I will post the process of me and Tang Xiaohua playing on the internet, so that everyone can watch it together." "You are so shameless, it's really unheard of." Hao Chuan said coldly, "How can I believe that Tang Xi is in your hands? This is easy." Li Chenlin turned around and handed the phone to the guy with a crew cut next to him. The man with a short haircut walked to a worn-out chair with his phone in hand. Sitting on the chair was Tang Xi, her hair disheveled, her hands and feet tied, and her mouth gagged with a cloth strip. This is an abandoned factory building, surrounded by unknown abandoned machines. Dust is flying, windows are broken, and doors are half closed. The man with the short hair took off the cloth strip from Tang Xi's mouth, put the phone against her face, and whispered, "Speak." "Hao Chuan. Don't come over here, they won't let you go." Tang Xi shouted. I know everything." Hao Chuan comforted Tang Xi, "Don't struggle, don't resist. Don't worry, I will save you." I'm sorry, Hao Chuan." Tang Xi's eyes turned red. "I shouldn't have disbelieved you." "Oh?" Hao Chuan didn't understand what Chen Xiaojing meant. Hao Chuan would not take it to heart even if he heard Chen Xiaojing's slanderous words, but Tang Xi felt extremely guilty. "That's enough." Li Chenlin snatched the phone back. "Come over here this afternoon and we can discuss everything." "I still say the same thing. If you want money, I can give it to you, but I'm afraid you won't dare to ask for it when the time comes." In Hao Chuan's eyes, Li Chenlin has become a dead man. He will not let anyone who dares to touch his woman go. "I'm average in everything except courage." Li Chenlin regarded Hao Chuan's warning as a useless threat. "Don't play tricks, or you'll know what will happen." Li Chenlin hung up the phone and smiled smugly. Chen Xiaojing stood beside him and asked in a low voice, "Hao Chuan will not spend so much money for Tang Xi." "Oh?" Li Chenlin looked at Chen Xiaojing with interest. "Hao Chuan doesn't like Tang Xi at all." "I told you, he still likes me." Chen Xiaojing looked back at Tang Xi. "She just looks pretty. She doesn't understand Hao Chuan at all. My little darling." Li Chenlin grabbed Chen Xiaojing's neck and pulled her to his side. "Do you really think that a vain woman like you will be chased by others all the time?" Li Chenlin pushed Chen Xiaojing to the ground and said to the people around him, "Drag her to the back. Don't let her run away until the matter is over. Don't do this, don't do this." Chen Xiaojing begged for mercy. "I won't run away to report it." Li Chenlin glanced at the man with the short hair and whispered, "As long as she doesn't run away, the rest is up to you." The people around the man with the crew cut immediately became excited, and their eyes turned extremely hot when they looked at Chen Xiaojing. "You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me." Chen Xiaojing yelled, but was dragged to a small room next door. Tang Xi, who was sitting on a chair, couldn't help but tremble as she watched the scene. Li Chenlin looked at her with a smile and muttered to himself, "Hao Chuan doesn't think that he can really get rid of me with 10 million. Li Chenlin circled around Chen Xiaojing and said, "I want all of his shares. When he comes to you with the money, he will find that it is too late for him to leave." Tang Xi wanted to struggle, but it only made the chair bounce, which was of no use at all. Li Chenlin put his hand on Tang Xi's shoulder and comforted her, "Relax, relax." His voice was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, "When I get what I want, you will still be mine. But Hao Chuan can't stay. He is like the tail of a rabbit, jumping to the end." A little beast who is nothing wants to fight me. Li Chenlin gritted his teeth. I will let him know what the consequences of fighting with me are. Chapter 65, Going to a Meeting Alone. Hao Chuan was hung up by Li Chenlin, and Su Jia also called. He said to Hao Chuan breathlessly, Li Chenlin has packed up all his things and seems to have run away. But he has contacted a few desperate gangsters and seems to be preparing for something big. Well, go and find out where those people came from and who they are. Hao Chuan said a few simple words and hung up the phone. Hao Chuan was silent for a moment, then called Lu Shan and Tang Xi again and said, cash out 100 million for me right now. I want it this afternoon. Lu Shan and Tang Xi were both stunned. They whispered kindly, brother, can I call you uncle? If you ask for money so urgently, something bad will happen. Something has happened. Hao Chuan said calmly, it's better to hurry up sooner rather than later. I need this money urgently. Hao Chuan didn't explain anything further. He wanted to upgrade, and he wanted it now. He could make money later, but now he had to deal with Li Chenlin. He was waiting for news from Lu Shan and Tang Xi in the antique shop. Li Chenlin had already sent him a message, pointing out the meeting place. Hao Chuan asked Shao Wan to look after the antique shop and went out alone. He took a taxi directly to the suburbs, but the driver didn't dare to drive further. There was an abandoned factory in the wilderness ahead. This kind of place looked like a place for robbery and silencing. Hao Chuan did not force it, and gave the driver double the fare, asking him to wait on the road. Then he walked to the factory. There was no one here, no one showed up. Hao Chuan knew that Li Chenlin was secretly watching him in the dark. Sure enough, after a while, a door opened. A man with a short haircut stood at the door, looked around, and then said to Hao Chuan, go this way. Following the man with a crew cut, Hao Chuan passed through several workshops and made several detours on the intricate factory roads. Finally, Hao Chuan arrived at the factory where Tang Xi was imprisoned. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Chenlin clapped his hands and stepped out to greet them. I didn't expect you to actually come. I'm here to take my woman home. The man with a crew cut behind Hao Chuan approached Hao Chuan, touched him all over, and then nodded to Li Chenlin, indicating that he had nothing on him. I really don't understand you. Li Chenlin narrowed his eyes. Do you really dare to take such a big risk for a woman? I know you want me. Hao Chuan smiled and shook his head. We will have to settle old and new accounts sooner or later. Did you bring the money? Li Chenlin asked. I have neither money nor life. Hao Chuan said carelessly. You want to fucking play with me, right? Li Chenlin was extremely angry at Hao Chuan's nonchalant expression. Bring the man up here. Two people lifted Tang Xi up from behind. Tang Xi covered her mouth and tried to speak, but could only make a faint sound. I know you don't really want money, you want my shares. Hao Chuan looked at Li Chenlin and said, now that I'm here, you can let her go. I don't know if you are really smart or just pretending to be smart. Li Chenlin laughed. Do you really think I will let her go? I have been eyeing her for a long time. Tie him up too. Li Chenlin shouted, and immediately two people grabbed Hao Chuan's hands. Hao Chuan did not struggle, but they still tied him to the chair. Hao Chuan was placed next to Tang Xi. Tang Xi's eyes were filled with tears. How could she not be moved? Hao Chuan was willing to take such a big risk for her, how could she not be moved? Thinking of how she had misunderstood Hao Chuan before, Tang Xi felt more and more guilty. She looked at Hao Chuan, but her eyes were already full of tears. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here. Hao Chuan comforted Tang Xi. He had thought it through before coming. In the current situation, he could have spent a few points, bought one or two skills, and easily knocked down Li Chenlin. If he could save Tang Xi would be grateful, but she might not be very touched. Moreover, after spending the points, Hao Chuan's upgrade plan will be delayed for some time. Doing this seems easy, but it is a thankless task. So Hao Chuan thought of another plan, cashing out 100 million now, waiting to complete the system's tasks, get the remaining points, and upgrade smoothly. Then use the upgraded skills to deal with Li Chenlin. During the waiting process, I can act a little tragic and it's okay to get beaten a few times. In short, I must act painful and overcome all difficulties before I can rescue Tang Xi. Although this is a bit risky, it can not only keep the points, but also win the heart of the beauty, and most importantly, it can also satisfy the desire of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. With this calculation, the second plan is more feasible. What's the saying? Low-end players play with default configuration, high-end players play with custom mode. We either don't play at all, or we play with high difficulty. Hao Chuan thought it was perfect, and he felt very confident. He also thought that the skills after the upgrade would be different. Without the pressure of upgrading, he could buy equipment and skills to his heart's content, and then use them on Li Chenlin and others. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Fuck it. The people around Hao Chuan cursed, "You are about to die, what the hell are you laughing at?" Did I laugh? Hao Chuan was so absorbed in his inner drama that he forgot that he was tied up. I was just too nervous, and my facial muscles twitched unconsciously. I kind of admire you. Li Chenlin looked at Hao Chuan and sneered, "It's already this time, and you still have the mind to talk nonsense. A person's life depends on his mouth, either to eat or to talk." Hao Chuan kept smiling. Hang him up for me. Li Chenlin didn't want to tease Hao Chuan anymore. We'll talk about the shares later. Beat him up first to vent my anger. Two men grabbed Hao Chuan and hung him up on the gantry in the middle of the factory. It's a lie to say I'm not afraid. The smile on Hao Chuan's face froze. In his heart, he urged Lu Shan and Tang Xi, "Hurry up, you two. I'm waiting for this money to save my life." Lu Shan and Tang Xi had already started to sell off Hao Chuan's shares in large quantities according to Hao Chuan's instructions, but this would take some time. It was not easy for them either. They were new to Xingyan media and were already not used to it. Now being forced by Hao Chuan to buy stocks felt like being kicked in the ass. Chapter 66, The Hunter and the Prey. Hao Chuan was hung up by Li Chenlin's men. The man with the short hair took out a gauntlet from his pocket and put it on his hand, then turned his neck, and heard the joints of his neck cracking. He turned his arms, and the muscles hidden under his clothes seemed to be about to burst out. Hao Chuan swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, "Damn it, they are going to kill me." However, he still had to remain calm on the surface, and said to Tang Xi, "Xi, don't worry, I am not only thick-skinned, but other parts of my body." Before he finished speaking, the short-haired guy punched Hao Chuan in the stomach. Hao Chuan held the rest of his words in his throat and couldn't speak for a long time. Li Chenlin looked at his painful expression and felt extremely happy. "My skin on other parts of my body is also quite thick." Hao Chuan gritted his teeth and continued, "Brother, have you not eaten? Your fist is so soft, just like a massage." The buzzcut guy didn't say anything and punched Hao Chuan in the stomach more than 10 times. Hao Chuan felt like his bones were about to fall apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. These punches are a bit tasteful." Fuck. The man with the short hair had sweat on his forehead, but he still admired Hao Chuan a little. He put on the handguard on his other hand and said, "It's good as long as it tastes good. I'll give you some more strength." Wait. Hao Chuan suddenly stopped. "You want to beg for mercy?" Li Chenlin laughed. "Just beg me. Boss Li, you think too much." Hao Chuan rolled his eyes at Li Chenlin. "I just want to discuss something with this brother. I felt quite comfortable with your beating just now. Can we go up for a while? My chest has been feeling a bit stuffy lately. Can you give it a massage, too? Get your weapons on me." Li Chenlin was furious, "Beat him till he's crippled." The other two people found iron bars from the abandoned rubble in the factory and dragged them over. Hao Chuan almost cursed Lu Shan and Tang Xi's ancestors in his heart. "You two should hurry up, or I'm going to be beaten to death." Hao Chuan silently clicked on it and found out that the task progress of the 100 million target had reached more than 60%. He suddenly felt a little discouraged. When the hell would this end? Tang Xi watched Hao Chuan being beaten up, and every punch from the buzzcut man seemed to hit her heart. She struggled violently, and the chair fell to the ground. She fell to the ground, her face covered with dirt, and the cloth on her mouth finally fell off. Hao Chuan. Are you okay?" Tang Xi called to Hao Chuan. I'm fine. Hao Chuan panted, but he couldn't lose his composure in front of the beauty. "I just started to move my hands and feet." Fuck. The two people behind Hao Chuan hit Hao Chuan on the back unexpectedly. Hao Chuan's mouth suddenly opened into an O shape and he couldn't even scream. Being a hero and saving a beautiful woman also requires a price, and I endured it for the sake of points. Hao Chuan silently looked at the progress bar of the 100 million task again, and it had already entered more than 70% at this time. "Xi, it's okay. Hao Chuan took a breath and said, "I'll come and rescue you later." "You're still thinking about being a hero and saving a beautiful girl." Li Chenlin pulled Tang Xi up from the ground. You can't even protect yourself, so think about yourself. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. Tang Xi begged Li Chenlin for mercy. Let him go, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Anything is fine? Li Chenlin grinned lewdly. Fuck. Hao Chuan couldn't stand it any longer. Li Chenlin, stop trying to hit on my women. Don't say I didn't warn you when I see your obscene gaze. Yo yo yo. Li Chenlin became excited. Are you angry? I just want to see what's wrong. Li Chenlin stroked Tang Xi's cheek with the back of his hand, and Tang Xi subconsciously dodged. If you touch her with that hand, I will cripple your hand. Hao Chuan shouted. I will touch her, and not only will I touch her, I will also strip her naked. Li Chenlin grabbed Tang Xi's collar. Don't worry, I will play slowly and let you see every move clearly. Hao Chuan was a little anxious now, and he looked at the progress bar of the 100 million task again. But the progress bar was stuck at 85% and would not move forward at all. System, get out the fucking way. Hao Chuan asked the system for help. Host, please speak with more respect. The system's voice was cold and emotionless. Since the host is in a special situation now, I will deduct your points for your language. Hao Chuan said in a thick tone, I know you are a proud system, but can we be a little more normal at the critical moment? Why is the progress bar not moving? Hao Chuan is more concerned about this question now. Is there something wrong? Please do not question the fairness of the system said. If the progress bar stops, it means that cash has stopped flowing into your account. Hao Chuan really wants to curse Lu Shan and Dongji's ancestors this time. At this time, can you guys hurry up? Move her across from Hao Chuan. Li Chenlin instructed two people to move Tang Xi across from Hao Chuan. Watch carefully. How do I play with your woman? Tang Xi looked at Hao Chuan, and a resolute look suddenly appeared on her face. Hao Chuan, there are some things I haven't said, but now I want you to know. Tang Xi still had tears on her face. I actually like you. Tang Xi's sudden confession caught Hao Chuan off guard. Hao Chuan worked hard to get Tang Xi to fall in love with him. But happiness came too suddenly, and Hao Chuan couldn't accept it. Then he understood what Tang Xi meant by this. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit her tongue between her teeth. Tang Xi thought that everything Hao Chuan had to go through was due to her, and she couldn't bear to see Hao Chuan suffer, so she thought of sacrificing herself to protect Hao Chuan. Li Chenlin also noticed something was wrong with Tang Xi. When she opened her mouth and was about to bite, Li Chenlin was quick-witted and punched her on the head. She tilted her head and fainted. Although Li Chenlin acted in time, Tang Xi had already spit out a mouthful of blood. Want to die? Li Chenlin glared at Tang Xi. I haven't had enough fun yet. He strode to Hao Chuan, grabbed Hao Chuan by the collar, and shouted, I have no patience anymore, transfer your shares to me now. Hao Chuan laughed out loud, you should worry about your life first. Hao Chuan's last bit of patience to play with Li Chenlin was gone. It didn't matter if less than 100 million was received. He had to take action now. Li Chenlin was startled for no reason by Hao Chuan's gaze. For a moment, he seemed to feel that Hao Chuan, who was hung up, was the hunter and he was the prey. Chapter 67 Customization. After Tang Xi called him, she hesitated for a long time, but only said, be careful on the road. Hao Chuan sighed and returned to the antique shop. Su Jia was still waiting for Hao Chuan in the antique shop. When he saw Hao Chuan coming in, he hurried over and said, Boss, you made it so hard for us to find you. I thought you were caught by Li Chenlin. Hao Chuan didn't want to say more about this matter. It would be best if everyone thought that Hao Chuan had nothing to do with Li Chenlin's affairs at all. Illusion. Hao Chuan said, I just went out for a walk, you are all making a fuss out of nothing. Su Jia didn't believe it. Hao Chuan cashed out so much money in a hurry, and then Li Chenlin got into trouble. This was obviously intentional by Hao Chuan. Li Chenlin was dealt with so badly, it was obviously arranged by Hao Chuan. This boss is really a bit unpredictable. Su Jia felt both respect and fear for Hao Chuan. He had to be careful in the future, because who knows if Hao Chuan had arranged someone to keep an eye on him. After sending Su Jia away, Hao Chuan returned to his room. After the system upgrade, he still had a lot to study. For example, the system reminded him that his pet would also be upgraded and provided with a transformation function. This is interesting. The puppy that the system originally gave him was thin and small, like a Pekingese. Could it be possible that it could become a Tibetan Mastiff after upgrading? Hao Chuan opened the relevant interface and saw a bunch of upgrade operations. But without exception, these upgrade operations required a lot of points. He browsed through them one by one, including a lot of attributes such as attack power, perception, loyalty, etc. Hao Chuan thought, if the puppy could be used today, he wouldn't be so miserable. So he spent 10 points to upgrade the puppy's attack power to the maximum, and didn't continue to upgrade it. For now, this attack power is enough. Oh, and loyalty. This little dog obviously likes Tang Xi more, which makes Hao Chuan a little unhappy. This also needs to be upgraded to the maximum, so he spent another 10 points. Although he now has 100 points to spend, he still feels a little sad when he spends 20. Okay, let's upgrade these. When Hao Chuan was about to exit the upgrade, he found that there was a next page on the pet interface. This is strange. Can a pet go to heaven? How come it has more upgraded attributes than me? Hao Chuan curiously opened the next page and was stunned. The second page is actually the appearance transformation interface. According to the explanation above, pets can be upgraded to human form. Not only can pets be transformed into humans, but also their appearance can be transformed into human form. This is really cool. However, the system prompted that the upgrade could only be performed based on the gender of the pet. Female pets could only be upgraded to females, and male pets could only be upgraded to males. Hao Chuan didn't remember whether the puppy was male or female. However, seeing how much it liked Tang Xi, it was obviously a male. Hao Chuan flipped through them casually and found that the cheapest upgrades for pets were handsome men and beautiful women. All of them were coveted male and female gods. It was impossible to find a rough one. System, you are teasing me again. I upgraded my pet into a gigolo and have a man follow me around all day. Others still think I am gay. The host's sexual orientation is clearly displayed in the system, and the system does not consider the host to be gay. Just ignore what I said. Hao Chuan didn't want to talk to the system anymore. This upgrade was totally different from what he expected. But the pet still needed to be upgraded. It would be nice to have more bodyguards. Otherwise, if I took a puppy out with me in the future, I would yell, "Go ahead, Pikachu," when I met a gangster. That would be quite embarrassing. A gigolo is a gigolo. I will buy you the cheapest skin. Hao Chuan showed his fine tradition of thriftiness and decided to spend 1 point to buy the cheapest skin in the system. But when he was about to buy it, he suddenly realized that he was wrong again. The puppy he called Little Thing was actually a female. No wonder Tang Xi called it hydrangea. So that's the reason. Oh, this is interesting. Hee, being upgraded from a pet to a beautiful girl, having a beautiful girl by your side all day long, even if you don't need her protection, it's not bad to look at her every day. Hao Chuan instantly threw away his good tradition of being frugal and plunged into the mall, preparing to upgrade his pet with a set of beautiful skin. This one looks a bit like Lu Tianxian. Not good, not good, I get a bit tired of it after seeing it too much. She looks like a maid, not a lady. Oh, this one is good, looks cool and elegant, and has such a good figure. But it's a little too tall. Standing next to me, I feel pressured. Hao Chuan searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable skin. They all looked beautiful, but either the price was too high or they looked too much like a certain female celebrity. System, this is not humane at all. Hao Chuan complained, either too beautiful or too high. Your choice is a bit monotonous. The system prompts the host that the mall provides a custom mode. You can create your favorite beauty image according to your own preferences. Oh, this is available. Hao Chuan hurriedly opened the system mall and turned to that page. He suddenly had a thick thread. System, you are teasing me again. This custom mode requires 15 points, why don't you go and grab it? Host, please respect yourself. We are in a buyer-seller relationship. If you are reluctant to give up your points, you can choose another skin. Hao Chuan knew that there was no point in negotiating with the system, so he had to grit his teeth and buy this custom mode. After purchasing the custom mode, the system began to prompt that the host needed to start choosing the desired appearance. First of all, you have to be smaller, with a good figure, you know. Hao Chuan chuckled and rubbed his hands. Please don't be too vulgar, and if you don't say it, the system will not understand what you mean. She's got a nice curve. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes. She has a baby face and big breasts. The system quickly gave a preview image. Hao Chuan took a look at it and suddenly felt like having a nosebleed. This one is good. Hee. Hao Chuan scratched his head. It's better not to be too ostentatious, be a little more low-key, and a little smaller in size. Please respect yourself, host. Your obscene expression now makes the system feel like you are trafficking in human beings. You are just a system, don't have so many subtexts. Hao Chuan didn't take the system's sarcasm to heart at all, and you need to be taller, with a softer facial contour, and with bigger eyes? Hao Chuan stated a bunch of requirements, and the system gave a preview image. Hao Chuan was confused. How come I used all the advantages I could think of, but why did it look so strange? The system prompts the host that some of the requirements you mentioned clearly violate human structure. Chapter 68 Beautiful Girl. Hao Chuan suddenly realized that natural beauty is the most beautiful. No wonder people feel a little strange when seeing artificial beauties. Let's just do this first, maybe you'll get used to it after watching it for 2 days. Hao Chuan spent several hours choosing, and his head was already a little big. The system reminds the host that the pet's appearance cannot be replaced or changed after it is upgraded. Wait. Hao Chuan regretted it. He couldn't choose this option. It was scary to be followed by a monster all day. System, I think I'll just choose the ready-made skin in the mall. Please return the 15 points to me, I won't customize it. The system reminds the host that once the custom mode is purchased, the system will not refund the points. System, you are a profiteer. Hao Chuan felt that he was cheated, and he was the one who wanted to be cheated. I'm really worried. It seems I'm not suitable for this kind of job. Hao Chuan has gone from being excited and vulgar at the beginning to being numb and indifferent. System, why do I feel that the original puppy is quite smart, like a human? The system prompts the host that the pet does have the same intelligence as humans, so it can sense danger and protect the host's safety. Oh, that's easy. I'm incapable of making choices anyway, so why not let her choose for herself? It's up to her to choose whether it's good or bad. Hao Chuan just wanted to get this out of the way as soon as possible. The system obviously agreed with Hao Chuan's idea. After Hao Chuan clicked to confirm the operation, the system popped up many options. This time it was not about appearance, but personality. Can I choose any of these? Hao Chuan was interested again. But he immediately thought of the trouble just now and thought, forget it, I still won't customize it. Just pick one at random. So he randomly clicked one, saw that there was nothing wrong with it, and confirmed it. After tossing and turning until late at night, Hao Chuan was extremely tired and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. While he was sleeping, the system was still busy. Apparently, the dog that came with the system was also very picky about appearance, just like Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan didn't know what time he slept until he heard footsteps in the room. He opened his eyes with difficulty and seemed to see a naked figure walking in his room. He couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, but only saw the other person's smooth and slender calves and delicate soles of feet. Hao Chuan smacked his lips twice, turned over and went back to sleep. The figure in the room was still moving around, turning Hao Chuan's room upside down. Hao Chuan was drooling and sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt his pants being pulled down. He was startled and woke up immediately. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl in a baggy t-shirt pulling down his pants and putting them on her legs. The girl had a hot body and 2 slender and attractive legs. When she grabbed the waistband and pulled up her pants, Hao Chuan's eyes were fixed on her, but after he swallowed his saliva, he immediately realized a problem. Who the hell is this? Who are you? Hao Chuan asked, did you get my consent when you took my pants? And how did you get up here? The girl said nothing, but she grabbed her hair with both hands and tied it into a bun. Then she started rummaging around in Hao Chuan's cabinet, as if she was looking for something. Hey, I'm talking to you. Hao Chuan shouted and stood up wrapped in a quilt. The girl turned her head and revealed a delicate little face. This face was enough to be described as stunning, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and heroic spirit, and a calm temperament in her every move. That's how you treat me. The girl glared at Hao Chuan. There's not a single decent piece of clothing in the room. You are a little thing? Hao Chuan just remembered that he was upgrading his pet yesterday. Could it be that this beautiful girl in front of him was the product of his upgrade? I'll say it again, my name is not Little Thing. The girl protested with a pout. Come on, let me take a closer look. Hao Chuan jumped up and circled around the girl. You have a good figure, but it's not quite there yet. He reached out and grabbed the girl's waist and squeezed it. Your waist is a little thick. The girl grabbed Hao Chuan's wrist, threw him onto the bed, put her hands on her hips and cursed, if you touch me again, I'll bite you. Be reserved, be reserved. Hao Chuan laughed. You want to bite me right away? I'm not that easygoing. The girl threw a pillow at him, pounced on him, and really bit Hao Chuan's arm. Hao Chuan screamed in pain and hurriedly kept his distance from the girl. You really bite. Hao Chuan rubbed his arm that had been bitten red, shook his head and said, I was counting on you to protect me, but now I realize that you are the most dangerous. I am responsible for protecting you, but please respect me. The girl said with her hands on her hips, if you dare to call me little thing again, I will bite off your other arm. System, the attack power of the pet you gave away is quite strong. The system prompts the host that the pet's personality is chosen by you. Hao Chuan hurriedly opened the system interface to check, and sure enough, the character he chose yesterday was arrogant and hot-tempered. Hao Chuan slapped his head, thinking that he was too tired yesterday and didn't look carefully. It's over, there will be trouble in the future. You have to accompany me to buy clothes. The girl put on Hao Chuan's sneakers, and when Hao Chuan's size was obviously one size larger than hers, she put Hao Chuan's socks in her shoes. Seeing the girl's clothes, Hao Chuan couldn't help laughing. The girl was petite, and wearing Hao Chuan's clothes was like a child wearing adult clothes. What are you laughing at? The girl stared at him, as if she was going to pounce on him again. You don't want to prepare clothes for me, so do you want me to be naked? Hao Chuan slapped his head again. Last night, he seemed to have seen a naked figure in his daze. It turned out to be the girl running naked. What a pity, he was too sleepy at the time and didn't have time to see it. Don't show that expression. The girl stamped her feet. I know what you are thinking about again. I don't want to. Hao Chuan said this and couldn't help laughing again. I don't care. You have to accompany me to buy clothes now. I don't want to wear these clothes of yours for even a second longer. The girl said with disgust. This is not a pet, this is a lady. Hao Chuan called Xiao Wan upstairs, and Xiao Wan ran upstairs. Boss, why are you up so early today? He had barely finished speaking when he saw a girl in oversized men's clothing standing nearby, holding up her white trousers with one hand. Xiao Wan was stunned after just one look. He was deeply shocked by the girl's pure and sweet temperament. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Chapter 69 How to and How Where. Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan. Hao Chuan called Xiao Wan upstairs. As soon as Xiao Wan went upstairs and saw the girl, he was immediately stunned. Hey! Hey! Hao Chuan waved his hand in front of Xiao Wan's eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao Wan finally came to his senses, turned his gaze back to Hao Chuan, and asked in a low voice, Boss, who is this beauty? This is a bit difficult to explain. Hao Chuan scratched his head and said, Let me introduce you, this is my cousin from the countryside. Hao Chuan glanced at the magnificent size of the girl's chest and continued, Her name is How to very big. The girl picked up something nearby and threw it at him, shouting, Yours is the biggest. Don't be angry. Hao Chuan hurriedly comforted him, If you don't want to be called How to, then call me How. You did it on purpose. The girl was really angry this time. She rushed over, jumped onto Hao Chuan's back, and bit Hao Chuan's neck with her mouth. Hao Chuan staggered and almost fell to the ground after being pounced on by her. He pushed the girl onto the bed with his backhand and shouted, Be quiet. The girl didn't really open her mouth to bite, but after hearing what he said, she immediately became obedient, with a flattering look in her eyes. Hao Chuan chuckled. He had foresight and raised his loyalty to full marks. Now he could subdue her so easily. Otherwise, according to the girl's attack power, he would be easily crippled. Xiao Wan swallowed his saliva. When the girl was playing with Hao Chuan, it was inevitable that she would be exposed. This made Xiao Wan almost pop his eyes out. However, seeing that Hao Chuan was so close to the girl, I instantly believed what Hao Chuan said. It seemed that the two of them were really childhood sweethearts. Xiao Wan, go arrange a car. I'm going to accompany my cousin to buy some clothes. Hao Chuan played with the girl for a while before he remembered his business. I'll arrange it right away. Xiao Wan ran downstairs reluctantly. Hao Chuan looked at the girl sitting on the bed obediently, and his evil thoughts started to arise again. He rubbed his hands and said obscenely, Your clothes don't fit you very well. I have some clothes that are too small to wear. Why don't you change into them? I know what you are thinking. The girl rolled her eyes at Hao Chuan and said, No way. Can people still have some trust in each other? Hao Chuan cried out in grievance, but he also knew that his plan to sneak a peek at the girl's hot body had failed. If he had known this would happen, he should have lowered the girl's intelligence. Now she is so smart, it's not easy to take action. You will be my cousin from now on. Hao Chuan said to the girl, I will arrange other things slowly. It doesn't matter, just don't call me little thing from now on. The girl had no objection to Hao Chuan's arrangement. Then you will be called Hao Chi-Chi from now on. Hao Chuan thought of a name casually. Chi-Chi, that's Sister Shichi's name. The girl pouted, I don't want to be called that. Little friend, please be careful. You are my bodyguard. Don't ask for too much, okay? Hao Chuan scratched his head, then call me Hao Tong. It's even worse, this. Hao Tong complained. But Hao Chuan rolled his eyes, clicked on the system interface, and changed the girl's name to Hao Tong. Hao Chuan was so inconsiderate of Hao Tong's feelings that Hao Tong almost jumped on him and bit him again. Hao Chuan dodged quickly and said, we should change our habit of biting people at every turn. I'm just biting, it's none of your business. Hao Chuan folded his arms and turned his face away. Hao Chuan sighed and thought that this girl would have to be trained slowly in the future. After a while, Xiao Wan ran up to Hao Chuan and said, Boss, I've rented a car for you. Hao Chuan asked Hao Tong to go out, and Hao Tong's face was a little better, and she followed Hao Chuan downstairs. When Hao Chuan stood downstairs, he found a Lincoln RV parked in front of the antique shop. Hao Chuan looked back at Xiao Wan, who quickly came up to him and said, Boss, your status is different now. Only a luxury car like this can reflect your status. Xiao Wan is still sensible. Hao Chuan said with great satisfaction, by the way, the car rental money will be deducted from your commission. With that, Hao Chuan took Hao Tong into the car. Xiao Wan almost fainted and shouted to Hao Chuan, Boss, you can't be like this. Hao Chuan laughed loudly. The driver in the front seat lowered the barrier and asked attentively, Where are you going, boss? While looking at the exquisite interior of the RV, Hao Chuan said to the driver, Let's go to the largest shopping mall in the city. But the car didn't move. Hao Chuan looked up and saw that the driver was staring at Hao Tong in a daze. It was as if he saw the eighth wonder of the world happening in front of him. Hao Chuan coughed a few times before the driver came back to his senses and smiled embarrassedly, Boss, your girlfriend is so beautiful. It's my cousin. Hao Tong corrected, I just don't like him. How can you talk to me? Hao Chuan stared at Hao Tong and said, Don't even call me cousin. The two men started arguing, and the driver slowly raised the partition and drove towards the shopping mall in the city. Hao Chuan and Hao Tong played around for a while, and when Hao Chuan teased Hao Tong a little, Hao Tong would pounce on him and bite him. Although he didn't really bite him, this habit is not a good one. Hao Chuan frowned and said, I've told you several times, you have to change your bad habit of biting people. Hao Tong said a little aggrievedly, Why are you so fierce? When I was protecting you in the past, didn't I bite everyone I saw? That was in the past. Now you are a beautiful girl that everyone loves. Please keep a little reserved. Hao Chuan said, If you want to protect me in the future, you have to bite someone. I can't afford to lose face. Hao Tong folded her arms and sulked aside, and Hao Chuan thought, I can't indulge you. So he ignored her aside. The RV stopped at the entrance of the largest shopping mall in the city. The driver was waiting at the entrance. Hao Chuan pulled Hao Tong towards the mall. He quickly changed Hao Tong's awkward clothes, otherwise he would look like a psychopath if he kept wearing them. When Hao Tong saw them all, her eyes lit up immediately, and she didn't care about being angry with Hao Chuan anymore, and ran towards the mall happily. This inevitably attracted a lot of people's attention, and several men stared at Hao Tong in a daze. Then several women came over and grabbed the men's ears and dragged them away. Hao Chuan took Hao Tong into a women's clothing store. Hao Tong pointed at this and that and shouted, I want this one, and I want that one too. Hao Chuan suddenly felt like he was taking a naughty child to a supermarket. He handed the card in his hand to the shopping guide and said casually, Pack up the items she mentioned. The shopping guide was also stunned by the two strange people in front of her. Hao Tong grabbed a few clothes and went into the fitting room. Chapter 70 Upgrading New Tasks. Hao Tong grabbed a few clothes and went into the fitting room, and Hao Chuan finally had a chance to catch his breath. The beeping sound of the card swiping continued, and his phone kept notifying him of his account spending records. He still had more than 100 million in cash in his account, so even if Hao Tong bought the entire mall, it wouldn't cost him much. Hao Chuan thought that he could put the money back into the stock market and buy shares of Xingye Media again. Although it wasn't as profitable as before, it was still better than just keeping it in the card and earning interest. He was about to call Lu Shan and Dongji when he suddenly remembered the stubborn system. He had been paid money, And what if the system refused to acknowledge it? System, the goal of 100 million has been achieved. Can I transfer this money? The system prompts the host that your goal is to be a rich man admired by everyone, who can make money and spend money. Your new task has been triggered: spend all the money on the card within 1 month and complete the Super Spendthrift achievement. The task rewards 50 points, and failure of the task will be punished by elimination. System, tell me, you are kidding me. Tell me, you are not such a system. Hao Chuan was devastated. What kind of mission was this? Spending 100 million a month, this wasn't just burning money, this was burning me. Host, please don't be lucky. The system detects that the host is too stingy and does not fit the style of the local tyrants, so the host will be trained in all aspects. This task is only the first step, please hurry up and complete it. Hao Chuan suddenly felt that his life was going to be bleak. How much money do I have to spend in a month? Do you know how hard it is for me to save this money? If I spend it all so quickly, where can I earn more money? Hao Tong changed into bright clothes and ran out. She turned around in front of Hao Chuan and said with a smile, "How about this one?" She picked up the price tag and took a look at it. She exclaimed in a low voice, "It's so expensive." Hao Chuan picked up the price tag and took a look. It said the discounted price was 8,888. Hao Chuan gritted his teeth, veins throbbing. Hao Tong saw that he looked unhappy, and said with some anger and disappointment, "I knew you were stingy, but I didn't expect you to be so stingy." Hao Chuan slapped his thigh and stood up, gritting his teeth and said, "How can there be a discount? How can such good clothes be discounted? It's too cheap." He called out to the shopping guide, "Do you know how to do business? How can you give us a discount? We want to buy these clothes at full price." The salesperson didn't react and whispered, "Sir, don't be ridiculous. This is already the biggest discount. It can't go any lower. Yes, it's too cheap to buy it at full price." Hao Chuan thought carefully, how much money can he spend on buying clothes? Yes, I can't buy it at full price, I'll pay 3 times the price, no. Buy it at 10 times the price. Are you okay? Hao Tong touched Hao Chuan's forehead with her cold little hand. Did the money burn you? Don't stop me, I want to spend money. Hao Chuan said angrily. His heart was bleeding as he was faced with a system that was demanding his life. If he didn't spend money, he would die. Who could he go to for justice? Little thing. I'm relying on you today. Hao Chuan held Hao Tong's shoulders. I know women spend the most money on shopping, so you must help me today. Hao Tong was even more confused. Hao Chuan whispered in Hao Tong's ear, my new task is to spend money. The more you spend, the more points you will get. Hao Tong then felt that she understood a little bit, and she asked in a low voice, how much does it cost? Hao Chuan raised a finger. Hao Tong said hesitantly, 1 million. Hao Chuan shook his head. 10 million. Hao Tong opened his mouth wide. How many things would he need to buy to spend all that? Hao Chuan shook his head again. 100 million. Hao Tong almost cried out. Hao Chuan quickly held Hao Tong's mouth and whispered, it's spent. It doesn't count if someone robs you. Is there a time limit? Hao Tong asked with his eyes wide open. Well, 1 month. Hao Chuan nodded indignantly. What are you waiting for? Spend your money now. Hao Tong also got anxious. She pulled Hao Chuan up and asked the shopping guide, where are the most expensive clothes here? 7th floor. The salesperson had lost patience with the 2 strange customers. The 7th floor is all about high-end customization. Hao Tong pulled Hao Chuan and ran away. The shopping guide called out from behind, you two, do you still want the clothes you packed? But the 2 people had already run away. The shopping guide said from behind, look at how poor they are. If you can't afford it, just say so. Where is the most expensive? And you want to buy it at 10 times the price? Don't you want to run away? You country bumpkins, why are you pretending to be rich? As soon as the shopping guide finished speaking, Hao Chuan turned around, took out his card, swiped it in the store, and said, pack them all. The salesperson smiled and asked, are you going to pack up all the items you just tried? No. Hao Chuan looked around the store, pack up all the clothes in this store. The salesperson almost dropped his jaw and said, sir, don't be ridiculous. Do I look like I'm kidding? Hao Chuan continued, send them all to this address. Hao Chuan took over the clothing store casually based on the principle of spending a little bit, but this was only the first one he had taken over. Hao Tong rushed to the 7th floor and visited several high-end clothing stores in a hurry. Hao Chuan was in a hurry to complete the task, and she was also in a hurry, so she bought clothes just like buying vegetables. Soon, Hao Tong was followed by a large group of shopping guides, each with their arms full of clothing bags. The system prompts that you have obtained your first extravagant achievement and received 2 points. The system prompts that you have achieved the achievement of being both local and wealthy and obtained 2 points. Seeing Hao Tong spending money like water, Hao Chuan felt very complicated. He was relieved and heartbroken. He was relieved that if Hao Tong continued to spend money like this, it would be a piece of cake to achieve the goal of squandering 100 million yuan. He was distressed that this money was earned by him at great risk. In just one afternoon, Hao Tong had squandered millions of dollars. The things he bought could have piled up into a mountain. I did a good job today. Hao Tong came up and said, let's continue buying tomorrow. You'd better come alone. Hao Chuan covered his chest, I'm too shocked. Look at how stingy you are. Hao Tong rolled her eyes at Hao Chuan, how can you be considered a rich man if you are so stingy? It seems that without some psychological quality, you really can't be a rich man. You can't be a rich man just because you want to be one. After finally dragging Hao Tong, who was still not satisfied, back to the antique shop, he bumped into Xiao Wan as soon as he entered the door. He was about to scold her, but found that Xiao Wan was stunned there again. Hao Tong changed into a bright outfit, and her temperament changed, becoming more mature and attractive. Hao Chuan was so busy feeling sorry for his money that he didn't notice it, but Xiao Wan was stunned. Chapter 71 If you can spend money, you must be able to make money. Hao Chuan pulled Xiao Wan aside and said to him, Xiao Wan, I see that you have performed well these past 2 days. I will give you a raise. Xiao Wan was completely confused. What had irritated the boss today? Giving such a stingy person a raise was like the sun rising from the west, and it must have made the boss dizzy. Of course, Hao Chuan couldn't give Xiao Wan a salary increase for nothing, so he immediately stated his purpose, Xiao Wan, the boss is good to you, right? Now the boss is in trouble, you have to help me. He wants you to help him spend money. Hao Tong, who was sitting next to him, said jokingly. Stay away. Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong. Having a spendthrift like you is enough to make me feel bad. How can I find someone to spend money on? Am I stupid? Hao Chuan turned around and said to Xiao Wan, I, the boss, have run into some problems right now and am about to lose a large sum of money. Our antique shop isn't making money very fast, and our stocks aren't making much either. You have to hurry up. Hao Chuan was talking about the Song family auction house and Song Lin's counterfeiting of antiques. Hao Chuan had been following this matter for a long time, but there had been no progress. Boss, don't worry. Xiao Wan also said confidently, your business is my business. He also pulled Hao Chuan aside, hiding from Hao Tong, and then asked in a low voice, Boss, does your cousin have a boyfriend? Someone has already set their sights on Hao Tong so quickly. This speed of attracting so many people is beyond Hao Chuan's expectations. Hao Chuan said vaguely, you have to ask her about this. But as far as I know, there hasn't been any yet. Hao Chuan put on an expression that said, I'm very optimistic about you, and continued to say to Xiao Wan, as long as you work hard, you still have a good chance. Xiao Wan was so moved that she almost cried and said, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. If you can spend money, you must be able to make money. Now that the task of spending money is on his head, Hao Chuan has to start thinking about how to make the money back. He took out the 2 paintings of ladies that 6th Master and Mr. Song had given him. These 2 paintings were actually one painting, but someone forged it by separating the 2 paintings in the middle, creating 2 half-real and half-fake things. Originally, it was almost impossible to repair something like this, but Hao Chuan felt that he had the system, so he didn't need to worry about this little problem at all. Before the upgrade, he didn't have the skills to repair antiques, but now that he has been upgraded, he can finally start working on ancient paintings. Hao Chuan opened the system interface and searched in the system mall. Sure enough, he found the skill of repairing antiques among the skills related to antiques. Of course, the points price was not cheap, and it required a full 20 points. Hao Chuan bought this skill without hesitation. But after buying it, he found that this skill actually needs a cooldown. The cooldown time is quite long after using it once. If you want to upgrade, you need points again. System, oh system, it's a pity that you don't do business. Despite all the complaints, Hao Chuan still suppressed his eagerness to upgrade, and first used this repair skill that needed to cool down to repair the 2 paintings in front of him. Even if there were skills that the system gave him, it would still take some time to repair them. While I was repairing the ancient painting, Tang Xi unexpectedly came to my house. She greeted me at the door, hydrangea. Hydrangea. Hao Tong rushed over to Tang Xi and hugged her. This confused Tang Xi. She finally broke free from Hao Tong and asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, who are you?" Hao Tong also realized that Tang Xi did not recognize her. She explained, I am Hao Chuan's cousin, my name is Hao Tong. I have heard about you from my cousin a long time ago. Tang Xi's eyes lit up, and she asked in a low voice, "What did he say about me?" He likes you because you are gentle and beautiful. Hao Tong blinked at Tang Xi. Nonsense. Tang Xi didn't believe Hao Tong's lies. Did he really say that? Tang Xi was a little expectant again. Let's not talk about him, let's talk about you. Sister Xi, how have you been these days? Hao Tong asked with concern. I don't know why, but Tang Xi has a special liking for Hao Tong, whom she had just met once, as if they had been together for a long time. In fact, they have been together for a long time, but Tang Xi didn't notice it. Now the two can finally communicate on an equal footing, and Hao Tong feels like she has found her family. This pair of beauties, one cool and the other lively, are so pleasing to the eye wherever they stand. Tang Xi came here not only to find Shangqiu, but also to find Hao Chuan. But she and Hao Tong held hands and talked, and completely forgot about Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan was upstairs, using his skills to restore ancient paintings, and then he quietly watched the ancient paintings being restored bit by bit. After watching for a while, he became a little bored. After going downstairs, he immediately saw Tang Xi and Hao Tong chattering non-stop. Hao Chuan walked up to them and said with a grin, "You missed me so soon. How can you talk to Sister Xi like that?" Hao Chuan stood up first to express his objection, "Don't be so playful. We have helpers so soon." Hao Chuan looked at Hao Tong and shook his head, thinking, before the upgrade, he always sided with Tang Xi, but he didn't expect that he would still side with Tang Xi after the upgrade. I don't have a bodyguard like you. The singing competition at school is quite lively. Tang Xi fixed her hair and asked, "Do you want to go with us? This is a beautiful woman's initiative to invite." How could Hao Chuan not go? Before he could say anything, Hao Tong jumped up and said, I'll go too. Hao Chuan smiled at Tang Xi, pulled Hao Tong aside, and whispered, "Why are you joining in the fun? I want to be alone with a beautiful woman, you stay at home. You wish. My mission is to protect you closely. You want to get rid of me? No way." Hao Tong completely ignored Hao Chuan's feelings, and walked to Tang Xi step by step and said, "Let's go, Sister Xi, let's go together." Now there is one more tale. Hao Chuan regretted upgrading the little thing to Hao Tong. However, seeing the affectionate expressions of Tang Xi and Hao Tong, Hao Chuan had to endure it. The three of them came to the school. Tang Xi has always been the goddess of the school, attracting attention wherever she goes, and Hao Chuan is used to it. But Hao Tong appeared for the first time, and her beauty is not inferior to Tang Xi at all. Her appearance can be described as stunning. For a moment, many male students were stunned and either bumped into trees or bumped into passers-by. The scene of two beauties appearing together caused quite a stir in the school. However, everyone also noticed that there was a person named Hao Chuan following the two beauties. Chapter 72 Cousin. The scene of two beauties appearing together caused quite a stir in the school. However, everyone also noticed that there was a person named Hao Chuan following the two beauties. Many people envied Hao Chuan's good fortune, but Hao Chuan was not happy at all. He originally wanted to find a chance to get close to Tang Xi, but now there was another Hao Chuan, and he was completely blocked by the two of them and couldn't get close. Cousin. Hao Chuan waved at Hao Tong, "Come here, let your cousin have something to say to you." Hao Tong inexplicably let go of Tang Xi's arm, walked to Hao Chuan, and asked, "What? At least give me some chance." Hao Chuan smiled, "Stay back, I want to talk to your sister Xi." You want to touch Sister Xi again? Hao Tong didn't fall for Hao Chuan's trick. Don't even think about it. She walked away quickly, trying to return to Tang Xi. Hao Chuan didn't let her get away, so he grabbed her wrist, dragged her back, and walked towards Tang Xi. Hao Tong staggered, stunned for a moment and got angry. Before Hao Chuan could take a few steps, she hugged him from behind, then picked him up, turned around, and put Hao Chuan aside. Although Hao Tong is petite, she is very strong. She picked up Hao Chuan like a child, and Hao Chuan had no power to fight back. Hao Chuan felt that his self-esteem was greatly hit. He knew that he could not beat Hao Tong head-on, so he immediately thought of leaning over. Hao Chuan turned around and suddenly stretched out his two hands, like claws, and scratched Hao Tong's waist. Hao Tong was caught off guard and was caught by Hao Chuan. She immediately laughed out loud. But then Hao Tong grabbed Hao Chuan's two hands and tried to pry them apart. Hao Chuan shouted in a low voice, "You dare to do it? Is there any bodyguard like you?" Hao Tong had no other choice, but she couldn't pry Hao Chuan's hand open, so she used her backhand to tickle Hao Chuan. The two of them were scratching each other, and their faces were red from laughing. "You two stop making trouble, so many people are watching us," said Tang Xi standing nearby. Hao Chuan and Hao Tong then noticed that there were indeed many people standing around watching them. Hao Chuan then let go, but Hao Tong refused to give in, grabbed Hao Chuan's arm, and bit it again. "Hey, this bad habit can't be changed." Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong, and Hao Tong didn't dare to really use force. "I'll teach you a lesson." Hao Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped Hao Tong's butt hard. This action almost made Hao Tong cry. In front of so many people, Hao Chuan didn't give her any face. Tears flashed in her eyes and she was about to pounce on him. Tang Xi was really annoyed when she saw them fighting, and hurriedly stood in the middle to separate them. Hao Tong blinked and said, "Sister Xi, he bullied me. Is there any cousin like him? I don't have a cousin like you who loves to bite people." Hao Chuan did not avoid or give in, and directly retorted. If she is not taught a lesson, she will not be able to change her habit of biting people. The conversation between the two made many male students exclaim. Originally, the relationship between Hao Chuan and Hao Tong was unclear, and many students were worried that they were in an ambiguous relationship, but now they admit that they are just siblings. Does this mean that they still have a chance? However, they were obviously overthinking it, because before the boys had time to rejoice that Hao Chuan and Hao Tong were not a couple, another group of people had already come running over. A man with a bandaged arm came over with several student union cadres. This man was none other than Shenzhi. That day, he was beaten into the hospital by Hao Chuan and others. The people arranged by Xiao Wan took all the responsibility on themselves. Shenzhi was miserable and stayed in the hospital for several days, with no place to vent his anger. All he could think about was how to take revenge on Hao Chuan. He asked Song Lin for help, but Song Lin told him that Hao Chuan was very close to Mr. Lu and Mr. Song, so it was difficult to attack him. In fact, Song Lin clearly felt that Hao Chuan's suspicion of fake antiques was related to him. In addition, Mr. Song was also investigating fake antiques, so he focused all his attention on his own business and had no time to spare for the time being. Shenzhi had just been discharged from the hospital today when he saw Hao Chuan, Hao Tong, and Tang Xi parading around the school. He immediately became furious and walked up to Hao Chuan with his men. "Oh, the prince is getting well soon." Hao Chuan didn't take Shenzhi seriously. Many experiences have proved that Shenzhi is too shallow and not a powerful character. If he didn't have the support of the mayor, Hao Chuan would not bother to deal with such a person. "Hao Chuan, don't be complacent, let's slowly settle our accounts." Shenzhi suffered setbacks in front of Hao Chuan one after another, and finally made some progress. He knew that power alone could not scare people. "Take your time to figure it out. We're leaving first." Hao Chuan pulled Hao Tong and Tang Xi past Shenzhi and strode towards the school auditorium. "Who is that beautiful girl?" Shenzhi also noticed Hao Tong next to Hao Chuan. It would be strange if such a stunning beauty went unnoticed. "I heard that she seems to be Hao Chuan's cousin," someone next to him said to Shenzhi. "Cousin?" Shenzhi obviously didn't believe it. How could Hao Chuan have such a beautiful cousin? What a pity for such a beautiful girl. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. The people around Shenzhi came over and said, "This girl is prettier than the school beauty Tang." Shenzhi slapped the man in the face. Everyone present was stunned. Although Shenzhi was domineering, he was still the president of the student union with excellent character and academic performance. This was the first time he hit someone like this. Shenzhi was also stunned for a moment, but he did not regret it. On the contrary, he felt that he always lost to Hao Chuan before because he was too concerned about his face. To deal with a rogue like Hao Chuan, you have to be a little rogue. He stared at the man being beaten and shouted in a low voice, "No one can compare to Tang Xi, not even a celestial being. The more you can't get it, the more you think about it." Shenzhi, who is a playboy, has been chasing Tang Xi for so long that he has lost his patience. However, after Hao Chuan's interference, he has even more admiration for Tang Xi. This strong possessiveness makes the prince feel that he is in love. But the reality is cruel, the man next to Tang Xi is not him. Now even a blind man can see that Tang Xi and Hao Chuan have an unusual relationship. Shenzhi secretly thought, Hao Chuan's account can be settled slowly. The most important thing now is to let Tang Xi understand that Hao Chuan is not a good person, and let her stay away from Hao Chuan. Shenzhi, whose mind was originally filled with hatred, finally sobered up a little. How could he make Tang Xi hate him and leave Hao Chuan? Shenzhi immediately thought of several ways, which were impossible for the past Shenzhi to do, but the current Shenzhi was no longer the gentle prince of the past. Chapter 73 Charlie's Angels. Hao Chuan took Hao Tong and Tang Xi to the door of the auditorium. Before they entered, they heard a lot of noise and singing coming out from inside. But when the three of them reached the door, they were stopped again. The other party said without even looking up, "You can't come in. Only contestants can enter now." As they spoke, several students glanced at Hao Tong and Tang Xi and then walked in easily. These people were obviously not contestants. How can they get in? Hao Tong was not stupid. Didn't you say that only contestants can get in? They are helping behind the scenes. The student blocking the door didn't care. Then a few more female students holding drinks and snacks walked in, and even Tang Xi was a little angry. This was clearly aimed at them. "I'm going to report this to the school." Tang Xi threatened, "You're just using your power to take revenge on your own." That's right. The student at the door actually admitted, "The president said that anyone who has anything to do with Hao Chuan is not allowed in. Tables and benches, Lu Yunsheng, Lu Shan, Dongji, Rin Zhong, Zhao Yao, none of them are allowed in." Shenzhi has already made a list for Hao Chuan, and all the classmates who are close to Hao Chuan are on the blacklist. "I just don't believe that the teacher can't control you." Tang Xi pretended to complain. But the teacher was not moved at all. "It's no use talking to the principal. The president has the final say here." The students at the door were fearless. Hao Chuan and Shenzhi had already torn their relationship apart, and Shenzhi didn't want to pretend to be nice in front of the school leaders. He just couldn't get along with Hao Chuan, and it was useless to talk to anyone. "Didn't they say that only contestants can enter?" Hao Chuan laughed, "Then I'll sign up too." Hao Chuan didn't take the two students' harassment to heart. He didn't come here to see beauties. There were two beauties around him, and he just came here to relax with them. The registration deadline has come. The students at the door did not expect that Hao Chuan was not angry at all, but was smiling instead. "You have no say in this." Hao Chuan stood at the door, made several phone calls, and gave a few instructions. Then he pulled Hao Tong and Tang Xi to sit next to him, and he sat in the middle, with Hao Tong and Tang Xi sitting on his left and right. This scene of hugging each other attracted the attention of many people. Many male classmates gathered at the door and formed a group. Soon, the entrance was crowded. Hao Tong asked curiously, "What are you doing? If you don't allow us to enter, we won't enter. Let's go somewhere else. Don't sit here." Tang Xi was not used to being stared at by so many people. "Let's sit somewhere else. Why should we change places? Someone will come to invite us in when we bring it back," Hao Chuanji said proudly. He spoke confidently, and Tang Xi and Hao Tong were also half believing and half doubting. However, more and more people gathered at the door, making it very crowded. The student guarding the door thought Hao Chuan did this on purpose, so he strode over and said rudely, "Please sit somewhere else. Stay aside." Hao Chuan waved his hand, "Watch your door." This student was obviously very unhappy with Hao Chuan's attitude. He didn't know Hao Chuan's background yet, but Hao Chuan was the prince's sworn enemy. With the prince's support, he had nothing to be afraid of when dealing with him. "If you don't leave, I'm going to take action." He began to roll up his sleeves. Several students also stood up and prepared to drive Hao Chuan away. "You guys try to move one." Before Hao Chuan could say anything, Hao Tongxiang stood up and said with his hands on his hips, "We won't attack girls." The two students said with a gentlemanly and righteous manner, "Don't bite." Hao Chuan saw that Hao Tong was already angry and was baring his teeth, so he said slowly. Hao Tong let out a series of roars from his throat, and his horse grin made people angry and amused. However, Hao Chuan knew that Hao Tong was not someone who would easily joke. "Then don't blame us." Several students came over, rubbing their hands, with a lewd look on their faces. Anyway, anyone who has a relationship with Hao Chuan is the prince's enemy. When will I have the chance to get close to such a beauty? Isn't it now? Hao Tong, stop it. Tang Xi stood up and tried to stop her, but Hao Chuan held her back and said, "Let her go." Several students could no longer hold back and stretched out their obscene hands. But before their hands got close, Hao Tong threw them out with his shoulder, and then kicked out a male student who had not yet approached him. Hao Tong's movements were not very elegant and seemed to be completely unsystematic. However, he was very strong when he started fighting. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down several people. One student was obviously angry. How could he bear to be beaten so badly by a petite girl? This student obviously had some basic fighting skills. He actually found Hao Tong's weakness and sent his fist flying past Hao Tong's ear. Hao Tong also got angry and started biting. The student screamed, covered his arm, and jumped to the side. Tang Xi was watching with fear from the side. In her opinion, every time Hao Tong fought back, he just brushed against the blade, which was extremely dangerous. You are a person who doesn't know how to feel sorry for others. Tang Xi shook off Hao Chuan's hand and walked to Hao Tong. Hao Tong, are you okay? I'm fine. Hao Tong shook her head and unconsciously looked at Hao Chuan's expression. She was just angry, and she used her ultimate move like a conditioned reflex biting. Hao Chuan also stood up, but he didn't mean to blame Hao Tong. Instead, he frowned and said, "Your fighting posture is too ugly." Hao Chuan was too tired to complain. Hao Tong's fighting posture was like a human teddy bear, kicking his legs. Hao Tong seemed to have caught something insignificant. She crossed her arms and said, "What are you talking about?" She leaned close to Hao Chuan's ear and said, "I don't have any fighting skills yet." Hao Chuan suddenly realized, nodded, and whispered, "You performed well today, I will buy it for you when I go back." Tang Xi was angry and anxious. What kind of people are these two siblings? It seems that this is not the first time they have had a group fight. Hao Tong fights with others, and Hao Chuan not only does not stop them, but also seems to reward them. "Hao Tong, come over here." Tang Xi pulled Hao Tong to her side. "Look, what have you learned from this guy? How do girls fight?" The male students who fell to the ground knew that they were no match for Hao Tong. This girl was very good at hitting people, and the key was that she could bite people. However, they did not intend to let Hao Chuan and others go, so they formed a circle and blocked Hao Chuan. "If you hit someone, don't even think about leaving," a student union cadre shouted. Chapter 74. It's you again. It won't happen again. Last time, Hao Chuan just pushed and was falsely accused of fighting. Now it's a real fight, it's not exaggerated to the sky. "Don't talk nonsense, you were the ones who started it first." Tang Xi spoke for Hao Chuan. "Xi, forget it. You can't explain it to them." Hao Chuan held Tang Xi, "They beat me up if they said so." He turned around and looked at the few people and said, "You have to explain clearly how a little girl beat you up like this." Several people were speechless for a moment. It was really shameful to be beaten like this by a little girl. Who would dare to believe that a little girl who had no rules and beat randomly could knock several big and strong students to the ground? "You took action too." A student seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. "Don't say that casually." Hao Chuan looked around, everyone has seen it. The students around also started to make a noise. "We saw clearly that you were beaten by that beautiful girl. This body of tendons has grown in vain. How does it feel to be punched?" Several people blushed, but some quietly left, obviously to inform Shenzhi. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. Shenzhi would definitely take advantage of the situation and take the opportunity to harm Hao Chuan. Tang Xi pulled Hao Chuan's arm and whispered, "They've gone to call people, let's go call the teacher too." "Don't worry, the teacher will be here soon." Hao Chuan patted Tang Xi's shoulder. Sure enough, before Shenzhi arrived, several teachers arrived first. With so many people watching, the teachers realized that something big had happened. "What's going on?" A teacher walked through the crowd. "What are you doing here?" The student who was beaten stood up and pointed at Hao Chuan and said, "Teacher, we were counting the students coming and going at the entrance of the auditorium." Who knew that Hao Chuan was so arrogant and unreasonable that he insisted on breaking into the backstage and ordered others to beat us? The teacher was also angry. He looked at Hao Chuan and said, "It's you again. Do you know how much risk the school took for you last time? After all, Shenzhi is the mayor's son. He was beaten by a group of hooligans at school, and the school must give an explanation anyway. The mayor knows that his son, although he looks gentle on the surface, is actually a seedling of trouble." Over the years, Shenzhi's father, who was the mayor, had to clean up his mess many times. This time, Shenzhi was beaten up, and after a little inquiry, it was found that Shenzhi hired thugs to beat him up. Shenzhi was scolded by his father, who not only vented his anger for him, but also warned him to be honest in the future. Luya's family education was strict, but when Chenji's father came to him, he became much more lenient in educating Chenji. This is how a descendant of a famous car family became a useless person. Although the mayor did not punish the school leaders, those who flattered the mayor were clearly ignoring the school. The school's funding has been delayed this year, and the school leaders are anxious but helpless. They put all the blame on Hao Chuan. If they didn't know that Hao Chuan was a hidden rich man, they would have kicked him out of the school long ago. The king of hell wanted to close his eyes, but the little ghosts were still making trouble. Just after suppressing a fight, Hao Chuan started another one. Teacher, the public has sharp eyes. Hao Chuan said frankly, if you ask other students, you will know that I didn't even move a finger this time. The teacher walked up to a student who was watching suspiciously and asked, tell me, what happened just now? When the teacher was questioning the student, Shenzhi, who was wearing a bandage, also came over. He stood by without saying a word, his eyes fell on the student being questioned. The student couldn't help but shiver and said to the teacher, I didn't see it. The teacher went to ask another student, but the current situation was that whoever helped Hao Chuan would be Chenji's enemy. The reputation of the prince was no joke. The teacher asked 7 or 8 people in a row, and each of them made excuses saying they didn't know or saw it. Shenzhi stood by and winked at the people beside him. One student understood and raised his hand and shouted, Teacher, I saw it. Hao Tong and Tang Xi were still unaware, thinking that someone had finally appeared who was willing to speak up for justice, and they both gave him encouraging looks. The student was stunned for a moment, as he was struck by the electric shocks of 2 stunning beauties. The power of this was not something that most people could withstand. You say. The teacher's low roar made the student sober up a lot. Hao Chuan had already seen through everything from the side. He remained calm and waited to see what tricks Chenji could come up with. Teacher, I saw Hao Chuan deliberately picking a fight and hitting someone. As soon as he said this, the students couldn't help but cry out, he is taking revenge on the student union cadres. You're talking nonsense. Hao Tong jumped out and started to bite him. It's obviously you who are looking for trouble. Which department are you from? The teacher glared at Hao Tong, is it your turn to speak? Hao Chuan pulled Hao Tong aside and shook his head at her. Hao Tong didn't understand what he meant and asked, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Teacher, I can testify. Tang Xi stepped forward, it's not what he said. You can't testify. Before the teacher could speak, someone had already refuted Tang Xi, she is closest to Hao Chuan, she is protecting Hao Chuan. He and I are just friends. Tang Xi defended, we are just friends. She emphasized it twice in a row, which seemed to be a bit of a cover-up. Hao Chuan's mouth curled up, thinking, school beauty Tang, it seems that there is already a place for me in your heart. Stop arguing, the teacher shouted. Let the person involved speak. The teacher's words clearly showed that he was leaning towards the student who was beaten. The school was already very dissatisfied with Hao Chuan, so how could they possibly side with him at this time? Several students who had been beaten stood up and said something one after another, insisting that it was Hao Chuan and Hao Tong who had done the beating. Hao Chuan, do you have anything else to say? The teacher looked at Hao Chuan as if he had just won a great victory. I have nothing to say. Hao Chuan spread his hands and said indifferently, Teacher, if you insist on believing one-sided words, I can't do anything about it. We'll talk about your matter later. The teacher looked at his watch, obviously absent-minded, wait for me to deal with it. The teacher waved his hand and said to the students around him, Go away. Go away. Tang Xi wanted to plead with the teacher, but Hao Chuan held her back and said, Don't worry, someone will come to beg us later. Then he took Tang Xi and Hao Tong and were about to leave. Several teachers dismissed the students and gathered together to discuss. It turned out that they had just received a call. An anonymous rich man decided to donate a large sum of money to the school, saying that it was to support the school's development. This matter was much more important than dealing with Hao Chuan. Chapter 75 Big Money Sponsor. The teacher received a call and rushed over to meet the anonymous donor, but he waited and waited but no one showed up. Tang Xi and Hao Tong followed Hao Chuan to the side. Tang Xi said to Hao Chuan, Let's go to the teacher and beg for mercy. Maybe they will show leniency. Hao Chuan nodded mechanically, obviously absent-minded. You're about to graduate, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Tang Xi was anxious and angry, why are you like this? Why beg for mercy? Those people are obviously in collusion. Hao Tong was still indignant, what a crappy school, let's go. Don't be angry yet, let's wait a moment. Hao Chuan said to the 2 girls with a smile. Waiting for what? Wait for someone to come and beg us. Hao Chuan winked at Tang Xi. Tang Xi and Hao Tong were even more confused. But before they could ask clearly, Shenzhi came up again. I didn't expect that. Shenzhi said sarcastically, no one will help you this time. I don't have time for you. Hao Chuan said unhappily, go wherever you want to be. You? Shenzhi felt greatly insulted. He suddenly realized that he was never worth mentioning in Hao Chuan's eyes. He took a deep breath and continued, I wonder how long you can remain arrogant. As they were talking, Su Jie hurried into the school, but he did not see Hao Chuan. Instead, he walked straight to several teachers. Several people talked to Su Jie in a low voice, and the teachers were respectful, almost flattering. Su Jie was arranged by Hao Chuan. He had a fortune of 100 million yuan to spend, and he wanted to donate part of it to the school. It was a good thing that he could accomplish a small goal and gain a good reputation at the same time. He just thought of it on a whim. However, what he didn't expect was what happened next. Shenzhi's people wanted to make trouble for Hao Chuan, and the teacher also wanted to make trouble for Hao Chuan, but Hao Chuan pretended not to know. He thought, let's see if you can still maintain a high profile later. The teacher was talking to Su Jie, calling him Assistant Su all the time, and was even more respectful and polite than when meeting a senior leader. There was nothing they could do, the school was short of money, and the other party's donation was 10 million. The principal would do anything to keep such a big sponsor. Several teachers received a death order from the principal to receive this sponsor well. At this moment, the principal was busy tidying up the office, preparing to receive the financial sponsor. Assistant Su, is it time for your boss to arrive? A teacher asked carefully. Didn't our boss arrive a long time ago? Su Jie was also confused. Hao Chuan called him and only asked him to donate to the school. Su Jie didn't know anything else. Are we there? Where are we? The teacher became nervous. If the sponsor saw the little commotion at the door of the auditorium, it would have a very bad impact. Su Jie then remembered and looked around for Hao Chuan. He turned around and finally found Hao Chuan with his sharp eyes. Su Jie walked towards Hao Chuan quickly, and several teachers also noticed that Hao Chuan had not gone far. They rushed to Hao Chuan before Su Jie and said, why are you still here? We have nothing to say to you. You can only be expelled in your situation, leave now. The teacher just wanted to get rid of Hao Chuan as soon as possible to prevent him from making trouble in front of the sponsor. Tang Xi and Hao Tong were immediately angered by the teacher's attitude. Tang Xi said, Teacher, Hao Chuan has not been expelled yet, why can't he be in school? Hao Chuan's situation is special. The teacher glared at Tang Xi, if he doesn't leave, I'll call security. If they tell us to leave, then let's go. Hao Chuan shrugged and said indifferently. He was waiting for someone just now, but now he's leaving. Hao Chuan's abnormal attitude gave Tang Xi some clues. Then she saw Su Jie coming over. Tang Xi had seen this man before, and she immediately understood something. This Hao Chuan was indeed not someone who would swallow his anger. Hao Chuan was about to leave, and Su Jie hurriedly took a few steps. Two teachers quickly stopped him and explained, Assistant Su, it's okay. It's just a social person who accidentally broke into the school. We will let him go immediately. Social personnel? Su Jie was even more confused. He had known that Hao Chuan was a student at Shanghai University. But what was going on now? Boss! Su Jie called hurriedly. The two teachers were stunned, thinking that the financial sponsor had just arrived, and looked around quickly. But Su Jie walked past the two teachers, walked in front of Hao Chuan, and said respectfully, Boss, I have arranged it. Do you want to keep a low profile for this donation? Or hold a ceremony? The two teachers were stunned, and then they suddenly realized that the sponsor they had been waiting for was Hao Chuan. I think we should put the donation issue on hold for now. Hao Chuan sighed and shook his head, I am no longer a student at Shanghai University. Arrange a car for me, and I will leave in advance. Su Jie looked at the teacher, then at Hao Chuan, and finally realized something. Hao Chuan asked him to arrange a car, and he immediately nodded and said, Boss, if you don't mind, take my car first. As Su Jie said this, he led Hao Chuan to leave. Hao Tong walked in front of them, looking back at the two stunned teachers, and strode forward. The two teachers looked at each other, unable to recover for a long time. But seeing that the sponsor was about to leave and the principal's instructions were about to fall through, they could not sit still. The two of them took 2 steps at a time and walked quickly to Hao Chuan, blocking his way. Hao Chuan. No, Boss Hao, please stay. A teacher said incoherently. Oh, I'm a social idler and can't stay in school for too long. Hao Chuan winked and Su Jia quickly pushed the teacher away. The two teachers were even more afraid to let Hao Chuan go. If he left now, wouldn't the 10 million donations also go down the drain? If this crime was brought, they would all suffer. The two teachers quickly passed Su Jia and ran to Hao Chuan and said, Boss Hao, Student Hao, how can you be a social idler? You are the elite and role model of our school. Hao Chuan remained silent, folding his arms and looking unhappy. Now you know how to ask for help, but when you chased me away just now, weren't you very righteous? Student Tang Xi, please help speak up, a teacher pleaded with Tang Xi. Teacher, even if he is an ordinary student, you can't do this and let him come and go as he pleases. Tang Xi was also a little annoyed at the speed at which these teachers changed their expressions. Chapter 76 Singing Contest. In just a few minutes, the situation suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Looking at Su Jia's respectful appearance in front of Hao Chuan, the teachers who were just so proud of themselves felt like a hard slap in the face. But thinking about the 10 million yuan in donations, the teachers had to slap themselves in the face and shamelessly continue to plead with Hao Chuan. However, not to mention Hao Chuan, even Tang Xi didn't buy it. Even though these teachers were eloquent in class, they stuttered at this moment and didn't know how to start. You look at me, I look at you, and we are filled with regret. If they miss out on this 10 million yuan in donations, I'm afraid they will not have any good consequences. What are you all standing here for? Why don't you go in and start the game, or wait for gold to fall from the sky? Just when several teachers were in trouble, a group of people came over in a mighty manner, and the leader was Shenzhi. This singing competition was basically his main event, just to make Tang Xi happy. He even prepared a special program, hoping to win Tang Xi over in one fell swoop. In order to avoid being disturbed by outsiders, especially Hao Chuan, he specifically instructed that Hao Chuan and his close classmates be kept outside the door. He came here excitedly, especially when he saw the icy beauty Tang Xi from afar, which made him extremely happy. Unexpectedly, when he got closer, he saw Hao Chuan standing next to Tang Xi. Together with the cousin who suddenly appeared, it seemed like Hao Chuan was hugging people on both sides. Shenzhi was immediately furious. What are these irrelevant idlers and unemployed people doing here? Are they here to serve as negative examples for others? If being able to make money is a negative example, then I think there is no point in learning this, right? Seeing Shenzhi coming over, Hao Chuan deliberately moved closer to Tang Xi, sneered, and said, Could it be that people like the prince who take advantage of others' power to do evil are positive examples? You! Shenzhi wanted to say something to Hao Chuan, but he was outmaneuvered. His expression darkened and he said, There is no place for you in the singing competition here. Please go back. Oh? Hao Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, In that case, we'd better obey your orders. As he said this, under the anxious gazes of several teachers, he pulled Hao Tong and Tang Xi and was about to leave. Although the teachers were unwilling in their hearts, they did not dare to offend Shenzhi. The mayor's beloved son almost held the lifeline of the school's funds in his hands. If they provoked him, they would not get any benefits. The teachers, caught in the middle, could only watch from the sidelines without saying a word. No! Just as Yiluan turned around, Shenzhi suddenly stopped the three of them and pointed at Tang Xi and said, Xi is the main participant in this singing competition. How can she leave? Hey! Are you crazy? Are you going out to take medicine? One moment you ask us to leave, and the next moment you want us to stay. You are crazy. Tang Xi looked a little strange. Before Hao Chuan could speak, Hao Tong took the lead and roared at Shenzhi, gritting his teeth from time to time, as if he was afraid that he would not be able to help but leave a clear tooth mark on Shenzhi. Who are you? You're not from our school, are you? Then this has nothing to do with you. Shenzhi looked at the aggressive Hao Tong, and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Although he couldn't tell what the feeling was, he simply thought that this woman was not easy to mess with. He subconsciously waved his hands, hoping to drive away this plague god Hao Chuan as soon as possible. However, he never expected that after hearing this, Hao Tong's face became even uglier. She snorted coldly, and a low angry roar came faintly from her throat. If Hao Chuan had not been here, she would have rushed out to let Shenzhi see the majestic posture of roaring skydog. Your Highness is really joking. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, stepped forward, and stood in front of Tang Xi, looked at Shenzhi and said with a smile, Since the contestants of the singing competition cannot leave, then I am qualified to enter, right? Ha! Just you? Can you sing? Shenzhi looked at Hao Chuan with disdain and spoke with disdain. In his opinion, someone like Hao Chuan could only howl a few times in a karaoke room and was not presentable enough, let alone participate in a singing competition. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Shenzhi's mind, and he sneered, "However, since you were so sincere, I will make an exception and let you participate as well, even if it can be the last commemoration of leaving school." As soon as the words fell, several teachers thought there was something wrong with their ears. Did Shenzhi really say those words just now? With his narrow-mindedness, how could he be so magnanimous to Hao Chuan? Although they didn't know the reason, they were very happy. At least, Hao Chuan stayed and there was still hope for the donations. "I hope you work hard and don't let me down for my kindness to you." Shenzhi patted Hao Chuan on the shoulder and said nothing more. He strode into the venue. Even Tang Xi was a little confused and couldn't understand what Shenzhi was trying to do. However, this scene fell into Hao Chuan's eyes, and he was extremely clear about it. Just as Shenzhi guessed, Hao Chuan's singing could only be described in one sentence: it would not stop until it was shocking. There is no doubt that others sing for money, but he sings for his life. Every time he goes to sing with a group of brothers, he almost always drinks and listens to the songs. Shenzhi is different. Born into a privileged family, he has been good at playing guitar since he was young. He even joined the guitar club when he entered university. He is indeed very talented in music. I heard that he has won several awards in the city. Although I don't know how true it is, it at least proves this guy's strength. This time, this guy was kind enough to let Hao Chuan participate in the singing competition as well, but he definitely had no good intentions. With this in mind, Hao Chuan called Su Jia over and gave him a few instructions. Su Jia nodded repeatedly and left. The teachers who were watching him almost caught up with him. However, when they saw Hao Chuan was still here, they wanted to say a few words, but Hao Chuan didn't give them a chance at all. Holding a beautiful woman in each hand, he strode into the venue, leaving behind a few teachers who looked at each other helplessly, sighed, and also walked in. Since Tang Xi and Hao Chuan were both contestants, the three of them sat down in the front row of the venue. The singing competition gradually began, and two beautiful hosts dressed in glamorous clothes strode forward and announced the start of the singing competition. After a brief explanation of the rules, the first contestant made a brilliant appearance. Dressed in a glutinous white hanfu, he immediately became a beautiful sight. Chapter 77, Courtship Scene. As the girl in hanfu came on stage, the audience immediately burst into applause, and there were even a few whistles. In this school where there are more wolves than meat, girls can always attract cheers, not to mention this lowly type girl who can sing and dance well. She is simply full of temptation. Hao Chuan just raised his eyes slightly and took a look. He didn't even hear clearly what song the girl was singing. Most of the time he was basically looking for suitable singing skills in the system interface. Now he is not only a rich man in his life, but also proud of himself in the system. Compared with the embarrassment of having only 10 points at the beginning, the feeling is different now that he has more than 100 points. The next contestant is our ice goddess, Tang Xi. Welcome everyone. While Hao Chuan was absent-mindedly looking through the system skills, the singing competition had already reached Tang Xi's stage. Feeling the person next to him stand up, Hao Chuan temporarily regained his concentration, smiled at Tang Xi, and watched her go on stage. As the goddess came on stage, the venue burst into thunderous applause. Although everyone had heard about the news about the Ice Beauty and Hao Chuan, it could not change these people's admiration for Tang Xi. After all, she was a rare campus goddess. I wonder how many people's dream lover was her. Hao Chuan has long been accustomed to this. He has more than 100 love rivals, not to mention those wolves who simply have a crush on him or are starving. With a thought, he secretly communicated with the system and exchanged 10 points for a skill called Heavenly Sound. Although 10 points seemed a bit expensive, this skill did not seem so simple. There was also a unique little plus sign around it. Hao Chuan, who already had some understanding of the system, knew very well that this thing meant it could be upgraded. The sound of nature, as the name suggests, is an extremely pleasant sound. If it continues to be upgraded, it may not only be described as pleasant, but there may be unexpected gains. After activating the sound of nature, which has 12 hours of usage time, Hao Chuan felt relieved and set his eyes on the stage. At this time, Tang Xi had just prepared her things, a guzheng. It's interesting. A smile appeared on Hao Chuan's lips. He didn't expect that Tang Xi could actually play the guzheng. However, thinking about the wise appearance of Grandma Tang, it was not surprising that the little granddaughter she raised could play the guzheng. At this moment, not far away, Shenzhi was looking at Hao Chuan with a gloomy expression on his face and a sinister light flashing in his eyes. You overestimate yourself, I'll let you know what real music is in a moment. On the other hand, Hao Chuan seemed to have never heard of it. His eyes were always fixed on Tang Xi and Taishan. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if savoring the music like a gurgling stream. The clear and melodious singing like a lark also came along. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was so moved by the singing that they could not bear to make any sound to interrupt it. Tang Xi truly deserves the title of goddess, and Xu Marin is even more beautiful. Good. When the song ended, Hao Chuan stood up and applauded, breaking the silence of the venue. Then, thunderous applause spread out. Amidst such cheers, Tang Xi gracefully returned to sit next to Hao Chuan. Although there was only a faint smile on her face, no one knew that her heart could not help but get excited when Hao Chuan suddenly stood up and applauded. Even she herself found it hard to believe why she cared so much about Hao Chuan's opinion. The girl who pretended to be stupid ultimately underestimated the seed of love, which grew much faster than she had imagined. Sister Shichi, you are awesome. Hao Lianlian on the side praised, but Hao Chuan rolled his eyes. This system's dog can understand music? Host, please stop underestimating me. The strength of this system is far beyond your imagination. Suddenly, the voice of the system came to his ears, which scared Hao Chuan. Fortunately, he was used to it, so he complained a few words in his mind and didn't think about it anymore. During this period of time, the host had calmed down the atmosphere at the scene. After praising Tang Xi, he read out the name of the next contestant. Shenzhi. The prince had already made arrangements and arranged for him to be Tang Xi's next performance. Everything was ready. Only Shenzhi knew the real purpose of this singing competition. As the host finished his announcement, Shenzhi came on stage with a guitar hanging from his shoulder. After a few simple greetings, he got to the point of his speech. Today's song is not only for the competition, but also for my goddess, the beautiful Tang Xi. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue was filled with excitement, and soon, applause broke out. Almost everyone knows that the prince is deeply in love with Tang Xi. Even a fool can see the deep meaning of the song he sang at this time. The accompaniment slowly sounded, and it was indeed a popular love song. Shenzhi was obviously well prepared, and with his good musical foundation, he was quite charming with his guitar, which made many girls scream. Good. However, this song was not dedicated to them, and Tang Xi did not even raise her head, but lowered her head to whisper to Hao Tong. While listening to Hao Tong's slander of Shenzhi, she could not help but hear a few faint laughs. Looking at this scene, Hao Chuan suddenly felt a little pity for the prince. He really had the spirit of a cockroach. It's a pity that Xiaoqiang is just a cockroach after all, while brother Hao is a giant dragon that is about to soar into the sky. I love you, Tang Xi. A few minutes later, after the song was over, Shenzhi suddenly threw the guitar behind him and shouted in the direction of Tang Xi. The venue suddenly became quiet, and then there was a burst of cheers. Chi, will you be my girlfriend? A younger brother had already delivered a bouquet of bright red roses to Shenzhi, and love songs were played in the venue to suit the occasion. Promise him. Promise him. Even the people who set the pace were arranged. The so-called singing competition was just a show arranged by Shenzhi. Everyone's purpose was just for this moment. He walked up to Tang Xi and handed her a bunch of roses, which made many girls' eyes sparkle. They even wished they could switch places with Tang Xi. Achoo! At this moment, Hao Chuan suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason, disrupting the beautiful and harmonious atmosphere. Shenzhi's face suddenly turned ugly. Hao Chuan, did you do this on purpose? No, I'm just allergic to pollen. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, but secretly gave a look to Hao Tong, who immediately understood and jumped out of his seat. The next moment, sharp screams resounded throughout the venue. Chapter 78, Heavenly Sounds. Ah! Suddenly, Hao Tong jumped up like a cheetah and pounced on Shenzhi's arm with lightning speed. His sharp canine teeth immediately brought out a few spots of blood, and a sharp scream echoed instantly. Shenzhi took several steps back, not caring about the rose in his hand at all. He hurriedly covered Mimi's bleeding arm, his face full of fear, and his eyes fixed on Hao Tong, as if he was afraid that she would do it again. The sudden change made everyone in the venue confused and they didn't know what to say. No one had expected that the beautiful girl brought by Hao Chuan would say something hurtful, and it was obvious that it was not just a simple act of coquettishness. However, they didn't know that if Hao Chuan hadn't been concerned about not letting her bite anyone, Hao Tong might have torn off one of Chenji's arms. Hao Chuan, what's wrong with your sister? Is she born in the year of the dog? After several people bandaged it in a hurry, Chenji's arm was finally healed temporarily. His face changed and he pointed at Hao Chuan and started cursing. Oh. Your Highness is really smart. I advise you to get a shot of rabies serum right away. Otherwise, you might turn into a mad dog. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, not looking angry at all. Even Hao Tong just snorted and bared his teeth at Chenji, scaring him so much that he stepped back repeatedly. You guys. Chenji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hao Chuan. He stood up and looked around the venue, then said with a smile, Prince, should we continue with the singing competition? After all, it's not easy for everyone to come here, right? Without noticing, Hao Chuan had quietly activated this sound of nature. For a moment, his originally rough voice became full of magnetism and addictive. Even those girls who had developed a crush on Chenji because of his sudden courtship were all attracted by Hao Chuan's voice. That's right. Soon, countless people responded, including many students who had previously supported the Crown Prince Chenji, who also switched sides. Some girls even screamed loudly, "We want to hear Hao Chuan sing." With such a magnetic voice, it is hard to imagine how touching the song's son will be. My lord, this is what everyone wants. Chenji still didn't know why these guys suddenly changed sides and supported Hao Chuan. What was even more incomprehensible was that for a moment, even he vaguely felt that Hao Chuan's voice was very pleasant. Am I dreaming? Please move aside, I'm about to go on stage. However, Hao Chuan ignored Chenji's thoughts, pushed him away, and strode towards the stage. Previously, in order to let Hao Chuan, a tone-deaf person, serve as a foil to himself, Chenji specially arranged the order of the three people together. He thought that after Tang Xi accepted him, he would take advantage of the situation to ridicule Hao Chuan severely and crush him completely. But I never expected that it would end like this. Boom! Seeing that Hao Chuan finally appeared on the stage, there was unexpectedly thunderous applause in the venue, which was very harsh to Chenji's ears. What made him even more angry was that Tang Xi, who had been ignoring him before, was now excited along with that crazy cousin Hao Tong. Snort! Chenji tightly grasped the water bottle in his hand and said in a low roar, Hao Chuan, let's wait and see. I want to see what performance you, a tone-deaf person, can achieve. Thank you all for your kindness. I dedicate this song to my girlfriend, Goddess Tang Xi. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, with a playful look on his face. He seemed to have not noticed Chenji's expression, which was almost pale with anger. Instead, he looked at Tang Xi, whose pretty face was slightly flushed, and nodded, saying, I hope she likes it. Almost the same words, but with some changes in details, coupled with Hao Chuan's heavenly sound skill. At this moment, there was not a trace of jealousy in the venue, only strong excitement. After everyone's long anticipation, Hao Chuan's song finally began. The gentle love song, like the sound of flowing wine cups or the gurgling stream, slowly spread through everyone's hearts. There was no noise in the entire venue, only Hao Chuan's singing, which spread to every corner. Many girls even had tears in their eyes as they stared at Hao Chuan on the stage. It seemed as if stars were twinkling in their eyes, filled with admiration and respect. Even the ice goddess Tang Xi is not immune to this. Looking at Hao Chuan on the stage at this moment, Tang Xi suddenly felt a little dazed. From the time she met Hao Chuan until now, they seemed to have experienced all the ups and downs in the world. Looking at that tall and graceful figure, somewhere in her heart was touched faintly. This song is especially dedicated to me. Faintly, a sense of pride slowly passed through her heart. At this moment, Hao Chuan's heart was also full of surprises. Just when the song reached its climax, a prompt suddenly popped up in the system. Congratulations to the host for increasing his charm value. He took a quick look at the charm value progress bar and found that it had reached 35. Although it was still far from 100, Hao Chuan was already very satisfied. Judging from the current situation, this charm value of 35 was enough to attract a group of girls. From today on, Brother Hao will also be a charming man who is loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom wherever he goes. When the song ended, the whole audience was silent for a moment, and then was drowned in thunderous applause. Almost everyone stood up, and some of the more open-minded girls even shouted, Hao Chuan, I love you, in a bold declaration. Thank you all for your kindness, but I already have a little wife at home. Hao Chuan grinned, strode to Tang Xi, raised his hand and skillfully grabbed the goddess' wrist, put it to his mouth and kissed it gently, and said gentlemanly, Goddess, be my girlfriend? There was no fragrance of flowers, no embellishment of music, just a simple kiss, but it was far better than what Shenzhi had just said. The cheers in the venue seemed to be about to lift the roof off. Promise him. Marry him. Tang Xi's pretty face turned slightly red. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She even forgot to take back the hand that Hao Chuan had grabbed. Hey, why are you singing such an ugly song? Do you want to kidnap Sister Shichi? Of course, not everyone will be affected by Hao Chuan's heavenly sound skill. Hao Tong, the dog that came out of the system, is immune to it, so she was lucky enough to listen to the entire original love song. Fortunately, she managed to survive. However, her argument had no effect, and in an instant, everything was drowned out by the noisy cheers. However, what was drowned out was not only Hao Tong's argument, but also the inner roar of Shenzhi, who had an extremely ugly expression. Chapter 79 Donation Ceremony. Seeing the noisy atmosphere in the venue, Tang Xi's pretty face was covered with an embarrassment. Hao Chuan said nothing more. He smiled slightly and waved his hand. The cheers that had been coming one after another suddenly quieted down. Thank you all for your kindness. In order to repay my alma mater for giving me this opportunity to meet my goddess, I decided to take this opportunity to donate some money to my alma mater. As soon as he finished speaking, loud applause rang out again in the venue. Even several teachers breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stood up and applauded, their faces full of excitement. Today's mission is finally completed. I hope that part of this money can be used as scholarships to help poorer students, so that they won't be looked down upon by some arrogant and domineering students. As soon as Hao Chuan finished speaking, Shenzhi almost wanted to jump up and curse, but after thinking about it, he held back. It was obvious that Hao Chuan did this on purpose. As long as he dared to jump out, it would be tantamount to confessing himself. He would have no choice but to admit it. With the last bit of his rationality, Shenzhi suppressed the impulse. Hao Chuan looked at Shenzhi, who was struggling, and smiled secretly in his heart, but he didn't care too much. He just wanted to deliberately piss this guy off. His important task at this time was to spend money. A 100 million yuan squandering task is not something that can be spent casually. Thank you, Hao Chuan, you said it very well. Noticing Hao Chuan's look, a teacher stood up hurriedly, walked to the stage and praised Hao Chuan. Shenzhi in the audience felt uncomfortable, but did not dare to stand up and say anything more. Hao Chuan came here to donate money. If he ruined the matter so blatantly, even his father, the mayor, would be helpless. All he could do now was to endure it. Fortunately, good news has gradually come from Songlin, and Hao Chuan's proud days will not last too long. When the time comes, I will repay you all at once. No, I will repay you double. Oops, I'm late. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Under the gaze of everyone, a slightly fat figure, accompanied by several teachers, hurriedly walked into the hall and went straight to the stage. Why is the principal here too? Shenzhi's expression sank. He did not expect that a teacher would even call the principal over. However, he overlooked the fact that the 10 million that Hao Chuan wanted to donate was exactly what the principal desired. Wow, the principal is pretty fast. Hao Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, not looking particularly welcoming, which made the principal's expression stiffen and look a little ugly, but he couldn't say much, so he could only laugh dryly and said, Student Hao Chuan is really a role model for many students in our school. He is a rare business tycoon, and now he is even more charitable in supporting his alma mater. It really makes us ashamed. The principal was worthy of being the principal. After a generous speech, he praised Hao Chuan so much that he even felt a little embarrassed. On behalf of all the teachers and students in the school, I would like to thank Hao Chuan for his generous donation. Well, principal, I haven't finished speaking yet. As soon as the principal finished speaking, Hao Chuan smiled slightly, patted the principal on the shoulder and spoke, which made the latter very embarrassed. According to the normal procedure, Hao Chuan only needed to leave a check and the matter would be resolved satisfactorily. Unexpectedly, Hao Chuan did not play by the rules. But thinking about the 10 million yuan in funding, the principal couldn't say much. He could only smile and find a way out. Next, let's invite our classmate Hao Chuan to speak. Please applaud and welcome him. The crowd didn't pay much attention to what the people on the stage said or did. They just gave sparse applause in response to the principal's words. The atmosphere was not as enthusiastic as the one created by Hao Chuan singing just now, which made the principal quite embarrassed. He grinned at Hao Chuan and stood aside obediently. Hao Chuan didn't mind. He walked straight to the front of the stage, cleared his throat, and said, I just mentioned the scholarship. The principal should have heard about this matter. I hope it can be properly handled and will not fall into the pockets of certain people in power. The style of using power to enrich oneself cannot be rampant in the school, right? As if it was just unintentional, when Hao Chuan said this, he specifically glanced at Shenzhi, the vice president of the student union, and without waiting for the latter to glare back angrily, he set his eyes on the principal. The principal knew what Hao Chuan meant, so he just smiled and nodded without expressing any opinion. But I feel like this scholarship should have a name. This is naturally up to Hao Chuan's decision. How about naming it after Hao Chuan? How about calling it the Hao Chuan Scholarship? A teacher, instructed by the principal, stepped forward with a shameless face and spoke with a smile. No. Who would have thought that the smiling teacher would be rejected by Hao Chuan? He set his sights on Tang Xi and said with a smile, in order to thank my alma mater for giving me the opportunity to meet the iceberg goddess, why not name it after the iceberg goddess Tang Xi and call it the Tang Scholarship? Ah, good. 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 Several teachers were also stunned, looking at each other in confusion, but suddenly they received a look from the principal and quickly cheered, saying, let's follow Hao Chuan's suggestion. The Tang Scholarship will definitely become the most honorable scholarship in our school. This is a check for 10 million. Please keep it carefully, principal. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, looked at Shenzhi, whose face turned pale with anger, and raised his hand to take out the check folder from his pocket, signed a check and handed it to the principal. Looking at the long string of zeros, the principal felt a little dizzy and was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He held Hao Chuan's hand and said a lot of words, most of which Hao Chuan didn't understand, such as thank you. There was a thunderous applause from the audience, not only for Hao Chuan, but also for his implicit expression. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Hao Chuan's behavior was enough to make him donate money for Tang Xi. Spending a fortune for the woman you love is an act that not only makes many girls fall in love with you, but also makes many boys yearn for it. Of course, some are happy while others are sad. The faces of Shenzhi and others were extremely ugly, as if there was a fly stuck in their throats, which they could neither swallow nor spit out. They felt very uncomfortable. The singing competition was originally arranged for Tang Xi to confess her love, but unexpectedly, the confession was indeed accomplished, but the protagonist was replaced by Hao Chuan, as if all the efforts were for Hao Chuan's benefit. Hao Chuan, we're not done yet. Looking at Hao Chuan, who was full of pride on the stage, Shenzhi clenched his fists, and a hint of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 80, Crazy Shopping. As Hao Chuan signed the check, the donation ceremony was over. The principal and several teachers thanked Hao Chuan and left with satisfaction. Hao Chuan stayed, although everyone was not interested in the following singing competition. It is really hard to imagine that there are more beautiful singing voices than those of Tang Xi and Hao Chuan. I was just doing my job and continuing to watch the fun. However, for Shenzhi, the following singing competition made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking at Hao Chuan and Tang Xi sitting together in the front row, he felt indescribable discomfort and the hatred in his heart became stronger. Time passed slowly in the singing, and finally, with the host's voice, the curtain came down. Hao Chuan became the champion without a doubt, followed by Tang Xi and Shenzhi. Although he was able to go on stage at the same time as Tang Xi, anyone could see that Shenzhi's ugly face was obviously full of dissatisfaction, especially when he saw Hao Chuan whispering with Tang Xi from time to time, which made him even more furious. Hao Chuan, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Shenzhi was filled with anger and held back his temper until the end of the singing competition with a gloomy face. He then quickly left the venue, not wanting to stay any longer. He only wanted to meet Song Lin as soon as possible and think about how to make Hao Chuan look bad. Hao Chuan didn't pay any attention to Shenzhi's thoughts. He thought he was just a petty and self-righteous guy. Hao Chuan didn't take him seriously at all. In comparison, it would be better for him to spend more time with Tang Xi. Maybe he could get more points and win her heart. Compared to this kind of thing that kills two birds with one stone, competing with Shenzhi is simply a waste of time. Even if you have money, you wouldn't spend it like this, right? On the way out of the school, Tang Xi suddenly said this for no reason, which made Yiluan stunned at first. Then he smiled slightly, leaned close to Tang Xi's ear, and whispered with a smile, "Are you trying to control my wallet?" Tang Xi's pretty face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. She knew what Hao Chuan meant by this pun. Adding on the fact that a scholarship was specially named after her, she felt a little depressed for a moment and didn't know what to say. In fact, she herself has vaguely discovered that although she doesn't know when it started, a certain place in her heart has already completely belonged to Hao Chuan. However, she was almost unaccustomed to interacting with others and didn't know how to start the conversation. Snort! Just when Hao Chuan was secretly happy about Tang Xi's transformation, a light snort that destroyed the harmony suddenly reached his ears. Then he saw Hao Tong pulling Tang Xi over, without even looking at Hao Chuan, and said, "Sister Xi, don't worry about him. Anyway, he has too much money. Let's go shopping." "Yeah, okay." Tang Xi, who already had a special affinity for Hao Tong, naturally would not refuse, and she could also take the opportunity to avoid Hao Chuan's questions, so why not do it? Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong fiercely, but the latter walked towards the road without looking back. Hao Chuan had no choice but to follow closely behind him and act as a porter responsible for paying the bill. Everything was just as Hao Chuan had expected. With the experience from last time and the presence of Tang Xi, Hao Tong felt like a fish in water. After shopping for a while, he almost moved the mall back home. Not only the shopping guides, but even Tang Xi were stunned. If she hadn't seen Hao Chuan nodding, Tang Xi would never have bought so many clothes and cosmetics. Think about it, she had saved as much as possible in order to save money for her grandmother's medical treatment, so how could she be so extravagant? However, Tang Xi felt like a princess for the first time, and it seemed pretty good. It is said that shopping is a scary thing for women, and the fact proves that it is indeed so. Before you know it, the lights are on and the night covers the city. The dazzling night view gives you a feeling of being intoxicated and dreamy. Hao Chuan took some time to take a look at the system statistics. The results of the afternoon were still very impressive. Excluding the 10 million donated, it seemed that more than 10 million were spent in the afternoon. If he could continue to maintain this trend, it would not be impossible to complete the task. The point is that after just 2 shopping trips, he almost emptied out the 2 shopping malls. Thinking about the situation in the antique shop before, Yiluan decisively gave up this idea. There are so many places to spend money, it would be a waste to use it all to buy clothes. Knowing how to spend money does not mean squandering money. He contacted a luxurious hotel early and took Tang Xi and Hao Tong there for a big meal. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Tang Xi was a little worried that it would be too wasteful. However, when she saw how much Hao Tong ate, she immediately felt that Hao Chuan's decision was absolutely right. This seemingly slim little girl's appetite is comparable to that of an elephant. Even Hao Chuan is a little confused. To put it bluntly, this girl is just a dog, so why does she eat so ferociously? But considering how perverted the system is, it is understandable to have a pet that is equally perverted. Food intake is almost directly proportional to strength. It is difficult for the host to understand with his IQ. Pets are not just for show. They are bodyguards prepared by the system to prevent the host from being too useless. Please do not waste resources. The system seemed to see through Yiluan's thoughts and sounded a voice in his mind at the right time. Just when Hao Chuan was about to retort, the system forced him to hold back the second half of the sentence. If the system detects that the host is not in compliance with the rules, it will immediately deprive the host of all existing abilities and give him a bloody disaster. Ashiba. After cursing inwardly, Hao Chuan suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. But thinking about it, what the system said was absolutely correct. It is indeed time to give Hao Tong some fighting skills. It is not enough to just know how to bite people. If he uses it too much and is studied thoroughly by others, it will be difficult to deal with him. One trick doesn't necessarily mean you can be successful everywhere. I'll take you home. Looking at the 2 women who were well fed and satisfied, Hao Chuan collected his thoughts, stood up with a smile, but his hand quietly sent a message on the phone in his pocket. Good. Tang Xi didn't think anything of it and nodded. Just as she and Hao Tong walked out of the hotel door, they heard a loud bang and stopped involuntarily. Boom! 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 The sound showed no sign of stopping, and under the peaceful night sky, brilliant fireworks suddenly exploded. The beautiful fireworks illuminated the entire city and also Tang Xi's pretty face. What a nice view! Do you like it? Hao Chuan smiled slightly, pointed at a bunch of fireworks that had just exploded in the sky and spoke with a smile. The fireworks dispersed, leaving behind a large English letter that stood out in the sky. Love. Chapter 81, Sharing a Bed? Everyone says that good times are short-lived, and this is indeed true. Hao Chuan now deeply understands this. The dazzling fireworks at night were the perfect opportunity to stir the heart of a beautiful woman, but poor Hao Chuan didn't even touch Tang Xi's hand. He just watched Hao Tong, who, in the name of getting closer to see, took Tang Xi away from his sight. All the preparations made by Su Jie before seemed to be making wedding dresses for Hao Tong. Ashiba, brother Hao is so handsome, but he lost to a dog. Host, please be careful with your words. Although Hao Tong is a pet, he should be treated the same as the host. To warn the host, 3 points will be deducted. If you do it again, the deduction will be doubled. Hao Chuan was so upset that he wanted to cry but had no tears. Was this system designed to mess with him? Not only did he create a task that required Tang Xi to pursue him to complete, he also managed to fight off many rivals in school. Now, the system even created a troublesome ghost for him, no, a troublesome dog. It's simply unplayable. However, Hao Chuan could only think about this. Once he made the system unhappy and a bloody disaster happened for no apparent reason, he would definitely be happier than he is now, and maybe he would even reach heaven. After complaining for a long time, he finally caught up with the 2 girls. After watching the fireworks, he sent Tang Xi home. Then Hao Chuan took Hao Tong directly back to the antique shop. Oh, I'm so tired. As soon as the door was opened, Hao Tong turned over flexibly, lay on the bed, and cried out sadly. Are you still tired? Hao Chuan was so angry when he saw Hao Tong like this. He stood beside her bed with a stern look and said, Come on, get up. We need to have a good talk. What are you talking about? Give me some fighting skills? We'll talk about that later. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes. It seemed like this guy had nothing else in his mind. After brewing his words for a while, he said righteously, Tang Xi, you are my woman, don't move. No. Hao Tong interrupted him halfway through his words and said confidently, Sister Shichi loves me the most. She is not like you at all. She just wants me to fend for myself. I want to follow Sister Shichi forever. Hey, you are the pet given to me by the system. That doesn't mean I can't be with Sister Shichi. Hao Chuan, shut up. If he continued like this, the system would suddenly blame him again. Who knew how many points this damn system would deduct from him? He shook his head helplessly and said, Let's talk about your fighting skills. Okay, I want. Wait a minute, let me take a look first. First of all, I have to be able to afford it. Hao Chuan raised his hand to stop Hao Tong, and with a thought, he immersed himself in the system interface. He glanced at the pet skills page. Stick techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques. Scanning over those skills, Hao Chuan thought he had seen it wrong. He looked at it carefully several times before he was sure that this was really the pet skill page. It was surprisingly user-friendly. Think about it, pets can transform into human form, so it should be similar for them to learn human-like skills. After briefly scanning the difficulty of the skills and estimating Hao Tong's IQ, Hao Chuan finally chose a set of leg techniques called 1,000 shadow legs. If it reaches the extreme, it is said that one kick will have more than 1,000 leg shadows, and the power is so great that the force of one kick is 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. It is very suitable for Hao Tong's current long legs, and she likes it too. The two hit it off and chose the 1,000 shadow legs. The key is that it does not require too many points. 30 points is still within his expectations. Having acquired the fighting skills, Hao Tong seemed no longer sleepy and excitedly found a place to exercise. Hao Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to her and returned to his room, picking up the original painting of Tang Yin again. Although it was divided into 2 paintings, it is being restored little by little under the system's skills. Now, it is almost restored, but there are still 2 paintings on the table. In addition to the original painting, the system very humanely added the handwriting at the end to form a painting. The difference between the 2 paintings is really like heaven and earth. He casually threw the crude scroll aside, rolled it up carefully and put it aside, but Hao Chuan fell into deep thought. With Shell One's connections, it would not be an easy task to find out what Song Lin did as soon as possible. And with his current status in the antique world, it is not enough for him to easily find the way. As for the investigation that Song DePeo mentioned, no matter what, Song Lin is his biological son, so he can only believe some of his words. If the investigation really leads to Song Lin, who knows what will happen? Mr. Chen Wu? As his mind turned, Hao Chuan suddenly thought of old man Chen Wu. He had always wanted to embarrass Song DePeo. Although it seemed that the two had reconciled, the thought of being fooled by a fake must be unbearable no matter what. It could be a breakthrough. Anyway, he needs to make money now. Even though he owns Xingye Media now, it is still far from enough. Although he couldn't explain why, Hao Chuan vaguely felt that the money needed for the system in the future would be far more than just a few hundred million. Even if the feeling is wrong, no one would complain about having too much money. Having made up his mind, Hao Chuan packed his things and went to bed. As soon as he got into bed, he suddenly felt a cold body in the quilt, and the sleepiness that had just been brewing disappeared instantly. Who? Hao Tong. Hao Chuan stared at Hao Tong, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, with his eyes wide open, and said speechlessly, "What are you doing here?" "I can't sleep. In the past, when I couldn't sleep, Sister Shichi would sleep with me." "So you came to my bed?" Hao Chuan was so upset that he wanted to cry but had no tears. This guy's IQ really cannot be overestimated. He can make such an analogy, which shows how powerful he is. She didn't realize that she was not a dog at this moment, but a person, a hot girl with a hot body. If a normal man could endure sleeping in the same bed with such a person, he could call himself Lord Liuxia. "You go to sleep, I'll sleep on the floor." Hao Chuan curled his lips helplessly, pulled a Simmons mattress onto the floor, and prepared to sleep. Unexpectedly, just as he closed his eyes, Hao Tong crawled over again and wrapped around him like a water snake, almost making him unable to control himself. However, looking at the sleeping Hao Tong, he didn't want to lose his temper. He could only silently carry her back to the bed, then lie down on the ground with peace of mind. "It's time to buy a bigger house." He muttered this sentence silently and fell asleep. Chapter 82 Responsibility. When I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Hao Chuan opened his sleepy eyes and subconsciously rubbed his deflated belly, but he touched something extremely elastic. He subconsciously touched it again and suddenly heard a moan. "Ashiba." Hao Chuan's expression suddenly changed, and he jumped up from the ground, staring at Hao Tong with wide eyes, who had landed on the ground at some point in time. He was speechless. What on earth was this guy thinking? But considering that it was essentially a dog, I didn't think too much about it. I simply made the bed, went out to breathe some fresh air, and bought some breakfast on the way back. He did not rush to wake up Hao Tong, but took the original painting and took a taxi directly to Chun Wu's residence. "Oh, Boss Hao, you came to visit me so early in the morning, why didn't you tell me in advance? Wouldn't it make me look like an old man who doesn't know how to entertain guests? Wouldn't it make people laugh if it got out? Sixth Master, you are too polite. I am sorry to bother you by coming so early." Although Mr. Lu got up not late, he was still having breakfast when he heard Ji Luan knocking on the door. "Boss Hao came here so early in the morning. I guess he has no business to visit you. Sixth Master is very observant." Hao Chuan smiled slightly, handed the scroll to the old man, and said, "This is the original painting I repaired. What do you think of it?" "Oh." That day, when Hao Chuan said in front of Chun Wu and Song DePeo that he could try to repair it, the two of them just took it as talk. Although they were surprised at Hao Chuan's ability, that might be all. But he never expected that in just a few days, Hao Chuan would actually present him with an original painting. Unable to suppress his excitement, old man Chen Wu hurriedly opened the scroll, and the magnificent painting slowly unfolded before him. The painting of a lady was majestic, with precise and accurate modeling and exquisite and profound brushwork. It was Tang Yin's masterpiece. Okay. Old man Chen Wu grabbed the magnifying glass and examined it carefully bit by bit, including the shortcomings pointed out by Hao Chuan a few days ago. He checked it carefully several times before saying good 3 times, looking very happy. "Boss Hao is so talented, I am ashamed." In just a few days, Hao Chuan showed Chen Wu his good eyesight. Whether it was antiques, gambling stones, or even calligraphy and paintings, they all opened his eyes. However, compared to restoring an authentic calligraphy and painting, these were nothing. You know, eyesight can be accumulated through experience, but restoration requires real skills and hard work. Without years of accumulation, who dares to boast? Even Chen Wu himself did not dare to be so sure. Not to mention Hao Chuan, he was just a student who had just walked out of the campus with his grandson. This ability alone is enough to keep him a foothold in Shanghai, not to mention that he also heard that Xingye media, which suddenly recovered not long ago, was also related to him. Chen Wu has been tinkering with antiques for decades, and he boasts that he has met many people. The various people and antiques are enough to make him have a keen eye, but he cannot see through Hao Chuan in front of him at all. It is like a mystery completely shrouded in fog, making him unable to see clearly, but he can really feel his powerfulness. "This boy is extraordinary." With a sigh, Chen Wu smiled and said, "Boss Hao, I'm afraid you came here not just for this original painting, right? What's more, I still owe Boss Hao a lot of money, and this painting is just enough to pay for it. I'll take advantage of Song DePeo and use it to pay for it to Boss Hao." Hao Chuan smiled and waved his hands. This authentic painting by Tang Yin was indeed valuable, but in his eyes, it was not very important now. "Sixth Master, do you remember what I said when we were at the Song family's house?" "Of course I remember." Chen Wu nodded and said, Boss Hao had a keen eye and saw the strangeness of these two paintings at a glance. Otherwise, even Song DePeo and I would have found it difficult to distinguish them. Hao Chuan waved his hand, not paying much attention to Chen Wu's praise, but continued, Sixth Master, have you ever thought about what kind of person can do such a subtle trick that even the two of you can't see it? Who in Songhai can possess such power? Boss Hao, why don't you just speak frankly? Chen Wu's expression darkened slightly, and he vaguely sensed something. He slowly said, I have also done some research these days, but I haven't found anything. There aren't many fakes in the antique world. What if all of them are like this original painting, half real and half fake, making it difficult to tell the real from the fake? Hao Chuan suddenly said in a stern voice, to be disrespectful, even Mr. Song and Mr. Lu couldn't see the difference in this painting. Is there anyone in Songhai who has a sharper eye than you two? This. Chen Wu was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. What Hao Chuan said was true. He had just realized this problem. Although there were many experts in the antique world, he asked himself that in the area of Songhai, there were really few people who were better than him and Song DePeo. However, these fakes were able to fool even the two of them. If the two paintings had not happened to collide with each other, they would probably still be in the dark. In this way, in the long run, the antique market will become an era where fakes are rampant. By then, not only will the treasures be lost, but those who make fakes will make a fortune. Boss Hao, do you have any ideas? I suspect someone from the Song family. What? Hao Chuan's straightforwardness almost made Chen Wu jump up from his chair. He looked at Hao Chuan in surprise and asked, Boss Hao, do you mean that the Song family members stole the money? That's not right. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, I'm just guessing, because I encountered some similar things before. As he spoke, he briefly recounted the incident of someone trying to frame him. Although he concealed some details, he told the main points. Chen Wu's expression gradually became solemn, and it was obvious that he had realized the seriousness of the matter. Does Boss Hao have any ideas? I am weak and alone, I just hope that Sixth Master can lend me a helping hand and help me investigate. After all, this kind of people are the scum of the antique world, and we both have the responsibility to get rid of them. That makes sense. We must not let these guys succeed. Chen Wu's expression darkened. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside the door. It turned out to be Shenzhi, who had not returned home all night. He walked in excitedly. However, as soon as he entered the door, he met Hao Chuan face to face. His expression immediately turned ugly. What are you doing here? You have nothing to do here, get off. Shenzhi didn't expect that Chen Wu would drive him away with just a wave of his hand. Chapter 83, Laying the Net. Snort. Although Chen Ji's face was full of indignation, he did not disobey Chen Wu's intention. He snorted lightly, turned around, left the main hall, and left through the side door. However, Hao Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and fixed his gaze on a person who was following closely behind Chen Ji. An imperceptible cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Although the man kept his head down the whole time, Hao Chuan recognized his back. It was the middle-aged man who had appeared in Good Luck House for the past few days. After the last tracking, it was obvious that this guy was Song Lin's man, and now he followed Shenzhi back to Chen Wu's mansion. When birds of a feather get together, nothing good will happen. Sixth Master, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'm thinking of buying a house to live in. I'm always staying in that small rental house. Compared to your place, it's really like heaven and earth, not even on the same level. Hao Chuan deliberately amplified the sound so that Shenzhi, who had just walked through the side door, could hear it clearly. Don't you just want to join forces with Song Lin to teach Brother Hao a lesson? I'm giving you this opportunity, but I'm afraid you don't dare to come. Boss Hao is too modest. You are so young and promising. It won't be long before my humble abode is no longer worthy of your attention. Chen Wu didn't care about these things. He smiled and spoke, then sent Yiluan out of the mansion. He seemed to have not noticed that Shenzhi, whose eyes were filled with anger not far away, had witnessed the whole process. Seeing that Chen Wu had sent Hao Chuan away, Shenzhi was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Chen Wu. Grandfather. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Hao Chuan, Shenzhi still did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Chen Wu. After all, even his father, who was already the mayor, did not dare to raise his voice in front of Chen Wu, let alone him. If you make Chen Wu unhappy, even if your biological father comes, you can only watch obediently. You'd better behave yourself and don't provoke Hao Chuan, even if you can't make friends with him. Chen Wu knew Shenzhi very well and did not expect him to accomplish anything. He just hoped that he would not cause trouble for Hao Chuan again. The incident in the antique shop last time was enough to surprise him. This young man, who looks to be in his early 20s, is by no means a simple person. With the news coming out of the Song family's gambling stone trading place, the determination of Tang Yin's authentic works, and the now popular Xingye media, Hao Chuan almost descended from the sky, and with the force of a wind sweeping away the remaining clouds, he forced his way into the sea of pine trees. Chen Wu asked himself, even he, including Song de Peo, were far from doing such things back then. Regardless of what happened afterwards, at least now it seems that Hao Chuan is at the peak of his career. Anyone who is so blind as to provoke him is simply doing it for fun. New. Although Shenzhi nodded repeatedly on the surface, he was indeed filled with anger in his heart. He couldn't understand why a waste that was not worth mentioning in his eyes not long ago became a person respected by everyone in the blink of an eye. Even Tang Xi, the woman he always regarded as his, and Chen Wu, his biological grandfather, were like this, which almost drove him crazy. Chen Wu glanced at the ferocious coldness in Shenzhi's eyes and shook his head helplessly. He knew that his just words were just wind on the ears, so he didn't say anything more. It seemed that he needed to call Mayor Chen and ask him to whip his own son. Otherwise, if this continues, no one can predict what will happen in the end. Although Hao Chuan looked amiable and respectful to his seniors, Chen Wu was also an old fox and could naturally see that Hao Chuan was a vindictive person. How confident are you this time? Shenzhi, who finally got away from Chen Wu's earnest teachings, sat in the room with a gloomy face, and said coldly to the middle-aged man standing in the shadow, "If I can't completely destroy Hao Chuan, it's really hard to vent my hatred. Mr. Song has already made the arrangements. You just need to wait patiently. After all, if you want to catch a big fish like Hao Chuan, you have to cast a bigger net. After all, this big fish is not brainless." The middle-aged man had failed in several missions in a row and felt how powerful Hao Chuan was. The fake antiques that had deceived countless experts could not escape his eyes no matter what, and he felt very frustrated. Fortunately, these things are still kept secret and have not been exposed. Otherwise, the antique market would have been in turmoil. However, even after many days, he was still a little frightened, especially when he heard from Song Lin a few days ago that Hao Chuan had even identified Tang Yin's painting of a lady. This really made him feel terrified. This guy's eyesight was so sharp that it was far beyond his imagination. Okay. Shenzhi seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and handed something to the middle-aged man, saying, "This is what your young master Song needs. Also, go find a few real estate agents. I have something to talk to them about." Yes. The middle-aged man usually hangs out in shady places all day long, so finding a few agents is a piece of cake for him. He took the things in Shenzhi's hand and quickly disappeared from the shadows. "Hao Chuan, don't you want to buy a house? I'll let you buy as much as you want." In the empty room, only Shenzhi's cold voice echoed. "Hao Chuan, why did you disappear so early in the morning?" At this time, Hao Chuan had just returned home when he saw Hao Tong, who looked dissatisfied, walking down with big strides. She looked angry and glared at Hao Chuan, saying, "Tell me, where did you go without telling me? What do you mean I'm carrying you on my back? It's like you're my wife." Hao Chuan pouted, slapped Hao Tong's hand away, and said, "Come on, stop making trouble, I'll take you to a fun place." "Fun place? Where?" When hearing something fun, Hao Tong's face suddenly lit up with joy. He leaped in front of Hao Chuan, staring at Hao Chuan with his big eyes blinking, which made Hao Chuan feel itchy in his heart. "Go buy a house." Taking a deep breath, Hao Chuan reminded himself that this was a dog, and then he gradually calmed down the guilt in his heart. He turned his head and looked at the pitiful Xiao Wan who had just been bullied, and said, "Pay more attention to the Song family these days. There should be big moves." "Yes." Xiao Wan grinned, but his eyes were glancing at Hao Tong, and he seemed to be enjoying what had just happened. Hao Chuan felt helpless, not knowing whether he should explain it to Xiao Wan. How could such a hot and beautiful girl like Hao Tong be a dog? I'd better not say anything about it. With Xiao Wan's current state, which is almost like being in heat, he might go crazy and even go insane. Alas, pitiful are the infatuated people in the world. Hao Chuan sighed, hailed a taxi, and left the antique shop with Hao Tong. Chapter 84, The Trick. Green City Garden. Looking at the huge sign, Hao Chuan's mouth curled up into a playful smile, and with Hao Tong, who was a little dazed, he said, "Let's go and see the house." Is looking at houses a fun place? Hao Tong curled her lips, feeling a little unhappy, as if she had been tricked by Hao Chuan. However, when she saw the album in the agent's hand, her eyes suddenly widened and she was immediately attracted by it. The exquisite decoration and magnificent scene almost made Hao Tong's eyes sparkle with stars. Hao Chuan, which one should we play? Seeing Hao Tong so excited, the real estate agent was also delighted. When he suddenly saw the prince before, he was a little bit unconvinced. Unexpectedly, it was just as the prince said, the person who came was definitely a big money sponsor, and a fat sheep at that. However, he didn't expect that Hao Tong would say such a thing, which almost made him throw away the 2 cups of coffee he had brought out. This beautiful lady must not be from Earth. Even if she has never bought a house, she must have seen one, right? She has seen pigs run even if she has never eaten pork? She is here to play? He took a deep breath and tried his best to stay calm. After all, if he got the order, the prince's reward would be very generous, several times more than his monthly commission. Take your time to read it. Please use it. He respectfully brought the coffee to the 2 of them and spoke with a smile on his face. I didn't expect the service of real estate agents to be so good now. When I think back to when I rented a house before, their attitude was just like the Buddha himself. Hao Chuan sighed, but the real estate agent looked a little embarrassed. Just because these words are the truth, not to mention him, I'm afraid all real estate agents are like this. Those who buy houses are wealthy people, and as for those who rent houses with a little money, most of them are looked down upon. Hao Chuan, when are we going to play? Go now. Looking at Hao Chuan, who was sipping his coffee, Hao Tong was not satisfied. He snorted and stepped forward to snatch his coffee. Hao Chuan waved his hand and said with a smile, let's go and take a look now. Okay. Seeing Hao Chuan get up to go and see the house, the real estate agent was naturally willing. This further proved that he would definitely make a lot of money today. Under the guidance of the real estate agent, we arrived at a villa complex in just a few minutes' drive. Although it was located in the suburbs, there were basically no people living there because not many people lived there. However, looking from the outside, this place is still good, especially the location not far ahead, which seems to have plans for some kind of amusement park. It wouldn't take much time for this place to prosper. However, Hao Chuan noticed that those slogan boards seemed to have been covered with a lot of dust, and it was probably that no one had been there for a long time. How long has this place been built? Hao Chuan suddenly asked, and the real estate agent's expression changed slightly, but he soon regained his smile and said, it's only been a few months, and it's just now available for move-in. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Hao Chuan, let's go in and take a look. Hao Chuan wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Hao Tong. He smiled slightly and said nothing more, but a barely perceptible coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. This villa might not be as simple as it seemed. Most likely, this was a good thing arranged by the Crown Prince Shenzhi. Maybe the Crown Prince is watching this scene nearby. Being cautious, Hao Chuan acted as if he hadn't noticed anything, and followed the real estate agent and Hao Tong towards the villa complex. Based on Hao Tong's preferences, he carefully checked each villa. As the real estate agent said, they did not look like unfinished buildings. They were indeed brand new and absolutely magnificent. Hao Tong looked very happy. He looked here and played there happily, just like a little child. How about it? Hao Chuan grinned and said, which one do you like? From near noon until the sun was setting, the real estate agent almost gritted his teeth as he accompanied the 2 people on a tour of the entire villa complex. If he had not been certain that the 2 people would definitely buy the villas, he would have been so angry that day. Well, I'm attracted to them all. What? After listening to Hao Tong's answer, the real estate agent thought there was something wrong with his ears. What did this young lady mean by I've taken a fancy to you? What a good eye. Hao Chuan grinned, and as the real estate agent stared in amazement, he took out a bank card and said, can you make the decision to buy so much at once? Ha! The real estate agent was exhausted after a day of work and was completely stunned. He stared at the bank card handed to him, but he didn't dare to take it. He asked in a trembling voice, what do you mean by this? That's exactly what I mean. Hao Chuan shook the bank card in his hand and said, I'd bought all these villas. What? If it wasn't for the embarrassment, the real estate agent would have wanted to slap himself hard to see if all this was true. This guy actually wanted to buy all the villas in this area. Not to mention why you buy so much, but even if it's just the down payment, it's tens of millions. Does this guy really have that much money? Looking at how Hao Chuan and Hao Tong were dressed, the real estate agent had some doubts in his heart, especially considering Hao Chuan's age, who was only in his early 20s. How could he have so much money? If you can't make the decision, call the boss. It's almost dark. Seeing the real estate agent hesitating, Hao Chuan couldn't help but urge him. Hearing this, the man nodded repeatedly and said, "Please wait a moment, I will contact our boss immediately." Although it was just a hint, Hao Chuan caught it. There was an obvious struggle flashing in this guy's eyes. There must be something fishy about this place. A few minutes later, the real estate agent who had walked to the side came over excitedly and said, "The boss has given me full authority to handle it. Let's go sign the contract now." Can. Hao Chuan smiled and did not expose the truth directly. Instead, he pretended to be familiar with the real estate agent and chatted with him. However, his mind had already been immersed in the system, and he exchanged the points for the one-time influence technique. "I said this is hard work, right? It's not bad. If I can meet a sponsor, I can make some money." Even that person himself couldn't figure it out. He didn't know why he felt Hao Chuan was so kind to him. He wanted to say everything to him, as if everything would be easy as long as he said it. Soon, just like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube, even the plan of the Crown Prince Shenzhi was poured out to Hao Chuan. Even so, she was still filled with gratitude and regarded Hao Chuan as a soulmate. Chapter 85, Grafting. I see. After listening to the real estate agent's story, Hao Chuan finally understood why this group of villas was stranded here. When the construction was just completed, it should have been put on the market for sale, but somehow the owner of Ville de Mingyuan offended a big shot in the Songhai underground, so that not many people dared to move in. It is said that the boss had been killed long ago, but the big shot did not gain any benefits. It happened that the government was undergoing reform, and the prince's father conveniently transferred all the villas to the government. As a result of the interference, all previous plans were shelved, which is why no one has cleaned up the dust that has accumulated on those banners for who knows how many years. When the prince learned that Hao Chuan wanted to buy a house, he immediately thought of this almost abandoned villa complex, and prepared to use it to set a trap for Hao Chuan. Then, he could use the name of the government to make Hao Chuan pay. Even if the government does not take action, the big shot in the underground will never let him off easily. It's really vicious. Hao Chuan grinned, looking at the real estate agent who was chatting with him until tears welled up in his eyes, and smiled slightly, saying, "So you are also a temporary worker? I'm not the real estate agent of Green City Mingyuan, but from another golden harbor. It's just that the prince called us over today and gave me a little benefit to let me help you buy a house here." The real estate agent was moved and told us everything he knew. Hao Chuan nodded and said with a smile, "That's fine, I'll buy it then." "Are you stupid?" After hearing what Hao Chuan said, the real estate agent, who had already lost herself, had not yet come to her senses. However, Hao Tong was not stupid. Although she did not understand the twists and turns involved, she still understood that it meant paying for trouble. "Are you crazy? You knew there would be trouble, but you still went ahead and bought it. You shouldn't spend money like this. What do you know as a kid?" Hao Chuan was not anxious but happy, and said, "If I don't buy it, won't Shenzhi find out that I already know his plan? Then, how can this good show continue? Acting? What kind of acting?" The more Hao Tong listened, the less confused he became. For Mayor Chen, misappropriating government assets is enough to get him into trouble. Even if he has all the power to suppress it, the big shot in the underworld will not let it go. A layer of coldness gradually covered Hao Chuan's face, and he snorted, "Since this guy's nature is hard to change, let him suffer a little and remember it for a long time. Although I don't understand it, it seems very powerful." Hao Tong nodded subconsciously and said, "If that's the case, then there will be something interesting to watch. Come on, let's sign the contract." Hao Chuan smiled slightly and asked specifically that in order to ensure the implementation of this plan, these documents were authentic. With Zhi's ability, it would be easy for him to get these documents. In other words, the contract here is not just empty words or a piece of waste paper, but a real contract written in black and white. With the enthusiastic help of the moved real estate agent, Hao Chuan only paid the lowest price and took over the entire set of villas in his name. Looking at the records in the system, tens of millions have been spent. There are only less than 30 million left to complete the 100 million task. There is hope of victory. Thank you for your hard work. Go home and rest first, and contact me when the time comes. Hao Chuan specifically left his number in the real estate agent's cell phone and said with a smile. The most amazing thing about reformation is that when the reformed person wakes up, he will remember clearly what he said, which is not like amnesia at all. And when the real estate agent learned the truth of all the facts, Hao Chuan was sure that he would make the most accurate decision. Of course, he had more than one way. The recording function of his mobile phone had already recorded his tearful narration word for word. By the time night fell, Hao Chuan and his companions had returned with a full load. The entire complex of villas now belonged to Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan, what are we going to do next? Play? Just know how to play. Hao Chuan knocked on Hao Tong's forehead speechlessly and said, "It's useless to put this villa in my name. As long as I can survive this period of time, I can turn it over and make a lot of money." Cut. When Hao Tong heard that Hao Chuan was going to sell these villas, she was immediately dissatisfied. She pouted and snorted, "You said you would give them to me to play with." Looking at the angry Hao Tong, Hao Chuan suddenly had an illusion that he was not raising a dog, but a woman. Okay. Let you play." Hao Chuan waved his hands helplessly and said, "Xingyan Media has basically been taken over. By then, maybe this villa will be useful." That's right. Hao Tong clapped her hands in satisfaction, her face full of joy. At this time, in the Qin residence, Shenzhi hung up the phone with a happy face and said excitedly, "Hao Chuan, finally there is a day when you are unlucky. This time, I will definitely let you enjoy it. My lord, this matter has been settled. Young Master Song wants to meet you at Yanwu Jotian in the evening." At the door of the room, a man was standing respectfully. It was the middle-aged man from the daytime. "Okay, let's go." When Shenzhi got the news of Hao Chuan's misfortune, he was very proud and seemed to have gotten rid of his anger. He was just waiting for the right time to teach Hao Chuan a lesson. By then, he would definitely make it impossible for him to make a comeback. The deep night gradually enveloped the whole Songshi, and the peaceful night covered the entire Songshi. It seemed that everything had quieted down. However, amidst the hustle and bustle of life, invisible currents are still quietly surging. "Boss phone, someone has moved those villas." "Oh? Who is it?" It was Crown Prince Chenji. He sold all these villas to that Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan. It's interesting. In the darkness, a cold laughter slowly spread out, as if the devil was sneering, making people feel a chill on their backs. The rising generation should not be underestimated. The cold voice continued, "I have long wanted to meet this young man. I didn't expect that I would have the chance so soon. Boss phone, should we take action? What's the hurry?" Boss phone snorted and said, "The prince's performance has not yet finished, and the curtain call has just begun. How can we interrupt? It's the crucial moment, and we are on stage. This way, the play will be more interesting." Chapter 86: The Real Secret. The sky in the east gradually turned pale. Hao Chuan woke up from Hao Tong's arms as usual. He covered her with a quilt reluctantly. Just as he was about to get up, the little girl woke up. She was really a sensitive dog. "Hao Chuan, where are you going?" With sleepy eyes blinking, Hao Tong looked at Hao Chuan in a daze and asked a question. "Have a meal." Yi Luan curled his lips. This girl was simply too noisy. She didn't act like a dog at all. She was more like a wild cat. She tossed and turned for half the night before she gave up. He didn't know what Xiao Luan was thinking at this moment. I'm afraid all his previous fantasies about Hao Tong vanished overnight. "Morning, Miss Boss." Unexpectedly, as soon as the two of them went downstairs, they saw Xiao Luan walking in excitedly, carrying a variety of steaming breakfasts in her hands, including buns, soy milk, pot stickers, and fried dough sticks. It was so rich. Hao Chuan was still wondering why this guy was so attentive today. He just wanted to take the breakfast when he saw Xiao Luan approaching Hao Tong enthusiastically and said, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought one for each." Ashiba. Hao Chuan felt as if 10,000 beasts were galloping through his heart. He stared at Xiao Luan with wide eyes and said, "You heartless guy, I am your boss. The rest is yours." Seeing that Hao Tong had picked out a few items, Xiao Luan raised his hand and handed the rest to Hao Chuan. If he hadn't been so hungry, Hao Chuan really wanted to throw a bottle of soy milk on this kid's face. It would have been bad enough that he forgot his friends for the sake of a beautiful woman, but he even didn't recognize his boss. That was too much. "You, go find out if there are any reliable bodyguard companies in Shanghai." "Bodyguard company?" Xiao Luan frowned, looked at Hao Chuan in confusion and said, "Boss, why do you need a bodyguard for no reason? Although this is an antique shop, it's not necessary to hire a bodyguard, right? It's okay to have an antique shop, but I bought a villa, and I still need some bodyguards there. If I go out for something on weekdays, I can't let others take advantage of me like last time." Hao Chuan's expression was somewhat stern, and Xiao Luan also unconsciously became serious. Obviously, Hao Chuan is still bothered by Tang Xi's kidnapping last time. If the system task had not been completed at the critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hao Chuan doesn't want to experience such a thing even once more. Although their relationship is not clear yet, Tang Xi has become his forbidden love, like a dragon's reverse scale, and he won't allow anyone else to touch her. Okay, I got it. Xiao Wan nodded, and suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned around and looked at Hao Chuan in surprise, and said, "Wait a minute, boss, did you buy a villa?" "Yes." Hao Chuan took a bite of the pot sticker and said, "It's just over the west side of the city." "West of the city?" Xiao Wan's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in surprise, "How can we buy a villa in the west of the city? It's a troubled place." "Really?" Hao Chuan pretended to be dumbfounded and said, "What should I do? I've already bought it." "Back off." "Not good, I bought a whole complex of villas." Puff. Xiao Wan only felt a mouthful of hot blood rolling in his throat and he almost couldn't help but spit it out. He discovered that something was wrong with this boss a few days ago. It was okay for him to just take Hao Tong to buy clothes, but in just 2 days, he almost bought out 2 large shopping malls. I thought he just wanted to spend some money, but I didn't expect that he would actually buy a villa, and a whole one at that. This is not the way to spend money, right? What's wrong? Did you buy too little? Hao Chuan smiled slightly and asked deliberately. Xiao Wan waved his hands repeatedly, bowed respectfully to Hao Chuan, and said, "You are the boss, you did everything right." At this moment, he simply couldn't refute it. The entire complex of villas was simply crazy. "By the way, you said that place is a place of trouble, what's going on?" Although Hao Chuan had heard some things about the place from the real estate agent, Xiao Wan seemed to know it in more detail. "That's right." Xiao Wan sighed, as if she felt sorry for Hao Chuan's extravagance, but she still sorted out her thoughts and told him the story of the villa complex. The owner of that villa complex was originally an outsider. He fell in love with the piece of land at first sight and was ready to make a big move, so he built a large number of villas on a grand scale. However, just when he finished the work, a few gang thugs came to his door and demanded half of the profits from the villa. How could the boss, who had worked so hard to make a big splash, agree to this? He never expected that he would offend a big shot in the underworld. Seeing that the foreign boss was so ignorant, the boss was naturally unhappy. Later, all kinds of troubles came one after another, leaving the boss helpless. He couldn't even sell a villa, so he had to come to the door for begging. However, he did not expect that the boss would swallow up all his villas in one gulp. This was almost all his assets. How could he agree to it? In desperation, he actually called the police. In the past, with the boss's ability, perhaps this matter could still be suppressed. Unfortunately, it happened to be Shenzhi's father, the current Mayor Chen, who had just taken office. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and this first one was started here. Mayor Chen took drastic measures, so the police department naturally did not dare to be negligent. They simply ignored the boss's power and insisted on getting the villa complex back. However, although Mayor Chen won in the end, the boss was unfortunately assassinated and his body was found lying in the villa complex. The mayor was helpless and could not contact the man's family, so he had to temporarily hand over the villa complex to the government. As time passed, the matter was gradually suppressed. But everyone knows that this group of villas cannot be touched casually. It can almost be called the 38th parallel between the government and the boss. If anyone crosses it, a dispute is inevitable. After that, everything was peaceful, and that's why the place seemed a bit desolate. Xiao Wan did not expect that Hao Chuan would suddenly appear and break this balance. Although Hao Chuan has now taken root in Shanghai, it is still far from enough to compete with a gang boss, and Mayor Chen is definitely not a character to be trifled with. If that were the case, things would be much simpler. Hao Chuan smiled slightly and spoke, but Xiao Wan was stunned and thought he was stupid. All we have to do next is wait. Waiting for what? Wait for the prince's show to begin. Hao Chuan wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "The villa is already in my hands, it's time for the prince to take action." Chapter 87 Chenlong. After breakfast, Hao Chuan stayed in the store for a while. Seeing that there were not many customers, he handed the store over to Xiao Wan and took Hao Tong to the bodyguard company they had already inquired about. With his current funds, it is not a problem for him to hire bodyguards. If that is still not enough to complete the task, he will start to expand Hao Yunjia into a company. Since Song Lin also wants to play with him, then just play with him to the end. Weilong Company. Looking at the eye-catching words above the building, Hao Chuan suddenly felt like laughing. How come this thing looks like a place selling spicy noodles? If Xiao Wan's address hadn't been written clearly, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. Let's go. After greeting Hao Tong, who was wandering around, the two of them strode into the Weilong company. There were only 2 security guards standing casually at the gate, looking a little lazy, but Hao Chuan could feel that these guys were several times stronger than Li Chenlin's bodyguards he had seen before. Quite interesting. Just from these 2 bodyguards, it can be seen that the quality of this bodyguard company is indeed good. Stop, what are you doing? When the 2 were about to go in, the lazy security guard suddenly stood up and stopped them. I'll hire a bodyguard. Hao Chuan's simplicity and directness made the 2 bodyguards a little stunned. They looked the 2 up and down, full of suspicion. Judging from the appearance of Hao Chuan and Hao Tong, they were just college graduates. How could such a person hire a bodyguard? However, these 2 men are not fools. Since they became bodyguards, they have seen all kinds of people and know that you cannot judge a book by its cover. The more inconspicuous a person looks, the more likely he is to have a powerful background. Wait a moment, you two. After a long silence, a security guard nodded, then quickly walked into the company and went straight to the front desk, as if he had contacted his superiors. Hao Chuan was not in a hurry either. He just stood quietly at the door waiting. After a while, the security guard walked out quickly, nodded to Hao Chuan, and said, "Please go in and wait, someone will take you in." Good. Led by a receptionist, the 2 came to a spacious reception room, tasted the finest oolong tea, and began their long wait. At first, Hao Chuan didn't think much of it. He just looked at the design layout of the company with interest. However, Hao Tong was different. She could not sit still to begin with, and soon she could not help but wander around. After a while, she disappeared from Hao Chuan's sight. Until the pot of tea was finished, Hao Chuan did not see Hao Tong come back, nor did he see the company's boss appear. He vaguely sensed something was wrong in his heart. His expression sank slightly, and he stood up and walked in the direction Hao Tong left. Good. Good. After walking a few steps, he heard cheers from afar. With his brows slightly raised, he followed the sound, and after twists and turns, he came to an open place. This seemed to be a lounge. Perhaps because of the bodyguard company, even though it was a lounge, there was a lot of space here, enough for 2 people to fight. However, the 2 people in the center of the crowd at this time were Hao Tong and another agile middle-aged man. I don't know what the reason was, I just saw Hao Tong and that person fighting back and forth. For a while, it was a stalemate and the fight was very exciting. This little girl is pretty good. Seeing Hao Tong performing that set of leg techniques like flowing water, Hao Chuan was very satisfied. At least now Hao Tong was not only able to bite people. He then turned his gaze to the other person. Although he was nearly middle-aged, he did not look at all agile. Instead, he looked like a skilled fighter in his prime. Although he did not have the upper hand, he was not at a disadvantage either. Interesting. Hao Chuan nodded with satisfaction, patted someone on the shoulder, and asked, "Who is that person?" "Vice President Chen." The man who was asked spoke subconsciously, and suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at Yi Luan in surprise and said, "Who are you? How come you don't know Vice President Chen?" "Ha, I'm here to hire a bodyguard." Hao Chuan smiled and said, "Where is your boss?" "You? Hiring bodyguards?" The man looked at Hao Chuan suspiciously, then suddenly came to his senses and asked, "Is this little girl with you?" "Good eyesight." Hao Chuan nodded and suddenly shouted. Hao Tong, who was fighting excitedly, suddenly changed his expression. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still bent over and exerted his strength. With one leap, he jumped out of the fighting circle and quickly came to Hao Chuan's side. He snorted at Vice President Chen, full of dissatisfaction. The little girl has good kung fu. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes rushed over, and Vice President Chen was no exception. He walked forward with a smile, glanced at Hao Chuan and said, "What's the matter with you coming here?" Just now he saw Hao Tong wandering around. He was just confused, but he didn't know how he touched this little girl. He raised his hand and punched her. In desperation, he wanted to capture her and ask her clearly, but he never thought that Hao Tong's strength was far beyond his imagination. "I came here to hire a bodyguard, but unfortunately I've been waiting for a long time and even drank all my tea, but no one is coming. Sorry for neglecting it." Being able to make someone as capable as Hao Tong willing to assist him, Hao Chuan must be no pushover. Chenlong quickly apologized with a smile and said, "Why don't you two come to my office to talk? Can you make the decision? Are you going to have tea again?" Hao Chuan did not move, but asked in a cold voice. Chenlong's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He naturally understood that Hao Chuan did it on purpose. He quickly apologized and said, "Sir, you are joking. I am basically responsible for everything here. The boss is just a nominal boss." "Oh?" Hao Chuan raised his eyebrows, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He said, "That's interesting. Let's go." Snort. Seeing Hao Chuan coming forward, although Hao Tong was somewhat dissatisfied, she still snorted and quickly followed. "What's your name, sir?" "Hao Chuan." "Hao Chuan." Chenlong's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he said with a smile, "It turned out to be Boss Hao. No wonder. I wonder how many bodyguards Boss Hao needs." Although on the surface Hao Chuan is just a student who has just graduated, everyone who is interested knows that Hao Chuan now has a place in Shanghai. "Give me 10 or so people who are similar to you." Hao Chuan smiled slightly, which made Chenlong stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Boss Hao is really good at joking." "I'm not kidding." Hao Chuan said seriously, "If you don't have this much strength, it's useless for me to come here." Chapter 88, Fight. Silence suddenly enveloped the office. Chenlong's expression became solemn and he fell into deep thought. Although he has taken over this company for many years, he has always occupied a place in Shanghai in terms of reputation and strength, and no one dares to underestimate him. However, the appearance of Hao Chuan seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and no one dared to underestimate him, even Chenlong. Even though he had never seen Hao Chuan's true strength, he could fight him on equal terms with just a little girl who looked weak. It was conceivable how powerful Hao Chuan was. "Boss Hao, it's not that I can't agree to your request, but these guys can't be controlled by just a word from me." After a long silence, Chenlong finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Oh?" Hao Chuan was playing with an ornament on the table when he heard Chenlong's words. He put the ornament back to its place, smiled and said, "Why don't you let me take a look first?" "Okay." Chenlong nodded, stood up and said, "Please follow me." Under the guidance of Chenlong, Hao Chuan and Hao Tong took the elevator directly to the third underground floor. From the outside, this building only has 2 underground floors, which is just a parking lot. However, no one would have thought that there is another secret inside. The decoration of the third underground floor is also quite good and is in no way inferior to that of the building. "This is our company's daily training ground," Chenlong patiently explained to Hao Chuan and the others. Hao Chuan looked around and smiled slightly, saying, "I'm afraid it's not just as simple as the training ground, right? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call this place your base camp?" Upon hearing this, Chenlong was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Hao has a good eye. He is worthy of being Shanghai's rising star." "Thank you for your compliment. After retiring from the army, you still serve the society. Vice President Chen is my role model." Hao Chuan smiled slightly and pointed out his identity without leaving any trace. Chenlong's expression suddenly became a little more solemn. He no longer underestimated Hao Chuan at all. Just based on this vision, Hao Chuan is definitely not an ordinary person. "Guys, come out." Chenlong sighed and suddenly shouted. Then, he heard a series of light footsteps, as light as mosquitoes and flies, so low that he could not hear them. However, an astonishing feeling of pressure came over him. So strong. Although it was only a momentary feeling, Hao Chuan also subconsciously cried out inwardly. These guys were indeed as powerful as Chenlong said. Perhaps it is this strength that gives them enough confidence. These are my good brothers who retired from the army with me. They are all very strong. Compared with ordinary bodyguards, they are several times stronger. I wonder what Boss Hao thinks. Chenlong introduced them to Hao Chuan one by one, and the latter kept looking at each person, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Now, Vice President Chen can tell me the truth. What exactly do they want?" Boss Hao should ask it himself. Chenlong smiled awkwardly, waved his hand, and stood aside. "Old Chen, why did you find such a young guy? Is he going to hire us?" "That's right, this little body is probably not as powerful as my fist. I don't have time to waste. I might as well go back to sleep." Several people looked Hao Chuan up and down, not caring about his identity at all. They just simply felt that he did not have an aura that was surprising enough to surprise them. Chenlong just smiled and said nothing. Hao Chuan also understood that these guys were all proud of being from the army. If they did not have enough strength to crush them, they would probably not make a move even if they were offered money. "Hao Tong, who can you beat?" Hao Chuan curled his lips, glanced at Hao Tong next to him, and asked. "It's almost all right. Hao Tong rolled his eyes and frowned slightly, seeming not to like this place very much, and snorted, "But this place is too bad, the taste is really bad." Hao Chuan was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Others might not feel anything, but a dog's nose is different. Its sensitivity is far beyond that of humans. No wonder Hao Tong had an ugly look on his face as soon as he came in. "Vice President Chen, it looks like we need to change locations." "Fine." Chenlong, who had fought with Hao Tong, nodded slightly. He was also very surprised at Hao Tong's true strength and wanted to know to what extent this little girl's strength had reached. "Old Chen, if I win, I'll have to give you an extra meal tonight." "That's right, brothers, your efforts cannot be in vain." "That's fine. If you win, I'll treat you to a meal. Just order whatever you want." Without waiting for Chenlong to speak, Hao Chuan stepped forward and said, "Of course, if you lose, you will have to listen to her about what you want to eat." It was almost the worst way of provoking someone, but it was extremely effective on these guys. All of a sudden, their fighting spirit soared. "Okay. I'll go first." As soon as he finished speaking, several people, led by Chenlong, returned to the building again, and faced the tall guy in the lounge where they had fought with Chenlong before. According to Chenlong's description, this big guy was named Li Ba. He used to be a butcher, and later joined the army. He had amazing brute strength, but he had a very bad temper. Later, he made mistakes and was forced to retire. "Come on." Chenlong originally thought that this story would make Hao Chuan give up, but he didn't expect that the latter just smiled slightly, made a gesture to Hao Tong, and slowly uttered two words, which almost made Chenlong faint from anger. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Hao Chuan was indeed a weirdo. "That's a must." Hao Tong snorted, strode forward, looked at Li Ba and called out, "Hurry up, after I beat you up, I'll improve the food tonight." Li Ba suddenly became furious. He shouted loudly, waving his fist as big as a casserole, and rushed towards Hao Tong's face with a fierce force. It was like a small mountain, pressing down on us with great force. However, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Hao Tong did not dodge or evade, but lightly tapped her toes, leaped up, clenched her fists, and threw a punch with a delicate cry. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely in mid-air. A dull thud, like a thunderclap, suddenly echoed throughout the building. Thump thump thump. To everyone's surprise, Li Ba actually took several steps back before he could stand firm. Chapter 89, Hao Tong's Strength. The sudden change seemed to bring with it a mysterious force that sealed everyone's mouths. Only deep surprise lingered in their hearts, but they couldn't utter a single word. How is that possible? Even Chenlong was stunned and couldn't help but stammer. He might not be very familiar with Hao Tong's strength, but Li Ba's strength was unquestionable. Even he was far from having the strength to knock him back with one punch. Even if Li Ba saw that the little girl Hao Tong was holding back, he wouldn't be beaten back with just one punch, right? Where on earth did this monster Hao Tong come from? Did he not use his full strength in the fight just now? On the other side, those guys who came out with Li Ba also shut up obediently. They didn't know what to say for a moment. They could only stare with their eyes wide open, revealing their deep surprise. "Big guy, are you coming again?" Hao Tong didn't care at all. He waved his hands and said, "If you don't come, the next one will." As he said this, he looked provocatively at the figures nearby who had their eyes wide open and were almost speechless. "Little girl, you really don't know your own limitations." Li Ba growled, took a big step, and swung his jealous fists, rushing towards Hao Tong again with a fierce force. Both his speed and strength were much stronger than before. However, Hao Tong's face was still calm. He just stared at the rapidly approaching fist without moving, as if he was stunned. He slowly raised his fist. Bang! The fist shadow swooped down and collided fiercely with Hao Tong's pink fist. A dull loud noise was heard again, and under the gaze of everyone, Li Ba was not beaten back this time, but Hao Tong still stood there, not moving at all. So strong. Even Chenlong couldn't help but sigh. This time Li Ba had undoubtedly used all his strength, but in front of Hao Tong, he seemed like a child and had no power to fight back at all. "Is that all the strength you have?" Hao Tong snorted, and suddenly raised his leg. The thousand shadow leg that he had practiced before was suddenly raised and hit Li Ba's arm heavily. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound was suddenly heard, and the faces of several people changed abruptly. The next moment, Li Ba's sharp screams resounded throughout the building. I saw the strong arms hanging down weakly at this moment. It was actually broken by Hao Tong's kick. Li Ba. Several figures hurriedly stepped forward to support the staggering Li Ba. This blow might not only break his arm, but also damage his meridians. Otherwise, with Li Ba's strength, he would not have screamed so miserably. Chenlong also stepped forward quickly and checked. As they expected, Li Ba's arm was basically disabled. Even if it recovered, it would be difficult for him to reach his previous strength. Is this a loss? Hao Tong didn't seem to be very satisfied yet. He snorted and said, Hao Chuan, we need more food today. Okay. Hao Chuan smiled, took a step forward and said, why don't I come and take a look? When several people saw Hao Chuan coming, they became inexplicably hostile. If they had looked down on Hao Chuan before, they were now filled with anger. After spending a long time together, they had become as close as brothers with Li Ba. Seeing Li Ba injured like this, they naturally didn't have a good face towards Hao Chuan. Boss Hao also knows medical skills? No, a little bit. Hao Chuan just smiled faintly. Although he didn't know any medical skills, the energy of Hua Tuo's hand was very sufficient. Since Grandma Tang's condition improved, he rarely used Hua Tuo's hand. Then I'll trouble you, Boss Hao. Although he was a little bit unconvinced, but considering Li Ba's current situation, the worst that could happen is not that bad, so he might as well give it a try. Chenlong had a selfish thought in his heart. If Hao Chuan was just good at talking big, he could turn the situation around and make Hao Chuan look bad. Hao Chuan smiled slightly, having already seen through Chenlong's thoughts, but did not expose them. Hao Chuan might not know how powerful Hua Tuo's hands are, but in comparison, Li Ba's meridian damage is far from Grandma Tang's genetic disease. Hua Tuo's hand could even cure Grandma Tang's genetic disease, let alone this injury. Secretly activating Hua Tuo's hand, Hao Chuan grabbed Li Ba's arm seriously, and under the surprised gaze of several people, he quickly tapped on his arm repeatedly. Hey! What are you doing? The people around him didn't even see clearly what happened. They just thought that Hao Chuan poked Li Ba's arm a few more times. You have to know that the meridians in Li Ba's arm were already damaged at this time. If these pokes hit the meridians, his arm would probably be beyond repair. Hearing this, Hao Chuan just smiled and pointed at Li Badeo. He didn't even scream, why are you so excited? At this moment, several people suddenly realized what was going on and looked up hurriedly, only to see that Li Ba's eyes were narrowed. It did not seem like he was enduring the pain, but rather that he was enjoying it. Li Ba, how do you feel now? So comfortable. Li Ba spoke almost subconsciously, without even opening his eyes, and said excitedly, it's like a warm air rushing through it, it doesn't hurt at all. Is this all right? Several people looked at the impeller in surprise. They had never heard that injuries could be healed by just poking it a few times. However, in fact, the places Hao Chuan pressed were all acupuncture points on the arms, which temporarily stimulated the potential in the arms and protected the meridians. He only needed to rest for a few days and his arms would be able to return to normal. As for the fracture, he only needed a plaster cast, which had no effect on his strength at all. Boss Hao is really amazing. Seeing that Li Ba, who had just been grinning, was enjoying himself, Chenlong's expression changed slightly. He respectfully clasped his fist towards Chenlong and said, I apologize for any offense I have caused you before. No problem. Hao Chuan withdrew his hand and said with a smile, let's talk business. I'm just here to hire a bodyguard. I'm really sorry if I hurt your people. That being said, everyone knew that this was just Hao Chuan giving Chenlong and his gang a way out. Everyone had seen Hao Tong's strength just now. If he continues like this, his end will probably be no better than Li Ba's. Now that Boss Hao has spoken, you guys decide for yourselves. Chenlong was also very clear in his mind. He threw the thing to Li Ba and others with a flick of his hand. He already had a plan in mind. He must make friends with Hao Chuan, no matter what this person's motive is, but he can clearly feel that he must not make this person his enemy. Otherwise, he will definitely be a guy that will wake you up from your nightmares. Chapter 90. The show begins. When the sun reached its zenith and it was noon, Hao Chuan and Hao Tong walked out of Weilong Company with satisfied smiles on their faces. With the previous events as a prelude, the two of them quickly hired the 8 bodyguards. The price was naturally not low. However, what made Hao Chuan even more delighted was that the strength of these people had exceeded his expectations. Although these people are not his people yet, at least for the time being, the safety of Tang Xi and others is somewhat guaranteed. Chenlong also specially and warmly invited the two of them to have a big meal in the company. Since most of the people in the company are bodyguards, a restaurant that can provide sufficient nutrition was specially equipped when the company was established. It is not worse than other hotels. What are we going to do next? I'm so tired. Hao Tong stretched out his body, which made Hao Chuan speechless. He said, "Are you a dog or a pig? You just finished eating and you want to sleep. I really don't know what you can do. What do you want to do?" Hao Tong snorted and came over. Ding ling ling. When Hao Chuan didn't know how to respond, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He quickly shook off Hao Tong's arms and said, "I'll go answer the phone." The call came from an unfamiliar number. As soon as I answered it, I heard a serious voice. "Mr. Hao Chuan, you are suspected of embezzling government property. I hope you can communicate with us as soon as possible. Otherwise, the government can only take coercive measures." Oh? Hao Chuan laughed secretly when he heard this. The Prince Shenzhi really couldn't hold it back any longer. He pretended to be dumb and said, "Ah? When did I embezzle government property? We have received a report that you have bought a villa complex that belongs to the government. We hope that you can communicate with us as soon as possible and cooperate with the investigation." Really? Hao Chuan looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He said, "How come I didn't know that place was a government asset? It was young Master Shenzhi who recommended it to me." "Forget it, I'll go ask him." Without waiting for the person on the other end of the phone to speak, Hao Chuan hung up the phone. "Where are you going?" Seeing Hao Chuan's excited look, Hao Tong looked puzzled and asked him in confusion, "You were so excited, could it be that Sister Shichi wants to date you?" "The show is about to begin. Do you want to go and watch it? Good show?" Hao Tong frowned and said, "It sounds like it's more interesting than sleeping." "Where can I watch it?" "Villa." Hao Chuan stopped a taxi with a smile, and suddenly he had a feeling that he should buy a car, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome to take a taxi every day. At this time, the person who had just called Hao Chuan also looked confused. He knew very well who Shenzhi was. He was Mayor Chen's only son. But the strange thing was that this complex of villas was exactly the area under Mayor Chen's charge. He always felt that there was something fishy going on. But he was not a fool. Mayor Chen was now at the peak of his career. It would be a waste of time to want to offend him. So he strode to Mayor Chen's office and made a report. In front of the villa complex on the outskirts of the city, Hao Chuan and Hao Tong had just stepped out of the car when they saw Shenzhi's car from a distance. A playful smile appeared on the corners of their mouths, and they said, "Hey, isn't this the prince? How about coming to my house for a visit?" "Your home?" Seeing that Hao Chuan was still smiling, Shenzhi became more and more angry. He thought viciously, "Let's see if you can laugh later. Hao Chuan, you really flatter yourself. I admit that you are indeed rich now, but can you get your hands on this villa?" "Oh?" Hao Chuan smiled as if he had heard something particularly strange, and said, "Is it not possible?" "Of course not." Shenzhi sneered and said, "This is government property. How can you get your hands on it? You are suspected of embezzling government property. Don't think you are great just because you have money. This is public property." Bang bang bang. Hao Chuan clapped his hands repeatedly and said with a smile, "It's rare, I didn't expect that Prince Shenzhi could speak so eloquently. I thought you only knew how to deceive young girls." "Hao Chuan." Shenzhi's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he shouted coldly, "Wait, I want to see if you can still laugh out loud." "Then let's wait and see." Hao Chuan smiled and waved his hands, saying, "But the sun here is too glaring, I'd better go in and rest." As he spoke, under Shenzhi's stunned gaze, he really took Hao Tong to the nearest villa, took out a bunch of keys from his bag, searched for a long time before finding the key to this villa, opened the door, and still muttered to himself, "It's not good to have too many houses. It's hard to divide the keys." Snort. Shen Jiming knew that Hao Chuan was deliberately trying to anger him, but he couldn't help getting angry in his heart, so he turned his head away and pretended not to see it. However, things turned out to be far beyond his expectations. Before coming here, he had already anonymously contacted the relevant departments in charge of government property. At this time, they should have sent someone to negotiate with Hao Chuan. At least, it should appear. However, from beginning to end, there was only the scorching sun, baking the earth, and there was no sign of anyone coming. Instead, Hao Chuan and Hao Tong were the only ones who could be heard laughing in the villa, and it was obvious that they were having a lot of fun. Shenzhi was so angry that he even forgot to remain anonymous. He grabbed his phone and called, cursing loudly, "How do you guys do things? Hao Chuan has been in the villa for so long, and there is no sign of you. 4 people like you. What a waste." Just when Shenzhi was cursing vigorously, suddenly a loud shout came from the other end of the phone, which scared him. Then he reacted and became even more angry. These guys are not only unreliable, but they even dare to scold me? You are a loser. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I'm your father. There was another roar from the other end of the phone. Shenzhi was stunned at first, but suddenly he realized that this voice seemed to be from his biological father, the current Mayor Chen. You. What do you mean by you? You're such a spendthrift. I told you that I didn't believe you, and now you're dragging me down with you. When Mayor Chen heard Shenzhi's voice, he was almost angry to death. Just after he learned that the villa complex had been tampered with, a file appeared on his computer, which was the recording of the conversation between Hao Chuan and the real estate agent that day. Shenzhi's conspiracy was right in front of him. Chapter 91: Who will win? The sudden change made Shenzhi a little confused. For a moment, he held the phone and didn't know what to say. He only heard Mayor Chen on the other end cursing loudly, completely unlike his usual friendly image. Father, what's going on? What's going on? Mayor Chen was almost mad when he heard this. This prodigal, even at this point, was still pretending to be stupid. He shouted, "You idiot, you are arrogant on weekdays, but now you even use government things without permission and sell them to others. Do you think your father has been the mayor for too long? How do you know?" Shenzhi understood everything clearly. It was obvious that all the previous things were exposed. He screamed subconsciously, but forgot that he was talking to Mayor Chen on the phone at that time. He was scolded again. Go home right now and don't go anywhere. But. No buts. If you continue like this, not only will my position be in jeopardy, but the Chen family will probably be destroyed because of you. Mayor Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Shenzhi and hung up the phone rudely. He opened the file on the computer with a grim look and attached a few brief words after the recording. If it can't be resolved within 3 days, the whole city will know about it. Threaten. A naked threat. But for Mayor Chen now, he has no choice but to do it. If this matter is not handled well, even if the whole city is not notified, Boss Feng, who has been eyeing the villas, will not let it go. Mayor, look at this. The man who had informed Hao Chuan before now stood cautiously in front of the mayor and spoke with a trembling voice. Although he was very reluctant, the matter had to be dealt with anyway. Otherwise, if the news got out, it would not only be Mayor Chen who would be in trouble, he would also be implicated. Go down first. I'll handle this matter myself. Mayor Chen just felt a headache and his face was solemn. At this time, Shenzhi was extremely angry. He threw the phone away and shouted angrily, "Damn it, what is going on? How could someone tell on me?" Oh, that real estate agent. Only Song Lin's subordinate and the real estate agent knew about the whole thing. Shenzhi has absolute trust in Song Lin, so the only person left is this real estate agent. Walk. Shenzhi waved his hand, quickly contacted Song Lin, and went to the real estate agent's home. As for Hao Chuan, watching Shenzhi's car go away, he leaned back in his chair leisurely, called Chen Long, and said, "Old Chen, my people can be sent to that location. As long as someone dares to take action against the intermediary, there is no need to hold back." Okay. Chen Long had received the address sent by Hao Chuan before, and immediately gathered 7 people except Li Ba and rushed to the real estate agent's home. At this time, the real estate agent was still drinking alone at home, and he didn't even dare to step out of the door. Although he had woken up a long time ago, he still remembered clearly what he had done and said before, especially the time when he told Hao Chuan everything about the crown prince. Even though he had obtained Hao Chuan's guarantee, he was well aware of the prince's strength, and this was not something that could be easily stopped. Is that Hao Chuan really reliable? Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was daydreaming, there was a hurried knock on the door. His face suddenly changed, and a hint of deep fear flashed in his eyes. His body trembled, not daring to move. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door seemed very urgent, but he seemed to be stupid, and couldn't even hold the wineglass in his hand steadily. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, a cell phone rang urgently, scaring him so much that he threw the glass aside. After a while, he picked up the phone with trembling hands and asked, "What's the matter?" "Hello, we are sent by Mr. Hao Chuan to protect you. Please open the door." "Boss Hao." Upon hearing this voice, the real estate agent was almost dumbfounded, his face full of solemnity. He really didn't know whether to believe it or not. "Shenzhi's people will be here soon. Please open the door as soon as possible." We will take you to a safe place. Before the real estate agent finished his words, he heard a noisy sound coming from the other end of the phone. He jumped up in a hurry and rushed to the window to look. I saw a familiar car approaching quickly from a distance. It's Shenzhi. It's too late, just stay in your room. Chenlin hung up the phone helplessly. He didn't expect Shenzhi to be so fast. He quickly called Hao Chuan, briefly explained the situation, and asked several other people to step forward to stop Shenzhi's men. Shenzhi obviously came prepared, with 3 cars and more than 10 people. He looked like he was going to teach the agent a lesson, but he never expected to be stopped by a few inexplicable people. Who are you? Get out of here right now. Shenzhi was furious and shouted, I don't have time to deal with you today. Be careful or I'll beat you up too. Get started. During this period of time, Chenlin had already contacted Hao Chuan. The latter only said a simple word. Chenlin also understood, nodded, and announced Hao Chuan's order. Upon hearing this, several people strode forward and started beating up the people brought by Shenzhi without saying a word. With their strength, they were no match for the gangsters brought by Shenzhi. In just a short while, they were beaten to a pulp, leaving Shenzhi dumbfounded. Who are you? Ola Ola. Before Shenzhi could react, he heard a series of sharp sirens. He didn't know where they came from, but a police car suddenly came roaring in and stopped in front of the 2 groups of people. Stop! Police! A female police officer jumped out of the car, raised her gun swiftly, pointed it at Shenzhi and the others, and shouted, Everyone raise your hands! Police? Shenzhi's face darkened. He dealt with Mayor Chen all day long and knew a lot of people in the police station, but he was not familiar with the policewoman in front of him. Put your hands up. The policewoman looked at Shenzhi and said coldly, If you don't raise your hands, I won't be polite. Although Shenzhi wanted to ask for clarification, he did not dare to confront the bullet directly. He raised his hands obediently, but he did not mean to stop and continued, What are you doing here? We received a report that someone is trying to beat up innocent citizens here. The policewoman snorted coldly and asked, Are you the mastermind? Shenzhi quickly cried out for injustice and was about to point the finger at the guys who had taken action, but he found that the guys who had been as ferocious as tigers just now were now falling to the ground, screaming in agony. Chapter 92 The Mayor Arrives. Shenzhi was dumbfounded. You guys. Shenzhi, who had reacted, didn't even remember to raise his hands. He immediately flew into a rage. You bastards. All of you get up. We are the victims. You policemen. Say it again, put your hands up. The policewoman looked cold, raised the muzzle of her gun a few inches, and pointed it straight at Shenzhi. Under the pressure of the black gun muzzle, Shenzhi quickly raised his hands and took 2 steps back. Don't be impulsive. In order to show his cooperation, young Master Chen retreated to the corner in humiliation. He was extremely angry and hated this beautiful and hot-tempered policewoman. Don't think you'll be fine if you just hide in the corner. Tell me, are you the mastermind? The policewoman ordered someone to call an ambulance and stared directly at Shenzhi. Shenzhi turned his head subconsciously, and when he saw this, he almost jumped up in anger. This was too much, these guys were still pretending, and one of them even rolled on the ground. Calm down, calm down. Shenzhi took a deep breath and suppressed his temper. He forced his head away from Li Ba and the others, stared at the policewoman and said, Are you new here? Do you know who I am? Cuff him for me, and take all the uninjured ones back. There were several policemen inside who knew Prince Shenzhi. One of them plucked up the courage to approach the female police officer and whispered Shenzhi's identity. They still wanted the goddess captain to continue leading them, and they must not let such a trivial matter ruin their future. Shenzhi looked at the policewoman with a sneer on his face, and his raised hands unconsciously put down again. He wanted to see if this big-breasted and brainless policewoman would dare to be so presumptuous after knowing his identity. Cuff him, the policewoman frowned and shouted coldly. People who are familiar with AI Shanshan know what kind of temper she has. Shenzhi and the other policemen obviously don't know her. If it weren't for her hot temper, she wouldn't have been transferred down from the capital. Oh, okay. The accompanying police weighed the pros and cons, looked at the famous prince apologetically, hoping that the prince would understand their helplessness. The agent who was eavesdropping through the door breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately more worries came up. The prince had already been offended, and Boss Hao seemed to be reliable? After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and opened the door. Comrade police, this incident was caused by me, I confess. Hao Chuan sat leisurely on the recliner, rocking back and forth, humming a little tune, sipping tea from time to time, feeling extremely comfortable. 3 minutes ago, he received a call from Chenlin. After learning the whole process, he laughed a few times, a cold look appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "Interesting policewoman. Prince, this pot is enough for you to drink for a long time, right?" Hao Chuan didn't want to say more about her. It had only been a short while, and it was too appropriate to describe it as a chaotic situation. But then again, this villa was bought for her to play with, so go ahead and play as much as she can. It's still early in January, and there's still more than 30 million in this card. Hao Chuan showed a distressed look, thinking, what a rip-off. It's so hard to spend money. Hao Tong came over. In such a short while, she had played around the villa inside and out. She stretched her body, showing her curves. Then she opened her rosy little mouth, yawned and said, "I'm tired of playing. I want to take a nap." Then she went straight into Hao Chuan's arms. Oh my god. Hao Chuan couldn't help but feel his mind swaying for a moment, and he forced himself to discard the tempting thoughts. Feeling the soft elasticity of the seductive body in his arms, Hao Chuan took a deep breath and put Hao Tong on the sofa. He didn't go anywhere. He entered the system and looked around for a few times. After upgrading, a bunch of messy skills appeared. He didn't plan to spend the points for the time being. This system did not play by the rules at all, and he needed to keep them for emergencies. In such a short while, Hao Tong had fallen asleep on the sofa. Hao Chuan didn't intend to comment on her sleeping posture. He sighed, took off his coat and covered her with it, then he also lay down on the recliner and dozed off. What? That prodigal son was taken to the Public Security Bureau? Mayor Chen, whose anger had just subsided, jumped up when he heard the words, "This prodigal son should not have been born in the first place. If I had known this would happen, I would have shot him into the wall." The secretary who came in to report the situation had a strange and embarrassed look on his face, his mouth twitching, but he tried hard not to show it. He had followed Mayor Chen for many years, and this was the first time he saw the mayor lose his composure like this. There is a saying that rich people who have been rich for 3 generations are bound to be cheated, and it really makes sense. "Mayor, this is the news from the Public Security Bureau. All the evidence is against the young master. The testimony of the real estate agent not only confirms the young master's guilt, but also pushes you into the fire pit. You see." Mayor Chen waved his hands irritably and said, "Don't worry about that loser, let him fend for himself." After turning around a few times, Mayor Chen sat down. The prodigal son had no choice but to say, "Contact the Public Security Bureau now and ask them not to file a case. Also, please postpone the rest of my schedule for today. I have other things to do." The secretary left. Mayor Chen sat there for a while, rubbing his head. His anger surged up again. Prodigal son, prodigal son. Hao Chuan squinted his eyes and almost fell asleep. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hao Chuan smiled calmly and answered the phone. "Who is this?" "Boss Hao. I'm Mayor Chen. Would it be convenient for us to meet and discuss in detail?" Hao Chuan smiled brightly and said cheerfully, "Of course, it's my honor." Hao Tong was woken up. He opened his sleepy eyes, snorted in dissatisfaction, changed his position and continued to sleep. Hao Chuan was furious and speechless. This dog is simply lawless. Not long after, Mayor Chen came over with a fruit basket. "I've heard of Boss Hao for a long time. Now that I see him, he is indeed a rare talent with extraordinary bearing. Will you let me sleep?" A pillow flew over. Hao Tong sat up angrily and stared at the extremely embarrassed Mayor Chen with her big eyes. Well, in her heart, Mayor Chen was not as attractive as a king of sausages. Hao Chuan rubbed his hands awkwardly and said with a wry smile, "Well, my cousin has a bad temper." "Mayor Chen, please don't bother with her. You are so ignorant. Go upstairs and sleep." Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong. He had to teach this little thing a lesson. He slapped her on her perky buttocks and drove her away. Mayor Chen smoothed his hair that was messed up by the pillow. Although he was old, he was still shocked by Hao Tong. What a stunning little loli. I often hear my father mention Boss Hao. He is young and promising, and has an extraordinary demeanor. It is better to meet him in person than to hear about him. When I look at Boss Hao and then think about my spoiled son, the difference is like heaven and earth. I dare not. Hao Chuan secretly rolled his eyes and said, "Your son was once a well-known figure in school with both talent and learning. Now he has been involved in government affairs at an early stage. His future achievements are limitless. Chapter 93, Young and Mature. The two of them praised each other in a flowery way, but there was really nothing to talk about. Hao Chuan was in no hurry anyway, so they just waited for it. Who was afraid of who? Mayor Chen really couldn't afford to waste time with him, and the two of them chatted for a few more words. With his experience in scheming, Mayor Chen finally couldn't hold it in anymore. There was nothing he could do. His prodigal son was locked up in the Public Security Bureau. This matter was not a big deal, but it would still affect his political review. But the matter of the villa complex is serious. The private sale of government property is directly related to his position, so he has to be anxious. Boss Hao, now that it has happened and everyone is involved, how do you plan to resolve this matter? Hao Chuan sighed, spread his hands, and said bitterly, I am just an ordinary citizen. I have finally accumulated some wealth, but I have spent it all here. I believe you also know that this piece of land has problems on both the black and white sides. How can I solve it? I think Boss Hao is a wise man. Mayor Chen is a cunning old man, and a pair of bright eyes are indispensable in the officialdom. After a few minutes of direct contact with Hao Chuan, he felt that the young man opposite was a bit tricky. Even an old man like him could not see anything from Hao Chuan's face. With such a comparison, he was even more disappointed with the prodigal son at home. Hao Chuan shook his head, smiled and said nothing. This is awkward. Both of them are waiting for the other to state the conditions first, staring at each other and wasting time again. Trigger the hidden side quest, young but mature, and get 1 point. Suddenly hearing the system reminder, Hao Chuan was stunned. Damn, young and mature? Are you calling me cunning and treacherous in disguise? No, I'm not old. I'm in my prime, full of youth. He. No matter what, earning points is a good thing. Hao Chuan suddenly had an idea. If the two of them continue to play like this, will there be any additional rewards? This idea was like a small flame that set a grassland ablaze. He sat on the sofa with great interest, hoping that Mayor Chen would calm down and be more patient. What the old man said is indeed right. Boss Hao, don't worry about the government. I will do my best to suppress it. Mayor Chen couldn't wait any longer. He didn't know how angry Hao Chuan, who was full of expectations, was because of his words. Without the reward, Hao Chuan felt a little depressed for a moment. He forced himself to be cheerful, smiled and said, Mayor Chen is a man of few words. He is really straightforward. After that, he fell silent and stared at Mayor Chen, waiting for him to express his opinion. Boss Hao, do you have any other requests? Mayor Chen was indeed embarrassed. From his point of view, it was indeed his responsibility to suppress the matter. As he expected, Hao Chuan was not interested in this condition. Alas! Hao Chuan sighed, and then nothing happened. Okay, I'll have someone inform Feng Tianrui to not go too far. I think that will put Boss Hao at ease. Hao Chuan sat up straight with a serious expression, and said, What are you talking about, Mayor Chen? Shanghai city officials are honest and the people live and work in peace and contentment, but there are always some clowns who attract attention. Look, they kill people today and set fires tomorrow. Do they still have the government and the law in their hearts? They wantonly destroy social stability. These people are clearly the rotten rats of our city construction. Mayor Chen was unsure of what Hao Chuan was trying to achieve. After some thought, he tentatively said, This area should indeed be strictly enforced. We have already made arrangements and plans, and we have even specially transferred outstanding police officers from Beijing to strengthen the construction. We have put in a lot of effort, but with Mr. Hao's perspective, he must have understood that this kind of thing is impossible to completely eliminate no matter where it happens. Mayor Chen spread his hands to express his helplessness. It is definitely impossible to completely eliminate it. Hao Chuan nodded, agreeing with Mayor Chen's opinion. How does Mayor Chen think this situation should be resolved? Mayor Chen nodded for a long time. What good idea could he have? If he had an idea, he would have implemented it earlier and taken credit for it. Hao Chuan's face was full of righteousness and he said seriously, It's very simple. Disintegrate and control from the inside. Mayor Chen was drinking tea, and when he heard this, he almost spit it out, choked twice, looked at Hao Chuan in disbelief, and asked, Boss Hao, what do you mean? Hao Chuan rolled his eyes. He didn't believe that Mayor Chen didn't understand the meaning of his words. This old fox was pretending to be confused even though he knew the truth. I have been receiving Orthodox education since I was young and have completed the 9-year compulsory education in the country conscientiously. I believe that I love the motherland and the people. I think the reason why the underground black forces are so arrogant and lawless is ultimately because of one reason, that is, they lack a wise and upright leader. Okay, Hao Chuan admitted that he was disgusted by himself. So what? Mayor Chen also rolled his eyes. He was shocked by Hao Chuan's shamelessness. At this point, Hao Chuan was too thick-skinned to talk nonsense anymore. He got straight to the point and said, I will definitely be able to do this task. I hope the country will give me a chance to show my ambitions. Woof! Hao Tong suddenly jumped down from upstairs. Hao Chuan and Mayor Chen were both shocked. Mayor Chen didn't understand the situation and just thought that this petite little girl was unruly and cute. Hao Chuan stroked his forehead and thought to himself, it's hard to change a dog's nature, it's hard to change a dog's nature. Hao Tong came down suddenly, something must have happened. What happened? Cousin, there are a dozen bad guys coming. Hao Tong stared outside. Hao Chuan and Mayor Chen looked outside in a hurry and saw 2 vans stopped. A dozen young men armed with sticks got out and walked towards them arrogantly. Mayor Chen's face turned pale. Without saying a word, he took out his phone and dialed a number, saying in a cold voice, Building 3, Zone A, the Green City Mingyuan Villa District. Is this the public security you promised me? After that, Mayor Chen hung up the phone with a snap. Everyone inside, get out. I'm going to smash it up. A dozen or so young men apparently got wind of the news and went straight to the villa where Hao Chuan was temporarily staying and started shouting. Hao Chuan looked at Mayor Chen, waiting for his opinion. Mayor Chen's face turned blue with anger. Go out and take a look. This made Hao Chuan look at Mayor Chen with a higher opinion. This second-generation official still had some blood in his veins. The 6th master was good, and his son was also good, so how could a person like Shenzhi who ran away from his career and was disabled suddenly appear? Hao Chuan was speechless and regretful. Who are you? Don't you know this is a government property? Who asked you to come here? Mayor Chen showed off his authority and shouted coldly. Isn't this guy an idiot? 3 of them are so arrogant. A young man commented on Mayor Chen's performance. I don't think he's a fool, but more of a moron. Another young man followed up with his own conclusion. Laughter broke out immediately and Mayor Chen's face turned pale. He was very angry. Things that made him angry and furious happened one after another in the past few days. These people are lawless, absolutely lawless. Chapter 94, Bumping into the Gun. Who among you 3 is the owner? Hey, you idiot, you look pretty good, didn't you buy all these villas? A yellow-haired man looked at Mayor Chen arrogantly, but when he turned his eyes to the gorgeous Hao Tong, he was stunned. Whistles suddenly sounded everywhere. Girl, can we play with you? Hao Tong's face was filled with anger and gloom, and there was a faint roar coming from his throat. Hao Chuan knew that this little thing was angry. In fact, he was also very angry at this time. He took a step back and said, Go, beat up these scumbags. Hao Tong cheered and her petite body rushed out like a cheetah. The little thing that has learned leg skills is extremely powerful. Even the giant Li Ba, who came from the military, is no match for her, let alone these arrogant young men in society. Hao Tong's long legs were able to kick out shadows. Although not as exaggerated as Qianying, 2 or 3 shadows were enough to give these young people a hard time. Screams were heard one after another, but whenever there was contact, there was no way they could last even a single round. In an instant, 6 or 7 young men were knocked down, and the sticks were scattered all over the ground. The remaining 8 or 9 young men were all stunned, and looked at Hao Tong with fear. This was not a petite loli, but a human-shaped beast. Hao Tong snorted, clenched his fists and shook them twice in protest, then turned around and walked back to Hao Chuan. Go on, why did you stop? Aren't there still a few scumbags? Hao Chuan murmured to complain about the little thing. Hao Tong gave Hao Chuan a big eye roll, wrinkled her nose and said with disdain, TSK. They're all scared, it's not fun. After saying that, she pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. It was obvious that this girl was not having a great time. Sundara. Toot Sundara. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly. He was completely speechless about this dog's Sundara personality. Mayor Chen was shocked beyond words. No wonder he was hit as soon as he entered the door. This little loli was too violent. Hao Tong was no longer interested in fighting, and the remaining young people in society didn't know whether to leave or stay, and they didn't dare to move too far forward. Now that we are out, we can't just stand there. Hao Chuan took 2 steps forward with a smile and shouted to a young man with yellow hair, "Don't retreat so far away. Come closer. It's inconvenient to talk like this." These young men, led by Huang Mao, who had not been knocked down yet, felt humiliated, frightened and annoyed. They were emboldened by numbers, and it was really embarrassing that so many strong men were frightened to the point of weakness by a little girl. After taking a few steps forward, sirens suddenly sounded, and the faces of these young people changed instantly. The police cars arrived quickly, 3 cars, 7 or 8 policemen, led by a female police officer with an extremely hot body. Angelic face, slim waist. Long legs. Top notch, top notch. Hao Chuan murmured in comment, quietly swallowing his saliva, and then looked at the little Lolita Hao Tong next to him. They were simply 2 extremes, but both were incredibly beautiful. AI Shanshan was as capable and domineering as ever. "Drop your weapons, hold your head and squat on the ground." Under the muzzle of the gun, the sticks in the hands of the young people were too weak. A large group of people squatted on the ground in a hurry. The police were extremely brave and agile. They caught them all in no time and lined them up. "Who among you 3 participated in the fight? Step out of the line." AI Shanshan was smart and strong. When she saw 6 or 7 injured young men, she was not at all vague. Although she knew that one of the 3 was a big shot, she was still so strong. "Do you want to fight with me?" Hao Tong waved her delicate little fist. She felt an instinctive threat from the pistol and jumped out immediately. "Are you the only one?" AI Shanshan still pointed the black muzzle of her gun at the 3 people. When she looked at the 2 men behind Hao Tong, Hao Chuan and Mayor Chen, her tone was full of contempt and disdain. "Damn! What's that look in your eyes?" Hao Chuan's temper was about to explode. Trigger hidden side quest, be despised by a beautiful woman and get 1 point. The sudden system prompt directly disrupted Hao Chuan's rhythm. This system is too funny. He was grinning foolishly, not realizing that AI Shanshan was looking at him with disgust and aversion, because to outsiders, he was grinning foolishly at AI Shanshan. This expression was really too vulgar, and Mayor Chen couldn't help but move aside. Standing with Hao Chuan at this time, Mayor Chen actually felt ashamed. Another siren sounded, and the police chief rushed over with a team of police cars. The police chief, who was still in the police car, was horrified when he saw AI Shanshan pointing a gun at Mayor Chen. Before the car stopped, the police chief jumped out and shouted in shock and anger, "AI Shanshan! Are you crazy? That's the mayor, and you pointed a gun at him. Put your gun down now." AI Shanshan frowned, pursed her lips and remained unmoved, her arms still held straight and upright. "If one of the 3 of them was involved in a fight, I have the right to enforce the law." AI Shanshan had an extremely hot temper and did not give the Public Security Bureau chief any face at all. "I order you to put your gun down." The police chief also got angry and shouted, "Comrade AI Shanshan, do you know what you are doing? You have the right to enforce the law against ordinary citizens, but who gave you the right to enforce the law against the mayor?" Hao Chuan came back to his senses, put away his silly smile, looked at AI Shanshan with a surprised expression, and thought to himself, "This woman has an extraordinary background. Even the director of the Public Security Bureau is afraid of her." The Public Security Bureau chief's words worked. AI Shanshan realized that he had indeed overstepped his bounds, but he did not let it go. He moved the gun to Hao Chuan and said coldly, "Isn't this man a politician? I suspect he is involved in a fight." "Oh my God." Hao Chuan was amused. Who invented the saying, "Big breasts mean no brains"? It makes so much sense. Is this woman stupid? "My beautiful police sister, first of all, I did not participate in the fight, Mayor Chen can testify to that. Second, do you know that there is a provision in the law called self-defense? Mayor Chen can also testify to that." Mayor Chen looked unhappy. First he was insulted by the youth, then the policeman pointed a gun at his head. This kind of thing would not be pleasant for anyone. But he wanted to maintain his people-friendly demeanor as a mayor. He coughed dryly and nodded, saying, "Boss Hao is right. I can indeed testify for the 2 of them. Comrade, please put down your gun." Hao Chuan smiled triumphantly, staring straight at AI Shanshan, revealing his 2 rows of big white teeth. This expression, "He deserves a beating." AI Shanshan, who had a hot temper, immediately burst into anger. Fortunately, she was a good police officer. If she continued to insist on doing so, it would be unreasonable. She had to put down the gun, but Hao Chuan's hateful face was deeply imprinted in her heart. TSK. It's boring and not fun to not fight after all this time. Little lowly Hao Tong pouted her rosy little mouth, walked listlessly to Hao Chuan and put her arm around his. Mayor Chen, I think you can consider my proposal now. I firmly believe that I am the best candidate. At this moment, Hao Chuan exuded the light of justice from head to toe. Chapter 95, Pure Goddess. Mayor Chen did not answer Hao Chuan directly. He introduced the Public Security Bureau chief to Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan smiled brightly, shook the Public Security Bureau chief's hand, and said, "Chief Jiang, please take care of me in the future. I don't think Shenzhi's case is a big deal. I'll call him later to see if there's any misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Mayor Chen nodded in satisfaction. They had almost finished talking about everything and had reached a consensus on both sides' goals and requirements. After a few pleasantries, Mayor Chen and Director Jiang said goodbye and left. Awesome, boss. Xiao Wan, who had just come back for something, happened to see this scene and was immediately impressed. Hao Chuan would not give Xiao Wan a good face. He slapped her on the head and asked with a glare, "Why did you come back instead of taking care of the store?" Xiao Wan looked at Hao Tong shyly, holding a bag of roasted sweet potatoes in her hand, and passed it to Hao Tong directly around Hao Chuan. Hao Tong took it happily, not afraid of the heat, and ate it while dipping his lips. His little face was covered with redness. Damn! Where's mine? Hao Chuan glared. This employee is so incompetent. He doesn't know who the boss is, right? Okay, fine. Oh. The store has an appointment with a big client, so the boss is away. Xiao Wan ran away. Brother, here you go. Well, the little thing is still good to me. Hao Chuan finally got some comfort. He took out a torn handkerchief from his pocket, handed it to Hao Tong, and said, "Wipe your face. We're done here, let's go out and play." There is no doubt that Hao Tong has no immunity to playing at all. He didn't even bother to eat sweet potatoes. He rushed over and hugged Hao Chuan's arm, and asked happily, "Brother, where are we going to play? Let's go. It feels like a long time since we last met." This is Hao Chuan's mood at the moment. He has completely given up hope that Tang Xi will throw herself into his arms. Although he has always been very patient with beautiful women, this is obviously unrealistic for him. "Xi, are you home?" "Yes, what's wrong? What's the matter?" After answering Hao Chuan's call, Tang Xi felt a little excited, but the natural reserve of a woman made her act deliberately cold. "Oh, Hao Tong and I are downstairs. We came to see our grandma and you, by the way." "My grandma. Not our grandma." Tang Xi corrected him countless times. "Really? Actually it's all the same, all the same." Hao Chuan's shamelessness is recognized by the system, and he is very familiar with climbing up the pole and doing things like that. "Grandma, you look better now. After a while, I can really call you auntie." Tang Xi was very unhappy with Hao Chuan's flattery. "What's the matter with you? If you have nothing to do, leave quickly. Tong, stay." Okay. Hao Tong likes being with Tang Xi the most. Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong. This thing given by the system was really unreliable. It sold itself out in a blink of an eye. He said, "Of course I have something to do. I suddenly thought of a fun place. I'll take you there now." Before he finished speaking, Tang Xi, who was caught off guard, suddenly found that her tender little hand had been held by someone. "Let go, what are you doing?" Tang Xi struggled for a while but failed to break free, so she just let someone hold her hand. Besides, she also liked this feeling. Thinking of this, Tang Xi's fair face flushed slightly. She glanced at the side secretly and found that her grandmother was looking at her with a relieved smile, so her face flushed even more. Walking on the street, Hao Chuan felt like a thorn on his back. If looks could kill, he would be riddled with holes at this moment. This was too light, and he would turn into ash directly. Holding the cool and elegant Tang Xi on his left hand and the petite lowly Hao Tong on his right arm, this is hateful enough, and what makes it even more hateful is that Hao Chuan's appearance is not that good. Flowers stuck in cow dung, this is a typical case of flowers stuck in cow dung, and there are two of them. "Have you heard of me, Cici?" Tang Xi suddenly asked out of nowhere. Hao Chuan was stunned, rolled his eyes, and said, "Nonsense, she is the same as you, a goddess of the school beauty level, known as the Pure Goddess, and she is a hot star. There are many legends about her in the school. Isn't she not in school all year round?" "Oh? You know a lot?" Tang Xi suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and pinched Hao Chuan's palm with 2 fingers. Ouch! Hao Chuan deliberately cried out in pain with a smile on his face. His heart was filled with joy. He was 100% sure that Tang Xi was jealous. To get the favor of the goddess, to hold her hand, to hug her delicate body, to sleep in her little bed. Life is so wonderful, what else could one ask for? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Tang Xi was so embarrassed that her heart was pounding. She pinched her palms and immediately regretted it. It was so embarrassing. Wasn't this too obvious? Nothing, why did you suddenly mention me, Cici? Hao Chuan wanted to wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth, but his hands were busy. He just slurped it and went back. Vulgar? Vulgar is a special adjective for men, okay? Miss Cici is back, and the school is going to hold another graduation party for her, and this time it will be even more grand. What does this have to do with me? Hao Chuan saw through the school's attitude. He was too lazy to care. Tang Xi bit her lip, pinched Hao Chuan again, and said, "They asked you to sing with them." "TSK. I'm busy." Hao Chuan said this in a righteous and domineering manner, but he couldn't help but imagine in his mind, damn. 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 A pure goddess? A pure goddess? The picture of someone's fantasy was simply unbearable to watch. The innocent Tang Xi smiled happily. How could she have expected that the man next to her would think deeper and further? Boss Feng, Biaozi and the others have been detained by the police. Oh? What's going on? Boss Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Just looking at his appearance, Boss Feng had a square face, fair complexion, and a strong scholarly air, like a teacher. Biaozi took people to the villa complex to cause trouble, and ran into trouble. How dare you? Who told him to go? He ran into a gun? What gun? Boss Feng had a sinister look on his face, a flush appeared on his face, and he cursed in his heart, these guys with strong limbs, they did things without using their brains at all. The younger brother looked at Boss Feng cautiously, and finally mustered up the courage to whisper. Mayor Chen and Hao Chuan were discussing something in the villa, and Biaozi and the others happened to catch up. Bang! The teacup broke into pieces and the tea splashed all over the floor. Boss Feng's face turned pale, and his quiet scholarly aura was suddenly replaced by a fierce and sinister one. You brainless thing, you ruined my plan. Boss, what should we do next? Boss Feng sat down in a daze, frowned and thought for a while, waved his hand to let his younger brother go out, picked up the phone and dialed a number. After a while, Boss Feng said, I'll give you an extra 10% of the interest on the villa complex. Is there any room for negotiation? 1%? Boss Feng, the current situation is serious. Even if you give me 100%, I won't be able to swallow it. The voice from the other end sounded very annoyed. Chapter 96, The store was smashed. I really overestimated you at the beginning. I thought you, Boss Feng, had some extraordinary abilities. I didn't expect that you were just birds of a feather. The man on the other side continued to provoke the angry Boss Feng. Boss Feng's face flushed again, but he forced it down. He was also annoyed, and said in a cold voice, we spent so much effort on that villa complex in the first place, and now you just want it? It's just a free giveaway to that junior Hao Chuan? The other party was silent, and there was reluctance in the air. I allow you to do what's convenient for you, but there is one thing, don't make too much of a fuss, or you'll get stuck. Of course, after you're done, remember what you said and add an extra 10%. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Both of them are smart people, and they both understand that the current situation is not irreversible. It's just that the other person is more insidious and cunning, and he is extremely blatant. He said this just to make himself clearer. Boss Feng can see the other party's thoughts with his buttocks. I take the risks and share the benefits. No, you get more benefits than me. Boss Feng, whose face was livid, suddenly smiled viciously and said, eat as much as you can. One day, I will make you eat so much that you can't vomit it out. When that time comes, humph. The plan has been moved forward, it's our turn to perform this scene. Boss Feng gave the order. Along the way, I enjoyed the blessing of having 2 wives, and the refreshing body fragrance of 2 people rushed into my nostrils one after another. Be a man, be a real man, this is how life should be. Hao Chuan's head was about to fly up to the sky. He walked around with the 2 beauties arrogantly, complacently and freely, attracting countless hatreds. Zhengyu Car Dealership is the highest-end luxury car dealership in Shanghai City. As soon as I saw two stunning beauties hugging each other, the account manager personally received me. Give me two of the most expensive cars in stock. Hao Chuan didn't even blink, his nouveau riche and spendthrift temperament instantly revealed to the fullest. The account manager was stunned and excited. It was indeed a big client. Unfortunately, most of the expensive luxury cars need to be ordered in advance. As for the existing cars, the manager painfully discovered that there were only two top-priced cars. One was a Lamborghini LP640 limited edition, priced at 10 million yuan, and the other was a Lamborghini LP710 special edition, priced at only 8 million yuan. The customer was heartbroken and felt that he had lost 100 million yuan for no reason. How could the Bugatti Veyron worth 50 million yuan be taken away? Fortunately, he didn't know that this fake rich man Hao Chuan only had more than 30 million on him. When the 50 million car came out, his face was swollen. Hao Chuan was very proud of himself, but when he heard that the total price of the two cars was only 18 million, he was immediately dissatisfied and said, "How can you do this? Such good cars, two for only 18 million, 20 million to take them away, whoever bargains will be in trouble." After that, he threw the bank card to the completely stunned account manager. Tang Xi rolled her eyes at Hao Chuan. She now showed some housekeeper consciousness from time to time. It was not the first time that she saw Hao Chuan spending money on such a large scale. A few days ago, he took her and Hao Tong to almost clear out a high-end shopping mall. With that incident as a buffer, she was able to accept it this time. She accepted so many expensive clothes and bags, and several cars worth tens of millions. It seemed acceptable, right? Hao Chuan himself doesn't like driving, so Tang Xi and Hao Tong followed the professionals to get familiar with driving, while he was calculating on the side. There were nearly 20 days left before the mission was completed, and the task of squandering money was only 10 million short of completion. Now he has a villa, a luxury car, and even hired 7 or 8 elite bodyguards. How is he going to spend more than 10 million yuan? The phone suddenly rang, and Hao Chuan saw that it was Xiao Wan calling. What? My cousin is not here. Hao Chuan thought that the boy called Hao Tong with a bad tone. In recent days, this stupid boy has caused him harm one after another. This kind of behavior of contempt for the boss is absolutely intolerable. Looking for you, boss. Xiao Wan said angrily, "Boss, please come back soon. Our store has been smashed." Hao Chuan jumped up and said angrily, "You are looking for death. I will go back immediately." "Shichi, cousin, stop learning for now, there is something urgent." He ran over in a hurry, grabbed the two girls who were confused and ran away. The account manager was stunned again. If Hao Chuan had not paid the money in advance, he would have thought the three of them were just big-name rich people. Boss, what about your car?" The account manager hurriedly chased after him. Such customers who spend money without blinking an eye are wealth, and it is necessary to maintain a good relationship with them. Drive to Ludu Mingyuan. Hao Chuan stopped a taxi and ran away like the wind. The account manager silently stared at the direction where the taxi disappeared, and murmured, "Why are you in such a hurry? In fact, we can take you anywhere, and it is definitely much faster than a taxi." "Manager, what should we do with the car?" a waiter came up and asked. "Let's go. I'll take you there myself. There shouldn't be many residents in the Green City Villa District. Ask around when you get there." After the account manager completed the formalities and arrived at Ludu Mingyuan, he learned from the sales office that all the villas in the complex had been bought by Hao Chuan. His jaw dropped to the ground. What a rich man! Hao Chuan was very angry. These young people were too arrogant. He tried to enter his own store but was stopped at the door and threatened not to enter. "Little thing, come on, beat him up." Hao Chuan didn't say anything and directly ordered Hao Tong to beat him up. This is not like playing. This is a matter of threatening Hao Chuan's life and property safety, which is completely within Hao Tong's responsibilities, so she is very angry. The little thing is very, very angry, and the consequences of being very, very angry are very serious. So the 3 or 4 hooligans who were blocking the door suffered such a tragic end, and their groans were so loud that it made the onlookers shudder. Tang Xi couldn't help but roll her eyes and looked at the pure and lovely Hao Tong, and saw what she had become after being taught by Hao Chuan. She was a very smart and considerate woman. Knowing that Hao Chuan was in a bad mood at the moment, she naturally didn't say much. The store was in a mess inside and out. Xiao Wan was crawling on the rotten counter, gasping for breath. "What's going on?" Hao Chuan asked Xiao Wan. When things got to this point, his anger gradually subsided. Shelwan was also confused and said angrily, "This bunch of bad guys came in and smashed the store without saying a word. I don't know where they came from." Hao Chuan touched his chin and sneered, saying, "It doesn't matter where they came from. What matters is that these bastards actually dared to smash my shop. If I don't punish them, don't they know how many eyes the Horse King has?" Sirens blared and 2 police cars drove over. Seeing the leading policeman, Hao Chuan sneered again and said with disdain, "Such a principled policeman, the speed of responding. He. I really can't praise it." AI Shanshan's expression was cold and fierce as always. The police force has its own system. Who reported the case? Tell me the details. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear. Seeing his expression, AI Shanshan couldn't help but get angry. Chapter 97, The Fateful Duel. What's your attitude? AI Shanshan has been in a bad mood recently. The capital was demoted and there was an incident where a gun was pointed at the mayor's head. Before coming here, she had just attended a 2-hour ideological and moral education course from the police chief. Seeing the annoying Hao Chuan again at this time, actually showing this face, she almost exploded. I looked at my watch. It has been exactly 23 minutes and 48 seconds since the incident. I was outside when I got the news, but I arrived here nearly 5 minutes earlier than you police officers. Excuse me, where is the efficiency of your police force? Is this how you protect the safety of the country and the people's property? AI Shanshan knew clearly that Hao Chuan was making trouble, but she couldn't find any words to refute him. Who was it because they arrived later than Hao Chuan? Depressed AI Shanshan chose to ignore the annoying Hao Chuan. She sensitively grabbed the honest Shelwan and forced a smile on her pretty face, and asked, "Are you the owner of the antique shop? Tell me about the situation." Shelwan was not in the mood to worship Hao Chuan at the moment, so he just explained the general situation. "Cousin, it's done." Hao Tong jumped over with his hands rubbed. When he saw AI Shanshan, the little guy gritted his teeth and waved his fist in protest. With the experience of self-defense last time, AI Shanshan refused to talk about the incident of Hao Tong beating people. But she didn't get any valuable clues from Shelwan. She came to the gangsters lying on the ground, and couldn't help but frowning on her fair forehead. Hao Tong's attack was too heavy, and 3 of the 4 people fell into a coma. The remaining one who was awake was not suitable for questioning. I had to perform my babysitter duties and call an ambulance. I want to ask that person a few words. Hao Chuan stood in front of AI Shanshan and stated his request in an unquestionable tone. Are you kidding me? AI Shanshan shook her head and refused without thinking, and ordered the accompanying police officers to set up a cordon, and no one was allowed to approach until the ambulance arrived. You are such an unreasonable and silly woman. Hao Chuan was so anxious that he couldn't help but blurt out what was on his mind. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. AI Shanshan's face turned pale and she looked like she was about to explode at any moment. Humph. Hao Tong jumped directly in front of Hao Chuan and glared at AI Shanshan as if in protest. She was not afraid of AI Shanshan, the tigress. Seeing Hao Chuan hiding behind the woman, AI Shanshan was suddenly no longer angry. It was not worth getting angry with such a person. She curled her lips, revealing a disdainful and sarcastic expression, and sneered, "You only dare to hide behind a woman, useless man." Hao Chuan was furious and was about to challenge AI Shanshan to a duel, but his phone rang at the critical moment and saved his life. Hao Chuan glared at AI Shanshan while answering the phone and said, "I'll deal with you later." Who? Who are you looking for? If you're looking for Hao Chuan, you've dialed the wrong number. If nothing else, just hang up. Boss Hao, a villa is on fire. What? Damn it. Why call me instead of 119? I'll be there now. Hao Chuan was shocked. Fortunately, the other side reported the fire first, which made him feel slightly relieved. Violent girl, calm down here first, take me to Luda Mingyuan quickly, something happened over there. Hao Chuan was very anxious at this time. He pulled AI Shanshan's hand, and took Tang Xi's hand along the way, and ran to the nearest police car as fast as possible. Wow! The boss is indeed the boss. He doesn't forget to take advantage of girls even at this time. Shelwan widened his eyes in amazement and admiration. Feeling abandoned, Hao Tong stomped her feet in dissatisfaction, pouted her rosy little lips, and hurriedly followed behind. This kid is dead. The policemen traveling with AI Shanshan all stared at Hao Chuan's back with mournful eyes. You dare to hold the hand of the goddess of violence, so you'll get skinned alive. Sitting in the car, AI Shanshan's expression was very calm, but the car was driving very fast, shuttling back and forth and dodging in various ways. Tang Xi's face had already turned pale, and Hao Chuan was now dizzy and just wanted to vomit. This crazy and stupid woman. He could only curse in his heart and must not say it out loud, otherwise this woman would kill him without the system even having to wipe her out. Thick smoke could be seen from afar, and at this point, Hao Chuan already had an idea in his mind. Forcing him to be in a panic, such ability and means are not something that Shenzhi and his ilk can do. Song Lin is also unlikely to be able to do so. The only person who can take revenge on him and has something to do with the villa is one person, the gangster boss named Feng. The fire was at a villa at the southwest corner. Well, it was basically burnt to ashes. It could be rebuilt, but judging by the situation, it would be better to rebuild it. The damage was so severe that all the facilities inside were basically destroyed. I'm so curious. This madman wanted to burn a pile of stones. He is so cruel. Hao Chuan was still staring blankly when the damn phone rang again. Looking at the phone, it was Zhuo Weiqiang calling. Hao Chuan hesitated whether to answer it or just throw the phone away. He could tell with his but that it was definitely not good news. Boss, Lu Shan and Dong Ji were beaten. Zhuo Weiqiang's voice was anxious and angry. I'll be there right away. Hao Chuan's eyes turned red, he gritted his teeth, and said coldly, Mr. Feng, you've angered me, just wait and see. AI Shanshan gloated over the misfortune and said with a smile, you have done so many evil things in the past, and today you are getting your retribution. Shut up. Hao Chuan glared at the tactless crazy woman angrily. Without waiting for the woman to react, he grabbed AI Shanshan's hand and ran towards the police car again. AI Shanshan was stunned. For the second time, her defenseless little hand was held. What happened? Was she too tired recently? After getting in the car, AI Shanshan took a deep breath and glanced at Hao Chuan indifferently. There was an indescribable sense of danger in her eyes. After receiving this inexplicable information, she felt unwell all of a sudden. Tang Xi saw all of this, biting her lips hard and not saying a word, but the look she gave Hao Chuan changed unconsciously. This man, is he really the emperor destined to be my son? Although Tang Xi got into the police car at this moment, she seemed very hesitant and confused. In the hospital, Lu Shan was relatively okay, with one arm dislocated. Dong Ji looked much more seriously ill, wrapped up tightly from head to toe, and at first glance one would have thought he was a mummy. I'm sorry, I've implicated you. Although these good brothers were nominally working with him, Hao Chuan saw their abilities, especially Lu Shan and Dong Ji. If it weren't for them, it would be hard to say whether he could raise 100 million yuan now. But please rest assured, I will definitely help you avenge this. Hao Chuan gritted his teeth. Seeing his good brother become like this, he was furious. Revenge? Do you want to go to jail? AI Shanshan said sarcastically in a lifeless manner. Stupid, silly woman, shut your mouth. Now, Hao Chuan. I swear in the name of the Jade Emperor that I will duel with you. Whoever backs down will be a grandson. Chapter 98, Begging for Mercy. Come on. Whoever is scared is a grandson. The hot-tempered and fierce AI Shanshan is not afraid at all. Wait a minute. Hao Chuan would not admit that he was actually scared, and said, I will help them first, and then I will deal with you after I am done. Tisk. AI Shanshan rolled her eyes and said with disdain, what else can a man like you do besides hiding behind a woman? The two of them are injured and there are doctors to see them. Don't make excuses. This duel must be fought today. Zhuo Weiqiang rubbed his hands, looked at the silent Tang Xi next to him, and then looked at this sexy policewoman with an extremely hot temper, and sighed in his heart, brother is really fierce. Well, police comrade, Hao Chuan is really good at treating illnesses. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuo Weiqiang decided to help Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan smirked at AI Shanshan and sneered, did you hear that? Stop showing off your low IQ by saying you have big breasts and no brains. I know a lot of things. Okay, see you on the rooftop later. AI Shanshan gritted her teeth in anger, her anger that had nowhere to vent almost made her burst. Now she wanted to see how this good-for-nothing, hateful bastard treated people. Hao Chuan's Hua Tuo's hand has not been used for some time. After upgrading this skill, it is more than enough to treat two people. Lu Shan, give me your hand. Hao Chuan's pulse-taking posture was extremely precise. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. In order to shock the arrogant and hot-tempered girl, Hao Chuan simply skipped the first 3 steps and started taking the pulse. Just pretending, huh? AI Shanshan got angry when she saw Hao Chuan's look and mocked him subconsciously. In fact, she herself was also confused deep down. Normally, although she had a straightforward and hot temper, rationality was always the dominant factor when it came to handling things. However, in front of Hao Chuan, whom she had only met twice, her rational side always disappeared inexplicably, and every time she got angry for no reason and was completely out of control. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. It's a little more serious than a dislocation. It's not a big deal. Let's take out the plaster first. When Hua Tuo's hand is in normal operation, it is not an exaggeration to call Hao Chuan the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Lu Shan frowned, and his face turned pale as he felt severe pain in the injured part of his arm. Hao Chuan nodded twice casually, and Lu Shan's brows immediately relaxed. In the dormitory, they often talked about Hao Chuan's magic when they had nothing to do. Hao Chuan's medical skills had spread throughout the school, but except for Zhuo Weiqiang, who swore that Hao Chuan's medical skills were superb, no one else believed it. Including just now, when Lu Shan heard Hao Chuan say that he wanted to show him, he subconsciously thought that Hao Chuan was showing off and being competitive in front of the beautiful policewoman, and he had decided to sacrifice himself to help Hao Chuan. With this thought in mind, Hao Chuan casually tapped his arm twice, and the severe pain at the wound disappeared instantly as if blown away by a magical breeze, and then completely changed. It was simply amazing. Are you surprised already? The magic is yet to come. Hao Chuan seemed to see through Lu Shan's mind and grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He took out a flat sewing kit, which contained specially purchased silver acupuncture needles. This was originally intended for physical therapy use for Tang Xi's grandmother and Tang Xi. Before they could enjoy this benefit, it was given to Lu Shan instead. After the silver needles were disinfected with alcohol, Hao Chuan's transformed hands suddenly turned into butterflies flying through flowers. So fast that they almost left their shadows, the silver needles disappeared from his hands one by one, and then appeared dazzlingly on Lu Shan's arm. The whole process was done in one go. When he finished, everyone in the ward was stunned. It was over? It was over just like that? Wasn't this too fast? You are quite capable. AI Shanshan muttered angrily, but she would never change her opinion. Including today, she and Hao Chuan had met twice. Both times, the petite Hao Tong rushed to the front. This scene left such a deep impression on her that she directly classified Hao Chuan as a soft man. Fortunately, these 3 words did not reach Hao Chuan's ears, otherwise he would definitely jump up and down and curse, "You are a weak man, and your whole family is weak men." After the medical treatment, Lu Shan felt the most intensely. Not only did the pain ease, but to his surprise, the injured arm could actually move slightly. Hao Chuan followed the same method and pierced Tang Xi almost all over his body. He didn't stop until he was almost exhausted. The most direct result of his hard work was that Tang Xi was able to sit up. Fortunately, his behavior was not seen by the medical staff, otherwise there would have been a troublesome medical dispute. "You've been resting for half an hour, is that okay?" AI Shanshan was getting a little impatient. She came out to investigate a case, not to play house with Hao Chuan. Today she first went to the antique shop, then inexplicably ran to Luduming Yuan. Before she could even stand there, she rushed to the hospital in a hurry. She was so exhausted that she even felt a little dizzy. Then there is this duel, which can be said to be extremely inexplicable. AI Shanshan herself can't figure it out. Why has this inexplicable duel become so inevitable? Don't be so arrogant, I'll let you use one hand later. Hao Chuan curled his lips. He had too many fighting skills, but unfortunately they all required points. System points are as important as life. Hao Chuan is considering whether this farce-like duel is worth exchanging points for a fighting skill. After thinking it over, Hao Chuan came to the conclusion that it was not worth it. Of course, there is a more crucial reason. AI Shanshan is a woman after all. It is already unreasonable for a 7-foot-tall man to fight with a delicate woman. If he is afraid that he cannot beat her and even cheats behind her, no matter how thick-skinned Hao Chuan is, he can't do it. So Comrade Hao Chuan stepped onto the rooftop with a heroic and confident look, raised his right hand high, looked down at AI Shanshan with an extremely arrogant expression, and said, one hand beat you." This time, AI Shanshan was unusually calm. She did not refute angrily, but instead a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. When Hao Chuan saw AI Shanshan's look, his heart suddenly became nervous. He wondered if it was a bit impulsive to start this duel. Less than 3 seconds into the duel, Hao Chuan sadly discovered that his move to initiate the duel was too hasty and irrational. This woman, when fighting, can't be described as a human being at all. She is completely like a tigress, fierce, agile, and imposing. What made Hao Chuan particularly depressed was that Ai Shanshan looked thin and skinny, so why did it hurt so much when she hit someone? Now his eyes were swollen and narrowed, which showed that this crazy woman had not held back at all. Beg for mercy. A real man should ask for mercy when it is necessary. Hao Chuan showed his shamelessness to the extreme. If he continued to fight, with the ferocity of this crazy woman, even if he had superb medical skills, he would probably have to lie in bed for a few days. Chapter 99 Gossip. Ai Shanshan was stunned and a little angry, but seeing Hao Chuan's shameless look, she no longer had the desire to take action. Well, Ai Shanshan was not a pushover either. She returned the arrogance and contempt that Hao Chuan had shown her when they were on the rooftop. Before she left, her voice reached Hao Chuan's ears, "Soft man." Fuck. Hao Chuan jumped up immediately, "Silly woman, you insult me." Hao Chuan was speaking the truth in his heart, he did feel greatly insulted. Ai Shanshan glanced at Hao Chuan calmly, shook her head slightly, and said disdainfully, "That's the fact." After saying that, he ignored Hao Chuan and walked directly from the exit. When he turned his back to everyone, a smile suddenly appeared on Ai Shanshan's tightly tensed face. Thinking of Hao Chuan's exasperated expression just now, she suddenly felt very happy and comfortable. "Stop. Let's fight again, you naive silly woman, you really deserve a beating." Hao Chuan immediately changed to a set of close combat palm techniques, Bagua palm. Originally, Hao Chuan was optimistic about a set of leg techniques, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not very elegant to directly use the legs when fighting with a girl. After choosing and choosing, he finally reluctantly spent 8 points to exchange for this set of palm techniques permanently. There was no other way. Hao Chuan had learned from his own experience of blood and tears that if a man does not know martial arts, a woman cannot subdue him. After hearing the words "silly woman," Ai Shanshan couldn't help but grit her teeth and clenched her fists. There was a crisp sound. "Okay, since you still want to be beaten, I will grant you your wish now. Let me correct you. I'm not the one getting beaten. I'm the one who wants to beat you." Hao Chuan was full of confidence at this time. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on, let's fight." Ai Shanshan's voice arrived, accompanied by a gust of fragrant wind, and the whole person rushed over like a cheetah with an imposing aura. Hao Chuan's feeling at this time was different from before. Before exchanging skills, he couldn't even see Ai Shanshan's movements clearly. After changing to Baguazhang, his eyes and ears seemed to suddenly become sharp. Ai Shanshan's unusually sharp figure was clearly visible to him, and her trajectory was completely under his control. In one word, strong. A very strong and fierce woman. This Baguazhang is really the right choice. Hao Chuan sneered. There is a rhyme for the 8 diagrams. Hardness comes first and softness is hidden later. Softness comes first and hardness is extended later. Others have soft waists and hands, but I have a soft waist and steady steps. To put it simply, this is a set of palm techniques that combines both hardness and softness. If the opponent uses hardness, I will counter it with softness. This softness is different from the pure softness of Tai Chi, because Baguazhang advocates the whole body, and if the waist is stable, the whole body is stable. Hao Chuan has already grasped the essence of Baguazhang. He did not confront Ai Shanshan's hard approach. Instead, he used soft power to defend himself and instantly switched to attack. When attacking, his hard power burst out, and a huge force burst out with his waist as the axis, his feet as the root, and his hands as the attack point, directly pushing Ai Shanshan 4 or 5 meters away. Ai Shanshan was shocked and stared at Hao Chuan suspiciously. She felt it very clearly. When attacking, Hao Chuan seemed to become a piece of soft cotton. He had no point of force at all and was penetrated by her attack force layer by layer. When the force had penetrated completely, he instantly turned from a defensive position to an offensive position. At this time, she was in a blank period of strength and had no way to defend herself, so she was pushed out directly. Ai Shanshan knew in her heart that if it was a life and death duel, she would have already lost with just this one blow. This guy was so timid just now, how come he became so powerful in the blink of an eye? I could only think of one answer: this bastard was deliberately teasing himself. If Ai Shanshan had followed her usual character, she would have admitted defeat without hesitation, and then learned from it and improved herself. But today, Ai Shanshan found that she could not control herself, and she felt a strong sense of humiliation in her heart. At this moment, Hao Chuan's face was simply abominable in her eyes. With a cold shout, AI Shanshan pounced on him again. Hao Chuan was unmoved and thought to himself, if you want to play, I will play with you, a silly woman, to the end and let you experience the essence of Bagwazang. Unfortunately, he overestimated AI Shanshan. What he exchanged in the system was a full set of Bagwazang, which contained the technique of killing, and was simply incomparable to the current martial arts routines that have been stripped of their essence and retained only the dross. AI Shanshan's kung fu was entirely derived from the police force's crude grappling techniques, and they are common stuff. How can they be compared? There was no need for him to deliberately express the essence, which made Hao Chuan very depressed, because he found that AI Shanshan could not understand what he thought was the essence. As a result, Hao Chuan himself lost interest. He simply knocked AI Shanshan down and made sure that the woman could not get up. Then he put his hands behind his back and slightly tilted his body, trying to strike the posture of an unsung master. Boss, you have a black eye, is it serious? Shuo Weiqiang said this deliberately. He was already shocked. Wasn't Hao Chuan a good doctor and an expert in identifying ancient artifacts? How come in the blink of an eye, this guy has become a master of kung fu? Such a life of cheating must be ridiculed and irritated. Hao Chuan almost fell down. He glared at Zhuo Weiqiang and said to AI Shanshan, who was breathing heavily on the ground, not hitting you doesn't mean I can't beat you. Be sensible in front of me in the future, otherwise, I will beat you without hesitation. AI Shanshan staggered to her feet, her police uniform wrinkled, and her smart and capable demeanor turned into confusion and daze. This was quite a blow to her, and she ignored Hao Chuan and went downstairs first. Boss, do you need to? Zhuo Weiqiang signaled with his eyes the direction where AI Shanshan should leave, and then glanced at Tang Xi, who was silent beside him, without saying it clearly. Don't worry about her. Hao Chuan naturally took Tang Xi's smooth little hand, squeezed it gently, and said coldly, Feng is too bullying. I will make some arrangements first to prevent the backyard from getting angry again. I will settle this account with him personally. Tang Xi struggled for a moment, then acquiesced. She was now very conflicted, worried about gains and losses, and the man beside her was even more complicated, like a ball of fog wrapped around her. No matter how hard she looked at him, she couldn't see clearly or understand him. Hao Chuan called Chenlin. These bodyguards were quite capable, but they had the same problem as him, lack of mobility, just like today, when they were like a monkey being fooled all day. I'll give you 5 million to buy a few reliable cars. You can decide the number of cars. If you don't have enough money, tell me. After giving the order, Hao Chuan thought about it and asked Chenlin to divide the staff. He didn't need them here, but someone had to guard the antique shop, villa complex, and media company. Once the 3 locations were divided, there would not be enough manpower. Finally, Hao Chuan explained the situation and let Chenlin make the arrangements and recruit the manpower himself. In this way, Hao Chuan's future bodyguard company had its outline inadvertently. Feng Tianrui was holding a glass of wine and sipping it quietly. He liked this feeling of peace and fulfillment. Others would laugh and lose their composure after success, but Feng Tianrui was different. When he was really happy, he would sit quietly on a recliner like now, pour a glass of strong liquor, and drink it slowly. He believed that this was a state of mind. Chapter 100 Negotiation. Boss Feng Tianrui, you seem quite relaxed. The sudden voice startled Feng Tianrui so much that he spilled his drink all over himself. Who are you? How did you get in? Hao Chuan sneered. He certainly would not tell Feng Tianrui that he had reluctantly exchanged for the invisibility spell, which allowed him to sneak in without anyone noticing. I'm Hao Chuan. The 2 words Hao Chuan are enough to explain a lot of things. Feng Tianrui had seen many storms in his life, and after being frightened at first, he quickly calmed down. He took out a wineglass, filled one for Hao Chuan, and then filled up his own glass, which he had just spilled more than half of. He drank half a glass in one breath, and the burning heat instantly evaporated the remaining panic. Boss Hao, you are very capable. You can stand here calmly without being discovered by my people. It is I who underestimated you before. To express my apology, let me drink first as a token of my respect. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the rest of the wine. The shock Feng Tianrui just now was far more than what he showed. Feng Tianrui himself knew very well how tight the personnel deployment here was. Until now, he still couldn't figure out why Hao Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him. If this guy had a gun in his hand, or wanted to kill him, could he hide from him? Boss Feng realized that he was not sure, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Hao Chuan doesn't like drinking, and even if he did, he's not in the mood to drink with Feng Tianrui at the moment. I'm very angry about what happened today. Tell me some solutions that can help me calm down. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Hao Chuan is a skilled and bold man, and he spoke with confidence. The system does not play by the rules, the tasks are too abnormal, and some unreliable actions pop up from time to time. Apart from these shortcomings, Hao Chuan must admit that the system's capabilities are very abnormal and there are no loopholes. In any industry in this world, the system can find a gap and launch corresponding cheating skills. With the help of such a perverted system, why would I be afraid of a small gangster like you? Feng Tianrui has never been a reckless man, nor has he ever lacked courage. He judged the current situation very accurately. Hao Chuan had the ability to kill him, and he had the ability to destroy the people or things that Hao Chuan cared about. When the two men confronted each other, both had aspects that made the other party wary. At this time, both parties need to sit down and have a good talk. Feng Tianrui spread his hands and smiled. Boss Hao must have seen how powerful I am and how much I can accomplish today. I believe that Boss Hao must have seen the goodwill I showed, right? Hao Chuan admitted this point. At least Feng Tianrui had grasped the relative scale and did not directly make things irreconcilable. Although he knew it in his heart, Hao Chuan was still very angry. More importantly, he found that he could not learn Feng Tianrui's style. How could this be possible? A low-ranking gangster boss was more stylish than himself. This was absolutely intolerable. Goodness your mother! Hao Chuan cursed and gave Feng Tianrui a panda look. Feng Tianrui was hit unexpectedly, his face turned pale, and he took great effort to calm himself down. He said in a cold voice, "Boss Hao, is this interesting?" "Of course it's boring." Hao Chuan opened his mouth wide, revealing a smile that made Feng Tianrui extremely disgusted. He treated this place as his own home. He sat down on the sofa, looking as if he wanted to rub his entire body into it. After moaning twice in comfort, he crossed his legs. After finishing this set of annoying actions, Hao Chuan said lazily, "Let's talk." "How do you want to talk, Boss Feng? You beat up my people, smashed my store, and burned my house. I think a punch to you is too light." "Of course, this punch is just interest. Look, don't I have 2 dark circles under my eyes? You still owe me a punch." Hao Chuan took the lead in blocking all of Boss Feng's rogue ideas with one punch. In fact, he was also in a difficult situation when he came here. This matter was not easy to handle. How to optimize the benefits was the problem Hao Chuan was currently considering. "I want a group of villas, or the equivalent in money. That's the bottom line. Get lost." "Impossible, you are dreaming." Hao Chuan rolled his eyes and thought, if you can't show up, then you can't show up. Look at Mayor Chen, how cunning he was during the negotiation. There is no harm without comparison. The gap is obvious. Then let's not talk about it. Boss Hao, please do as you please. I will continue with the plan I made earlier. However, whatever consequences Boss Hao cannot bear will appear in the next plan, so I will not consider them. Feng Tianrui also became tough. He realized that he must not be too gentle when negotiating with a ruffian like Hao Chuan, otherwise this guy would definitely take advantage of him. Hao Chuan is now unable to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. His security team has not yet gotten on the right track. With Chen Long and his men, they are simply unable to prevent Boss Feng's little tricks. As for a fight to the death, Hao Chuan would never consider this. With a turn of his eyes, Hao Chuan suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and said, "How about this, Boss Feng? I don't think we can get any satisfactory results if we continue to talk like this. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, we will follow the rules of the underworld. Whoever wins the fight will be the one to listen to him. What do you think?" Boss Feng was stunned, staring at Hao Chuan like a fool. He was not sure why Hao Chuan suddenly proposed this solution. He thought to himself, "Are you following the rules with me? Competing for manpower and territory? You are courting death." He knew very well that Hao Chuan's proposal was obviously beneficial to his boss Feng. He. 3 days, I'll give you 30 days. You are no match for me in the underworld. Young people are young people after all. Don't you know that what I am really afraid of is your ability? If you don't know how to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, you will definitely lose this battle. Feng Tianrui did not show what he was thinking, but crossed his hands, frowned and remained silent. After a moment, Feng Tianrui said, "Why should I give you 3 days? Give you 3 days to play tricks? It's okay if you don't agree. Let's fight to the death now. If you die anyway, I can just close the company for a few days and then play with your subordinates later. After saying that, a handful of silver needles suddenly appeared in Hao Chuan's hand and began to swing. Feng Tianrui looked at the silver needle in Hao Chuan's hand, and a chill surged in his heart. How about this? I'll give you 3 days, but you have to add other stakes. In addition to the villa complex, I also want your shares in the media company. Why don't you die now? Hao Chuan jumped up, and then he suddenly grinned like he was schizophrenic, and said, if I were you, I would definitely go to the antique shop. Those things can make money quickly. After joking, Hao Chuan said with a smile, since your conditions are clear, I naturally have to tell you my intentions. You asked for so much, it is all my hard-earned wealth, so you have to bet your wealth against me. What do you see on your face? Don't worry, I have plenty of money, I don't want a penny from you, but you must pay for what you burned and smashed. Chapter 101, Life is all about acting. How much could the burned and smashed things be worth? Even if we add the 2 injured, their medical expenses would be even less. Feng Tianrui thought more about it, because Hao Chuan acted too relaxed, so he was not relaxed at the moment. He was wondering if there was something else behind Hao Chuan's behavior that he hadn't figured out. What was it? What was it? Hao Chuan did not give Feng Tianrui more time to think, and said with a smile, what I want is very simple. I believe that in Shanghai City, only Boss Feng can meet my needs, so I am sitting here to discuss it with you in detail. After that, Hao Chuan deliberately leaned close to Feng Tianrui's ear and whispered, I want the entire Shanghai City and the rule of the underground underworld. Feng Tianrui almost jumped up. He really wanted to say back to Hao Chuan what he had just said to him, why don't you die now? But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he thought about it seriously. He was thinking, why did Hao Chuan have such great ambitions? He was also thinking, what ability did Hao Chuan have to defeat him? Could it be that there was some hidden strength behind him that had not been revealed? This young man is so scary. This was the conclusion Feng Tianrui came to after thinking about it. Although he seemed to be smiling, he was actually taking one step at a time. Feng Tianrui, who was always known for his wisdom, now felt that he was completely defeated in front of Hao Chuan. He asked himself if he had done enough research on Hao Chuan, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that he knew too little about Hao Chuan. Despite this, Feng Tianrui had no choice. After pondering for a moment, Feng Tianrui frowned and said, okay, I'll do as you say. I'll give you 3 days. A gentleman's word is his bond. Hao Chuan stretched out his hand. A whip for a quick ride. Feng Tianrui extended his hand in response, completing the verbal pledge. After completing the task, Hao Chuan was in a good mood. He picked up the wineglass beside him and drank it in one gulp. He stuck out his tongue because it was so spicy. Oh my god. This wine has a high alcohol content. Didn't this guy just drink the original wine? Before leaving, Hao Chuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Feng Tianrui with a serious expression, and said, Boss Feng, I thought you should pay the medical expenses of my employees first, what do you think? Feng Tianrui, who was about to stand up to see him off, stumbled a little, and said indifferently, goodbye. Hao Chuan smiled and turned away. He was actually joking. It was fun to tease the gangster boss, wasn't it? Hao Chuan left, and Feng Tianrui's good mood was undoubtedly ruined. He lay straight in the rocking chair with his eyes closed, thinking. At this moment, he had too many things to think about. Hao Chuan left a deep impression on him. How long has it been since he met such an interesting young man? Confident, calm, as if everything was under control. Every generation has its own talented people, each of whom leads the trend for hundreds of years. Looking at the empty wineglass on the table, Feng Tianrui suddenly realized that he was getting old. When they returned to the Green City villas, it was already dark. Hao Tong was watching TV with great interest, while Hao Chuan was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of meat wafted in, and Hao Chuan's stomach started to growl. Ha! Boss, why are you back so early? If you don't mind, I'd like you to go out for a walk. Xiao Wan looked at Hao Chuan with a look as if he were guarding against a thief. Well, Hao Chuan admitted that he was once again ruthlessly hurt by this stupid boy. He stared but had nothing to say, because Hao Tong, whose attention had been attracted by the TV program, suddenly fixed her eyes on Hao Chuan and looked at him with a look of deep agreement, which made Hao Chuan feel as if he had no desire to live. Hao Chuan quickly cheered up. Who is the biggest here? Me. It must be me, Boss Hao. So he mercilessly drove Hao Tong and Xiao Wan upstairs, gnawed on 2 extremely delicious bones, and completely ignored the tremendous resentment coming from upstairs. Life is so beautiful. Without waiting until the next day, after chewing the delicious bones, Hao Chuan immediately took out his phone, found Chenlong's number and dialed it. Chenlong is a very competent employee, at least he is very quick when it comes to answering the boss's calls. I'll give you 2 days. No matter what method you use, I want you to gather a team of bodyguards with at least 100 people. Their strength cannot fall behind. It's okay to be not as good as you and Li Ba, but the difference cannot be too big. I will use them in a big way. Before hanging up the phone, Hao Chuan added, remember, this is a military order, and the mission must be completed. Chenlong on the other end of the phone stood at attention and stood at ease reflexively upon hearing the military order. Then he confidently agreed and said, Boss, it doesn't take 2 days. Half a day will be enough. But why do you suddenly need so many security guards? Want to know the answer? Think. Gather everyone for a meeting tomorrow and I'll tell you at the meeting. After a good night's sleep and with the warm sunshine shining on your body, getting up becomes the biggest enemy of laziness. Hao Chuan wanted to continue sleeping, but unfortunately the phone rang, killing his idea of sleeping in the cradle, because the call was from goddess Tang Xi. You missed me so early? Xi, to be honest, I dreamed about you last night. Ni Sisi called me just now. Tang Xi simply ignored what Hao Chuan said. She asked me for your contact information. You gave it? Give it to me. This is too much. How could you do this? This is my privacy. As my girlfriend, how could you just give my phone number to another woman? You are insulting me and defiling the purity of our love. Tang Xi smiled secretly, but her voice was very cold. She interrupted Hao Chuan directly and said, I'm not your girlfriend. Okay, bye. Hao Chuan's voice was filled with disheartened emotion. He hung up the phone and turned it off. Then, he suddenly somersaulted on the bed, got up with a cheer, and rushed to the bathroom as quickly as possible to take a shower and spray perfume. Tang Xi didn't understand what was going on. As she listened to the busy tone on the phone, she bit her lip. Her heart was beating wildly. She asked herself with some self-blame, am I a little too heartless? Unable to resist the inner torment, she found Hao Chuan's phone number and pressed the dial button again. After hearing the prompt tone that the phone you dialed was turned off, Tang Xi sat on the bed in a daze. Hao Chuan, who was ready to go, had been sitting upright for nearly an hour. He was waiting for a call from the pure goddess Mi Sisi. This overly happy guy. He had completely forgotten that he had turned off the phone in order to put on an act in front of Tang Xi. How to describe Mi Sisi? When you see her appearance, just like her name, the only 2 words that come to your mind are pure. That's right, very clear and pure. The temperament exuded by this woman is just like the taste of first love in memory, elegant and fragrant. Chapter 102 Audition. At this moment, the pure goddess Mi Sisi, who was wearing a white dress, was sitting on the bed sulking. It was simple. Mi Sisi had dialed the phone number Tang Xi gave her 28 times. There was always a mechanical, annoying electronic female voice repeating over and over again, hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Why is this guy like this? He's so idle. Mi Sisi muttered angrily. Someone's singing came from the CD next to her. Mi Sisi was slightly distracted. But, his voice is really nice. Hao Chuan was equally impatient. What pure goddess? Too unreliable. It's been so long, why hasn't the phone rang yet? Someone who was slow to react finally thought of picking up the phone to check. Upon seeing this, Hao Chuan slapped himself without hesitation. Asshole. The phone was turned off. The phone screen lit up and rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hao Chuan answered the phone as quickly as possible. Hello, is this Hao Chuan? I'm Mi Sisi. Without seeing the person, but only hearing the voice, Hao Chuan immediately fell into the situation of first love, sweet and beautiful, green and astringent. At this moment, Hao Chuan had an illusion that he found himself in love. Trigger the hidden side quest, complete the Playboy quest and get 3 points as a reward. The cold prompt sound from the system stunned Hao Chuan. He was stunned for a moment, and then he became furious. You are the Playboy, and I am the innocent little boy. Ah? What did you say? Mi Sisi opened her mouth in shock. It was too shocking. Is this guy a psycho? Hao Chuan covered the microphone with a painful expression, leaned forward, and said with what he thought was the most charming voice, hello, classmate Mi Sisi, I'm Hao Chuan, what can I do for you? Ni Sisi was a little disappointed. This voice was not as beautiful and moving as she had imagined. Could she have made a mistake? I would like to invite you to sing in the chorus at the graduation party. Do you have time for an audition? Although she had doubts in her heart, Ni Sisi still made the invitation very politely. She should have directly invited him to sing in the chorus, but after hearing Hao Chuan's voice, she slightly changed the original words and turned it into an audition. Actually, I'm very busy. Please tell me a time and I'll see if it's convenient. Hao Chuan, who was eager to agree, forced himself to be reserved. It's 9:15 now. How about we meet in the school music lecture hall half an hour later, at 9:45? Wait, let me check my schedule first. Meeting clients, charity events, okay, I have a free time right now, I can go over. Hao Chuan acted fiercely and did a little dance on the spot, twisting his hips. Actually, there was a reason why he was so excited, because he had a secret in his heart that no one knew, that the pure goddess Ni Sisi was the ideal and perfect lover in his dreams. Now that he had the opportunity to get close to the beauty, he was infinitely moving closer to her. The school's music lecture hall is packed with people at this moment. When they heard that Ni Sisi was coming for an audition today, teachers with or without classes, and even some single male teachers, all came. Hao Chuan had to work very hard to squeeze through, and his carefully styled hair was messed up. He looked stupidly at the graceful Ni Sisi standing in front of him, and forced a calm smile. He said, "Hello, classmate Ni Sisi, I'm Hao Chuan. Your popularity is really more exaggerated than I expected. Despite this, I'm still 3 minutes late, just because it was too difficult to squeeze in. Sorry. It's okay." Ni Sisi concealed her inner disappointment. Hao Chuan's appearance was too ordinary. She smiled and said, "I haven't been here for long. Which song are you good at?" "A duet between a man and a woman. Heart Rain." Hao Chuan said the song title without hesitation. This was the scene he had dreamed of countless times. Singing Heart Rain with his dream lover was so alluring and fascinating. Of course, before the audition, he wasn't stupid enough to forget to learn his skills. Along with the rhythm of the music, a sound that cannot be described in words came out of his mouth first. Each note seemed to turn into a dancing elf, intoxicating and obsessed people. Just after singing this one sentence, Ni Sisi suddenly trembled with excitement. She was so moved that she wanted to cry. In fact, it was not just Ni Sisi. So many people at the scene, including the classmates and teachers who had previously envied, cursed, and wanted to replace Hao Chuan, were all intoxicated without exception after hearing Hao Chuan's near-perfect singing voice. The sound of nature. After the song was finished, there was silence. After nearly 3 minutes of silence, earth-shaking applause and cheers rang out. Ni Sisi took the initiative to extend her white and tender little hand. Her smile was so pure that no one could imagine any blasphemy. Her sweet voice was like the whisper of a lover. "Hao Chuan, it's an honor to sing with you. I am your loyal fan." Hao Chuan grinned, took the beautiful woman's soft little hand, and said with a forced gentleman's manner, "Actually, I want to say that I have always had a dream. I hope to get Miss Sisi's autograph." After saying that, he stepped back and bent over, and kissed the other person's little hand with his big mouth. This scene happened to be seen by Tang Xi, who came in a hurry. Tang Xi, who was originally feeling apologetic, had no thoughts at this moment. She stared blankly for a while, then turned around and left silently. At the moment she turned around, crystal clear tears fell out. At this moment, she felt as if her heart was being pierced by a needle, so painful. Hao Chuan was so excited that he didn't even know Tang Xi had been here. After leaving school, he called Tang Xi immediately, but unfortunately, Tang Xi's phone was turned off. Hao Chuan muttered a few words. He was still a little dizzy. When his lips touched Ni Sisi's little hand intimately, he could clearly feel Ni Sisi's accelerated heartbeat and the alluring blush. Unfortunately, he had something to do later and couldn't go to see Tang Xi right away. When we returned to the Green City Garden Villa complex, we saw from afar a group of strong men lining up for training. "Boss Hao, someone delivered 2 cars yesterday, but you left before we could hand them over. Leave it here for now." Hao Chuan didn't have time to talk nonsense with the sales staff. Business was more important. "Boss." Su Jie and Chen Long saw Hao Chuan and hurried over. This is the attitude that employees should have towards their bosses. Hao Chuan was very satisfied with this detail. Su Jie was the person he had decided on as the leader early on. This rich trader was a waste of his talent to be a security guard. Not letting him lead the team and mix in society was a waste of resources and was absolutely intolerable. As for Chenlong, it was precisely because Hao Chuan saw through the nature of Chenlong and others that he thought it was necessary to hold this temporary mobilization meeting. He had to mobilize everyone's emotions and morale, and try to get them to contribute to their future better life, well, a necessary contribution. Chapter 103, Bewitching People. First of all, let me make it clear that if you work with me, your salary will be 3 times higher than what you would get without working elsewhere. Now, if anyone is planning to quit, please step out. Hao Chuan's meeting was very special and novel. After years of experience in school, he has been troubled by the troubles of attending meetings. Now that he attends meetings himself, he believes it is his responsibility to correct the bad meeting culture. The men with strong bodies stood upright with smiles on their faces. Only a fool would be unhappy with the high salary. Very good. Let's clarify the second point. If you want to get a different salary, you must complete different work results. Please remember what I said. This job is difficult. If you want to quit now, I still have no objection. 3 seconds, those who want to quit, step out. No one quit. They were all smart people. They would not feel at ease if they received such high salary without producing any results. I am personally very satisfied with your performance. To clarify the third point, who can tell me what you think the responsibilities of a bodyguard are? How do you explain it? Boss, I believe that a bodyguard's job is to protect the life and property of his employer. Chenlong answered loudly. That's a very good answer. Let me ask you a question. For a bodyguard, knowing the enemy's identity or not knowing the enemy's identity, which one is more conducive to the bodyguard's protection work? Know the identity of the enemy. Why? Based on the enemy's characteristics, prepare preventive measures in advance. Very good. But what if the enemy is very powerful, so powerful that we can't defend against it with our own manpower? Tell me now, immediately, loudly, what should we do? This. Chenlong hesitated and said in a resolute tone, no matter how bad the situation is, a competent bodyguard will always be injured in front of his employer, or even die. After saying this, Chenlong originally thought that Hao Chuan would be very satisfied, and would even praise him again without hesitation. However, what he got were only 2 words that surprised him. Stupid. Hao Chuan shook his head in anger and disappointment, and said, I believe that everyone here must have this awareness, because this is the primary creed of your bodyguard training. But today I want to say that your ideas and practices are simply stupid. Chenlong, this is the enemy information. I'm handing it over to you now. Hao Chuan signaled with his eyes, and Su Jia hurriedly took out a stack of printed information from his bag. These were all the things Hao Chuan asked him to prepare last night. After distributing the information, Hao Chuan said coldly, discuss for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, those who are willing to stay will have their salary doubled on the basis of 3 times. Those who are unwilling to stay, please withdraw on your own. Remember, you only have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I want the result. 3 minutes passed quickly, Su Jia lined up again, no one dropped out, but everyone looked very solemn. No wonder the boss was willing to offer a salary 3 times higher than the market price, and the salary was still rising sharply. This task was really too difficult. Chenlong, tell me the results of your discussion. Boss, we have long been aware of this business. Don't worry, we will do our best to protect you and the people and properties you assign to protect from being violated. Chenlong's expression was heavy and his tone was tragic. Although Hao Chuan said that he could withdraw if he didn't want to, the pride and self-esteem cultivated in the army made him and his comrades choose to face it bravely. This is a group of iron-blooded men. After obtaining the opponent's information, with their professionalism, they can clearly see the danger and difficulty of this mission, but they still choose to face the difficulties head-on. Hao Chuan was very pleased with their choice, he did not make the wrong choice. However, Hao Chuan's face was not very good. He had a ferocious expression and said viciously, You. Chenlong, Li Ba, especially you, I am so disappointed with your ideas. What is the best defense? Is it defense? No. Attack, a sharp attack, to make them unable to attack. What threat can they pose? Now the opponent's information is clearly laid out there. Even so, you are still foolishly waiting for them to attack. Are you stupid enough to be a soldier? Why don't we attack first and destroy their manpower step by step, instead of letting them attack and leaving us to deal with them passively? Are you willing to be a real man hiding here like a turtle? No, we won't accept this. Su Jia raised his arms and shouted. Although he already knew what Hao Chuan was thinking, somehow, after hearing what Hao Chuan said, his blood started boiling and he wished he could charge into battle for Hao Chuan right away. As Su Jia took the lead in responding, Chenlong and Li Ba, who were red-eyed, became excited and shouted, "Let's attack and beat up these bad youths." Everyone's emotions were aroused, their expressions were fierce, and their blood was burning, as if even the temperature here rose a few degrees in an instant. The boss's eloquence is too good. After the excitement, Su Jia was still surprised in his heart, secretly sighing that the boss is indeed the boss, just extraordinary. At this moment, Su Jia could only use 2 words of admiration to describe Hao Chuan, as he knew what was going on in advance. When he got the information and knew his boss's idea, he immediately thought about it from Hao Chuan's perspective, how to turn a bodyguard into a thug. He found it difficult, at least he racked his brains but couldn't come up with a feasible solution. Now he was convinced. Hao Chuan's few words made him feel that everything was going to happen naturally when he knew what would happen next. The boss is so awesome. Su Jia looked at Hao Chuan with admiration and eager eyes. Hao Chuan naturally wouldn't say it, and part of the credit went to the system because it had a skill called bewitching people. After seeing this group of neatly lined up soldiers from afar, he immediately put on his skills to bewitch people. He knew in his heart that once this first battle was won, similar situations would occur endlessly in the future, and this team would eventually become his personal sharp knife, sharp as a knife and able to wipe out all enemies wherever it passed. There are still 2 days before the time agreed with Feng Tianrui. Hao Chuan doesn't know how to train, but Chenlong and Li Ba do. He directly let Chenlong and Li Ba take charge of this area, and Su Jia also stayed here. It would be best if he could integrate into the group. If he can't, let him be the supreme supervisor. After finishing the job, Hao Chuan walked around the crowd and entered the villa where he lived. He took out his phone, found Tang Xi's number and dialed it, but the phone was still turned off. He frowned and woke up Hao Tong, who was sleeping. The little thing was very dissatisfied and followed Hao Chuan out in a daze. Seeing the formation drill, this playful dog jumped on it with cheers. She would not accompany Hao Chuan. Chapter 104, Meeting Shenzhi again. Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong helplessly. The little thing's face turned red with excitement, and she didn't feel Hao Chuan's anger at all. Well, Hao Chuan was completely speechless about this system dog, and his temper was completely out of control. Originally, he planned to let Hao Tong drive the car he bought yesterday to give him a ride to find Tang Xi, but now, forget it, I'd better take a taxi. I called Tang Xi several more times on the way, but the phone was always turned off. Hao Chuan was a little anxious. Would Tang Xi be in trouble? He hurriedly urged the driver to speed up, faster, faster. Rushing downstairs as fast as he could, Hao Chuan didn't even bother to make a phone call. He could have gone straight to the 5th floor instead of making a phone call. It was Grandma Tang who opened the door for him. The old lady looked very good recently, with fewer wrinkles on her face. Compared to when they first met in the hospital, she looked at least 7 or 8 years younger. Come in quickly, kid. Are the couple having a quarrel? Chi is in the bedroom. Go in and comfort her. Grandma's voice was very low, with a kind smile on her face, which made Hao Chuan feel warm in his chest. Nodding gently, Hao Chuan whispered, I know, Grandma, don't worry. It's okay, Grandma is not worried. You are a good child. I'm relieved that Kiki is with you. The old lady was considerate and went into the kitchen to busy herself, leaving the young man and woman enough private space. Hao Chuan slowly pushed open the bedroom door, and very light sobbing sounds could be heard from time to time. Tang Xi crawled on the bed, her slender shoulders trembling, and she cried sadly. What happened? Hao Chuan felt distressed and angry. Which bastard dares to mess with my woman? Do you want to die? It turns out that this guy doesn't know that Tang Xi is crying just because of his playboy love. What's wrong, Xi? Tell me who bullied you, and I'll beat him to death. Why are you here? This is my bedroom, you, get out. Tang Xi was startled and sat up. She looked a little panicked. She didn't want to show her weak side in front of others, even if this person was Hao Chuan. But she didn't know that the action of her turning over and sitting up just now showed her beautiful curves to the fullest. This kind of breathtaking beauty cannot be described in words. And the exquisite little face, with tears in the rain, the sad and tender look, directly melted the softness in Hao Chuan's heart. What a nice view. In Hao Chuan's impression, Tang Xi has always been aloof. Although she is equally beautiful, she is obviously like an iceberg. At this moment, he seemed to see the iceberg melting, and he was stunned. "Chi-Chi, you are so beautiful," Hao Chuan said foolishly. "What are you talking about? Why are you here suddenly? Aren't you singing with me, Cici? Why do you care what I do?" Tang Xi regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Her face flushed red. "Oh. What should I do? It's so embarrassing." Tang Xi smelled sourness from her own words, not to mention Hao Chuan, who had a silly smile on his face. "Chi-Chi, in my heart, you are always the most beautiful, the most important, and the one I care about the most." Hao Chuan said this with infinite affection, and gently hugged Tang Xi into his arms. If this scene was seen by those competitors, I guess the remaining competitors would be heartbroken, right? Hao Chuan didn't bother to care about others. At this time, all his thoughts were on Tang Xi. Because he found that seeing Tang Xi crying, he felt really distressed. A crisis that seemed inexplicable to Hao Chuan was successfully resolved, which made him feel very good. Unfortunately, Grandma came a little early. Tang Xi pushed Hao Chuan away with a red face, not wanting him to hug her. She quickly took 2 steps back, staying away from this bad guy who took advantage of her whenever he had the chance. "I called you many times, but your phone was always turned off. I was so worried." Hao Chuan said this without caring because he had already cunningly held the girl's hand. The two walked out of the house happily. Hao Chuan held Tang Xi's hand tightly, which made it difficult for Tang Xi to pull her hand away. "They have good service. They drove the car directly to our home. Let's go over there to continue learning how to drive. I will rely on you when I go out in the future." Tang Xi agreed silently. She didn't know if accepting so many things from Hao Chuan would change the pure feelings she cared about. Now Tang Xi didn't want to think too much. She wanted to keep the sweetness at this moment. "I had fun learning to drive and watching Chenlong and Li Ba practice with the team." During the time, Hao Chuan also took Tang Xi to an antique shop for a stroll. This beautiful day passed after the sun set. Hao Tong became friends with Chenlong and the others completely, and the little guy was very popular among this group of big guys. There was no other choice. Hao Chuan could only call Tang Xi and ask her to come and pick him up. There is a saying that goes, when you don't have a car, you are a dog, and when you have a car, you become a pig. You want to drive to the toilet even if it's just 2 steps away. Hao Chuan is in this state at the moment. If you don't enjoy the conditions, you will be a fool. I'm going to sing a duet with the pure goddess in a little while, and all the teachers and students in the school will be witnessing it. You must be looking forward to it, right? Tang Xi said in a sour tone on the way to school after picking up Hao Chuan. "You are the only one in my heart." Hao Chuan spoke the love words without thinking, and focused on Tang Xi's snow-white face. A blush slowly appeared on her face. Hao Chuan suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll have a surprise for you later." "What surprise?" "It's a secret. If you tell it to me, it won't be a surprise anymore." Hao Chuan refused to say it. Shenzhi was still the organizer of this event. He was in high spirits and was directing a large group of people to run around. The haze of the past few days seemed to have dissipated like smoke, but when he saw Hao Chuan holding Tang Xi's hand and the two of them walking towards him like conjoined twins, Shenzhi's face darkened. Fortunately, he had not forgotten his father's commanding instructions, and took the initiative to stay away from Hao Chuan when he saw him. So although he was extremely unwilling, he still snorted and said, "Let them do the work here, and we'll go over there and take a look." "Hi. Prince, hello, Mr. Shenzhi. You seem to be very busy. Do you want me to give you a hand?" Hao Chuan's face was full of smiles. There was no doubt that Shenzhi was the most difficult opponent in his task of defeating competitors. This brainless second-generation official was still obsessed with his Tang Xi at this time. This was something that even his aunt could not tolerate, and his uncle could not. "Get lost. I don't need your help." This was what Shenzhi really thought, but he didn't dare say it to his face. Chapter 105 He is my boyfriend. Student Hao Chuan, this is an internal matter of the student union. Please don't interfere with our work. After being taken to the Public Security Bureau by Hao Chuan, Shenzhi hated Hao Chuan even more, but he was also more calm. When he was not sure, he planned not to confront Hao Chuan head-on for the time being. "Let's go over there and take a look." Tang Xi didn't know many things. She was afraid that Hao Chuan would suffer a loss, so she didn't even look at Shenzhi and just pulled Hao Chuan away. Veins popped out on Shenzhi's forehead, and his eyes almost spit fire as he watched the two people's backs gradually walking away. Tang Xi, one day, I will get you. Shenzhi fully demonstrated his spirit of becoming more courageous after more setbacks. He still did not choose to give up. Instead, in his heart, the desire to possess Tang Xi became stronger. Hao Chuan, I love you. I'm your fan, please sign an autograph for me. A female fan recognized Hao Chuan and ran over excitedly to ask for his autograph. Hao Chuan suddenly realized that he was a celebrity, smiled and nodded, thank you. Where is the signature? After signing autographs for more than a dozen female fans, satisfying their requests for photos and hugging them, he and Tang Xi were finally able to enjoy some time alone. Very popular, Tang Xi rolled her eyes at Hao Chuan. This scoundrel, my little hand was held by him without me even realizing it. He is such a bad guy. Hao Chuan, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you, marry me. Damn. Hao Chuan was startled and fell backwards. It was too scary, a man's voice. He stood firm and twisted his neck to look around. He wanted to see which pervert was polluting his mind. Zhuo Weiqiang suddenly appeared from nowhere with a wicked smile on his face. Get out! Hao Chuan glared at Zhuo Weiqiang, frightened, his face a little pale, and said angrily, you think your salary is too high, right? Go back and deduct it. He is the big boss now, and he can make Zhuo Weiqiang obedient in minutes. The icy beauty school belle Tang Xi, covering her mouth with her hands and laughing, exudes the breath of spring. This scene happened to be seen by many people who were secretly following her. While they were amazed, their hearts were also broken even more completely. The system kept beeping, and Hao Chuan, who was confused, was surprised. His competitors had dropped by more than a dozen in such a short time. Why did you come here suddenly? Where are they? Hao Chuan asked Zhuo Weiqiang. They are all busy, I just came to take a look. Zhuo Weiqiang looked a little embarrassed, looking around restlessly, not knowing who he was looking for. TSK. Are you in love? Hao Chuan rolled his eyes, and with a sly grin, he hugged Zhuo Weiqiang's neck and asked curiously in a low voice, which beauty is it? Quickly point it out to me, I'll help you check it out. Zhuo Weiqiang just shook his head and refused to tell Hao Chuan. Ah! Look, Ni Sisi is here. Some classmates shouted, and the crowd suddenly became noisy, and everyone rushed outside. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and said, the popularity is really good. Of course, your dream lover is here, why don't you go and see him? Tang Xi rolled her eyes at Hao Chuan, but for the first time, she took the initiative to hold Hao Chuan's hand tightly. You are my eternal dream lover. Hao Chuan looked at Tang Xi affectionately. At this moment, he couldn't think of anything else. Holding Tang Xi's little hand, he felt as satisfied as if he was holding the whole world. Tang Xi lowered her head shyly, with a sense of happiness in the air. The warm atmosphere was intoxicating. Hao Chuan smiled, then suddenly realized what was happening. He turned his head and asked in surprise, where is Zhuo Weiqiang? When did this guy run away again? Zhuo Weiqiang followed the crowd out. I think he's interested in Ni Sisi. Tang Xi pointed outside. She saw Zhuo Weiqiang rushing out just now. Girls are more sensitive to such emotions. After hearing this, Hao Chuan laughed and said, really? This guy has a good eye, but I'm not optimistic. Look at how crazy these people are. He has a lot of competitors. Emotional matters are the most difficult to control. I hope he can find a good home. Hao Chuan finally chose to bless him. Zhuo Weiqiang is his good brother. At worst, if someone is blind, he can help him. Ni Sisi saw Hao Chuan and Tang Xi from afar. She is now a nationally renowned star. She is pure and sweet and does not put on airs in front of her classmates. Seeing Hao Chuan and Tang Xi standing hand in hand from afar, Ni Sisi's sweet smile froze for some reason. She had originally planned to go directly to the lounge, but at this moment, for some reason, she walked towards Hao Chuan. Sister Xi, I asked you last time whether you and Hao Chuan were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but you refused to admit it. Now I've caught you. Ni Sisi smiled sweetly and ignored Hao Chuan. Surrounded by so many people, Tang Xi blushed. She wanted to say that we are just friends, but when the words came to her lips, they turned into, yes, let me formally introduce you, Hao Chuan, my boyfriend. After saying that, Tang Xi bravely looked around, and finally fixed her soft eyes on Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan smiled and nodded, gently hugged Tang Xi into his arms, nodded to Ni Sisi, and said with a smile, I was just about to introduce you to a friend of mine, Weiqiang, where have you been? Come here quickly. Zhuo Weiqiang, who was on the periphery, squeezed in with difficulty, looked at Hao Chuan with gratitude, and said, "Boss, hello sister-in-law, classmate hello, my name is Zhuo Weiqiang, and I am your loyal fan." Mi Sisi chuckled and nodded, and signed an autograph for Zhuo Weiqiang. After that, the two of them never had any contact again. Hao Chuan looked at them speechlessly. At this time, Hao Chuan couldn't care about Zhuo Weiqiang. The system was beeping like crazy, ringing densely in Hao Chuan's head, making him dizzy. Hao Chuan took the time to take a look and found that in this short period of hug, there was only one competitor left. Without even thinking, Hao Chuan immediately knew who this person was. His eyes met Shenzhi, who was on the outskirts of the crowd. This second-generation official was glaring at him with gritted teeth. Hao Chuan chuckled and purposely hugged Tang Xi tighter, thinking, "TSK, you're trying to steal my woman. I'll piss you off to death." Mi Sisi felt a little regretful at this moment. She regretted provoking Tang Xi with her words. Seeing the two of them hugging sweetly, she didn't know why she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart, but she still smiled sweetly, blinked playfully, and said, "How enviable. I'm going to touch up my makeup. I have to perform a show later. Classmate Hao Chuan, you should also hurry up and get ready." Mi Sisi left, and the crowd dispersed with her. The two paused in their brief embrace. Tang Xi, with a blushing face, seemed to put aside all her worries. She looked at Hao Chuan tenderly and smiled shyly and sweetly. The lights and stage were more grand and spectacular than those of the last graduation party. There were more people and many media were waiting at the scene. This was all due to the sensational effect brought by the extremely famous Mi Sisi. The programs were performed one after another. Mi Sisi sang 2 songs, 1 solo and 1 chorus, both of which were the finales. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but Mi Sisi deliberately put the chorus at the end. Chapter 106: The Biggest Winner. The wonderful performances gradually pushed the atmosphere of the graduation party to a climax. When Mi Sisi appeared in a white dress, the whole place was boiling. The burning atmosphere turned into waves of heat. Everyone shouted in unison, "Mi Sisi, I love you." Zhuo Weiqiang was shouting excitedly below. Hao Chuan glanced at Zhuo Weiqiang and couldn't help but sigh. They had known each other for so long, and this was the first time he saw such a fanatical state in Zhuo Weiqiang. He hoped that he could get his love smoothly. Hao Chuan could only choose to bless his good brother. Mi Sisi has a strong stage presence. She looks purer and her smile is sweeter on the stage, but there is an irresistible temperament in her. It is a unique charm that attracts people's yearning and imagination. This is a girl who only appears in dreams. The meticulous makeup and the white, fitted dress magnified her pure temperament to the extreme. Even the finger she raised was so fascinating and intoxicating that no one could provoke the slightest blasphemy. A slender, white and tender finger was gently placed on the corner of the lips. With just such a simple action, the noisy sound in the audience suddenly disappeared. At this moment, it seemed as if time had come to a standstill and everything seemed to be still. Time and space condensed, and the focus was on the center of the stage. The elegant, pure, angel-like girl became the only focus of the audience. Students and teachers, good evening. This is a song I carefully prepared, and now I dedicate it to you, Tears of Lovesickness. Accompanied by soft and gentle voices, the rhythm sounds, and a song is told like a fascinating story. In the dream, love is like a bottomless abyss. If we are destined to be together, I look forward to continuing it. If we are destined to be together, I will hold your hand. He didn't know if it was Hao Chuan's illusion, but he found that when Mi Sisi sang the last few sentences, she was singing and talking to him. This hazy feeling was really good. Glancing at Zhuo Weiqiang, who was infatuated beside him, Hao Chuan couldn't help but slap himself on the forehead and cursed, "Asshole, what are you thinking about?" He immediately put aside the messy thoughts in his head, and when he turned to look at Tang Xi beside him, he couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. In fact, Mi Sisi knew in her heart that when she sang, she did have someone to confide in. But, would she still have a chance to say that person's name? Mi Sisi smiled bitterly and helplessly. Next, please welcome my idol, Hao Chuan, to the stage. Mi Sisi's introduction was very simple. After that, she stood there quietly, feeling a little excited and expectant, waiting for Hao Chuan to come on stage. The perfect voice, the perfect situation, the perfect performance, have touched the hearts of many people. The whole place was silent as the two held hands and looked at each other lovingly. Hao Chuan and Mi Sisi seemed to be caught in some special situation at this moment. They were already immersed in the song. Tang Xi in the audience was shaken. She bit her lip lightly, looking at the two people on the stage holding hands and looking at each other affectionately. Four words suddenly popped up in her mind for the first time: made in heaven. After a long time, applause and cheers came overwhelmingly, and Hao Chuan and Miss Sisi performed a perfect song. After the singing, Hao Chuan did not leave the stage immediately. He whispered something to Miss Sisi. Miss Sisi smiled, turned around and walked away first. Hao Chuan stood on the stage alone, his beautiful and almost perfect voice spread throughout the audience, and he smiled and said, "Dear teachers and classmates, I believe that you must be very excited now and don't want the party to end like this. I also believe that when I say a person's name, your emotions will be mobilized again." After saying that, he took a deep breath and added a gentle element to his voice. "Student Tang Xi, please come on stage now, okay?" Tang Xi, who was originally in a state of emotional unrest in the audience, was stunned after hearing this. She remembered that Hao Chuan said on the way that he would give her a surprise. Is the surprise coming now? Although she had not prepared in advance, Tang Xi could not bear to see Hao Chuan embarrassed on the stage alone, so she walked onto the stage with a nervous and expectant mood. Hao Chuan took the initiative to walk forward and gently took Tang Xi's hand. The moment their skin touched, Tang Xi suddenly felt that this man was so close to her. It was a sense of security she had never experienced before. This is the heartfelt outpouring of Hao Chuan's perfect voice. With the magical charm of his voice alone, he brought the entire audience, including Tang Xi on the stage, into a peculiar story atmosphere. This feeling makes people intoxicated and attached. I know you are a girl who looks strong but is soft at heart. I know you are a kind-hearted girl who would rather get hurt than share the burden with others. You are so beautiful and so fascinating to me, Xi. Today, how dare I miss such a good girl like you? Tears have filled Tang Xi's beautiful and charming eyes. Every word that Hao Chuan uttered with his pleasant voice deeply touched her soft heart. She knew that she had fallen at this moment. This man had already lived deeply in her heart. A dance, the most common yet most classic cha-cha, is agile and elegant, like fire, or like walking on the tip of a knife. It looks radiant, yet conveys a deep tenderness and sweetness. Emotion, this is the intuitive expression of the emotions of two people, the most basic dance steps, and the rhythm that comes from the dance become the best embellishment to move the whole audience. Backstage, Miss Sisi silently watched the two people dancing in ecstasy. She is already a nationally popular pop singer. Although she has entered this circle, her pure temperament seems to have injected a breath of fresh air into the turbid entertainment industry. She is so precious and so refreshing. Of course, her professionalism is also recognized by the industry. She is particularly sensitive to sound and rhythm, and she can feel more beauty from them. This is her unique cognition, so she has her own persistence and perseverance in this trait. This is also the real reason why she has been popular for a long time but has never been out of fashion. Miss Sisi was in tears, not knowing if it was because of her obsession with art, or because of her simple and persistent character. She didn't care about worldly prejudices at all. She only knew that Hao Chuan looked so dazzling and charming at this moment. In her eyes, Hao Chuan, the man dancing on the stage, almost concentrated all the brilliance of the world in one person. How could she not feel anything for such a man? A speech, a dance, two women, one on the stage and one under the stage, Hao Chuan almost simultaneously moved into the soft hearts of two beautiful girls. The graduation party ended successfully. In the eyes of most people, Hao Chuan was undoubtedly the biggest winner of the party. Chapter 107, Hands-Off Shopkeeper. Hao Chuan, what are you doing? The phone screen lit up and a text message came in. Hao Chuan took a look and saw that it was from Miss Sisi. He was stunned and did not reply immediately. He could see that Zhuo Weiqian liked Miss Sisi very much. Although Miss Sisi was once his dream lover, it was only in a dream, and there was a gap between it and reality. What's more, he already had Tang Xi. When he thought of Tang Xi, Hao Chuan couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Curious baby Hao Tong snatched Hao Chuan's phone. After seeing the content, the little thing glared at Hao Chuan and sneered, well, you're hooking up with other girls behind Sister Xi's back. After saying that, the little girl showed a contemptuous expression as if to say, you're doomed. Hao Chuan was speechless for a while. He flicked Hao Tong on the forehead and said unhappily, what does a little brat know? You're still flirting with her. Which eye of yours saw me flirting with Miss Sisi? She's just a friend of mine, a very, very ordinary friend, understand? Tisk. Hao Tong rolled his eyes and said, yes, a very ordinary friend, so ordinary that he would send you a message after 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Who would believe it? This is my bedroom, go back to your room and sleep. Realizing that he couldn't get entangled with this little thing, Hao Chuan simply drove it away. Hao Tong's expression became more and more arrogant, shaking her little head and saying, I won't. Sister Shichi is so good to me and she is so beautiful, but you are still not satisfied. All men are really bad. Oh my god. Hao Chuan was speechless. It turned out that this girl only judged based on who treated her better. Hao Chuan took the phone and hesitated for a moment. He didn't plan to reply to Miss Cici's message. He put his hands on Hao Tong's soft shoulders and said seriously, don't gossip. There's really nothing between Miss Cici and me. I'm going to sleep now. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. You go back to your room right away. I will supervise you on behalf of Sister Shichi. Hao Tong was very stubborn. Once she made up her mind, Hao Chuan had no way to deal with her. Hao Chuan realized this, sighed and said, okay, whatever you like. After that, he picked up the pillows and bedding and put them on the carpet. After laying them out, he lay down on the floor and prepared to go to sleep. In the darkness, Hao Tong sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes blinking, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing that Hao Chuan was really asleep, the little girl yawned with satisfaction as if she had accomplished something important in her life, and fell asleep. There was only 1 day left for the 3-day appointment with Feng Tianrui. He didn't know if it was an illusion or if there was really some nameless pressure pressing on him, but after getting up in the morning, Hao Chuan felt the sunshine, breeze, air, and so on, everything seemed very oppressive. In the square of the villa area, Chenlong and Li Ba were already leading a group of people in training, sweating profusely. Although Su Jia had undergone professional training, his so-called expertise was not even on the same level as the military system training. In just 2 days, this guy has begun to seriously doubt his life. Hao Chuan walked down and watched them train quietly. When they took a break, he clapped his hands, gathered everyone together, and held a brief mobilization meeting. After finishing the work, Hao Chuan called Chenlong, Su Jia and other leaders of the small team to the villa to discuss tomorrow's affairs. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialties. Hao Chuan made up his mind early on to leave the deployment of troops to the more professional Chenlong and Li Ba. He does not plan to get more involved in this aspect because he knows his own strengths and weaknesses, and in this regard there is indeed a gap between him and Chenlong and others who came out of the system. Leading the 3 armies does not mean leading your men to charge into battle in person. If Hao Chuan must play a role in it, he is the backbone of the central army. With him around, Chenlong and his team can fight with more confidence. So when everyone was gathered, Hao Chuan said directly, I have given you Feng Tianrui subordinates, the distribution of the halls, the type of venues, and other things. No matter whether it is a blitzkrieg or a tug of war, I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. Chenlong, and Su Jia, Li Ba, and the rest of you, Su Jia has been with me the longest, and he knows best what kind of person I am and how I treat my brothers. As long as this is done, we will be brothers in the future. I dare not say much about other things, but at least in terms of treatment, I can guarantee that as long as I, Hao Chuan, eat a bite, I will never let the brothers watch you drink soup. Chenlong was full of confidence. His tone was very firm. He said, Boss, we are confident in this battle. Let's not talk about the deployment of troops. In terms of the combat effectiveness of the group, those bad social scums are far behind. This kind of melee requires the most coordination, which is our strong point. Well, I won't discourage your morale. To be exact, the fight will begin after 12 o'clock tonight. Brothers, success or failure depends on you. By the way, I have already arranged the relationship with the higher-ups. Unless something serious happens, it will be fine. Even if something serious happens, don't worry. I will take care of it. As for the money, Hao Chuan sneered and said arrogantly, I just have a lot of money. Everything that needed to be explained has been explained, and Hao Chuan is still very confident about the professional quality of Chenlong and his team. Chenlong and the others went out to continue their training, and Hao Chuan found that he really had the attitude of a hands-off boss. Xingye Media was completely handed over to Lu Shan and Tang Xi. Although the two were still recovering from their injuries, they had managed the company in an orderly manner and did not miss any activities. As for the antique shop, Xiao Wan did a great job, and with the system Libra tilt skill being used all the time, Hao Chuan didn't have to worry too much. Although he was the one who personally invited Feng Tianrui to the gambling fight, 3 days was enough time for Chenlong and his men to handle it. As a result, everyone under him was busy and he became the one with the least time. After sitting on the sofa in a daze for a while, Hao Chuan called Hao Tong down from upstairs. This little thing grabbed a big meat bun in each hand and ate it until his hands and face were covered in oil. Hao Chuan frowned and said, "Look at the way you eat. No one is trying to snatch the food from you. You are embarrassing me. Is Xiaoluan gone? Do you have any more buns? Give me 2. I am starving now." Hao Tong looked at Hao Chuan warily, stepped back 2 meters, and stuffed the food into his mouth suddenly faster, leaving Hao Chuan speechless. While eating, he muttered, This is what Xiaoluan bought for me. I still don't have enough to eat." Hao Chuan felt like he had received a heavy blow of 10,000 points of damage. He took out his phone and called Tang Xi. When the call was connected, Hao Chuan cried miserably, "Xi, have you eaten? I'm starving. Let's go out and eat meat buns." "I don't like eating meat buns." Tang Xi frowned. "Girls always care about maintaining their figure. I like it. What's the saying? A meat bun hitting a dog. Woof." Chapter 108 Birthday Invitation. "Brother, this place is not fun. Let's go shopping with Sister Xi." Hao Tong frowned her fair forehead and covered her mouth and nose with her tender little hands. She really didn't like the smell here. Hao Chuan smiled and said, "Please bear with me for a while. This place is very good. It is a prime location underground. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing the right person. It seems that I was right to hand the matter over to Chenlong and his team. They didn't let me down." At the same time, Feng Tianrui was in charge of 6 streets in Shanghai City. In less than 3 days, 3 of the streets had changed hands. This bar street was the most prosperous of the 3 streets in terms of underground economy. Now walking on this street and looking at the brightly lit shops, Hao Chuan feels very proud. He was walking like he was in his own back garden, with his hands behind his back and an expression of satisfaction and admiration on his face. Feng Tianrui was already scared by Chenlong and his men, so he took the initiative to find Hao Chuan and asked for reconciliation. In response, Hao Chuan had only one question: "Do you admit defeat?" Unfortunately, they failed to reach an agreement, so the fighting continued. "Boss, the situation is very serious and it is very unfavorable to us. Not to mention the 3 occupied streets, Ning Sanyan has started to get restless. If this continues, I am worried that we will be swallowed up without leaving any residue." Feng Tianrui's face changed drastically, his expression became grim, and he asked, "Ning Sanyan is ready to move?" Recently, Ning Sanyan's only son Ning Tai has been bringing people here to cause trouble from time to time. His behavior has become more and more excessive. If we continue to force him like this, it's only a matter of time before he starts to take action." Feng Tianrui lay on the recliner with a frown in deep thought. He regretted very much now. It was not that he regretted making the bet with Hao Chuan, but that he regretted giving Hao Chuan 3 days. God knows that this young man could actually gather a group of fierce warriors in just 3 days. This group of people is simply devils. Whether it is team battles or individual abilities, they are unambiguous when they start fighting. The most capable of his men were basically sent to the hospital. Although the remaining 3 streets have concentrated their combat power, Feng Tianrui has no chance of winning this decisive battle. Now his situation was very embarrassing. Facing Hao Chuan's men alone was not a big deal. After all, even if he lost now, he could still slowly rob them later. Because after these few days, he saw that Hao Chuan did not have many men, only about 100 people. With so few people, they can't even cover 1 street, let alone 3 streets. He had private information that the 3 streets that were taken away by Hao Chuan were now in a blank period and no power had been injected into them. Feng Tianrui has deep roots in this area. He believes that with his abilities, as long as he is given time, it will not be difficult for him to slowly grind back these streets in the future. The key is Ning Sanyan. This vampire who takes advantage of any opportunity is simply a piece of shit. As soon as Ning Sanyan intervened, Feng Tianrui suddenly realized that he was now trapped in a situation with wolves in front and tigers behind. At this time, he needed to make a choice. Send someone to contact Hao Chuan. I want to meet with him to discuss in detail. Feng Tianrui finally sighed. In fact, when things came to the point where he had to make a choice, he had already lost the gamble with Hao Chuan. "Okay, boss." The subordinate felt relieved when he heard the news. The younger brother was a little hesitant, looking at the boss who was angry. He didn't know whether he should tell the news. Feng Tianrui glared at his younger brother and shouted coldly, "Didn't I tell you to contact Hao Chuan? Why are you standing there?" "Boss, I just got the news. In just half a day, we lost another street." After reporting the news, the younger brother turned around and ran away in a hurry. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the door, there was a loud noise of smashing in the house, accompanied by the faint angry shouting of Feng Tianrui. The young man patted his chest in relief, thinking that it was a good thing he ran fast. Feng Tianrui's men were very efficient. They quickly found Hao Chuan through channels, agreed on a time, and met for a talk at the Blue Sky Hotel. Hao Chuan is such a bad guy. This is how Tang Xi True thought at the moment. Although he kindly invited himself and sister Shichi to eat meat buns, but he actually threw the meat buns to the stray dog. This made Hao Tong very angry, but she couldn't say anything. Seeing those poor dogs, she actually wanted to feed them some meat buns. But when she thought of Hao Chuan saying that meat buns were a waste of money, Hao Tong's good mood immediately disappeared. Tang Xi looked at the angry Hao Tong with a smile and patted her little head lovingly. She didn't know when she developed this habit. Hao Chuan didn't dare to tell Tang Xi that Hao Tong was hydrangea, it was too shocking. He made up a white lie, saying that hydrangea was accidentally lost. It was so smart and cute, it must have been taken in by a good family. Tang Xi also looked for her secretly, but hydrangea had turned into Hao Tong, so she naturally couldn't find her. This is exactly what Tang Xi herself is puzzled about. She and Hao Tong have an instinctive closeness, which no one can explain. Hao Chuan laughed and said, "Maybe this is fate." Ni Sisi called, and Hao Chuan showed his good manliness and showed the phone to Tang Xi. Tang Xi nodded slightly, and then Hao Chuan answered the phone. "Hao Chuan. I'm Ni Sisi." Hao Chuan said, "I know. I have your number saved. Is there anything I can do for you? That day, did you receive the text message I sent you?" "Text message? What text message?" "I didn't pay attention." Hao Chuan pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. To take care of Tang Xi's feelings, he grabbed Tang Xi's small hand in his palm, scratched it gently, and drew circles on it. "Oh, then there must be a network failure." Ni Sisi looked a little gloomy. The network failure was just an excuse she made for herself to save face. It wasn't the 1980s, so there wouldn't be so many network failures. Hao Chuan didn't plan to continue chatting. He said directly, "What do you want to say?" "I'm having breakfast with Shichi. If you have nothing else, I'll hang up now." "No. Wait a minute." Ni Sisi said hurriedly, "It's my birthday this Sunday. I want to invite you to come over and sing a song with me." "Well." Hao Chuan hesitated and did not agree immediately. He was silent for a moment, and took a compromise approach, saying, "I have been busy in the past few days. Let me check my schedule and give you an answer later." After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone without waiting for Ni Sisi to speak again. Ni Sisi held the phone in a daze, feeling aggrieved. "Do you hate me so much? You don't even want to say a few more words. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Tang Xi looked at Hao Chuan with tender eyes. "Nothing. Ni Sisi's birthday is this Sunday and she invited me to go over and sing with her, but I didn't agree." Hao Chuan quickly swallowed a big meat bun and said vaguely, "It's just singing a song, no big deal." Tang Xi has always been considerate. She actually hopes that Hao Chuan can go over because it would seem normal. Chapter 109, Banquet. Hao Chuan was busy eating his meat buns and said in a panic, "Who cares? It's still early, so we'll see when the time comes." Tang Xi smiled and advised softly, "We are all classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. If you are not busy, just go over. Oh. By the way, if you bring Zhuo Weiqiang with you, can you create some opportunities for him?" Hao Chuan slapped his thigh suddenly, and said, "Oops, I almost forgot about this. Wait, I'll call Wei Chang now to see if he has time that day." When Zhuo Weiqiang heard the purpose of Hao Chuan's call, he quickly said happily, "Yes, yes, yes. There must be time, boss, I will remember your kindness all my life." After that, Zhuo Weiqiang hung up the phone in a hurry, and I don't know what preparations he made. Hao Chuan looked at the phone in bewilderment, stunned for a moment, and muttered, "Only a ghost would ask you to remember it for the rest of your life." As soon as I hung up the phone, another call came in. Hao Chuan stared at the phone with dissatisfaction. Is he going to let people eat buns? This was a call from Chenlin. After hearing the news reported by Chenlin, Hao Chuan immediately smiled, and his previous dissatisfaction was completely washed away. "What are you so happy about?" Tang Xi was full, so she picked up the napkin and wiped herself elegantly, then asked Hao Chuan curiously. Hao Chuan smiled and said, "A big problem in business has finally been solved. Maybe my business can take this opportunity to move to a higher level in the future." Hao Chuan spoke nonsense. He had never told Tang Xi about Feng Tianrui because he was simply afraid that she would worry. This kind of thing should be left to men. TSK. Nonsense, how come what I heard was about a fight? Hao Tong, who was in a bad mood and had very sensitive ears, was still angry and jumped out directly to expose Hao Chuan's white lie. Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong and said, "What do you know, kid? Go eat your bun." After saying that, he threw one over to her. Hao Tong caught it completely reflexively and took a bite. The juicy bun was so filling that she didn't react until she bit it. She was immediately furious and said, "I'm very angry. I want to bite someone." After saying that, he put the buns down, opened his mouth wide and pounced like a tiger, and the restaurant suddenly became chaotic. This time when Hao Chuan met Feng Tianrui, he did not use invisibility secretly like last time. This time his stance became much more proactive. To show his sincerity, Feng Tianrui specially held a banquet and chose this high-end hotel in Shanghai City to discuss matters. Hao Chuan found Chenlong and asked him to accompany him to the banquet. "Boss, are you only taking me with you? Do you want to call a few more brothers?" "No, I know what I'm doing. Besides, you're not the only one I'm taking with me. Hao Tong will be coming with us too." When Chenlong heard that Hao Chuan was only going to take him with him besides Hao Tong, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, and he couldn't help but worry. "Boss, after dealing with him for some time, I know that Feng Tianrui is not a simple character. If it weren't for the outstanding skills of his brothers, he would have been in trouble several times. If we go like this, will it be?" Hao Chuan interrupted him again with a smile, his expression confident and calm, as if he had everything under control, and said, "I am 100% sure that Feng Tianrui will not cheat at this banquet. As for the trick, you can figure it out by yourself when the time comes. Anyway, I won't tell you explicitly." This is where Hao Chuan's cleverness lies. He will never take the initiative to tell his subordinates how awesome he is. He will leave some room for imagination and speculation, letting his subordinates think on their own. This will not only serve as a training exercise for them, but can even make his personal image and temperament more unfathomable in the eyes of his subordinates. Chenlong heard Hao Chuan say this, so he didn't want to make any more suggestions. He was a typical man of blood, not afraid of trouble, and the reason he made this suggestion was completely because the bodyguard was performing his normal duties. After Hao Chuan said this, he not only had no other thoughts, but he admired Hao Chuan very much. At least in terms of courage, he also saw bloodiness in Hao Chuan. "What are you afraid of? If there is something fishy going on, I will risk my life to protect the boss and the young lady." The time for the meeting between the two parties soon arrived. In just a few days, the playful Hao Tong had already mastered the car that was given to her. At the entrance of the Blue Sky Hotel, Feng Tianrui personally led 2 rows of his men in black suits and lined up at the door to greet them. Hao Tong drove the car and stopped in the middle with a handsome tail swing. He handed the key to the waiter who came up to park the car, and Hao Chuan and the other 2 got out of the car one by one. Seeing Feng Tianrui's welcoming gesture, Hao Chuan nodded with satisfaction, clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Boss Feng is thoughtful." Feng Tianrui laughed but didn't know what to say. When things came to this point, he hoped that Hao Chuan would be more considerate. Of course, with his experience, he would not show such superficial emotions. As it turned out, Chenlong's worries were indeed unnecessary. Feng Tianrui was better, after all, he knew that Hao Chuan's strength should not be underestimated. His subordinates who were sitting with him didn't know, they didn't even know that Hao Chuan had come to Feng Tianrui alone. Now that they saw Hao Chuan, who had an ordinary appearance and figure, coming to the banquet with only a little girl and a bodyguard, they all looked at Hao Chuan with new eyes. After sitting down, Hao Chuan was as clear and neat as ever and said, 3 streets. I'm sorry, it's 4 streets now. I can return the control of these 4 streets to you, but there are 2 conditions. After Hao Chuan finished speaking, he raised 2 fingers and looked at Feng Tianrui steadily. Boss Hao is a man of justice. Just state the conditions clearly. As long as I can do it, I, Feng, will definitely not be vague. Feng Tianrui smiled bitterly. When Hao Chuan proposed the bet to him, he was so confident and full of confidence at that time. Now, in just a few days, the situation is set. Actually, although I have that plan, I don't want to go that route in the short term because my background is not deep enough. So I can pretend that this incident didn't happen. Your things are still yours. I think we should discuss the subsequent compensation issue now. Does Boss Feng have any objection? Feng Tianrui shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Of course not. I have prepared a gift list before coming here. Please have a look at it, Boss Hao. One of his subordinates took out a document and handed it to Hao Chuan, who opened it and took a look. The contents of this list were similar to the gift list, including 15 million in cash compensation, a number of antiques and toys, and a note, medical expenses for the injured Lu Shan and Tang Xi, and an order for the repair and reconstruction of the damaged villa. All in all, this is a very sincere set of compensation clauses. After a quick glance, Hao Chuan threw the document to Chenlin beside him and said, "You are responsible for the handover. This amount of money will be given to you as preparation funds. It will be used as the startup capital for the bodyguard company. You can make your own decisions." Hao Chuan calmly drank a sip of tea and continued, "Of course, the cost of repairing the villa and the compensation for injuries must be taken out. Our brothers were injured, so we naturally cannot let them suffer in vain." Chenlin took the gift list, and when he saw the long string of zeros on it, he was shocked and a little dizzy. At this moment, in addition to his surging emotions, his eyes when looking at Hao Chuan could not help but change. Chapter 110 Gentleman's Agreement. Now Chenlin fully understood what Hao Chuan said, "As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let my brothers drink soup while they watch me." He didn't understand it before, thinking it was just Hao Chuan's usual method to win people's hearts. This idea was shattered by the light yet heavy gift list in his hand. He was even a little excited. 15 million. He had never seen so much money in his life, and the young boss gave it all to him without even blinking an eye. This trust deeply touched a tough guy like Chenlin. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to follow Hao Chuan in the future. Firstly, it had a future, and secondly, the saying "a gentleman will die for his friend" was exactly applicable to his situation. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, but Chenlin did not show them. He just looked at Hao Chuan firmly, nodded vigorously, and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will take care of it." Feng Tianrui saw the whole scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the young are so formidable. Hao Chuan's words were very obscure, but he understood them very clearly. He understood what Hao Chuan meant. When the two of them had a private meeting before, Hao Chuan had said that he wanted to control the underground of Shanghai City. Now after going deeper into the matter, Hao Chuan discovered many problems. He cannot take control of the situation yet, so he can only take it slow for now. Chenlin and his team had put so much effort into this project, so they couldn't just give up. But Feng Tianrui's compensation was very sincere, and he couldn't find fault with it. After some consideration, Hao Chuan proposed his second condition. This time, he looked very serious. He looked at Feng Tianrui steadily and said seriously, "Boss Feng, the second condition is just a gentleman's agreement that is a little more far-reaching. I want you and your organization to have full control over the situation once." Feng Tianrui's eyes flickered. It seemed that the second condition was just a casual sentence, but in the eyes of people like him, the second condition was truly terrifying and difficult. "Are there any restrictions?" Feng Tianrui wanted to argue for it. Hao Chuan nodded and said, "Of course I won't make it difficult for Boss Feng. First, my so-called right to fight does not mean that Boss Feng should send people to help me fight. I don't need it. What I mean is that I hope that one day in the future, when I need support, Boss Feng and the underground forces behind you will stand firmly on my side." After saying this, he left time for Feng Tianrui to think and decide for himself. Feng Tianrui looked at Hao Chuan with some surprise. From this sentence, he could see how ambitious Hao Chuan's future ambitions were. What made him even more incredible was that Hao Chuan clearly told him that this condition was just a verbal gentleman's agreement, which undoubtedly relaxed his choice rights. After all, in today's contractual age, can verbal gentleman's agreements still stand? How confident and broad-minded this young man is, makes his style of doing things seem casual and carefree, but in fact, every step he takes makes people secretly impressed. It has to be said that as far as he is concerned, he has already developed a great liking for Hao Chuan. This kind of person is the kind of person whom he can always rely on. Well, since Boss Hao is so sincere, what else can I say? Feng Tianrui sighed slightly and stretched out his hand. Bang! After the applause, the gentleman's agreement was completed. The host and the guests had a great meal. When they were about to get in the car, Hao Chuan suddenly turned around and looked at Feng Tianrui. He blinked and said with a smile, "Boss Feng, I actually have a small suggestion. For the fight between you and me, I spent a lot of money to hire Chenlin and his group. If you don't mind, you can pay for it as well. How about it?" Ugh! The smile on Feng Tianrui's face suddenly froze. After a while, he came to his senses and said with a wry smile, "Goodbye, Boss Hao. I won't see you off." Hao Chuan laughed and got into the car. As he said before, he would tease the gangster boss when he had nothing to do. This little life was really fun. Still watching Hao Chuan's car go away, Feng Tianrui's gaze became even deeper and more complicated. After separating from Hao Chuan, Chenlin still couldn't calm down. Chenlin saw many things from this seemingly simple meal. He found that Hao Chuan, the young boss, seemed to be easygoing and smiling, but he had a domineering aura that made people feel impressed but not resentful. "Brother, shall we go back?" Hao Tong felt a little bored and sleepy. The food was very good and she ate a lot. After eating, she had to digest it, and digestion made her fall asleep. She was very sleepy now and wanted to go back to sleep immediately. "Why go back? You haven't had enough fun yet. Come on, I'll take you shopping." Hao Chuan didn't mean to tease the little thing on purpose, he really had something he needed to buy. When she heard about shopping, Hao Tong's eyes sparkled. Driven by her excitement, she seemed to feel less sleepy. Okay. Let's go pick up Sister Shichi to go shopping together. I like being with Sister Shichi the most. This girl is loyal to Tang Xi. Hao Chuan smiled and nodded. "Let's do as you say. Let's go." Hao Chuan still has nearly 6 million in his card, so the task of spending money will be completed soon. With Tang Xi and Hao Tong's hard work and shopping, the task of spending money will be basically completed. When Hao Chuan thought about getting all those valuable points, he couldn't help but drool. "Are you going to choose a gift for me, Cici?" When Tang Xi heard Hao Chuan take the initiative to help her buy gifts, she immediately guessed Hao Chuan's intention. Hao Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. As a big boss, it's really not right for me to celebrate someone's birthday with nothing. Shichi, you know me Cici better than I do. We're both girls, so what gift do you think I should give her? I don't mind if it's a little expensive. I'm just worried about not having enough money to spend." Tang Xi rolled her eyes at Hao Chuan. She was a person who had come from poverty, and in her eyes, Hao Chuan was good in every way except his extravagance and wastefulness, which she could not stand. But the money was earned by Hao Chuan himself, and although they were already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Tang Xi still couldn't say anything. Anyway, he was very good at making money, so let him be happy. Birthday gifts, especially for girls, are more difficult to choose. Hao Chuan thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't decide what gift to give. There were many expensive things, but what should he choose? In his mind, they were just ordinary friends, so rings and necklaces were out of the question. Flowers and the like were meaningless. Why not choose a limited edition bag? Tang Xi was at a loss and offered her suggestion. Hao Chuan thought about it, looking troubled, and asked, "Giving a bag to a girl shouldn't have any other special meaning, right?" Tang Xi rolled her eyes and said, "What meaning can it have? It all depends on the person who is talking about it. As long as you dare to think about it, it can have meaning as a gift. Okay, let's give her a bag." Hao Chuan thought Tang Xi was right. There was no idea behind the gift itself. Only people would have all kinds of ideas at any time. Chapter 111 Invitation. Although the three of them had an idea of what gifts to buy, when they walked into the mall, they were overwhelmed by the various expensive bags displayed on the shelves. Tang Xi and Hao Tong's eyes lit up and they were instantly immersed in the pleasure of shopping. Fortunately, this was not the first time that Hao Chuan accompanied the two of them to the mall, and he had already summed up his experience. Whenever he saw a place to sit, he would sit down and rest for a while. At this time, he sincerely admired the physical strength of the two girls. They went from the first floor to the third floor, from the third floor to the fifth floor, and then returned to the first floor. They looked energetic no matter how you looked at them. After spending nearly 3 hours, Miss Cici finally chose her birthday bag. A Fendi Celeria handbag, with exquisite design, is very close to Mississippi's temperament. And this bag is relatively moderately priced at 220,800 yuan. Hao Chuan saw that such a valuable bag was only sold for 228,000 yuan. What's the matter with a small change? He immediately called the waiter and said, "It must be at least 250,000 yuan. That's it. Here we go again." Tang Xi rolled her eyes helplessly. This guy simply doesn't take money seriously. But she didn't know that Hao Chuan really didn't dare to treat money as money at this time. No matter how much money he had, it was not as important as life. The system was too deceptive. It was not easy for him to accumulate such a small fortune. He lost 100 million yuan and only had more than 5 million left. It was impossible not to feel distressed. After choosing birthday presents, Hao Chuan was so tired that he wanted to go back to sleep. However, Tang Xi and Hao Tong were in high spirits while shopping, so Hao Chuan had no choice but to stay with them and continue shopping. The two crazy women spent most of the day and spent more than 2.3 million yuan in total. Their shopping desire was finally reduced. A small incident occurred at the end of the shopping process. When the balance on the card was less than 3 million, the system beeped. Hao Chuan took the time to take a look, and when he saw it, he almost jumped up. A new task was triggered. If the balance is less than 3 million, go to Macau Casino and squander it within 2 weeks. If you lose all the money, you will be deducted 30 points. On the basis of breaking even, you will get 3 points for every additional 10 million you win. Why do you still play like this? The system is so spoofed, it's too bad. This is the ultimate test of the prodigal son mission. The host can choose to accept or reject the mission. Note, if you reject the mission, you will be punished with 3 bloody disasters. The system's voice was cold and emotionless. Why were there 3 bloody disasters? Hao Chuan wailed, wanting to protest. The ultimate test, to test the host's ultimate ability to spend money, and to cultivate the comprehensive temperament of a first-class local tyrant. The above 3 items are combined into one task, so there are 3 bloody disasters. Host, do you have any other questions? If not, I need to take a rest. After an upgrade, the system has become much more humane, and it can seriously annoy people from time to time. Hao Chuan shrugged his head and said listlessly, as long as you are happy. Miss Cici's birthday is just a few days away, and Hao Chuan plans to put off the task of going to the Macau casino to squander money for the time being. Although he himself was not very willing to attend Miss Cici's birthday party, he still had his good brother Zhuo Weiqiang, so he naturally couldn't let Zhuo Weiqiang down. By the way, I was so busy buying gifts that I haven't replied to Miss Cici yet. Hao Chuan took out his phone, found Miss Cici's number and dialed it. The call was quickly connected. Miss Cici said expectantly, Hao Chuan, will you come to my birthday party on Sunday? Well, I postponed my schedule for that day. By the way, can I bring 2 extra people with me? Is it Sister Shichi? Miss Cici looked a little gloomy. She actually didn't plan to invite Tang Xi to her birthday this time, because whenever Tang Xi was present, Hao Chuan's focus would always be on Tang Xi. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, Shichi was busy that day. It was my cousin Hao Tong and another friend, who is also our classmate. I introduced him to you that day. His name is Zhuo Weiqiang. He is your crazy fan. When she heard that it wasn't Tang Xi, Miss Cici was immediately overjoyed and said happily, no problem, as long as you are willing, let alone bringing 2 people, I would be happy even if you brought 20 people. Where are you now? I'll send you 3 invitations. There will be a lot of people that day, and it will be difficult to get in without an invitation. Hao Chuan told the location and Miss Cici came quickly. Her makeup today was very unique, and the pure aura that emanated from her seemed to be able to purify one's soul. This feeling made Hao Chuan very comfortable. But he didn't think much about it. Now he really regarded Miss Cici as an ordinary classmate and ordinary friend. Miss Cici handed Hao Chuan 3 golden invitation letters. He took a look and saw that in addition to the date and address, his name was printed in a special font. He flipped through them and found that the invitation letters from Hao Tong and Zhuo Weiqiang were similar. Remember to bring your ID card when you come, otherwise you may not be allowed in. Miss Cici blinked mischievously, light and agile, revealing the infinite beauty of a girl's adolescence. Hao Chuan was shocked. Are you sure this is just a birthday party? This is too grand. After saying goodbye to Miss Cici, Hao Chuan called Zhuo Weiqiang and asked him to come to him as soon as possible, saying that there was a surprise related to his goddess. Zhuo Weiqiang came even faster. When he saw Hao Chuan, he opened his arms and gave him a warm bear hug. Good brother. Hao Chuan was strangled by him and couldn't breathe. He patted Zhuo Weiqiang's shoulder in annoyance and said, let me go quickly. There is an invitation in my pocket. It is specially made by Miss Cici. It will be bad if it is wrinkled. Zhuo Weiqiang quickly let go and fumbled around on Hao Chuan's body impatiently. Where is it? Where is the invitation? Hao Chuan secretly rolled his eyes, threw the invitation to Zhuo Weiqiang unhappily, and said, don't say I didn't remind you, remember to bring your ID card when the time comes, otherwise don't blame me if you can't get in. Yeah. Zhuo Weiqiang nodded happily, touching the invitation card with his name over and over again, feeling indescribably happy and excited. Hao Chuan was too lazy to watch Zhuo Weiqiang's stupidity and said, I still have to go to the antique shop to have a look. By the way, have you prepared your birthday present? Do you need my help? Zhou Weiqiang finally came to his senses and said, "It's been prepared for a long time. Her family is really rich. It's located at number 2, Building B, Dolphin Bay Villa District. That's the top villa district in Songhai City." After seeing the address clearly, Zhou Weiqiang's face couldn't help but darken a little, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. TSK. That's nothing? Hao Chuan didn't notice the change in Zhou Weiqiang's expression. He said arrogantly, "The entire villa complex in Ludu Mingyuan belongs to me. No matter how capable her family is, can one villa be worth a villa of mine?" Zhou Weiqiang was stunned for a moment, picked up the business card and placed it in front of Hao Chuan, pointing to a line of small golden words at the end to show Hao Chuan, "Me Group Company, Ltd." Me Group? Which me? Could it be the me that went public recently? Hao Chuan was shocked. If Mi Cici's family was really that me, then her wealth would be incredible. Hao Chuan realized that if it was really that me, he really couldn't compare with them. Chapter 112 Identity Card Controversy. On Sunday, Hao Tong dressed like a little princess. "Brother, don't dawdle, hurry up, let's go and have fun on the birthday." Hao Tong couldn't wait. Although this little thing has a proud temper, his personality is innocent and playful, like a child who never grows up. Of course, Hao Tong arranged a task for himself today, to supervise Hao Chuan on behalf of Sister Shichi, who was not present. Seeing that the time was almost up, Hao Chuan called Zhou Weiqiang. Zhou Weiqiang was even more anxious than Hao Tong. As soon as the call was connected, he shouted, "Where are you? Why don't you come over? Hurry up, don't miss the time." Hao Chuan interrupted Zhou Weiqiang hurriedly, Okay, we are already on the way. You know how good Hao Tong is at driving. He is very fast." After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Weiqiang to speak again, he hung up the phone. Hao Tong's racing skills have improved again. Hao Chuan, who was well prepared, took out his blindfold and put it on so that he wouldn't be panicked when he couldn't see it. It felt like not long after the car stopped. Hao Chuan took off his blindfold and saw that they had arrived at Zhou Weiqiang's neighborhood. Outside the neighborhood, Zhou Weiqiang, dressed like a groom, paced back and forth anxiously like an ant on a hot pot. Seeing Hao Chuan's car, he hurried over, complaining loudly as he ran, "Why are you so late? What if I miss the entrance time?" Hao Tong immediately glared in dissatisfaction and waved his fist at the impatient Zhou Weiqiang. "Slow? Humph." Hao Tong showed a malicious smile on her face. Hao Chuan was too lazy to explain to Zhou Weiqiang, and before the car started, Hao Chuan put on the blindfold again. When the car was like a compressed spring, stretched to the extreme, and then suddenly released, rushing out 100 meters in an instant, Zhou Weiqiang's face turned pale. Well, at this moment, Zhou Weiqiang felt regret and self-blame for what he said before getting on the car. "Big sister, slow down, look, there's a car coming up ahead, Zhou Weiqiang wisely closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt like vomiting. When they arrived at the destination, Zhou Weiqiang stumbled out of the car and his legs became bow-legged. He could hardly walk, and his stomach was churning. Looking at the picturesque scenery around him and the many people in expensive clothes coming and going, Zhou Weiqiang, with an extremely pale face, forced himself to hold back the urge to vomit. Hao Chuan got out of the car, looking very refreshed. Looking at Zhou Weiqiang, who was in a very bad state, Hao Chuan snorted complacently and said, "Young." Hao Tong was more direct. He also snorted and sneered, "It's useless." Zhou Weiqiang wisely chose to pretend not to see Hao Tong's comments, because he would have to take her car to go back later. But Zhou Weiqiang couldn't tolerate Hao Chuan's two-word evaluation, and he reluctantly raised his middle finger in response. They did not enter immediately. In order to protect Zhou Weiqiang's image, Hao Chuan and the other two found a secluded corner and rested for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that Zhou Weiqiang had returned to normal, the three of them walked towards the entrance. "Please show your invitation letter and ID card." The security personnel were very respectful and repeated this sentence to every guest tirelessly. Hao Chuan looked at Zhou Weiqiang beside him with some surprise, and asked in surprise, "Didn't you recover? Why are you pale again? Do you want us to go over and rest for a while?" Zhou Weiqiang had cold sweat on his head. He groped his body with both hands alternately. The more he touched, the uglier his face became. His expression was a mixture of frustration and regret. He was about to cry, "Hao Chuan, I forgot to bring my ID card. Damn it!" Hao Chuan's eyes widened. What he feared was bound to happen. When he heard that he was asked for an ID card, he was worried about whether Hao Tong had one. But after the system created Hao Tong, it gave him a complete set of various certificates, so Hao Tong could drive freely. Unexpectedly, despite all the calculations, something went wrong. At this moment, Zhou Weiqiang was in such a state of extreme self-blame that Hao Chuan naturally could not complain about his brother's carelessness. He could only pat Zhou Weiqiang on the shoulder and comfort him. "It's okay. I'll call Mi Sisi and ask her to think of a solution." I called Mi Sisi twice in a row, but both calls showed no one answered, which was a bit embarrassing. It seems that Mi Sisi is busy entertaining guests right now and probably doesn't have her phone with her. What should I do? After thinking for a while, Hao Chuan walked up to the security guard and said with a smile, "Hello, this is the invitation letter for the three of us. My cousin and I both have our ID cards, but my friend forgot to bring his ID card for some reason. Can you please make an exception and let us in first?" The security guard took the invitation letter and checked it to confirm that it was not fake. But there were two hard rules on it, so he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Mi Sisi was a popular star, and if someone forged the invitation letter and sneaked in, they couldn't bear the responsibility if something went wrong. "I'm sorry, sir. You and the lady can go in, but this gentleman will have to stay outside for the time being." The security guard knew that the lady's friends were either rich or noble, and a small security guard like him could not afford to offend them, so his words were very polite. "What happened? Is there something wrong with these three people?" A slightly frivolous voice came over. Hao Chuan turned around and saw a tall and handsome young man walking towards him, accompanied by two friends, who were chatting and laughing as they walked. "Mr. Zhao, you're here? Please come in." When the security personnel saw the handsome young man, they immediately bent down and bowed, and quickly invited him in. "No hurry," the young man surnamed Zhao smiled and waved his hand, his brows revealing the temperament of a rich young man. He smiled and looked at Hao Chuan and the other two, frowning slightly. Hao Chuan and Hao Tong were better, after all, they had famous brands on them. Zhou Weiqiang was rather shabby. Although his suit was brand new, it looked like a piece of junk. "What are these three doing? Is there a problem with the invitation letter or with their identities?" the young man surnamed Zhao asked the security personnel. "There's nothing wrong with these two, except this gentleman, who forgot to bring his ID." The security guard pointed at Zhou Weiqiang, who looked a little embarrassed, and explained the situation. "Oh?" The young man surnamed Zhao raised his eyebrows and glanced at the three people with a condescending look. When he saw Hao Tong, he showed an undisguised look of amazement. Finally, he stared at Zhou Weiqiang and said in an unquestionable tone, "Take out your invitation letter and let me see it." Hao Chuan couldn't stand the look of contempt from the young man surnamed Zhao, and he got angry and said, "Why should I show it to you? Are you a security guard?" The young man surnamed Zhao was stunned when he heard this. A nice smile appeared on his lips. He stared at Hao Chuan seriously and said with a smile, "Very good. No one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time. After Cece's birthday party is over, we have to get to know each other." TSK. Hao Tong frowned, covered her nose and took a step back, saying in disgust, "Brother, he stinks, I don't want to get to know him." Chapter 113, The Eye-Catching Trio. "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Anger appeared on the face of the young man named Zhao. Hao Chuan was also a little surprised. He knew Hao Tong very well. Generally speaking, if Hao Tong said that someone smelled bad, then that person really smelled bad. Hao Chuan moved closer to the young man surnamed Zhao and sniffed hard. He didn't smell anything special. He turned his head and looked at Hao Tong suspiciously and said, "I smelled it, brother, there's no strange smell on you. Have you eaten too many meat buns recently and your nose is not working properly?" "No way." Hao Tong glared at Hao Chuan, feeling a little aggrieved and snorting. Her beautiful big eyes didn't even look at the handsome young man named Zhao, but stared at Hao Chuan seriously and said, "He smells like two women, a weird smell of hormones, stinky and disgusting." "Oh my god." Hao Chuan looked at the young man surnamed Zhao with strange eyes, and showed an ambiguous smile that all men understand. He said in a somewhat obscene way, "Well, my cousin is young and ignorant." "Brother, you are a big man, don't bother with her. You have to keep your word. Let's get to know each other privately after the birthday party." The young man surnamed Zhao's face turned pale and he said coldly, "We must get to know each other. There are issues with the identities of these three people, they are not allowed to come in. By the way, have someone keep an eye on them. After Cece's birthday party is over, I will personally interrogate them about their purpose." After instructing the security personnel, the young man surnamed Zhao snorted coldly and walked straight in with his two friends. Hao Tong and Zhuo Weiqian looked at each other for a moment and couldn't help laughing out loud. The young man surnamed Zhao who was near the door heard the unbridled laughter of the three people. His straight body stiffened, and his anger surged even more violently. He turned around and stared at the security personnel and said, "Remember what I said. If anyone dares to let the three of them in, just mention my name, Zhao Donghai. I want to see who is so blind as to let them in today." "Yes." The security guard responded respectfully. When Zhao Donghai and the other two walked into the house and were completely out of sight, the security guard showed Hao Chuan a helpless expression and said with a wry smile, "You three, why don't you offend anyone else, but you actually offended young master Zhao Donghai of the Zhao family. Good luck to you." Hao Chuan nodded. He would not embarrass the security guard. He smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry. The three of us will walk in with a swagger in a while, and let that arrogant rich second generation watch us walk in." After that, Hao Chuan and the other two came to the side of the car and said, "Let's wait here for a while, and we will be able to go in later." Zhuo Weiqian looked gloomy, and slapped himself in regret, saying, "It's all my fault for being careless. I caused you to be unable to get in." "Humph. Who wants to go in? Brother, why don't we go out and play with Sister Shichi?" Hao Tong's little universe was about to explode. The little guy was in a very unhappy mood at the moment. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, "I definitely can't leave." He noticed that the security guards kept looking at the three of them while doing their work, with alert and worried looks in their eyes. They were obviously afraid that the three people who approached the car would suddenly run away. If that happened, he would not be able to explain to Zhao Donghai, and he would inevitably suffer. "What if you don't move? Just stand there? That's so stupid." Hao Tong kicked the car in dissatisfaction. Hao Chuan sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do if we leave suddenly. That little security guard will be in trouble." "Humph, bad luck, he's the best." Hao Tong was completely unreasonable when he was in a bad mood, and said angrily, "If he wasn't unreasonable, how could we have met that stinky unlucky guy?" Anyway, no matter how unhappy Hao Tong was, Hao Chuan was the boss here. If Hao Chuan said he would not leave, Hao Tong and Zhuo Weiqian would not force him to do so. The three of them leaned against the car and looked at the entrance. People in expensive clothes came in one after another, and they naturally became the focus of attention. Hao Tong was the most aggressive, and she would immediately glare back angrily at anyone who dared to look at her. Hao Chuan was very friendly, nodding and smiling at everyone, while Zhuo Weiqian, the kid, was so guilty that he wanted to find a hole to hide in, and he thought he was really hopelessly stupid. Just like that, they were outside accepting the guests' attention, while in the elegant and noble hall, Miss Sisi was absent-mindedly chatting with others. Her pair of pure eyes were filled with worry. From time to time, she glanced at the door. The more she looked, the gloomier her mood became. Could it be that he won't come? "Sisi, so you are here. I've been looking for you for several rounds. The time is almost up. Are you ready?" Zhao Donghai walked over with a smile, looking at Miss Sisi affectionately in his eyes. The smile on the corner of his mouth was so gentle and charming. Miss Sisi responded absent-mindedly, her eyes involuntarily looking towards the door. She bit her lip lightly, and suddenly turned and walked towards the door. "Where are you going, Sisi? The main venue is over there." Zhao Donghai hurriedly caught up with Miss Sisi. With his intelligence, he naturally knew at a glance who Miss Sisi was waiting for, which made him alert. Miss Sisi said as she walked, "I invited 3 friends to come over. It's already this late and they haven't arrived yet. I'll go out and take a look." 3? 2 men and 1 woman? A gloomy look flashed across Zhao Donghai's face, and he couldn't help but ask. "Yes, that's right. There are 2 men and 1 woman. Have you seen them?" Miss Sisi's innocent face couldn't help but show a hint of joy, and her pace quickened a lot. Zhao Donghai's expression became even gloomier. He forced a stiff smile and said, "When I came in, there were 3 people outside who were stopped by security personnel. Their origins were unknown. I was afraid that they had ill intentions, so I ordered the security guards not to let them in." "How could you do this?" "Zhao Donghai, this is my birthday party. Why do you have the right to stop my guests without permission?" Miss Sisi became even more anxious when she heard what Zhao Donghai said, and she hurried to the door while lifting up her skirt. "Miss, why are you out?" The security personnel saw Miss Sisi running out and hurried forward to greet her respectfully. Miss Sisi had no time to talk to the security personnel. The first thing she saw was Hao Chuan and the other 2 beside the car. The moment she saw Hao Chuan, Miss Cici's heart settled down. She tried to force an apologetic smile, but tears welled up in her eyes. Hao Chuan smiled and said to Hao Tong and Zhuo Weiqiang, "Isn't it going in?" Then he waved happily to Miss Cici. "When did you come? Didn't I give you an invitation?" Miss Cici was still a little excited at the moment, and was glad that she came out in time. Hao Chuan smiled and patted the dazed Zhuo Weiqiang, asking him to explain to Miss Cici. Chapter 114 Script Deviation. Zhuo Weiqiang didn't dare to look at Miss Cici. He lowered his head and said in shame, "It's all my fault. I was in a hurry to go out and forgot to bring my ID card." As a result, Hao Chuan and Hao Tong couldn't get in. "It's okay, I'll take you in." Miss Cici's tone left no doubt. Today was her birthday and she was the boss here. Hao Chuan shook his head, looking at Zhao Donghai, who followed behind him with a gloomy look, and said, "This young master Zhao Donghai has already instructed that no one can take us in without his permission. If the security personnel let us in, I'm afraid that this petty-minded rich young man will cause trouble for the security personnel behind their backs." "Zhao Donghai, you've gone too far today." Miss Cici glared at Zhao Donghai coldly. The security guard rushed over with Zhao Donghai and just heard what Hao Chuan said. He looked at Hao Chuan with gratitude and secretly memorized Hao Chuan's name and appearance. The smile on Zhao Donghai's face froze. As far as he could remember, Miss Cici had never spoken to him in such a cold tone. This was the first time today. But Zhao Donghai was very cunning. Even though he was about to explode with anger, he managed to force out a smile and said, "What are you talking about, silly girl? You are just talking nonsense. I am also thinking about you. Who would know about these shady things?" "Zhao Donghai." Miss Cici glared at Zhao Donghai. She had come out in person, but she didn't expect Zhao Donghai to speak so harshly. This showed how much injustice Hao Chuan and the others had suffered outside just now. "Okay, I'm sorry, you three. I was too suspicious. Now I'm here to apologize to you all. Please come in." Zhao Donghai lowered his head and bowed. No one saw the cold light in his eyes. After finishing all this, Zhao Donghai looked at Miss Cici and said with a smile, "Cici, are you satisfied now? You know, as long as it makes you happy, I can do anything." Miss Cici didn't know what to say, and Hao Chuan also realized that if he continued to make trouble, it would become a joke. He nodded slightly to the conscientious security guard and followed Miss Cici into the hall, which was decorated noble and luxuriously. Hao Chuan had participated in classmates' birthday parties before, but compared with the so-called grand birthday parties that Miss Cici had mentioned, those ordinary and down-to-earth birthday parties were more interesting. As for now, apart from the good food, he felt so bored. Looking at the entire hall, Hao Chuan and the other two were indeed different. They didn't socialize with others, nor did they dance. They just hid in a corner and concentrated on eating. "I want detailed information about these three poor guys." Not far away, Zhao Donghai ordered the people around him with a gloomy face, after investigating clearly, if they don't have a deep background, teach them a lesson. "Remember, don't leave any handle. I don't want Cici to know about this. Zhao Donghai is worthy of being called the leader of the contemporary young people of the Zhao family. He acts rigorously and ruthlessly." "I understand, Mr. Zhao. I'll tell someone to do it right away." The man walked quietly to the corner, picked up the phone and made arrangements in a low voice. Miss Cici pulled a middle-aged man and woman towards Hao Chuan and the others. The man was steady and handsome, while the woman's eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Miss Cici's, beautiful and charming. "Hao Chuan, let me introduce you, this is my mom and dad." Miss Cici's pretty fair face flushed slightly. She didn't dare to look directly at Hao Chuan. At this time, her heart was beating very hard. Hao Chuan wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, uncle and aunt, my name is Hao Chuan, this is my cousin Hao Tong. I want to introduce this handsome young man, his name is Zhuo Weiqiang, he is a good student in our school with excellent character and academic performance. Hello, welcome to my daughter's birthday party." Miss Cici's father was very cultured and did not look down on Hao Chuan and the other two. In fact, their Mi family was not inherited from the family business, but a strong foundation built by the couple from scratch, step by step. Poor Zhuo Weiqiang, a man of about 1.8 meters tall, was as embarrassed as a young wife at the moment. He nodded with a red face and dared not say a word to others. Seeing Zhuo Weiqiang's performance, Hao Chuan sighed secretly. From his perspective as an observer, Zhuo Weiqiang's wish to win the beauty was likely to be dashed. Hao Chuan had no choice but to continue with his smile, "Then uncle and aunt, you guys go ahead and do your work. We are good classmates and friends with Miss Cici, and we will treat this place like home." Mi Sisi's parents smiled and nodded, saying, "That's the best." After that, they went to entertain other important business partners. Mi Sisi simply stayed here. Looking at how Chuan and the others eating and drinking here, she did not feel any contempt in her heart. Instead, she felt very happy and very curious. "Aren't you going to accompany your friends?" Hao Chuan said incoherently while eating a piece of dessert. Mi Sisi was here, and Zhuo Weiqian was shy and didn't eat. How could this be possible? Mi Sisi smiled and shook her head, looking at Hao Chuan tenderly, and said, "There will be a dance session later. I plan to invite you to dance the first dance. Is that okay?" Ah. Hao Chuan was stunned. He slowly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the script. Hao Tong snorted coldly, pouted her lips and said dissatisfiedly, "My brother has a girlfriend." "I know. Sister Shichi and I have a very good relationship. It's just a simple dance. The little sister is very cute." Mi Sisi's expression was a little gloomy, but when she smiled, she seemed very happy and joyful. Hao Chuan realized that he couldn't continue on this topic. He saw that Zhuo Weiqiang's face had changed, so he simply shook his head and said, "Well, I can't dance. But I remember that Zhuo Weiqiang danced very well at a school party. Weiqiang, you can dance the first dance with Mi Sisi, is that okay?" Okay, I'm fine." Zhuo Weiqiang looked at Hao Chuan gratefully and said secretly in his heart, "Good brother." Of course there is a problem. Zhao Donghai, who had been paying close attention to this place, came over with a glass of red wine, looked at Mi Sisi and smiled gently. "Sisi, I always danced with you for the first dance at birthday parties in the past. How can we change people this year?" Mi Sisi didn't hear what Zhao Donghai was saying at all. The scene that appeared in her mind at this moment was the scene at the school graduation party when Hao Chuan invited Tang Xi to dance on the stage. She felt wronged and painful in her heart. "Do I really disgust you so much? I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. I don't want to dance this first dance." Mi Sisi rejected Zhao Donghai, and even Zhuo Weiqiang, who had just been a little excited, felt disappointed. No matter how nervous or slow he was, he could see at this moment that Mi Sisi already had someone in her heart, and that person was her good brother Hao Chuan, who stood by his side and always helped him to make connections. This indescribable feeling made him feel uncomfortable, and he wanted to vent it, but he had no place to vent it. Would he hate Hao Chuan? Could he hate him? Chapter 115, Good Guy Card. The host announced the official start of the birthday party. The speech session was over. According to the procedure, as the heroine of today, Mi Sisi found a man to dance the first dance with, and then the banquet entered the carnival moment. Mi Sisi tried hard to force a smile on the stage and said, "This segment has always been my favorite and the one I look forward to the most. But unfortunately, I feel a little unwell today. Let my parents dance the first dance." After saying that, Mi Sisi, looking a little gloomy, quietly walked aside. Hao Chuan was a little confused. He was still thinking that there was something wrong with the script. According to his plan, there should be opportunities for Zhuo Weiqiang and Mi Sisi to interact more. Why did Mi Sisi now rush to contact him? Oh my god. Although Mi Sisi was once his dream lover, it was only in his dream. In reality, he already had Tang Xi, and now this script was totally wrong. What's more, Zhuo Weiqiang was beside him. Ever since Mi Sisi refused to dance on the grounds of feeling unwell, Zhuo Weiqiang remained silent and didn't say a word. This made Hao Chuan a little worried about Zhuo Weiqiang's condition. In the end, there was really no other way, so Hao Chuan leaned over and whispered to Zhuo Weiqiang, "I will try to create some opportunities for you later. You must seize them. Don't always act nervous and shy. That stuff is useless." Zhuo Weiqiang stared at Hao Chuan, sighed, and said with a very frustrated expression, "I know it's useless, but I can't control my emotions at all. Also, I can see that Mi Sisi is interested in you." "I'm interested in Tang Xi," Hao Chuan said lightly. Hao Tong looked at Hao Chuan with relief, smiled happily, and said, "Brother, I was right about you. Get out of here, little girl." Hao Chuan glared at Hao Tong. Not far from them, there was also someone who was very unhappy, even extremely depressed at the moment. This person was young Master Zhao Donghai from the Zhao family. When he was making love with the two beauties last night, Zhao Donghai was still dreaming sweet dreams. He must perform well today. He also decided to propose to Mi Sisi after their first dance. After all, they are of the right age now. But now, the reality is changing too fast and he is caught off guard. Where did these three guys come from? Zhao Donghai was very annoyed. He thought of countless ways to deal with Hao Chuan and the other two. Of course, as for the petite lowly Hao Tong, given his nature as young Master Zhao, he naturally had to treat her differently. The birthday party was held at a fast pace, with wonderful programs one after another. Finally, it was time for the finale, and the protagonist Miss Sisi sang in person. At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly reached a climax. Everyone was excitedly looking at Miss Sisi on the stage, the absolute heroine of the day, a popular female singer. In the past, every year during Miss Sisi's solo concert, she could always use her beautiful singing voice to stir up everyone's emotions. I believe this year will be no exception. And this year was no exception, because when Miss Sisi announced that she was going to sing a song with a man, and Hao Chuan went on stage at Miss Sisi's invitation, Zhao Donghai's emotions were the first to be aroused, and he was now so angry that he wanted to kill someone. If killing was legal, he believed that he would have killed Hao Chuan alive. How can this bastard compare to me? He has no looks, no figure, and no temperament. Is this little bitch Miss Sisi blind? Zhao Donghai was roaring and cursing madly in his heart at this moment. He even hated Miss Sisi. It's still that classic male and female duet song, Heart Rain. Hao Chuan found that every time he sang this song, his emotions would be aroused involuntarily. Holding hands with Miss Sisi and looking at each other affectionately, he would always fall into a special situation involuntarily. He knew that he should not have such emotions, and Zhuo Weiqiang was watching below, but could emotions still be controlled after they came up? The two people's soulful singing pushed the atmosphere of the banquet to a wonderful point. Before she knew it, Miss Sisi was already in tears. She was very excited. This was the feeling she wanted, the feeling that made her cry uncontrollably. The pure goddess was gazing at Hao Chuan with tender and infatuated eyes at this moment. They were holding hands. Even Zhuo Weiqiang in the audience couldn't help but sigh that Hao Chuan and Miss Sisi were such a good match. Although this thought made Zhuo Weiqiang feel uncomfortable, it popped up in his mind involuntarily and became more and more intense. Hao Tong was perhaps the calmest one among all, because she was very angry at the moment. Her sensitive little nose smelled a special smell, and this smell was related to Hao Chuan and Miss Sisi on the stage. She liked Tang Xi and didn't want the sister Xi in her mind to get hurt, but the situation on the stage at the moment was not under her control at all, so Hao Tong glared at the two people on the stage, feeling very unhappy. Zhao Donghai didn't listen to the song at all. He had been extremely angry since the beginning of the song, and now he was even angrier. As for Hao Chuan and Miss Sisi, he only had 3 words to describe them: bastards. Miss Sisi's birthday party was over. When they were leaving, Miss Sisi personally sent the 3 of them out. When they reached a place with few people, Hao Chuan suddenly looked at Miss Sisi seriously and said, "Do you know? Weiqiang likes you very much, but when he faces you, he is always too nervous to speak. As his good brother, I want to ask you on his behalf, can you give Weiqiang a chance?" Chen Weiqiang's body suddenly stiffened. He didn't expect that Hao Chuan would suddenly say such words at this time. What else could he say to his good brother who was thinking about him at this moment? Miss Sisi's delicate body trembled. She looked at Hao Chuan silently, with tears welling up in her eyes. After a long silence, until the air seemed to freeze, Miss Sisi stared at Zhuo Weiqiang seriously for the first time. The smile on her face was somewhat sad and helpless. She said, "Classmate Zhuo Weiqiang, I know you are a good person, but I think you should understand what it feels like to like someone. Your feelings are just like how I feel right now. It's a feeling that your heart is filled up and there is no room for anything else. So thank you for your love. I hope you can find your own happiness soon." After saying that, Miss Sisi bowed deeply to Zhuo Weiqiang, whose face turned pale. "Hao Chuan, I like you. I like you very much. I like your voice, I like the moving emotions you reveal when you sing, and I like the wonderful rhythm when you dance. So I want to ask you, Hao Chuan, can you give me a chance?" Hao Chuan was stunned. He had thought of everything, but he didn't expect Miss Sisi to suddenly say this to him. Rubbing his nose, Hao Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Maybe, it's popular to give out nice guy cards today?" Chapter 116, Life's Joys and Sorrows. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of rejecting the beautiful woman's pursuit and being rewarded with 5 points. Hao Chuan had just sent the good guy card to Miss Sisi when the system's voice suddenly popped up in his mind. Hao Chuan suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Was this system designed to make fun of him? Wasn't it agreed that this mission would start with Tang Xi? Why did it inexplicably transfer to Miss Sisi? The system explained, in a tone like talking to a psychopath, "The task I have always emphasized is to reject beautiful women who pursue you. It is you, the host, who self-righteously interpreted it as rejecting Tang Xi, okay? Well, Hao Chuan kneels down to the system. The atmosphere when we left was completely different from when we came here. Everyone's mindset had changed. Although Hao Chuan clearly refused, did he have other thoughts in his mind after he refused? Regret? Conflict? Hao Chuan closed his eyes and rested with a blindfold on, without revealing his emotions. Zhuo Weiqiang has completely turned into a puppet. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Perhaps this describes his mood at the moment. As for Hao Tong, the little girl was dancing with joy. She was very satisfied with Hao Chuan's performance today, except for the part on the stage. So now Hao Tong was so excited that the car was so fast that it could fly. The birthday party did not cause much trouble for Hao Chuan, and he quickly put those messy things behind him. The system gave him a new task, and he had to go to Macau. Before leaving, Hao Chuan still had some things to do, and these things needed to be solved by him personally. Chenlong has already made the compensation handover with Feng Tianrui, and Feng Tianrui was indeed very sincere. He compensated Lu Shan, who was less seriously injured, for medical expenses, lost wages, and mental damages, totaling 300,000 renminbi. Tang Xi was seriously injured. In addition to Feng Tianrui's personal condolences, he also gave him 700,000 renminbi in cash. Chenlong applied for 2 bank cards and deposited the money into each card. He handed both bank cards to Hao Chuan with instructions. Chenlong did a great job on this matter and Hao Chuan was very satisfied. That afternoon, Hao Chuan brought Tang Xi, Hao Tong, Chenlong, Li Ba and others to the hospital. Lu Shan and Tang Xi were in the same ward. When they saw Hao Chuan suddenly come in with a large group of people, they were both a little dazed, not knowing what was going on. Hao Chuan looked at the 2 men, his college classmates. When he was blocked by Shenzhi and a group of sports students, the 2 men bravely stood up to help him. Later, they did a very good job in acquiring Xingye media. It was their professionalism that allowed Hao Chuan to finally complete the systematic task of earning 100 million yuan. Now, because of Hao Chuan, they were inexplicably implicated and both were admitted to the hospital. Hao Chuan felt grateful and guilty towards them. But he is very proud now, because when he left the ward that day, he told the 2 of them that he would definitely help them get revenge, and now, he has done it. Of course, Hao Chuan would not discuss these things with Lu Shan and Tang Xi. He directly took out 2 bank cards and handed them to the 2 according to the amounts on them. Hao Chuan said, "There are a total of 1 million yuan in these 2 bank cards. Lu Shan, there are 300,000 yuan in your card, and there are 700,000 yuan in Tang Xi's card. I found the mastermind who injured you, and this is the compensation he paid. Brothers, I have kept my promise to you, and this money is what you 2 deserve. I'm sorry, brothers, you have suffered during this period." After saying that, Hao Chuan bowed deeply to his 2 college classmates. Lu Shan and Tang Xi's eyes were a little red. They didn't expect that Hao Chuan would actually go to such a big trouble for them. Now they really felt that choosing to hang out with Hao Chuan was the right decision. After coming out of the hospital ward, Hao Chuan went straight to the antique shop. I don't know where Feng Tianrui found so many good stuff. That guy treated the treasures as nothing. He didn't know that the price of these antiques was much higher than the 15 million he paid in compensation. Of course, Hao Chuan would not be so stupid as to tell Feng Tianrui the truth. It was enough for him to know about it. It would be more comfortable and relaxed to earn this kind of money by himself behind closed doors. After placing these antiques, calligraphy and paintings, Hao Chuan began to think about how to expand the antique shop, looking at the not-so-big storefront. Regarding this point, he actually had some vague ideas in his mind. There were only so many antiques. If he just relied on making money from them, the profit would not be that big. He was inspired by the Song family auction house. The jade products business is actually very promising, but he has to take his time. First, he needs a huge amount of capital, and he has almost lost all his money. Second, he needs talents. He has no talents in jade processing and sales. So he can't rush this matter, but it doesn't prevent him from deciding the general direction first. After finishing the antique shop business, Hao Chuan no longer needed to handle the rest personally. Feng Tianrui planned to pay for the repair of the burned villa, but was later rejected by Hao Chuan. He planned to completely raze the villa and use the land to build a training base, which would serve as the base for Chenlong and his team's daily training. Of course, he didn't have to pay for this money out of his own pocket. Anyway, the villa was burned down by Feng Tianrui's men, so who else could he ask for the money if not him? The plane ticket had been booked. The day before Hao Chuan was leaving, he received a phone call that made him sit on the sofa in silence for a full half hour. It was a call from Zhuo Weiqiang. On the phone, Zhuo Weiqiang said that he was going to Beijing to develop his career. His family had found a company for him there, so he would not stay in Shanghai City anymore. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Weiqiang, who was heartbroken, decided to leave Shanghai City, this sad place. He wanted to go to a strange city and lick his wounds alone. Hao Chuan didn't know whether he had anything to do with this matter. He only cared about a very close brother who left him to develop on his own. In fact, according to his plan and the scale he gradually built, Zhuo Weiqiang didn't have to do this. With his ability, he could totally stand on his own in Shanghai City. Unfortunately, plans are just plans, and reality is always unsatisfactory. Of course, Zhuo Weiqiang's experience is not unique. Hao Chuan thought of another classmate, Ren Zhong, the always taciturn computer genius who said he would never want to work in Hao Chuan's company. Hao Chuan knew the reason very well. Such things always made him helpless and disappointed. Joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, perhaps, this is life? After finishing these things, Hao Chuan's journey to Macau Casino to squander his money officially began. Even before he got on the plane, Hao Chuan was still conflicted. Should he win the money? If he did, how should he spend it? As the old saying goes, spending money is hard. Chapter 117, Encounter at the Casino. Hao Chuan, who got on the plane, didn't know that Zhao Donghai, who had also suffered 10,000 points of damage at Miss Cici's birthday party, was on the same itinerary as him. Unlike Hao Chuan, who was struggling with the question of whether or not to win money, young Master Zhao went to Macau simply to vent his depressed emotions. Macau, covering an area of only 23.5 square kilometers, was once a Portuguese colony. In 2004, the first Las Vegas casino opened, which boosted the gambling industry. Today, the scale of Macau's gambling industry is 4 times that of Las Vegas, and it has become a world-famous gambling capital. A deformed industry has led to a deformed economy. After Macau's return, it is no longer controlled by the Portuguese authorities. The government condones this because in this city, the gambling industry has become an integral part of its blood and bones and cannot be removed at all. This is Hao Chuan's first visit to Macau. This small city has many buildings that are a combination of Chinese and Portuguese styles, and the structures are very unique. After staying in the mainland for a long time, it is a very strange feeling to suddenly come here. It is like entering another completely different world, with entertainment cities everywhere, all kinds of entertainment. The billboards at the entrance of the entertainment venues are particularly interesting, with blatant sales promotions. For example, the entrance of the island entertainment venue reads, "There is no guarantee of winning in gambling, and light bets are good for fun. Use your spare money to play and keep it entertaining." This kind of marketing method that seems like a reminder but is more like a suggestion is everywhere. Just like cigarettes, it is written on them that smoking is harmful to health, but once you are addicted to it, you will take a few puffs even if you know it is unhealthy. The same is true for gambling. Once you get involved, these seemingly glamorous entertainment venues will immediately turn into monsters with blood-spraying mouths. Therefore, be cautious about gambling. This is Hao Chuan's true feeling at the moment. Of course, he doesn't have this problem. Because he has a system, and there are many skills that are beneficial to gambling in the system. Just 1 or 2 of them can make him worth more. For example, the tilt of the scales that increases luck, and the extremely perverted and tempting perspective function. Once these skills are used, let alone ordinary gamblers, even those professional gamblers will not be able to gain the slightest advantage against him. This time, Hao Chuan went to Macau alone without Hao Tong. He had just defended the rich young man Zhao Donghai in Shanghai City. Hao Chuan was worried that Zhao Donghai would take revenge, so he deliberately left Hao Tong with Tang Xi. As for Chen Long and the others, Hao Chuan asked him to disperse the hundreds of people under his command to guard various industries. After all, he was unfamiliar with Macau and no one would come here to cause trouble for him. Besides, this mission was not difficult. In Hao Chuan's opinion, there were undoubtedly 2 choices. One was to risk giving up the 30 points and losing all the less than 3 million yuan in the card. The other was to win big and then go back to continue to worry about how to spend the money. So he was not in a hurry. It was so difficult for him to come to this gambling capital of world civilization, so how could he not take a good look around? He walked around leisurely on his own, and took a bus when he was tired. Although he was well prepared, Hao Chuan was still a little surprised, because this place was too small. He took so long that in less than 2 hours, he found that he had already walked around the place. A mountain is famous not because of its height, but because of the immortals living there. A river is magical not because of its depth, but because of the dragons living there. Hao Chuan felt that these 4 sentences were very appropriate to describe the small city of Macau. The gambling industry is the fairy and dragon of this city, and is the main contributor to the city's fame around the world. After walking around, Hao Chuan saw the sign of the Sea Island Casino and muttered, "It seems that I am destined to be with this casino. Let's go in and take a look." After randomly exchanging 500,000 chips, Hao Chuan planned to just try it out based on his luck for something new. There are all kinds of gambling tools that have been heard of and not heard of. Hao Chuan is like a curious baby. He throws 10,000 or 20,000 on this table, and 30,000 or 50,000 on that table. After playing around for a while, Hao Chuan was surprised to find that without realizing it, he only had 15,000 chips left in his hand. $500,000 was gone in the blink of an eye. The gambling industry is really a cruel business. Hao Chuan, how are you? We agreed to meet after Cece's birthday party, but you slipped away so quickly. Fortunately, God has eyes. Zhao Donghai smiled happily. He noticed Hao Chuan the first time he walked into the casino. Then Zhao Donghai happily watched Hao Chuan, who knew nothing about gambling, lose nearly 500,000 in less than half an hour. This gave him an attractive idea of revenge on Hao Chuan. He wanted to provoke Hao Chuan to gamble with him. Hao Chuan sighed and said, "Yes, life is full of encounters. Mr. Zhao, we are really destined to be together." Hao Chuan didn't know whether Zhao Donghai came with him or the two of them really had some mysterious fate. Anyway, when he saw Zhao Donghai appear in the casino, he found that he suddenly didn't care about whether he won money or not. Do you need to think about it? When you meet such an arrogant and annoying rich second generation, you must win, and win so hard that his mother won't recognize him. Since we meet in the casino, why don't we play a few rounds? Zhao Donghai said with a smile. Hao Chuan looked around. The environment here was too noisy. He frowned and said, "Is it here? There are so many people here. Is it really okay for you and me to gamble alone?" Zhao Donghai thought to himself, "This is exactly the effect I want. Only when there are many people can you look bad." He naturally wouldn't say what he really thought. He smiled and said, "This is a good place. I see you don't have many chips. Anyway, just play a few rounds and have fun. Since you insist on giving me money, I can only oblige you." Hao Chuan sighed. Although sometimes having a lot of money is not a happy thing, when faced with such a stupid thing, he would be sorry for the system's assistance if he didn't win. Zhao Donghai beckoned the waiter over, took out a golden membership card and showed it to him, saying, "Add a 2-person gambling table for me in the hall. I want to play 2 rounds. The waiter respectfully suggested, "You are a distinguished gold member of our island casino. You have the right to go to the second-floor casino and book a single room. The environment and service up there are more suitable for your status. I suggest you go up there to play." Zhao Donghai frowned and said in a cold voice, "I said to add the gambling table here, didn't you hear me? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The waiter nodded respectfully and said, "Okay, please wait a moment, I will go down and arrange it." The casino moved quickly, and a brand new gambling table was quickly placed in the middle of the hall, with only 2 chairs placed on it. In addition to the gambling between Hao Chuan and Zhao Donghai, the casino also opened an outer area, so other spectators could also participate in this impromptu gambling game. "What can you play?" Zhao Donghai, who claimed to be proficient in gambling skills, generously asked Hao Chuan for his opinion. Chapter 118, Setting a Trap. Hao Chuan curled his lips and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. What are you best at?" "I'm fine with it." "Humph. You don't know how to live or die." Zhao Donghai snorted in his heart and said, "Okay, then let's play 2 dice and guess the size." "Any problem?" Hao Chuan smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. In fact, I like this kind of gambling that relies on luck the most, because my luck has always been good." "Mr. Zhao, you are going to be unlucky." "Bah! You are unlucky, and your whole family is unlucky." Casinos hate these discouraging words the most. Zhao Donghai cursed in his heart and didn't want to waste time talking to Hao Chuan. He found that he was indeed quite far behind Hao Chuan in bickering. "Well, let's see who's the winner. Do you want to go first or should I?" "What do you mean you go first and I go first?" Hao Chuan looked at Zhao Donghai in confusion and said, "I can only guess the size. I'm not good at rolling the dice. How about this, you roll the dice and I'll just guess the size. We're both big men with our word, so don't hesitate, it's settled." Zhao Donghai was once again choked by Hao Chuan and was speechless. He could only stare at Hao Chuan and slander him in his heart. It's obviously you who are talking nonsense, isn't it? In order to shut Hao Chuan up, Zhao Donghai directly expressed through actions that he agreed with Hao Chuan's proposal. Zhao Donghai obviously has some research on dice. He shakes the dice very skillfully and professionally, and he can make the sound of the dice hitting the dice cup very quickly. Even if a professional gambler sits here, it would be very difficult to hear the number of points Zhao Donghai shakes with just his ears. You guess. Zhao Donghai looked at Hao Chuan with a smug smile on his face. He was very satisfied with his performance just now. He shook out the points he wanted accurately and obscurely. Now he wanted to see how good Hao Chuan's luck was. Hao Chuan was cursing in his heart at the moment, drooling. For the upcoming happy life, he spent 10 points to exchange for the ability of clairvoyance. Originally, he thought that he would see the wonderful scenes he imagined through perspective, but, after using it, he found that this thing was completely different from what he imagined. This thing is like an X-ray machine. It can really see through things, but it analyzes objects too thoroughly. Now when he looks around, the entire casino hall seems to be haunted, with a bunch of skeletons walking around. The number of dice in the dice cup was clearly displayed in front of him. Is there any need to guess? Hao Chuan curled his lips and suddenly felt that Zhao Donghai was so pitiful. Of course, he is pitiful, but it is impossible for him to sympathize with this poor guy Zhao Donghai. Now Hao Chuan is making plans quickly in his mind. The perspective function has a time limit. It can be used for 2 hours at a time, and there is a 6-hour buffer time afterwards. In other words, Hao Chuan had to try to win enough money from Zhao Donghai within 2 hours. Of course, it would be best if he could defeat Zhao Donghai directly within 2 hours. Therefore, Hao Chuan prepared to set a trap for Zhao Donghai. After the trap was set, he wanted Zhao Donghai to get into it and unable to jump out. By the time Zhao Donghai suddenly realized his mistake, it would be the time when he had lost all his money. It was somewhat difficult to achieve the effect that Hao Chuan had planned in his mind. Finally, Hao Chuan made up his mind. He stared at the dice cup with his eyes fixed, frowning deliberately, revealing a tangled expression that was difficult to make a decision. Finally, he gritted his teeth, slapped out a chip of 100 yuan, and said through gritted teeth, 100 yuan, I'll bet big. A black line flashed across Zhao Donghai's forehead, and he felt like he was about to collapse. This bastard must have deliberately angered him. Damn it, calm down, I need to calm down. Zhao Donghai, who had barely calmed down, stared at Hao Chuan coldly and said, the minimum bet is 100,000. Any problem? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hao Chuan looked at Zhao Donghai with an aggrieved expression and said, if you had told me earlier, I certainly wouldn't have bid only 100 yuan in chips. It seems there is still a generation gap between us. But I don't have many chips left. From the next round, I'll bet 100,000 yuan each. This time, I'll use the 15,000 yuan in my hand to make a comeback. Come on, I'd bet 15,000 yuan. I'm betting on you, open. Hao Chuan was like Tang monk possessed. Zhao Donghai started to get angry again because of his nagging. He got mad whenever he heard Hao Chuan talking. Damn it, after this is over, I will sew your stinky mouth shut. My last name is not Zhao. He directly opened the dice cup, 2, 3, 5, exactly 10 points, small. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly, and directly took all the chips that Hao Chuan had pushed out. He looked at Hao Chuan and sneered, do you still want to play? Hao Chuan stared at the dice, as if he couldn't accept that he had lost. When he heard Zhao Donghai's question, Hao Chuan said, puppies don't play. I'll give you the bank card. Exchange it for 500,000 chips. I don't believe it. My luck has always been good. It's impossible for it to go bad today. The waiter quickly brought the chips to Hao Chuan. Zhao Donghai still shook the dice cup very skillfully and professionally. After shaking it, Zhao Donghai stared at Hao Chuan with cold eyes and said, yes, remember to place your bet first, at least 100,000. Poor. Hao Chuan looked at Zhao Donghai with disdain and pushed all the chips in front of him out with great momentum. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm betting 500,000 yuan, and I'm betting on you to win. Open it. Wow. Their gambling table has attracted quite a few gamblers. When Hao Chuan only put out chips worth 100 yuan, these people looked down on Hao Chuan. But now, seeing Hao Chuan directly put out 500,000 yuan without even blinking, this generosity shocked most of the gamblers. Zhao Donghai was furious when he heard Hao Chuan scold him for being poor. But when he saw Hao Chuan actually put out 500,000 yuan and even bought a big bet, he felt happy because he knew exactly how many points were in his dice cup. Okay, that's straightforward. Zhao Donghai opened the dice cup directly. 3, 3, 4, still 10 points, small. Zhao Donghai looked at the stunned Hao Chuan with a smile, and directly took back all the chips, sneering, "Do you have any money?" "Fuck. I don't believe it." He waved to the waiter and said, "Exchange another million chips for me, quickly." The chips piled up, and Hao Chuan waved his hand and pushed them all out, gritting his teeth and saying, 1 million, and I'm betting big. I don't believe that my luck will be so bad today. Zhao Donghai's face was already full of smiles. He shook his head slightly and said with gloating, "The fact proves that you are really unlucky to meet me, because luck is on my side today." As he said that, he turned over the dice cup and saw that Hao Chuan had lost another 1 million chips. "Waiter, give me another 1 million chips." Hao Chuan's performance was exactly like that of a gambler who had lost all his money. After a while, the waiter came over with empty hands, looked at Hao Chuan with an embarrassed expression, and said, "Sir, there is insufficient balance in your card." Chapter 119 Outside Betting. "What?" Hao Chuan jumped up and said, "How much is left in the card? Exchange it all for me." The waiter was speechless, thinking to himself, "Who knows how much money is in your card? Another poor bastard who was so angry about losing all his money." Of course he couldn't say this out loud, and he didn't need to say it, because most of the gamblers watching the game around him agreed with the waiter's idea. In their opinion, Hao Chuan had already lost everything. "What? You're out of money after losing less than 2 million? Zhao Donghai sneered and said, "I really overestimated you. I thought the #1 shareholder of Xingye Media was very rich, but it turns out he. Hao Chuan stared at Zhao Donghai and said, "Have you investigated me? Humph, I should still have 800,000 or 900,000 in my card. I'll play with you again. I'm telling you, Zhao Donghai, don't be so arrogant in front of me. I usually have very good luck, but now I've been unlucky for a few times. Now it's time for luck to be on my side." The chips were rounded up to an integer, exactly 900,000, and placed neatly on the gambling table. At this point, the outside bets that the casino had opened on the two of them had become a joke. Only a fool would bet on Hao Chuan to win at this time. The casino was not optimistic about the odds of this game. At first, the odds on Hao Chuan were 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. After all, Zhao Donghai's gambling skills were recorded in the casino and he was a gold member here, so he was recognized. Hao Chuan was a stranger and it was not certain whether he was a master of gambling. Secondly, luck played a role in gambling, so the odds were relatively safe and fair. As the game progressed, Hao Chuan's state was no longer favored by the casino. His emotions were out of control, and his rational side was completely suppressed by anxiety. It was best to stop immediately at this time, otherwise, no matter how much money you had, you would lose it all. After all, there had been countless similar examples before, and no gambler had ever turned the tables in this state. Therefore, as Hao Chuan's temper became more and more anxious, the odds offered by the casino on him became higher and higher, from the previous 1 minute and 1.5 seconds to 1:2, 1:3, and even to the current 1:7. Even with such high odds, few people bet on Hao Chuan to win. 10 million, bet on Hao Chuan to win. What? The service staff in charge of receiving the odds was stunned for a moment. He suspected that he had heard it wrong. He stared at the young man in front of him who was dressed casually and had messy hair, but had a very tasteful temperament, and confirmed again, "Who should I bet 10 million on? Master Su, did you see it wrong? Hao Chuan is the young man who keeps losing." The young man, whom the waiter called Su Xiao, shook his head slightly and said firmly, "Yes, I bet on Hao Chuan to win this bet. Now the odds have risen to 7-1, right? Well, it should have reached its peak and won't go any higher." Su Xiao spoke in a firm tone. After muttering to himself, he took out his checkbook and directly wrote a check for 10 million to the waiter. At the same time, he took the odds note handed over by the waiter. "Wait, I'll bet 5 million on Hao Chuan to win." The waiter was shocked again. This person was Su Xiao's good friend Zhang Chang. In his impression, although Zhang Chang had accompanied Su Xiao to the casino countless times, he had never seen him participate in gambling. Today was the first time he saw Zhang Chang pay money to participate in gambling, and the bet was on an outsider that was not favored by everyone. The waiter came to his senses and looked at Su Xiao and Zhang Chang as if they were two scapegoats. He collected the money and issued a receipt. Then he very responsibly uploaded the news to the casino's top management, because for the Sea Island Casino, what Su Xiao was involved in was a big deal. The casino executives immediately focused their attention on the gambling game between Hao Chuan and Zhao Donghai. High-definition cameras monitored the two of them from all directions. At this time, even if Hao Chuan and Zhao Donghai made an extremely slight expression, it could be captured by the camera, magnified, and clearly displayed in front of the casino executives. "Ha? What's wrong with you today? Didn't you say you wouldn't gamble?" Now the sun is rising from the west. Su Chao looked at Zhang Cheng with a smile, teasing his good brother who grew up with him. Su Chao and Zhang Cheng have different personalities, hobbies, and clothing tastes, but these have not prevented them from becoming good brothers who depend on each other for life and death. Su Chao loves to laugh and is always smiling at everyone. He has a talent for business, but he loves gambling. What about Zhang Cheng? He always had a cold face, didn't talk much, had a strong body, and had an oppressive aura that made people stay away from him. He liked everything related to martial arts, all kinds of fighting, and his skills were also very outstanding. He was a rare person who could really fight. This is not gambling. Zhang Cheng said 5 words calmly and then stopped talking. Su Chao rubbed his nose and sighed, "You're right. This is indeed not gambling. Although I don't know what tricks this guy has, I can see that he has deceived almost everyone at the scene. Let's take a look." Zhang Cheng was as frugal with words as ever. When he said "let's take a look," he also wanted to see what methods Hao Chuan had. Zhao Donghai had just finished shaking the dice cup when Hao Chuan, without any hesitation or consideration, directly pushed out 900,000 chips and growled with a ferocious expression, 900,000, and I'm still betting on you to win. Open. Zhao Donghai was stunned. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself, because the number he shook was really big, 3, 4, 4, exactly 11 points, big. Before shaking the ball, he was actually gambling. In Hao Chuan's heart, he was actually very conflicted. Should he shake big or small? This contradiction kept lingering in his mind until the final moment of decision, when he clumsily shook the original 334 into 344. Because at the last moment, his reason that Hao Chuan was not a stubborn person prevailed. "Damn, I am clumsy." Zhao Donghai burst into tears and directly compensated Hao Chuan with 900,000 yuan. In this way, Hao Chuan's capital instantly reached 1.8 million yuan. This was a result that no one expected. "Hey, Mr. Zhao, let me tell you, I'll bet 1.8 million on all the big bets next time. I know you can control the numbers on the dice. Humph, believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I told you in advance." Hao Chuan was very happy to win money for the first time. There was a little flower on his face smiling, and his previous anxiety disappeared. After saying that, Hao Chuan added, "I've already started to win. Luck is on my side." Zhao Donghai snorted coldly, thinking, "You all bet on big? Fine, I'll take this one and shake out a small number just to show you." As the dice started to roll, his thoughts suddenly wavered. What if this guy tricks me? Chapter 120 Psychological Game. This sudden thought, like the devil's little steps, tickled Zhao Donghai's heart. He was conflicted and almost lost control of the dice and the dice cup several times. It took a while. Zhao Donghai was still shaking his dice with a frown on his face. The longer he waited, the more conflicted he became. The dice-shaking game was a standard physical activity, and no one could maintain a high level of skill for half an hour straight. That was unrealistic. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the dice cup came into close contact with the gambling table. Zhao Donghai finally stopped all his actions. He had made the final decision. Now, he stared at Hao Chuan with wide eyes. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether what Hao Chuan said just now was a deliberate trick to deceive him. Hao Chuan, however, was grinning. He pushed out all the 1.8 million chips directly, and looked very serious. He said, "A real man should stick to his word. I said to buy big, and you must buy big. Zhao Donghai, open it for me." Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared directly on Zhao Donghai's forehead. He slapped himself with his backhand, and 5 clear slap marks appeared on his fair face. He was not upset about the 1.8 million, he was just annoyed at himself for being so stupid. He had clearly made the right decision, but he always overturned it at the last minute. Damn it, I'm such a jerk. Zhao Donghai had the urge to sigh to the sky. See, what I said was right, wasn't it? Good luck has really turned to me. Hao Chuan smiled and fiddled with a pile of chips on the table, saying, "Even though I told you my choice in advance, it was obvious that I was going to give you money, but I can't give you the money. Oh, my luck is here, it's simply invincible and ruthless. Hao Chuan was bragging, and after sighing, he looked straight at Zhao Donghai and said with a smile, 3,600,000, I'll bet on you a bigger amount this time, hurry up and shake it. Zhao Donghai gritted his teeth secretly and swore that this time he would make a small ball, otherwise whoever got it would be his grandson. Before shaking this time, he took a deep breath and reaffirmed his thoughts. He calmly picked up the dice cup and collected the dice in a handsome manner. The crisp collision sound was wonderful. He did not shake it for a long time. In less than 20 seconds, the dice cup was upside down on the gambling table. Alas, I originally wanted to buy a big one, but suddenly I want to buy a small one, but a man should keep his word. 3,600,000, I said I would buy you a big one, so I will buy you a big one. Open. Zhao Donghai's heart sank. He wanted to twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Would he admit it? In fact, at the last moment, he was still thinking about rolling a small number, but the moment the dice cup touched the gambling table, his hand seemed to cramp, and he rolled a big number, and it was a big number like 556. 3,600,000, double it, the chips on Hao Chuan's table have piled up to 7,200,000. Things change, and this time it is Zhao Donghai's turn to keep buying chips. The expressions, demeanor, and gambling luck of the two men are completely reversed. Unknowingly, Hao Chuan has firmly controlled the situation. Zheng Chang, what did you see? Su Chao's face did not show the excitement that he should have because of winning money. He stared at Hao Chuan with burning eyes. He found that the gambling addiction in his heart had been completely hooked by Hao Chuan like a caterpillar. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't gamble a few times. Strong heart. Zheng Chang said even less. In fact, he was staring at Hao Chuan with burning eyes. Although Hao Chuan's fighting skills might not be as good as his, this man's heart was very strong. A strong heart is the real strength. Zheng Chang valued this quality in Hao Chuan. In a way, they were actually the same kind of people, because their hearts were strong enough. On the third floor, the executives of the island casino looked solemn. What do you think? The technical director asked the senior directors around him. This person is very good at grasping people's psychology. Zhao Donghai is already confused. The most terrifying thing is that he himself has not realized this. He is still struggling with himself. He has not seen the situation clearly, so he has already lost. Today, Zhao Donghai is afraid that he will lose a lot. As for Hao Chuan, I dare not comment on his gambling skills. This is all my opinion. This is a suggestion made by a director. The others nodded in agreement. His comment was very pertinent and they couldn't have said it any better. Should we give Zhao Donghai a try? After all, his family. The technical director shook his head, his eyes sharp and calm, and said, don't worry, it's only a few million, let's wait and see. There are already a lot of chips in front of Hao Chuan, all of which are money. Most of the gamblers around are watching with dry mouths, and unknowingly, they dare not breathe deeply. Who dares to underestimate this bet? It's crazy, it's really crazy. Playing all in, doubling the chips every time, this kind of scene can only appear in movies, right? At this moment, Hao Chuan, in their minds, is simply a combination of a rich man and a madman. Where did this man come from? They have to admit that no matter where he came from, this man really has a big heart. Sure enough, Hao Chuan did not disappoint them. Without waiting for Zhao Donghai to roll the dice, he pushed all the chips on the table out, then spread his hands and said, "The 7.2 million. I bet them all. As for the result, I won't tell you yet. Alas, I told you the result twice, but you lost both times. I think this is hurting you. So, Mr. Zhao, when you roll this time, I advise you to follow your heart. In fact, I am embarrassed to win." After Hao Chuan acted fiercely, he smiled shyly. It seemed as if he was really concerned about Zhao Donghai, who turned pale. Zhao Donghai was so angry that he wanted to rush over and punch him. With so many people watching, Zhao Donghai would never allow himself to become a joke in the eyes of others because of his dignity and pride. It must be said that people with a certain level of gambling skills are indeed better than ordinary people in controlling their psychology and emotions. Zhao Donghai forced himself to calm down. He was in a dilemma when shaking. At this moment, he wished he didn't have this ability. If so, only God would know the result, saving him from so much confusion. Therefore, when Zhao Donghai shook the dice this time, he deliberately did not let himself know the points, but played freely, without control or listening. Like a beginner, he shook the dice in a mess, and then slammed the dice cup on the table, and then looked straight at Hao Chuan. Now his heart finally settled down a little, because even he himself did not know the points in the dice cup. What are you looking at? Hao Chuan didn't even look at the dice cup on the table. He took out a nail clipper and carefully trimmed the nails on both hands. Then he blew hard and said, "Do you need any other answers? I don't think I have called small today. Since I have called big all the way, I'll just bet big this time. 7,200,000. I'll bet big. Let's go." Chapter 121, Equality of Personality. The gamblers watching the game around completely held their breath. The crazy and exciting scene had already oppressed them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Zhao Donghai found that his heart had never been beating so violently and frantically as it was at this moment. He used great self-control to try his best to control the hand that was lifting the dice cup from shaking, and to be more steady, and then he opened the dice cup little by little. The dice cup was turned over, and Zhao Donghai's body trembled violently, then he collapsed on the chair like a deflated ball, his eyes dull and confused. At this moment, he really believed what Hao Chuan said about his good luck. "Oh my god, I actually shook out a leopard. Damn it! I can't control it. I swear I shook it randomly this time. How the hell did I shake out a leopard?" Zhao Donghai was about to collapse. Well, after Zhao Donghai bought chips again to pay, there were already 14.4 million chips on Hao Chuan's table. The gamblers around looked at Hao Chuan as if he were a god, with respect and admiration. At this moment, this smiling young man was like a darling of heaven, the epitome of all love and affection, radiating a dazzling light from head to toe. In the eyes of gamblers, what could be more enviable than being favored by luck? Mr. Zhao, what are you sitting there in a daze for? Are you still playing?" Hao Chuan looked at Zhao Donghai with a smile. His plan was successful. Now Zhao Donghai has been successfully trapped. When he wakes up and wants to jump out. "Humph," Hao Chuan sneered. "If I don't win more, how can I be worthy of the system's assistance?" Zhao Donghai forced himself to straighten his back. His eyes were a little red at this time. He said, "Play, must play." He saw the problem. Although Hao Chuan seemed to have a lot of chips, he always went all in. So, as long as he could seize one chance, then he, Zhao Donghai, would be the winner. "Yes, we must play." "Puppy won't play." Hao Chuan pushed the pile of chips directly to the betting area, holding his chin with both hands, and said lazily, "It's still the same old rules. I'd bet 14.4 million chips. You can shake them casually. I'll tell you my answer after you shake them." Zhao Donghai gritted his teeth. He once again did not try to control himself, nor did he try to listen or calculate. He wanted to try his luck again. He did not believe that Hao Chuan's luck would always be so good. Humph, he had been beaten like a dog before. At this time, Zhao Donghai hoped that the goddess of luck would come to him again, and rolled around in the grove with the goddess of luck, watching the hateful Hao Chuan being beaten to pieces by him. Then with this fantasy in mind, he shook the dice, and after stopping all actions, he turned to Hao Chuan to place his bet. "Nothing to say, just buy big." Hao Chuan said nonchalantly, with a casual expression, as if the more than 14 million was just an ordinary string of numbers, not worth mentioning at all. He didn't know that his casual remark had caused so many gamblers around him to cover their hearts instantly. These bystanders could no longer control their heartbeats. Zhao Donghai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He suggested to himself, "It's just 10 million. Zhao Donghai, don't need this little money." After making the suggestion, Zhao Donghai's fingers were still trembling slightly. At this moment, the dice cup quietly on the gambling table looked like a terrible devil in his eyes, grinning as if it was going to devour him. He didn't want to admit that he was a little afraid to turn over the dice cup. But this thing has to be translated, right? Big. 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 Why? Why is it still this damn big? It's been so many big ones in a row, why is it still big? Zhao Donghai opened his mouth and tried to breathe. If he didn't do this, he was worried that he would suffocate to death. His heart was beating very violently at this moment, and the abnormal beating caused the heart's blood supply to increase suddenly, and his handsome face flushed. Hao Chuan took back all the chips with a smile. Now the chips in front of him were piled up like a mountain, amounting to as much as 28.8 million. "Mr. Zhao, you have bad luck in gambling today. You should not continue gambling." The technical director walked down from upstairs and came straight to Zhao Donghai. The bet was already big, and it was not too late to wake Zhao Donghai up. If he was allowed to continue gambling like this, at their current speed, he couldn't imagine how much Zhao Donghai would lose. The technical director doesn't care how much Zhao Donghai loses. What he cares about is that Zhao Donghai must not lose too much in his casino. Of course, Zhao Donghai's own strength is not to be feared, the key is the family behind him, the Zhao family. The anger of this giant family is not something his casino can bear. Therefore, he can only come forward to stop it. Zhao Donghai is a smart man. When the technical director said this, he had already realized that today was indeed no longer a suitable day for gambling. However, he was very unwilling in his heart, even extremely unwilling. It's the same old saying. For Zhao Donghai, the son of the Zhao family, with his dignity and pride, being defeated by Hao Chuan, whom he regarded as trash and an inferior race, was simply a great shame and humiliation. This unwillingness made Zhao Donghai's eyes flash with a strong madness. He looked at the technical director and said in an unquestionable tone, "One last bet. I want to bet with him for the last time. I don't believe that he can keep winning." Hao Chuan clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "Welcome, I am most pleased." After the technical director came out, Hao Chuan still felt a little regretful, thinking that this was all he could do today. 28 million was neither a lot nor a little, and he was already beginning to worry about how to spend the money. I didn't expect Zhao Donghai to be so unwilling to lose. This guy has now reached the point where he has to go through the trap even though he knows it is a trap. Compared to the worrying issue of how to spend the money, Hao Chuan actually prefers to win Zhao Donghai's money. Who made this brainless rich second generation always look superior? When Hao Chuan thought of his contemptuous eyes and demeanor at Miss Cici's birthday party, he couldn't help but burst out with anger. He is not against the rich. You can be rich, but he firmly believes that everyone's personality is equal. There is no so-called high or low distinction. This has nothing to do with being rich or not. And he saw from Zhao Donghai's eyes that this person divided people into different levels of personality. Pa, is being rich noble? Hao Chuan was very disdainful of this. Hao Chuan would not say what he was thinking. He was very straightforward and pushed all the 28 million chips on the table to the betting area. He crossed his hands and smiled and said, "Roll the dice. I'm betting all." The dice cup in Zhao Donghai's hand flew up and down, and the crisp sound of the collision was like a charming piece of music, attracting everyone's thoughts. This is a huge gamble, a gamble of tens of millions in just a dozen seconds. The speed at which money comes in is faster than even a printing press. But who will be the final winner? Chapter 122, Destined Result. I'm betting all, you roll the dice. Hao Chuan's calm tone hit Zhao Donghai's heart like a spell. He could care less about more than 10 million, but what about more than 20 million? This number was like a knife piercing his skin, enough to hurt him. What's more, the real situation now is not about him paying more than 28 million. The problem now is, if he loses this time, how much money will he lose? More than 57 million. More than 50 million, this number is enough to make Zhao Donghai distressed for several days, and he will inevitably be scolded when he returns. None of this matters. What matters is that if his succession plan is affected by such a trivial matter, it would be totally unprofitable. And what about Hao Chuan? How much capital did he bring? Just less than 3 million. 3 million? When Zhao Donghai thought of this number, he suddenly shuddered. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Even though he was stupid, he realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Is this guy a gambling expert? Impossible? Zhao Donghai was shaken. Hao Chuan was very awkward when he first entered the casino. It was he, Zhao Donghai, who watched Hao Chuan give away the 500,000 chips bit by bit. He was 100% sure that his meeting with Hao Chuan in the casino was purely accidental. An accidental encounter? Could it be that this guy followed me on purpose and came here to set a trap for me? Zhao Donghai stared at Hao Chuan, who had a calm expression, with his eyes wide open. He was shocked by the sudden thought in his mind. If we follow this logic, Hao Chuan is really scary. He pretends to be a rookie on purpose, forcing himself into a trap step by step. He says he is not good at shaking the dice, which is a way to trap himself. In fact, he can hear the number in the dice cup every time, right? Zhao Donghai was in a state of confusion, with all kinds of wild ideas constantly popping up. In his mind, Hao Chuan at this moment was already equated with a monster with horns on its head. But he didn't know that his guess was actually very close to the truth. Hao Chuan did know the points, but he didn't hear it, he saw it openly. But this is not the time to dwell on this issue. Zhao Donghai already feels regretful. If he withdraws from the gambling now, it is actually completely fine, because although Hao Chuan placed the bet, he, Zhao Donghai, did not roll the dice. At this time, if Zhao Donghai wanted to, he only needed to find a random reason to end the gambling immediately. However, others could do this, but could Zhao Donghai? He had the family's identity and pride, which trapped him like a shackle, making him too embarrassed to withdraw from the gambling at this time. Even if he tried to hold on, he could only bite his back teeth. In order to verify the conspiracy theory that suddenly popped up in his mind, Zhao Donghai shook the dice cup steadily. He stared at Hao Chuan as if he wanted to see through Hao Chuan. The number of points on the dice in the dice cup was completely under his control. Zhao Donghai swore that this time of shaking the dice was definitely the most skillful one he had ever done since he learned the dice technique. He made all the necessary masking moves, and the misleading sounds he deliberately controlled were also perfectly presented according to the script he designed. At this moment, he exerted 120% of his strength. He wanted to see how Hao Chuan would guess this time. Su Chao has already made his bet. Every time Zhao Donghai shook the dice, he would immediately get into the state and start listening to the dice. Unfortunately, the distance was a bit far and his accuracy rate was not optimistic. After all, except for the 2 random shakes made by Zhao Donghai, the other points were shaken very extremely, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of listening to the dice. In order to minimize the disturbance caused by external factors, Su Chao took a few steps forward and stood side by side with the technical director. He trembled his ears closely and quickly distinguished the sound of each collision, the effect, and the subsequent changes that might be caused. Finally, when Zhao Donghai stopped, Su Chao was still a little confused. He found that he, who used to be able to hear the points accurately, could not even distinguish the size this time. This guy's dice skills are superb. Su Chao couldn't help but look up to Zhao Donghai. He only admired his gambling skills and didn't care about anything else. After struggling for a long time, Su Chao hesitated for a moment and said to himself, buy a big one? Forget it, just buy a big one. Do you want to bet big or small? Zhao Donghai stared at Hao Chuan with cold eyes. He knew the number of points clearly. Now he wanted to verify whether Hao Chuan was just extremely lucky or had excellent gambling skills. Hao Chuan rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? If you want to send money, you need to hurry and send it." After saying that, Hao Chuan looked around at the gamblers around him, then stood up and began to educate everyone. Gambling is actually just a little bit of skill, a little bit of luck, a little bit of probability, and finally a little bit of confidence. If you have these 4 points, then congratulations, it will be difficult for you to lose. Look, isn't this my situation now? As he said that, Hao Chuan smiled and spread out his hands, making a very helpless expression. Can you stop talking nonsense? Should I buy a big one or a small one? Can you hurry up? Zhao Donghai hated Hao Chuan's calm and composed attitude. He felt that every word Hao Chuan said was like a slap in the face, one after another, slap slap slap. When he thought of this, he felt his face hurt. Damn it, he lost his composure today and actually slapped himself. Hao Chuan looked at Zhao Donghai seriously and shook his head. How can this be nonsense? I am analyzing the results of my next choice for everyone, and I am about to talk about it. Mr. Zhao, you are not in the right state of mind, you are too impatient. Zhao Donghai's face turned pale and he didn't say anything. Hao Chuan was very satisfied with the result. He smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. Where were we just talking about? Let me think about it. Gambling probability. I was just about to talk about a probability problem. Speaking of probability, think about it yourself. Is there a 100% probability in the world?" He looked around, everyone was looking at him, but no one spoke. Hao Chuan was a little embarrassed and had to answer himself, "I absolutely didn't. It's the way of heaven to leave a way out when doing things, so I chose to buy small, because I simply thought that if I continued to buy big, it would violate the law of probability. It's that simple. Mr. Zhao, open it, all chips are small." Zhao Donghai looked at Hao Chuan expressionlessly, pointed at Hao Chuan, and said with a smile, "You are good, very good, very good." Zhao Donghai did not open the dice cup until the end. He directly took out his checkbook and wrote Hao Chuan a check for 28.8 million as compensation. Then he pushed aside everyone and turned around and walked out of the casino. What's the score? The gamblers around were all guessing. Su Chao was the most anxious and ran over to open the dice cup. Chapter 123, Tyrants vs. 3 dice, 2 threes, 1 4, exactly 10, small. Wow! The gamblers watching the game couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, they didn't know what words to use to praise Hao Chuan. Su Chao narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed a detail. One of the two 3-point dice was slightly tilted, with an arc that was not too obvious. It was this arc that made it difficult for him to judge the final points. He had always known Zhao Donghai, and he used to look down on him. At this moment, he realized that he had indeed underestimated Zhao Donghai. Just based on his superb dice skills, Zhao Donghai was worthy of being called a gambling master. Now the gambling master Zhao Donghai has completely lost, and lost miserably, so how good is Hao Chuan's gambling skills? When Su Chao looked at Hao Chuan, his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with excitement. He really wanted to gamble with Hao Chuan, because his heart and hands were already very itchy at this moment. Su Chao has always been a decisive person. He walked directly to Hao Chuan, looked at Hao Chuan calmly, and said, "Hello, Hao Chuan, my name is Su Chao, I want to bet with you." Hao Chuan looked at the messy-haired man in front of him with a wry smile. He had already won enough money, so much that he didn't know how to spend it. How could he have the heart to gamble with this inexplicable guy? "I'm very tired today. How about we do it another day?" Hao Chuan had no aversion to this man. The feelings between people were very wonderful. With some people, you knew you could be friends with them the first time you met them. And Su Chao gave Hao Chuan this wonderful feeling, so Hao Chuan smiled sincerely when he spoke. Su Chao wanted to insist. He stared at Hao Chuan and said, "How about this, let's take a gamble. You set the conditions. After we're done, I promise I won't bother you anymore." Hao Chuan thought about it, and came up with an idea. He smiled and said, "Okay, I agree to bet with you. But you have to agree to the conditions I offer." Su Chao nodded. He just liked gambling. As long as Hao Chuan was willing to gamble with him, he would even pay out the money. Moreover, through this peripheral bet, he won 20 million more than Hao Chuan. Speaking of which, this extremely unexpected gambling game is very interesting. The one who won the most was not Hao Chuan, who participated in the gambling and won, but Su Chao, who was on the outside gambling side. His 10 million increased sevenfold. The one who lost the most was not the loser Zhao Donghai, but the island casino that opened the offline gambling, because just the two troublemakers Su Chao and Zhang Chang made them pay out a total of 105 million. Hao Chuan naturally didn't care about this problem. He only cared about his own problem. He looked at Su Chao steadily and said, "I've won enough money today. How about this? It's just for fun. The amount of our bet is set at 100 yuan. Do you have any objection to this condition, my friend?" "Sure." All Su Chao wanted was to have a face-to-face bet with Hao Chuan. He didn't care how much money it was. However, the gamblers around who had recovered from the shock were somewhat disappointed. They wanted to see a more exciting, thrilling, and glittering showdown. 100 yuan? What's the point? Of course Hao Chuan would not let them down. Seeing Su Chao agreed, Hao Chuan became more friendly towards Su Chao. He could see that Su Chao was a very simple and pure person, and only simple and pure people would not care about these small details. Therefore, Hao Chuan smiled and said, "It would be best if you have no objection. I would like to add one more thing. If you win my 100 yuan, I will give you another 30 million yuan. Of course, you don't have to worry. If you lose, you only need to pay me 100 yuan. What? What is this condition?" Not only was Su Chao stunned, but the gamblers around him were so shocked that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. If they hadn't just witnessed Hao Chuan's domineering behavior at the gambling table, they would have cursed him directly. "Is this guy crazy?" Su Chao was silent for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on his face. Like Hao Chuan, in his heart, he did not feel disgusted by him. As for the additional suggestion made by Hao Chuan, given Su Chao's character, he would naturally not take advantage of Hao Chuan for nothing. After thinking for a while, Su Chao said, "Since Brother Hao has made this suggestion, let me add one more sentence. If Brother Hao wins my 100 yuan chips, I will also pay Brother Hao an additional 30 million yuan. Gambling will only be more exciting when both parties have equal chips." Su Chao loves gambling, not for fame or fortune. He likes the excitement and tension that gambling brings. He really loves this game that gives him this feeling, so he is addicted to it. Hao Chuan shook his head and said, "I won't take the money. I only want 100 yuan. If Brother Su insists on paying the 30 million, I won't force him. But don't give me the money. Please donate it to the charity union for me." If Hao Chuan had accepted this task of squandering money before, he would have happily agreed to it. However, after Su Chao made his additional suggestions, Hao Chuan took the time to glance at the system, which prompted, task of squandering 100 million, 43 million completed, 1 week left for the task, and the penalty for failing the task is direct elimination. Oh my god! Hao Chuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He knew very well that if he couldn't spend all the money, the system would really wipe him out. So no matter what, he would rather lose than take the 30 million from Su Chao, but he didn't want to lose. If he lost, he would lose 9 points for nothing, which would be too unprofitable. Just 9 points made Hao Chuan unwilling to lose, so he must win this bet. 100 yuan was acceptable, but as for the 30 million yuan proposed by Su Chao, Hao Chuan had no intention of taking it no matter what. This was real life-threatening money, and only a fool would take it. Hao Chuan didn't expect that his words would make Su Chao look at him with a higher opinion. Su Chao had nothing to add and nodded in agreement. A few words from Hao Chuan and Su Chao shocked the gamblers. What is a tycoon? This is a tycoon. Their emotions have been completely aroused by just a few words from Hao Chuan and Su Chao. It is obvious that even though this is only a one-shot bet, it will be extremely exciting just by thinking about it. If Hao Chuan knew what these gamblers were thinking, he would definitely sneer at them. Is it exciting? There was a gambling scene in which he himself participated. If it wasn't a deliberate performance and calculation, could it be considered exciting? After severely beating up Zhao Donghai, Hao Chuan was already satisfied today. As for the bet with Su Chao, Hao Chuan planned to crush him with a strong force. Chapter 124 Assassination Plan. The stakes have been agreed upon, and all that remains is how to play. Hao Chuan's perspective function still had dozens of minutes to run, so he was not in a hurry at all. He looked at Su Chao leisurely and said, "What kind of gameplay is Brother Su best at?" "I don't care. It's just one move anyway." Su Chao thought about it. He had already played with the dice, and he couldn't play any more tricks. He said, "How about poker? Blackjack or Texas Hold'em?" "Brother Hao Chuan, choose one." Hao Chuan insisted on his own idea. He smiled and asked Su Chao, "Which of these two are you better at?" Just kidding, he already has the ability of perspective. No matter which one he chooses, it will not make any difference to him. He might as well be generous and let this unpleasant Su Chao choose. "Okay, then let's play a round of Texas Hold'em." Su Chao didn't say any more nonsense. At this time, the gambling addiction in his heart had tortured him all over, and he just wanted to start quickly. The technical director personally acted as the dealer. He didn't use any fancy techniques when shuffling the cards, but just ordinary shuffling techniques made Su Chao's face become serious. Su Chao was watching very carefully, and the technical director was shuffling very quickly, so the two seemed to be at loggerheads with each other. But Hao Chuan was different. He neither looked at the technical director nor at Su Chao, who had a serious expression. Instead, he was playing with the chips on the table in a casual manner and having a lot of fun. Soon it entered the card dealing stage. There were only two people, so the order was very important. The technical director looked at both sides, took out a special button, and asked them to draw a card each. It turned out that Su Chao's card was bigger, so the technical director very professionally put the button in front of Su Chao, which meant that the cards would be dealt first from Su Chao's side. After completing this set of procedures, the technical director made a final confirmation before dealing the cards. His expression was very serious and he asked, "Do you want a card?" Su Chao naturally wouldn't ask for the cards, because he only tried his best to remember the 8 or 9 cards above. If he had the cards, his advantage would be basically lost. And judging from the cards he remembered, and the order in which he took the cards first, he had a great chance of winning. Hao Chuan nodded without hesitation, glanced casually, checked the name card, and then nodded with a smile at the technical director. Su Chao stared blankly at the cards that Hao Chuan had placed, unable to speak. Well, Hao Chuan placed them directly from the middle and back, and all the cards that Su Chao had just memorized were directly placed away, making his efforts in vain. Hao Chuan glanced at Su Chao and said with a smile, "I don't know how good Brother Su's eyesight and brainpower are, but after seeing this gentleman's shuffling technique, I believe Brother Su didn't remember this. Anyway, it's only one hand, so let's be fair first and try our luck." After that, he signaled the technical director to deal the cards. This is where Hao Chuan is smart. His biggest advantage is that he can see through the cards. If Su Chao can do this by memory, then what else can he do? He said it was a matter of luck, but the cards were his, and he could see through the cards. This talk of luck was just bullying the unaware audience and Su Chao. So the cards were dealt in the order Hao Chuan wanted. It can be said that there was no suspense about the outcome, because after Hao Chuan cut the cards, Su Chao was destined to lose. The gamblers watching the game had their hearts pounding. Su Chao himself also seemed nervous and excited. Only Hao Chuan appeared calm on the surface. In fact, he felt extremely bored. When the cards finally came down, just as Hao Chuan had seen, both players had mixed cards, and the biggest card Hao Chuan had was a K, while Su Chao only had a Q at the beginning. Although it seemed dangerous, in fact there was no danger at all, and Hao Chuan won the game directly. Brother Hao Chuan is really lucky in gambling. Su Chao lost, but he behaved very magnanimously. He shook hands with Hao Chuan gracefully and introduced his good brother Zheng Cheng to Hao Chuan. The gambling game was over and Hao Chuan returned with a great deal of gains. After leaving his contact information with Su Chao and Zheng Cheng, he planned to go directly back to Songhai City. He had to go back quickly to spend all the money he had won, otherwise his life would be in danger. Hao Chuan was busy buying plane tickets and booking itinerary at the airport. But he didn't notice that a man in black had been following him since he left the gate of the island casino. When Hao Chuan bought his ticket and was looking for a place to rest and wait for the plane, the man in black came to the window where he bought the ticket without making a sound, took out a handful of banknotes and handed them over, then asked the ticket seller a few words and left quietly. Inside the presidential suite of the Sea Island Hotel, Zhao Donghai listened quietly to the oral report given by the man in black. After waving his hand to let him go out, a sinister look emerged on Zhao Donghai's face. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Boss phone, I want to kill someone. I'll send you the personal information and itinerary later. Remember, I want a professional killer, not those scumbags under your command." The person who was talking to Zhao Donghai was none other than Feng Tianrui, who had had a fight with Hao Chuan and reconciled with him. Feng Tianrui, the gangster boss of Songhai City, is only one of his public identities. In fact, he has another identity: he is one of the leaders of a secret assassin organization. The Zhao family is also involved in this organization. With Zhao Donghai's current status in the Zhao family, he is qualified to know the inside story, so he directly contacted Feng Tianrui, who was in charge of Songhai City. Feng Tianrui lay quietly on the recliner, frowning in thought. He didn't know what Hao Chuan had done to anger Zhao Donghai, the son of the Zhao family. Although Hao Chuan gave him a good impression, compared with Zhao Donghai, the things in Hao Chuan's hands were not enough to make Feng Tianrui do more for him. This is a real world, where interests build bridges for all relationships. Finally, he decided to launch an assassination operation against Hao Chuan according to Zhao Donghai's instructions, and planned an assassination plan in a very short time. Hao Chuan, who was sitting on the plane, had no idea of all this. He closed his eyes for a while, and when he woke up, he felt overwhelmed when he thought that there was still more than 50 million in the card. He was thinking seriously about how to spend the money in the shortest possible time. The early-stage construction of the bodyguard company had already stabilized, and Xingye Media had strong capital and did not need him to invest any more money in it. The antique shop was now very profitable, bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. Antique shop? Hao Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. After betting with the son of the Song family on raw stones last time, he had been thinking about the interests behind the raw stones. Jade jewelry can be said to be complementary to the antique business. In fact, he had the idea of expanding the scale of the antique shop a long time ago, but he suffered from a lack of funds and relevant talents. Now, don't worry about the talent, just worry about him. To save your life, let's spend 30 million on the antique shop first and then talk about other things. The mission was almost completed, and Hao Chuan put on his eye mask and went to sleep contentedly. He had no idea that an assassination attempt on him was about to begin. Chapter 125, Exchange of Skills. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the plane landed at Songhai City Airport on time. Outside the airport, there is a taxi parked at the exit. Passengers kept coming and wanting to get on the bus, but the driver ignored them. The driver was dressed and looked very ordinary, the typical type that you would not be able to find in a crowd. His eyes were fixed on the exit, as if he was waiting for someone in particular. Hao Chuan walked out of the airport with the crowd while talking on the phone. He was not asking anyone to pick him up, but was calling Shenzhi's grandfather. Lu Yi was very happy when he received Hao Chuan's call. He was even happier when he heard that Hao Chuan would come over as a guest later, and he said 3 good words in a row. "Sir, would you like a taxi?" Seeing Hao Chuan coming, the taxi driver got out of the car to greet Hao Chuan and took the initiative to help Hao Chuan carry his bag, appearing very attentive. Hao Chuan didn't care at all. He was still chatting with Lu Yi. He handed the bag to the driver, told the driver Lu Yi's home address, opened the car door and got in. The driver showed an imperceptible cold smile on his face, put the bag on the passenger seat and started the car. After hanging up the phone, Hao Chuan had many things in his mind. He had a purpose in looking for Sixth Master. Sixth Master was very obsessed with antiques. With his status, he should have met many talented people in this field. Hao Chuan planned to find some reliable jade processing and sales talents from Sixth Master to prepare for expanding the scale of the antique shop in the near future. The driver was a very good driver, driving the car very steadily and quickly. There was nothing particularly unusual about his performance, so Hao Chuan was not on guard at all. After driving for more than half an hour, it was already getting dark. Hao Chuan looked out the window and suddenly realized that they had left the city without knowing when. Looking around, it was a desolate scene with few people. Hao Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart, but with his current experience, he naturally didn't show it. He just looked at the driver and smiled. "Master, did we take the wrong road? The place I want to go is in the city." The driver didn't look back, but just said "Oh" and explained, "You just went out for a long trip, so you don't know. That street has been dug up recently. It's a major government project. They are modifying the drainage route. The old road in the city is not passable. It's faster to go outside the city. If you go around the city, it will probably take 4 or 5 hours to get there." Hao Chuan nodded. Although he had doubts in his heart, the driver's words seemed to make sense, but in fact they were full of loopholes. He knew that someone wanted to deal with him, but he didn't say anything else. He entered the system. After an actual combat, his Bagwazang experience increased a little. In order to prevent accidents, Hao Chuan exchanged 2 more skills in succession. A purely defensive golden bell cover. According to the system's description, this golden bell cover is a pure Shaolin boy skill, and the effect is very abnormal. Another skill is a set of light footwork, with a very cool and famous name, called Chenli Shengxingbu, which is said to be related to the god of speed. You never know what might happen in the future, so Hao Chuan decided to learn how to save his life first. If the so-called abnormal level of defense of the golden bell cover system is useless, Hao Chuan can at least create opportunities for himself with his footwork. After exchanging the skills, Hao Chuan was still a little worried. He looked at the 2 new skills carefully again. This time he noticed the 3 words virgin skills written inside the golden bell. Seeing these 3 words, Hao Chuan couldn't help but have a black line on his head. He was no longer a virgin. He had already given his pure body to Chen Xiaojing. He was a little nervous and asked the system, "If I am not a virgin, will this skill still work?" The system taunted Hao Chuan with a sneering tone, saying, "If you are not careful, you will definitely pay a price. The effect will be discounted. The defense effect will automatically drop from the abnormal level to the normal level. In addition, I will tell the host a piece of pure free news. This driver has murderous aura, so I advise the host to take care of himself later." After saying that, the system didn't intend to pay attention to Hao Chuan anymore, and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take a rest. Talking to you is too tiring. The questions you ask don't even go through your brain. I really doubt whether it is a wrong decision to find you." Hao Chuan got a little angry when he heard this, and said, "Hey! How can you talk like that? It's obviously you who are unreliable. Why do you say I don't use my brain when I speak? By the way, you can also see that this guy has bad intentions towards me? Killing intent is not as mysterious as described in novels? How can I see killing intent? Hey! System, why don't you come out and say something? Don't play dead. You are almost a spirit. Why are you still taking a rest?" The system did not respond to Hao Chuan's request at all. Hao Chuan waited for a long time, but nothing happened. He was a little unwilling and could not help asking, "Now you are living in my body, and you have been doing things that are deceptive to me. I am in danger today. You will not stand by and watch me die, right?" The system's voice finally rang out, and it said in a serious tone, "This is a hurdle you must overcome. After exchanging so many ancient martial arts techniques, if you can't even deal with a few small cats, why should I waste my time on you?" Well, Hao Chuan found that he had nothing to say to the system. It was too irritating to talk to this thing. It was simply infuriating. For safety reasons, Hao Chuan removed the perspective function and exchanged for a one-time invisibility skill. With double insurance, he exited the system with peace of mind. During the time Hao Chuan was talking to the system, his facial expression was in a daze, as if he was distracted. The driver looked at Hao Chuan from time to time through the rearview mirror. Seeing his state, the driver sneered in his heart and thought to himself, "What a careless guy. I don't know what the organization is thinking." He can easily kill a dozen of this kind of people. Now he has to be a driver. The organization is too cautious and even gave this guy an S-level dangerous level. The car finally arrived at its destination, a long abandoned mine far away from the city. Hello, we have arrived at our destination. Welcome to hell. Now, goodbye. The driver stopped the car and looked at Hao Chuan expressionlessly. A black pistol appeared in his hand. The cold muzzle was pointed directly at Hao Chuan's head, and he slowly pulled the trigger. Puff! The sound from the silenced pistol made Hao Chuan's scalp tingle. He subconsciously turned his head to avoid it, and secretly called out "golden bell cover" in his heart. As he called out, a very faint golden light appeared on his body, wrapping him up from head to toe. At the same time, Hao Chuan felt warm all over, as if he was covered in a stove, very comfortable. The distance was too close, and the speed of the bullet was beyond the limit of the naked eye, so it was impossible to dodge. But when the bullet hit this layer of golden film, Hao Chuan suddenly discovered that he could see the trajectory of the bullet. Chapter 126, Murder. As soon as it came into contact with the golden light shield, the bullet instantly seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and its speed was greatly slowed down. Like a reptile, it tirelessly tried to penetrate the golden film, and its target was still Hao Chuan's brow, but it seemed to be a futile effort. Seeing the actual effect of the golden bell cover, Hao Chuan was also stunned. At this moment, there were only two words in his mind: awesome. You know, this is only the broken version of the golden bell cover, not its full version. If it were the full version, how abnormal would the defensive power of this technique be? Unfortunately, fate played tricks on Hao Chuan, and it was impossible for him to see the complete version of the golden bell cover. Even so, it seemed that he had no problem blocking the bullets that were so close to him. Finally, the bullet's catapulting force was gradually dissipated by the golden bell cover, and it finally fell softly on the car mat like an ordinary stone. The extremely high temperature instantly burned a hole in the car mat. The driver opened his eyes wide, looking at this incredible scene in extreme shock. His killer instinct made him subconsciously pull the trigger repeatedly. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets were like shot bees, coming straight towards Hao Chuan with a chilling aura. The light golden cover was being squeezed by several bullets at the same time, and suddenly became unstable and began to shake violently. Hao Chuan's face changed slightly, and he dared not look at the power of the golden bell cover anymore. Trapped in the quagmire-like defense of the golden cover, the speed of so many bullets was slowed down. Hao Chuan could already follow the trajectory of the bullets with his naked eyes. He simply turned his head to ensure his own safety first, then reached out and grabbed the driver's neck. The driver was already stunned with shock. This was the first time he had ever seen such a supernatural phenomenon, and he had no idea how to respond. He had no reaction at all to Hao Chuan's action of reaching out to pinch his neck. It was not until Hao Chuan's cold hands grabbed his neck that he suddenly woke up. Hao Chuan glared at the driver fiercely, with such force in his hands that he almost grabbed the driver's trachea. The driver was out of breath, his face flushed red, his eyes bulged out, and his expression of horror could not express all the horror in his heart. Tell me, who sent you here? Are there any other arrangements here? Tell me, and I promise to give you a quick death. When saying this, Hao Chuan suddenly understood what the system meant by murderous aura. This is an emotion that seems invisible but can actually be clearly sensed, an emotion of wanting to kill. He really intends to kill the driver at this moment. Because of this determination, he suddenly understands the murderous intent. The driver shook his head desperately, his blood was swollen and his face was as red as a monkey's butt. Very good, since you are so tough, I will grant your wish. Hao Chuan sneered, and exerted force naturally with his palm, leaving no room for any mercy, just like pinching a kitten or a puppy. At this time, Hao Chuan suddenly felt a sense of pleasure in controlling life. The driver struggled even more violently, shaking his head desperately and grabbing Hao Chuan's arms with both hands, but his vital points were held and he had no way out. Feeling the extreme fear and pressure of death, the driver stared at Hao Chuan with grievance and resentment. He opened his mouth to speak, but due to lack of oxygen, no sound came out. At this time, the driver felt really aggrieved and wanted to cry because Hao Chuan misunderstood him. He shook his head not to be tough, but because he really wanted to tell Hao Chuan what he knew and pray to save his life. Now he finally understood why the organization rated Hao Chuan's danger level as S level. It turned out that this guy knew magic and was basically a monster. As the driver had this thought, his consciousness became blurred and his control over his body became weaker and weaker. The two hands holding Hao Chuan's arms gradually lost their strength and fell limply on both sides of his body. Crack! A crisp sound came from the driver's neck. Hao Chuan clearly felt that the driver's trachea was cut off by him. Hao Chuan was indifferent to this, with only coldness and anger in his eyes. He has never been a saint bitch. Since you want to kill me, why should I hold back? Slowly, the driver's struggle weakened, and finally his whole body collapsed like a dead fish. After making sure that the driver had been strangled to death by him, Hao Chuan loosened his arm with throbbing veins and put the X-ray technique back on. He wanted to observe the situation in this abandoned mine. If someone asked Hao Chuan at this time, "What was it like when you killed someone for the first time? Did you feel sick or want to vomit?" Hao Chuan would definitely scoff at this statement. Why would he care about these things at this time? As for those who have such thoughts, they must have read too many YY novels. After quickly observing the situation, Hao Chuan had a clear idea of the arrangements for this group of people. Apart from the dead driver, there were still 6 people on the other side. It was obvious that they had chosen their positions very carefully and skillfully, and their division of labor was very clear, with responsibilities for killing, encircling, retreating, etc., and the arrangements were well organized. Unfortunately, in front of the powerful system perspective, everything was visible. Hao Chuan himself did not realize that he was very decisive in his actions when he was in this mood. This thing was like some kind of talent, no one could explain it. He switched skills directly, changing the perspective skill to invisibility skill, and then Hao Chuan moved around the abandoned mine like a ghost. These 6 people, including the killer just killed by Hao Chuan, are very famous in their organization. These people are extremely cold-blooded and will do anything to achieve their goals. They had already observed the process of Hao Chuan killing the driver. Like the driver, they were also extremely shocked when they saw the scene. However, good psychological training had turned these people into killing machines. After a brief shock, these killers still adhered to the principle of completing the task and quietly lurked and waited for the opportunity. Finally, when they saw Hao Chuan disappear in an extremely strange way, this scene greatly overturned their concept of reality. The leader no longer cared about the mission and hurriedly issued the order to retreat. But facing Hao Chuan, who has already started to kill, do they still have a chance to retreat? The answer was of course no. When the leader found that the other lurking companions did not respond to him, he was extremely shocked and prepared to retreat on his own. At this time, he had completely stopped thinking about the mission. Staying alive was more important than anything else. Unfortunately, it's too late. Hao Chuan's figure emerged quietly like a ghost, and his hand, just like he had strangled the other killers, now strangled the leader's neck. "Can you tell me who asked you to attack me?" Hao Chuan said calmly, looking at the leader of the killers expressionlessly. The leader's lips trembled. If Hao Chuan was a normal person, he would not be afraid even if Hao Chuan really wanted to kill him. But is Hao Chuan a normal person? Obviously, no. Chapter 127, The Instigator, Zhao Donghai. People's fear of the unknown can never be described or defined with simple words. At this moment, facing Hao Chuan, who possessed inhuman abilities, he was on the verge of collapse. In fact, he really knew who issued this mission, because he was one of the small leaders in the organization, and, more ironically, he took the initiative to take this mission in order to curry favor with others. The leader of the assassins was so regretful that his heart was about to break. He stared at Hao Chuan with wide eyes and an extremely terrified expression. Until now, he couldn't understand why Hao Chuan suddenly disappeared in the car and suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. And what about his well-trained companions? Why didn't they respond suddenly? "You're not going to tell me?" A look of disappointment appeared on Hao Chuan's face, and he slowly increased the strength of his hands. The assassin leader hurriedly tried to stop Hao Chuan, his face distorted with fear. He didn't know whether the guy he was going to assassinate today was a human or a monster. "Don't, what do you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know." He didn't even dare to tell Hao Chuan the conditions, for fear that he would be killed by Hao Chuan as soon as he mentioned them. He truly felt the murderous intent in Hao Chuan. Hao Chuan nodded, and loosened his hand that was pinching the killer's neck slightly, giving him time to speak. "The man who killed you is named Zhao Donghai. The Zhao family is related to our organization, so Zhao Donghai was able to contact us." The assassin leader said everything he knew in one breath, looked at Hao Chuan anxiously, and begged, "Hero, I was wrong, please forgive me." Hao Chuan sighed and said, "I really want to let you go, but unfortunately, my hand doesn't agree, because you have seen too many things." After saying that, a cold look appeared on Hao Chuan's face. After a crisp sound, he threw the killer leader to the ground as if throwing a torn sack. After walking out of the mine, Hao Chuan thought for a while, took out his phone, found Feng Tianrui's number and dialed it. He didn't know yet that the assassination against him was also directly related to Feng Tianrui. Hao Chuan simply believed that with Feng Tianrui's identity, he should be very experienced in cleaning up these unfinished projects. Of course, Hao Chuan planned to let Feng Tianrui finish the job. Besides the fact that he had experience in this area, Hao Chuan had another intention in mind. He wanted to shock Feng Tianrui and show him a glimpse of his own strength, so that this gangster boss could weigh the matter himself and make it easier for future actions. Feng Tianrui was stunned when he received the call from Hao Chuan. He knew the quality of the people who assassinated Hao Chuan, but he didn't expect that Hao Chuan would call him directly and ask him to come and collect the body after such a short period of time. He sighed, knowing that he had underestimated Hao Chuan, but Feng Tianrui was so experienced that he naturally would not show any abnormality. He quickly agreed and said, "Leave this small matter to me. Boss Hao has something to do first. When you have time, let's have a good chat." Feng Tianrui's purpose of saying this was naturally to test Hao Chuan, because he didn't know what Hao Chuan knew when he called him, or did he simply want him to collect the body? This was very important to him. "Okay, let's go out and sit down when we're done." Hao Chuan agreed without any hesitation. Feng Tianrui asked Hao Chuan again tentatively, "Boss Hao, have you offended anyone recently? Who is it that wants to assassinate you?" Hao Chuan didn't intend to say more to Feng Tianrui, and said, "Don't worry about this matter, Boss Feng, I can handle it myself." Hao Chuan said this with murderous intent. Even though they were chatting over the phone, Feng Tianrui still felt a chill on his back. He laughed dryly and said, "Okay, if you have any difficulties at that time, Boss Hao and I must not be polite. Feng will definitely help you." "Got it. That's it. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first." After saying that, Hao Chuan took a look at the system. There were a little more than 5 minutes left in the cooldown time of the 1,000-mile divine step. After identifying the direction, his speed suddenly increased. This footwork is just a kind of body movement in ancient martial arts, and its name is Chenli Shangxingbu. The Chenli is just used to describe its fast speed. Daizong, the speed star among the Liangshan heroes, was said to be able to travel 800 miles a day. This shows how abnormal this skill is. 5 minutes later, even with Hao Chuan's speed of 1,000 miles divine walking, he could only barely reach the suburban area. To enter Songhai City, it was estimated that there was still more than 10 kilometers to go. Unfortunately, the skill cooldown time was up. Hao Chuan was now a typical legless person. He sat down on the ground, called Hao Tong, and asked the little thing to come and pick him up based on the phone's location. Lying on the cold ground with his body stretched out in the shape of a big character, Hao Chuan stared blankly at the dark sky, feeling mixed emotions and cold sweats breaking out all over his body. He felt a little scared. If he hadn't immediately decided to exchange for the golden bell cover, the driver's sudden action of drawing his gun would have sent him straight to hell, right? Zhao Donghai. Humph. Hao Chuan kept repeating Zhao Donghai's name in his mind, with a cold look on his face. Hao Tong came very quickly. When the little girl saw Hao Chuan, she couldn't hide her joy on her face, but her arrogant personality made her look extremely cold. She waved her hand majestically and said, "Get in the car." Hao Chuan shook his head, regretting that when he was deciding on his personality, he chose the tsundere and disobedient character. How wonderful it would be if he could be gentle instead. What a pity. As the old saying goes, fate really plays tricks on us. Nothing unexpected happened on the road this time. While driving quickly, Hao Tong chattered to Hao Chuan about her experiences with Tang Xi in the past 2 days. When she got excited, the little thing was so excited that the car seemed to be flying. Hao Chuan's face turned pale. He quickly took out the eye patch and put it on. Only then did he feel better. Hao Tong drove very fast, and in less than 10 minutes, the car had entered the villa complex where Lu Yi lived. I rang the doorbell and it was Shenzhi who opened the door. Seeing that it was Shenzhi whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Hao Chuan immediately grinned and waved his hand to say hello. "Hi. Long time no see, Master Chen, how have you been recently? I think of you from time to time, do you miss me?" Shenzhi regretted running over to open the door. He didn't know Hao Chuan was coming, and Sixth Master didn't tell him. When he saw Hao Chuan's face, which made him hate it to the extreme, Shenzhi couldn't help but get angry. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Hao Chuan. He snorted coldly, turned around, and walked upstairs, thinking to himself as he walked, "Miss you? I miss you so much that I want you to die right now." Of course, he would not say such words when young Master Chen was in his obedient period. He had finally recovered a little during this period of time, and his father and grandfather finally looked at him in a normal way. He couldn't make the two great gods in his family angry just because of his fight with Hao Chuan. Chapter 128 Visiting Master Lu. Sixth Master specially had someone prepare food. Shenzhi didn't want to eat at the same table with Hao Chuan, so he stood up and wanted to leave. Sixth Master glared at him, and Shenzhi sat obediently on the chair, like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing the constipated expression on Shenzhi's face, Hao Chuan seemed to be eating seriously, but he was laughing happily in his heart. He was wondering whether he should visit Sixth Master more often in the future. After dinner, Shenzhi found an excuse and ran away. Sixth Master could only stare at this grandson helplessly. Finally, he shook his head and sighed, "It's unfortunate for our family. He is too arrogant." Hao Chuan would not be polite to Sixth Master. He nodded in agreement and said, "Sixth Master is right. Children really cannot be spoiled. As the old saying goes, loving mothers often give birth to bad children. This famous saying passed down by our ancestors is more or less true." Lu Yi nodded, not wanting to talk nonsense with Hao Chuan on this topic anymore. "Boss Hao, how is the antique shop business lately? Do you have any good stuff?" As soon as antiques were mentioned, Lu Yi immediately became interested. Hao Chuan nodded with a sad expression and said, "There are some good things. I'll take you there to have a look when I'm free. To be honest, I'm bothering you this time because I have something to ask of you." "Boss Hao, that's being too polite. What's the matter? Let's see if an old man like me can help." Hao Chuan brought up his idea of expanding the development space of the antique shop, and told Sixth Master the difficulties he encountered. Finally, he concluded, "I am not short of money now, but I have no talent in jade processing and sales, so I came to ask for advice from Sixth Master today." Sixth Master showed an awkward expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, "Boss Hao, to be honest, I am not very optimistic about your involvement in the jade industry." "Oh? Why?" Hao Chuan didn't expect Sixth Master to say such a thing, and he was a little surprised. Master Lu picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, "Old man Song, do you know the specific business of the Song family behind him?" Hao Chuan nodded and said, "I've heard that the Song family is very big in the jade industry. Isn't their headquarters in the capital? In Shanghai City, the Song family seems to only have the Song family auction house, right? There is no conflict between us at all." "If it's just the Song family auction house, and you're the chief appraiser of the Song family auction house, then you won't have any conflicts based on this relationship. But what if the Song family plans to bring the jade industry to Shanghai City as well?" Hao Chuan's face became solemn. If what Sixth Master said was true, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to his idea of expanding the antique shop. "When did you hear the news?" Hao Chuan was unwilling to give up. It was unrealistic to compete with the Song family, which was very mature in all aspects. Now, he wanted to create a time difference and leave an impression of being the first in Shanghai City. Maybe he could get a share of the pie. The Sixth Master said, "A few days ago, Old Song invited me to an auction and told me that he had this intention. The Song family is the leading group in the jade industry nationwide. In this industry, their influence should not be underestimated." Hao Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Sixth Master is right, but I still want to try my luck. Now I don't know what level they will focus on in Shanghai City. I have two plans now. First, before the Song family settles in Shanghai City, I plan to occupy a part of the market and take the lead. Second, I don't plan to go the low-end route, but focus on high-end jade. The Song family has such a large stall, and there are only so many high-end things. In this regard, I am still somewhat confident." After listening to Hao Chuan's thoughts, Sixth Master knew that Hao Chuan had made up his mind. He had said everything he should say and persuaded. He immediately assured Hao Chuan and said, "I really have suitable candidates in this field. I can give you their information. When you contact them, you can mention me and say that I recommended them. It shouldn't be a problem. Boss Hao is young and promising. Although my grandson is the same age as you, the gap is really big." At this point, Lu Yi sighed. He is an old revolutionary, and although he has retired, his perspective on people has not faded. Instead, he has a more mature understanding that young people do not have, and he often sees the problem incisively. He said this with no other intention, but just to implicitly explain to Hao Chuan that no matter what, Shenzhi was his grandson, the only one among his 3 generations of descendants, and he could see that Hao Chuan would be someone of great character in the future, so he hoped that Hao Chuan would consider his kindness and not be so hostile to Shenzhi. Hao Chuan has become a shrewd man now. Although Sixth Master did not say it explicitly, he guessed it a little bit and immediately agreed. I feel relieved with Sixth Master's words. In fact, the conflict between me and Shenzhi is not irreconcilable. Today I promise you that as long as my grandson does not act excessively, I will definitely not cause trouble for him. The Sixth Master nodded and said with a smile, I will warn him. This child has been spoiled. Actually, he is not a bad person by nature. Hao Chuan smiled but said nothing. The reason why he targeted Shenzhi, besides the fact that Shenzhi had deliberately caused trouble for him several times, was another very important reason, that was that this bastard actually dared to set his sights on Tang Xi. Hao Chuan could tolerate other things, but he couldn't tolerate this. How could he allow other men to touch his woman? Hao Chuan and Lu Yi were chatting animatedly. Hao Tong, who was not interested in these things, had already become extremely bored. She opened and closed her little mouth, yawned countless times, and stared at Hao Chuan with her big eyes. The Sixth Master was a real old fox. He saw all of this. He laughed and took the initiative to ask the guest to leave. He said, Boss Hao, it's getting late. This is the information of my friend. If you are not busy, go find him directly. Alas, people are getting old and useless. If Boss Hao has nothing else to do, we can talk another day, okay? Since Sixth Master had said so, Hao Chuan naturally couldn't stay and not leave. He could only helplessly glare at Hao Tong, who had long been impatient, and said with a wry smile, My cousin is young and naive, and I have spoiled her. I hope Sixth Master will forgive her. Okay, Sixth Master, you take a rest first, I will leave now. Before leaving, Hao Chuan looked at Sixth Master, who came out to see him off personally, and said seriously, There are really a lot of good things coming back to my store recently. There is one thing that I am not sure about myself, but the age is definitely correct. It is a treasure from the Western Han Dynasty. Sixth Master, please come to the antique shop when you have time and let me check it for you. When he heard the time limit of the Western Han Dynasty, Sixth Master's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Is it true? Okay, I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Okay, it's a deal. Hao Chuan smiled and waved to Lu Yi, then turned around and left with Hao Tong. Chapter 129, Drinking Controversy. After leaving Sixth Master's place, Hao Chuan went straight back to the villa. Today was an extremely exciting day. First he won a lot in the casino, and then when he came back, he was almost tricked by Zhao Donghai. If he hadn't made a quick decision to exchange for the life-saving skills, he might be chatting with God now. After a good sleep, I woke up the next day and saw Hao Tong holding a meat bun in each of his two little hands, eating with relish. Xiao Wan watched Hao Tong eat contentedly, with 6 or 7 more in the takeaway bag in his hand. Hao Chuan used his shameless kung fu and just grabbed the thing without thinking twice. With his current kung fu skills, Xiao Wan was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, the food bag in Xiao Wan's hand changed hands. Hao Chuan grabbed one and stuffed it into his stomach in 2 or 3 bites. Woof! Hao Tong, who was extremely protective of her food, became angry. Her beautiful big eyes stared at the meat bun in Hao Chuan's hand, full of anger and unkindness. Xiao Wan also reacted, looked at Hao Chuan angrily, and said in a muffled voice, Boss, I bought the buns for Miss Hao Tong. Hao Chuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiao Chuan. He kicked Xiao Chuan on the butt and threw him a bank card. He said, I have something to do for you. There are more than 50 million in it. Go to the bank and transfer 30 million to your card. Don't spend it carelessly. This is the startup capital for expanding the antique shop. Xiao Wan was startled at first, then stared at Hao Chuan in a daze. His resentment towards Hao Chuan was immediately thrown out of his mind. 30 million, the boss gave it to him without blinking an eye. What a trust this must have. Boss, don't worry, I'll do it right away. Do you have enough buns? If not, I'll buy some back later. Xiao Wan looked at Hao Chuan happily, with an expression and behavior that was extremely attentive. Hao Chuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. He deeply understood the meaning of whoever gives you milk is your mother. These are enough for me. Hao Chuan doesn't like to talk to this kind of people. I'm not satisfied yet. Hao Tong interrupted hastily. This little thing, whose hands were greasy from eating buns, was in high spirits at the moment, but was ruined by Hao Chuan. So the little girl didn't forget to glare at Hao Chuan fiercely while talking to Xiao Wan. Hao Chuan surrendered, took the bun and avoided the little thing's sight, turned on the TV directly, and ignored Hao Tong, who was angry behind him. It was in entertainment news. Popular singer Miss Sisi is caught up in a drinking scandal. Originally, Hao Chuan turned on the TV to divert Hao Tong's eye attack, but he didn't expect such explosive news to suddenly pop up. For some reason, Hao Chuan couldn't help but sit up straight and listen to the report on TV. The report said that the well-known female singer Mi Sisi had an unpleasant experience with the investor while serving drinks, which caused huge losses to her management company. The management company was furious and planned to stop all budgets for the singer Mi Sisi's new album and reject all notices related to her in the short term. This is to ban Mi Sisi. Before finishing the report, Hao Chuan picked up the phone and called Mi Sisi. When the call was connected, Mi Sisi was still very emotional and cried as she explained the whole story to Hao Chuan. It turned out that what happened was that the economic company that Mi Sisi signed with, and her money-obsessed agent, arranged a drinking party for her without asking for Mi Sisi's consent. Mi Sisi, who was completely unaware of the situation, followed her agent to the scene and only discovered the situation. She immediately turned hostile and left. Her sudden move immediately angered the investors and management companies, and she was unilaterally banned by her agency. When the media got the news, they immediately started to make groundless accusations. This TV station was an example. They had not yet understood the truth of the incident, but in order to attract public attention, they reported it recklessly, without regard for the reputation of the artists, and focused on the word accompanying drinking. It's obvious that there was no such thing as a drinking companion, but the spectators don't know. Anyway, whenever they talk about this incident and mention the innocent female singer Mi Sisi, no matter what the truth is, they will say with disdain, there is no good person in the entertainment industry. What innocent goddess? Bah! She is just a drinking companion. This is the terrible thing about public opinion. Now Mi Sisi doesn't dare to go out. She is a simple and kind girl, and she is about to collapse. After Hao Chuan understood the whole story, he couldn't help but curse the unscrupulous media and the unscrupulous agency. He curled his lips and thought to himself, I said, with the financial strength of Mi Sisi's listed company, do we still need her to accompany us for drinks? Hey, don't be sad. None of these economic companies and media are good people. They are trying to force people to death. What are your plans now? Hao Chuan intended to comfort Mi Sisi, but he didn't know what position he should take to comfort her, so he had to tentatively ask Mi Sisi's opinion first. Mi Sisi said in a very determined voice, I want to change my agency. Hao Chuan agreed deeply and nodded, saying, this is a great idea. Why are you still staying in such a rubbish company? Do you have your own social software? I mean a well-known external publicity tool that is not operated by your economic company, such as celebrity-specific software such as Big V and Facebook? Mi Sisi shook her head with a melancholy expression, bit her lip and whispered, no, my personal information is in the hands of the company. I can no longer log into the Weibo account that I used to communicate with fans. Damn it! These bastards are going to kill us all. Hao Chuan cursed and said viciously, it's okay, I'll help you with this matter. Don't cry first, go wash your face, put on some makeup, and then change into nice clothes. I'll pick you up later. Don't ask anything now, just listen to me later, I guarantee you won't suffer any loss. After hanging up the phone with Mi Sisi, he first called Lu Yi. With his connections, he got the TV station preferential treatment for live interview rights. Then, through the TV station, he directly expanded the publicity efforts in the media to convey the news. Soon, major media outlets reported that popular singer Mi Sisi would personally come forward to clarify the drinking companion incident. After arranging all these things, Hao Chuan immediately took action. He took out paper and pen and began to write and draw. After revising it several times, Hao Chuan felt that there was no problem with the content. He smiled with satisfaction, handed the bag of meat buns to the still angry Hao Tong, and said, here are the meat buns for you. Go with me to do something. Although Hao Tong was somewhat reluctant, the meat buns were very tempting, so she had to snort coldly, angrily took the bag of meat buns, and reluctantly accompanied Hao Chuan out of the villa. The two did not go directly to Mi Sisi, but first found a printing company. Hao Chuan typed it himself and then printed out what he wrote. Then he instructed Hao Tong to go directly to Mi Sisi's house. Chapter 130, Clarifying Rumors. Hao Chuan was busy with Mi Sisi's matter. On the other side, Feng Tianrui, who had helped Hao Chuan deal with the murder scene, was rubbing his head in pain. He is the person in charge of the organization in Shanghai City. Now that such a big situation has occurred, it is difficult for him to explain. Regardless of Hao Chuan's purpose in asking him to come and collect the bodies, just looking at the situation at the scene, Feng Tianrui has a clear understanding of Hao Chuan's powerful strength. These 6 well-trained elite killers made careful plans and preparations in advance, and unexpectedly led Hao Chuan into the encirclement. If it had been any other target, it would have completed the mission long ago. As a result, Hao Chuan not only escaped unscathed, but also killed all the killers. Thinking of this, Feng Tianrui broke out in cold sweat. He finally understood how dangerous it was to go against Hao Chuan last time. This young man who looked easy to get along with was actually so cruel and ruthless that he killed people without blinking an eye. He did not report this matter to the higher-ups in the organization last night, but suppressed it himself. Feng Tianrui needed an entire night to think and make a decision. 6 well-trained killers were an extremely valuable asset to the organization, and now they were gone. He had to think about how to explain to the headquarters, and also how to resolve the matter of Hao Chuan. He personally has a good impression of Hao Chuan, but he is an organized person and often acts against his will. After thinking about it for almost the entire night, Feng Tianrui finally decided to take a compromise approach. Having made up his mind, Feng Tianrui began to write a report. He would naturally not hide the specific circumstances. After writing down the cause and effect of the whole incident, he started a separate page and included his views on Hao Chuan and suggestions on how to deal with Hao Chuan. He hoped that the organization could temporarily suspend all actions regarding Hao Chuan. Because of the danger level of S level, Hao Chuan's positioning was completely underestimated. Now regarding Hao Chuan's positioning, he is more inclined to double S level, or even a higher triple S level. He believed that the organization would make discretionary decisions regarding mission objectives of this magnitude. After doing what he was supposed to do, Feng Tianrui had someone bring him a glass of milk and 2 pieces of bread. He had a simple breakfast and went back to his bedroom to sleep. Hao Tong drove as fast as ever, and the 2 of them soon arrived at Miss Cici's house. Miss Cici was very excited to see Hao Chuan, and she threw herself into his arms with red eyes. When Hao Tong saw this scene, his expression changed immediately. He snorted coldly, and there was something obviously wrong with the way he looked at the 2 of them. Hao Chuan smiled awkwardly, gently pushed Miss Cici away, and said with a smile, "Why are your eyes red again? Don't cry first, it's important to do business, come with me." The 3 of them went directly to the TV station. Miss Cici is very famous in Shanghai City. When a star from her hometown suffered unfair treatment, Shanghai City TV station came to her aid. Everything was ready. Miss Cici took the manuscript that Hao Chuan handed to her and took a look. These things were basically what she had just said. She sorted them out again to make sure there were no omissions. She said softly to the camera, "Hello everyone, I am Miss Cici. This matter has been making a lot of noise recently, so I must clarify what I know here, and I hope everyone can look at it rationally. First of all, I want to say thank you to my agent and management company. Because of you, I am well known to the public. But you have disappointed me. You arranged a cocktail party for me without my knowledge. You have no respect for my ideas at all. Now you are adding insult to injury. So I think our cooperation should be terminated after this incident. Also, I need to tell the public what happened. My agent did arrange for me to accompany someone for drinks, but she didn't tell me directly. She just told me that there was an event announcement that I needed to attend, so I went. Then, when I found out that I was having dinner with investors, I was very unhappy. I felt that my personality was insulted. This is not the kind of job I want. I like singing, I just like singing. I don't want these things to tarnish my favorite singing job. Finally, I will reserve the right to sue radio stations, news, entertainment media, and other public platforms for the false reports about me during this period. As for my original management company and agent, you can rest assured that you don't have to take any responsibility, but I will not be unfair. I will not reduce your liquidated damages by a single cent. Originally, I only have so much to say, but here, I want to especially thank a friend of mine, Mr. Hao Chuan, the chairman of Xingye Media. After this incident, I was close to collapse, but it was Mr. Hao Chuan who found me and encouraged me to tell the truth and not let others smear me. I think he is a noble person in my life. Here, I want to say to Hao Chuan that I want to work in Xingye Media. Is that okay? Chairman Hao Chuan. The flashlights in the audience lit up, and Hao Chuan was a little confused. He had to maintain his style in front of the camera and smiled. It's only right to help a friend in need. As for the work issue that Miss Cici mentioned, I think we can discuss it privately. After saying this, Hao Chuan added, but I have to say that the media is going too far. I saw this news by chance when I was watching TV at home. At that time, I knew that Miss Cici was definitely not the kind of girl who would accompany drinking for work. She is my classmate and my friend. I know very well what kind of person she is. I know there must be some misunderstanding. So, I took the initiative to find Miss Cici. As I guessed, in this incident, the unscrupulous media, unscrupulous economic companies, unscrupulous investors, and unscrupulous agents became the righteous party, and our simple and kindly Sisi was almost driven to death by these bullies. Hao Chuan was filled with righteous indignation and continued, I heard that this circle was dirty before, but now I have experienced it firsthand and found that what people said was right. This circle is so damn dark. Everything that needed to be said had been said clearly, and Hao Chuan, in his excitement, swore in public. This interview video quickly became popular on the internet, and the click rate rose rapidly. For a time, Hao Chuan and his Xingye media became known to the public, and Hao Chuan, the young and straightforward chairman, became a celebrity on the internet. This interview also put Mi Sisi's original employer in the spotlight. Countless fans of Mi Sisi spontaneously organized themselves to protest at the company's gate and official website, which became a hot entertainment news during this period. And what about Hao Chuan? He and Hao Tong sent Mi Sisi home and ran away in a hurry, calling Tang Xi while running, Hey, Xi, what are you doing? Oh, watching TV, hey, listen to my explanation.